As evening fell, the sun sank below the horizon, and the sky, painted red by the setting sun, began to darken. The distant, winding mountain ranges turned a deep shade of black, and the forest grew quieter. Unnamed nocturnal insects began their excited chirping. On the narrow mountain path, a lone figure approached from afar. His strides were powerful and agile, and with a single leap, he effortlessly cleared a fallen tree trunk that would take 3 men to encircle. The young man stood nearly 6.5 feet tall and appeared to be in his early 20s. He was bare-chested, revealing a well-built frame with bronze-toned muscles. Below, he wore camouflage military pants and sturdy combat boots, with a Type 92 pistol tucked into his waistband and a bayonet knife inserted into his boot. His shirt, fashioned into a makeshift bundle tied across his chest, held what seemed to be provisions his food supply. The man had a crew-cut, sharply defined angular face, high nose bridge, thick eyebrows, and piercing eyes that darted like arrows toward unseen targets in the distance before snapping back to focus on nearby rocks. Despite their intensity, his eyes carried a faint hint of confusion. He paused frequently, glancing around as if trying to determine where exactly he was. His name was Wang Shichong. 2 years ago, he had entered an army academy after serving in the military to study military strategy history. 5 days earlier, Wang Shichong and 30 other cadets embarked on a wilderness survival training exercise. While searching for water, he inadvertently wandered into a deep, seemingly bottomless cave. When he emerged from the other side, the entrance and his backpack had vanished into the vast mountains. Wang Shichong had walked for 5 days through the endless Qinling mountains without encountering anyone. He sensed something was wrong but couldn't pinpoint what it was. As he rounded a bend, he suddenly spotted a thatched hut about 100 meters ahead. Finally, signs of human life. Overjoyed, he sprinted toward it. The hut was crudely constructed from mud and branches, with cobwebs filling the gaps. Half of the mud wall had collapsed, allowing dim starlight to filter through holes. On the ground lay a damaged animal trap, and a rust-covered machete stuck into a rotting wooden stump riddled with mold. Its owner must have been a hunter who hadn't shown up in a long time. Just as Wang Shichong reached for the machete, he suddenly whipped around, lightning fast, drawing his pistol. His sharp gaze locked onto a section of the mud wall. "Who's there? Come out," he called in a low voice. "Please, please don't hurt us." Wang Shichong heard a trembling voice. Slowly, an elderly man with white hair and a bow with twin bands atop his head rose from behind the wall. Wang Shichong stared at them, unblinking, utterly shocked. Their attire resembled that of ancient people. "Come out. I won't harm you," he declared. After ensuring no one else was around, Wang Shichong holstered his pistol and drew the bayonet from his boot instead. Both figures trembled visibly. The bow clung tightly to the old man's arm as they shuffled forward hesitantly. We don't have any food or money, only this," the elder stammered, placing a small cloth bundle and a string of copper coins on the ground before retreating another step. Wang Shichong gazed at the coins, the kind seen only in historical dramas. A gust of wind carrying sand seemed to sting his eyes, and a wave of frustration washed over him. "What year is it now?" he demanded. "What?" The elder looked confused. "I'm asking which year it is. Who's the emperor? Do you understand?" Wang Shichong shouted desperately. The elder grew even more frightened, collapsing to his knees. "Great Lord, we didn't join Yang Shichong Gang's rebellion. We're just ordinary refugees." Yang Shichong Gang's rebellion. Wang Shichong slumped against the wall, utterly exhausted from 5 days of trekking. He finally understood who the current Emperor was. Had somehow traveled back to the late Sui Dynasty. "Young man, in times of chaos, survival itself is the greatest fortune. Forgetting your hometown isn't such a terrible thing," the elder said gently, seeing that Wang Shichong wasn't a ruthless bandit. He affectionately patted his grandson, who was nibbling on a wild yam, though his smile remained bitter. "Look at us, we have a hometown but can't return. How is that different from your situation?" Zhang Xian gradually calmed down from his initial shock and accepted the reality of being in the late Sui era. With a sigh, he stopped dwelling on troubling thoughts and asked the elder, "Where are we now?" "We're near Lushe County in Hongnan Prefecture. About 100 li east lies Hongnan Prefecture, not far from the capital." Hongnan Prefecture. Zhang Xian quickly mapped it out in his mind. That made sense. Had lost his way around the Senmenxia area. Standing up, Zhang Xian slowly exited the hut. He took a deep breath of the cold, fresh air and gazed at the starry sky. The night was so pure, like black velvet stretching infinitely across the heavens, dotted with countless glittering stars. He wondered which constellation might hide the path home and which star foretold his future. In that moment, a profound sense of helplessness and bewilderment overwhelmed him. It felt almost fated. Night had grown deep, yet Zhang Xian sat leaning against a large tree, unable to sleep. Staring at the stars, his thoughts drifted thousands of miles away. Bits of information pieced together: Yang Xiangan's rebellion, the 9th year of Dai, the second campaign against Goguryeo. Just a month ago, he had participated in a debate at the academy about the true reasons behind Emperor Yang Qing's 3 campaigns against Goguryeo. Goguryeo had a population of only 1 million, roughly equivalent to 1 province of the Sui Empire, which boasted over 50 million people and immense wealth and power. Its army had triumphed in countless battles, considered one of history's most elite forces. Against such a minor tributary state, why did Emperor Yang mobilize the entire nation, sending 1 million troops and personally leading the expedition? Even when defeating the formidable Turks, Yang Su commanded only 10,000 soldiers. And during Emperor Wang's unification wars, the scale was never this grand. Was Yang Qing truly so foolish, ignoring widespread unrest while launching 3 costly invasions of Goguryeo, losing hundreds of thousands of lives? A man capable of unifying the North and South, prevailing in bloody power struggles, defeating the Turks, expanding borders, managing the western regions, and constructing the Grand Canal could not possibly make such a basic mistake. There must have been deeper reasons behind Yang Qing's 3 campaigns against Goguryeo. Though short-lived, the Sui Dynasty marked the beginning of the medieval era and the reunification of China. It laid the foundation for systems like the imperial examination and the 3 departments and 6 ministries structure. Monumental projects: the Grand Canal, the Great Wall, Chang'an, Luoyang, and the Zhaozhou Bridge were built under its reign. Its significance rivaled that of the equally brief Qin dynasty. Here he was, in a dynasty grossly misunderstood and vilified by later generations. What could Zhang Xian, a man of modern times, achieve in this age of heroes? Zhang Xian retrieved his pistol, checked the magazine, and sighed upon finding only 3 bullets left. He chuckled bitterly. Had hoped to use the gun to stand out in the Sui era, but fate apparently wanted to keep him humble. "Mister, what's that?" Zhang Xian turned to see the boy standing behind him, curiously eyeing the weapon in his hand. "This is called a gun." "A gun? My father has a spear too, but it's much longer than this." Zhang Xian smiled faintly. "This is a different kind of spear." "What happened to your father?" Zhang Xian asked. The boy lowered his head sadly. "Father couldn't pay the taxes, so he sent mother back to her parents' home and sold me to a wealthy family. Then he said he was going to become emperor and left with his spear. Grandfather sold our land to buy me back." "Abel," the elder called from the doorway of the hut. "Mister, I should go." The boy dashed back toward the hut. "Abel, never mention your father's story again, to anyone. Understand?" The elder whispered to his grandson, casting a cautious glance at Zhang Xian. "Abel understands." Zhang Xian laughed softly, gazing at the night sky. If push came to shove, would he, like Abel's father, pick up a spear and declare himself emperor? Zhang Xian was shaken awake at dawn. He rose quickly to find the grandfather and grandson standing beside him. The elder handed him a coarse green robe, looking slightly embarrassed. "Could we trade this for some food?" "You're leaving?" Zhang Xian asked. The elder nodded. I came here looking for a cousin who used to hunt in these parts. This shelter belongs to him, but it seems he's gone. I plan to take my grandson down the mountain and follow the main road to Xiangyang. I lived there for a few years when I was younger. Though it's not our hometown, at least we'll have food to eat. Zhang Xian slipped on the rope, which was a bit short but dry and warm. He handed the bundle of supplies to the elder. Take it all. May you reach Xiangyang safely. The pair thanked him profusely before departing. Zhang Xian stretched lazily. After a restful night's sleep, his fatigue had lifted, along with the despair he initially felt upon realizing he was in the late Sui era. A determined spirit returned to him. Picking up the broken machete, he let out a loud shout and strode confidently down the mountain. Late Sui era, here I come. In the 7th month of day year 9, Yang Xian led over 100,000 troops in a fierce assault on Wagang. However, the city's defenders resisted fiercely, and despite months of bloody fighting, Wagang remained unconquered. By then, Emperor Yang Qing had already withdrawn his forces from the Goguryeo campaign and raced back to central China. Generals Yuan Shu, Chu Tong, and La Hura split their armies into 3 routes to attack Wagang. Forced to abandon the siege, Yang Xian retreated westward toward Guangzhou. Eventually cornered by the main Sui forces in Hongnou Prefecture, fierce battles erupted at Shanpandu and Dongduiwen. Yang Xian suffered defeat after defeat until his entire army collapsed. Hundreds of thousands fled in disarray, leaving behind countless dead and captured soldiers. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses littered the battlefield. The shadow of war loomed over Hongnou Prefecture. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian had emerged from the Qinling Mountains and was making his way toward Hongnou County. One afternoon, about 30 li south of Hongnou County, Zhang Xian sat on a large rock within a dense forest, intently carving a branch with the rusty machete. The branch, approximately 5 feet long and as thick as a cow, was made of sturdy juju wood. He sharpened one end into a pointed tip, fashioning a crude spear. Beside him lay 3 similar spears he had already crafted. Suddenly, with a loud crack, the rusted blade snapped in half. Zhang Xian muttered a curse and hurled the broken piece into the bushes. Scratching his head absent-mindedly, he gazed blankly at the distant horizon. He had been walking in the wilderness for 2 days without encountering a single soul, leaving him feeling increasingly despondent. At that moment, Zhang Xian heard something the faint cry for help. He immediately stood up, ears perked. Help! Somebody save me!
Chapter 0002. The Unfathomable Human Heart. Zhang Xian grasped several earthen spears and sprinted eastward, covering a distance of over 100 paces before arriving at the precipice of a hillside. He crouched behind a large rock and gazed downward. Below lay a secluded path, where a man was galloping towards him on horseback, frequently glancing back in abject terror as he fiercely whipped his steed. Hot on his heels, a dozen cavalrymen of the Sui army pursued relentlessly, clad in resplendent armor, wielding long spears and gleaming sabers, with bows and arrows slung across their backs. The horses raced like the wind, closing in on the fleeing man. The narrow path was flanked by a deep valley on one side and a continuous expanse of rolling hills on the other, the hills adorned with dense forests. Help me! The man cried desperately, urging his horse with all his might, as he realized the Sui cavalry was drawing ever nearer. Should he intervene or not? Zhang Xian hesitated, wrestling with the notion of avoiding conflict. Yet, if he chose inaction, the man would surely meet his demise. His moment of indecision swiftly transformed into resolve. At that instant, the Sui cavalrymen reined in their horses with their legs, while simultaneously drawing their bows to fire. A volley of arrows soared toward the fleeing figure. The man's steed was struck by several arrows, letting out a mournful cry as it collapsed, throwing the rider over 2 yards away. Miraculously, he appeared uninjured and began to scramble up the hillside, rolling and crawling for safety. A tumult of galloping horses stirred up clouds of dust as they thundered toward him. Zhang Xian abruptly rose to his feet, lifting an earthen spear and hurling it with fervor down the slope. The spear hurtled through the air with tremendous force, catching the leading cavalryman off guard as it pierced the belly of his mount with a resounding thunk. The horse let out a pitiful whinny and tumbled down the opposite hillside, taking its rider with it. The remaining cavalrymen, startled, quickly reined in their steeds, which reared up high, emitting frantic whinnies. "Fall back quickly," one of the cavalrymen shouted. The others hastily retreated, only to witness a massive boulder, weighing several hundred pounds, rumbling down the slope, obstructing the path. The cavalrymen glanced up the hillside, where they immediately noticed a peculiarly attired young man with an unusually short haircut, clad in ragged hemp garments, clutching several spears. Zhang Xian, having sent the boulder tumbling down, seized the opportunity to launch a barrage of earthen spears at the retreating cavalrymen. The projectiles flew with great velocity, compelling the cavalrymen to dodge as several spears embedded themselves forcefully in the ground. To their astonishment, they soon realized these were not actual spears, but rather sharpened twigs. Stripped of their bark, although crudely fashioned, they possessed enough force to penetrate their bodies. Furious, the cavalrymen readied their bows and arrows. Yet, as they lifted their gazes in search of a target, they found that their quarry had vanished without a trace. The man they had been pursuing had also succeeded in eluding them. It dawned on the cavalrymen that they had been outwitted. The man on the hillside had diverted their attention, successfully facilitating the escape of his companion. Infuriated, the Sui cavalrymen erupted in curses, remembering their commander's orders to apprehend the fugitive. However, they were outnumbered and apprehensive of ambushes lurking within the woods. Thus, they resorted to shouting and cursing, awaiting reinforcements. Zhang Xian, with the man he saved, ran several miles without pause. The man, utterly exhausted, reached a towering tree, its lush branches spreading like a giant umbrella amidst the forest. The thick roots intertwined like serpents, marking it as the king of the trees in this woodland. Standing out remarkably, upon reaching the tree, the man bent over, gasping for breath, and waved his hand, saying, "Let us rest for a moment. I can hardly run any longer." He sank down beneath the tree, leaning against the massive roots, panting heavily and glancing around, seemingly still in shock. Zhang Xian leaned against another root, his right hand vigilantly gripping the military dagger tucked at his waist, scrutinizing the man before him. His pistol contained only 3 bullets. He would not resort to using it unless absolutely necessary, as the dagger would suffice to deal with this individual. The man appeared to be in his early 30s. Sporting a short beard, of average build, with slender eyes and a prominent nose, exuding both valor and an air of scholarly refinement, presenting an extraordinary demeanor. His left leg had been torn by thorns when he fell from his horse, blood oozing profusely. Zhang Xian retrieved a homemade hemostatic powder from his bosom and tossed it to him. The man chewed it and applied it to his wound to prevent infection. Not in haste to tend to his injury, the man stood and deeply bowed to Zhang Xian, expressing his profound gratitude for the life-saving assistance. "May I inquire your esteemed name? I wish to remember it well for future recompense." Noticing the man's distinguished appearance and politeness, Zhang Xian felt a flicker of goodwill. "I am Zhang Xian, a native of Jingzhou, which is now known as Chang'an. And you, who might you be, that you are pursued by cavalry?" "Ah, so you are my fellow townsman," the man replied, bowing again. "I am Li Mi of Jingzhou." "You are Li Mi, the Duke of Pushun?" Zhang Xian exclaimed, astonished to learn that the man he had rescued was none other than the renowned rebel leader of the late Sui Dynasty. "Indeed, that is I." Having entered this era merely 7 days prior, Zhang Xian had met only 2 individuals, and now, encountering the illustrious Li Mi filled him with both surprise and excitement. He realized that Li Mi had joined Yang Xuangan's rebellion, and following its failure, had been forced to flee. Indeed, he had just saved his life. However, Li Mi did not seem puzzled. His family was prominent, and most people in Jingzhou had heard of him. It was Zhang Xian, the young man before him, who piqued his curiosity, dressed in tattered floral pants, with hair less than half an inch long, yet he was tall and striking. But Li Mi, still shaken, appeared too preoccupied to inquire further into Zhang Xian's background. At that moment, Zhang Xian suddenly shouted, sprinting a few steps forward, his dagger flashing as he thrust it into a dense thicket. A scream echoed from within as a man wielding a long knife stumbled out, clutching his chest. The situation shifted dramatically. From above, from the thicket, and from behind the great tree, 7 or 8 ambushes surged forth, charging towards them. Zhang Xian's reflexes were exceptionally sharp. In a swift motion, he evaded a strike aimed at the back of his head. With a powerful sweep of his left leg, he struck the assailant's head, delivering a blow strong enough to shatter 3 bricks, resulting in the immediate collapse of the opponent's skull. Before his body could regain its balance, he deftly rolled to the side, bringing another adversary down. With a resounding crack, his iron-like arm had twisted and broken the opponent's neck. Among the 8 attackers, Zhang Xian had dispatched 3 in the blink of an eye, yet Li Mi found himself in dire straits, grappling with a descending foe. while another emerged from the crevice of a tree root, silently thrusting a spear toward Li Mi's lower back. Just as Zhang Xian leaped into action to intervene, he felt a tightening around his neck. Someone had ensnared him from behind, brandishing a gleaming dagger aimed at his throat. With a sudden and forceful elbow strike, he incapacitated his assailant, breaking 5 or 6 ribs in the process. He swiftly seized the attacker's arm and executed a powerful throw, sending the assailant soaring upside down, crashing heavily onto the spear-wielding soldier, who was unable to evade in time and was knocked over with a resounding thud. Zhang Xian's gaze swept around, and as 2 more opponents lunged at him, he sidestepped one attack, retaliating with a vicious thrust of his military dagger, penetrating the soldier's jaw and emerging from the top of his head. The other assailant, terrified, turned to flee, but Zhang Xian discarded his dagger and leaped forward, grasping a tree root overhead. With his legs suspended in midair, he ensnared the fugitive's neck, twisting with great force until the cervical vertebrae were shattered into 3 segments, the head drooping lifelessly as the victim succumbed instantly. Zhang Xian retrieved the military dagger from the ground and strode forward, mercilessly dispatching the other 2 injured soldiers. At that moment, Li Mi finally eliminated the soldier he had been grappling with and, panting heavily, stood in shock. Zhang Xian leaned against a tree root, his gaze coldly fixed upon Li Mi, the blade in his hand still dripping with crimson. Surrounding them lay 7 bodies, each met with a brutal demise. Li Mi hastily raised his hands in explanation, declaring, "These individuals were not under my command. I truly had no knowledge of them." However, the coincidence of Li Mi's resting place had raised Zhang Xian's suspicions. He scrutinized Li Mi for a moment, noting the absence of panic in his eyes, and inquired, "Surely, these individuals must have been your accomplices?" With a rueful smile, Li Mi replied, "Accomplices? There are tens of thousands. Who can possibly know everyone?" He examined the soldier's attire and produced a bronze token, astonished as he exclaimed, "They are all from Yang Xuangan's elite tiger guards, each one a ruthless killer." "How could you?" Li Mi raised his thumb in commendation, exclaiming, "Impressive. A single individual capable of taking on 7 tiger guards is indeed a formidable warrior. Nothing remarkable. Nearly 7 petty thieves, easily defeated," Zhang Xian retorted, then listened intently for a moment before picking up a knife and saying to Li Mi, "Let us depart. The Sui cavalry may soon catch up." Li Mi jolted in alarm, having also caught the distant sounds of shouting and curses. He hurriedly gathered 2 short spears, calling out, "Wait for me," as he rushed to catch up with Zhang Xian, who was striding away with purpose. It was not until the following morning that they finally eluded their pursuers, veering onto an abandoned official road heading north. Zhang Xian speared several fish in a small creek, while Li Mi, equipped with flint and tinder, swiftly ignited a fire within a grove, allowing them to roast the fish and satisfy their hunger. Li Mi had roasted a plump carp, smiling as he handed it to Zhang Xian. "Carp is a delicacy, yet I am afflicted with a hidden ailment that forbids me from indulging. Please, partake first. I shall roast some crucian carp." Zhang Xian skewered a crucian carp on his military spear and, in return, handed both the spear and the fish back to Li Mi, cheerfully exclaiming, "Then I shall not be polite." As Li Mi accepted the spear, he focused intently on roasting the fish while casually inquiring, "From your accent, Brother Zhang's, you do not seem to hail from Jingzhou." "I am indeed from Jingzhou, but I was raised in Hanoi," Zhang Xian replied. Li Mi chuckled in realization. "I thought as much. Your accent bears a striking resemblance to that of the Hanoi region. However, due to the recent turmoil, many temples have been set ablaze, and there must be numerous monks like yourself, forced to return to secular life. Pray tell, which temple in Hanoi did you call home?" With a slight smile, Zhang Xian lowered his gaze and devoured the fish, choosing not to respond to Li Mi's inquiry. Though Li Mi maintained a light-hearted tone, filled with laughter, it was evident he was probing into Zhang Xian's background. A man of Li Mi's potential, possessing the qualities of a cunning leader, would not easily take a stranger at face value. He needed to thoroughly ascertain Zhang Xian's history before feeling secure in their flight together. As Li Mi nonchalantly roasted the fish, he discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Xian, noticing he was nearly finished with his meal. A barely perceptible smirk flickered across Li Mi's eyes. Chapter 0003. A confrontation of 2 titans. At that moment, Zhang Xian suddenly clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground, curling up in agony as he murmured, "Young Master Li, quickly discard the fish. It is tainted." Li Mi's countenance twisted into a grimace as he rose, kicking aside a nearby battle knife. Grasping his military dagger, he advanced step by step, declaring, "You insolent brat, managing to dispatch my 7 guards indeed exhibits some skill. Yet you are still too inexperienced to contend with me, Li Mi. You, poison the fish. Zhang Xian glared at him with fury. Of course. Have you heard of the 7 steps heartbreak powder? Li Mi sneered. Did you think you saved me? No, you merely disrupted my plan to lure the enemy. However, I shall overlook that. Yet, if you do not perish, how can I, Li Mi, remain safe? In light of your willingness to assist me, I shall light an incense stick for you this time next year. Just as he uttered this, Li Mi suddenly froze. Zhang Xian, rising to a seated position, extended his left hand to reveal a perfectly roasted carp, unblemished and devoid of any signs of consumption. Zhang Xian smiled faintly. I apologize. I feasted upon another. Thank you for your concern. With a furious shout, Li Mi lunged at Zhang Xian, brandishing his dagger. In that instant, Zhang Xian raised his firearm and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and a gaping wound appeared on Li Mi's forehead. His eyes widened in shock, the light of life swiftly extinguishing as he collapsed before Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian slowly rose, retrieving the dagger from Li Mi's hand, and gave him a cold kick, stating, Did you think I could not discern that those men were your subordinates? I merely wished to observe what tricks you could conjure. Searching through Li Mi's belongings, Zhang Xian found flint and tinder, along with a small, bulging leather pouch, heavy with contents. Suddenly, he heard distant shouts. The sound came from over there, and circled them. Startled, Zhang Xian sprang to his feet and surveyed the surroundings, noticing countless figures converging upon him, save for the southeastern direction, which was devoid of presence. Without a moment's hesitation, he forsook his weapon and sprinted towards the southeast, running several hundred paces before leaping into a deep ravine. In the ravine, water grasses towered over him, the murky water reaching his ankles. A few startled snakes swiftly darted away, while dense shrubs lined the steep banks, their slender branches cascading like waterfalls. Zhang Xian concealed himself within a thicket, pressing his back firmly against the damp earth. Moments later, the sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears, and he peered through the underbrush to see a cluster of soldiers' feet overhead, his heart racing with trepidation. What was that sound? A low voice inquired from above. Reporting to the general, we could not locate the source of the noise, but we have discovered a corpse, seemingly that of the rebel Li Mi, deceased not long ago. The body is still warm. Should we conduct a thorough search? After a brief silence, the low voice replied, There is no time. Set this matter aside for now and command all soldiers to swiftly take up ambush positions. Then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, and for long, muscular horse legs appeared atop the thicket. Through the thicket, Zhang Xian beheld a weapon that would remain etched in his memory for eternity. This armament, as immense as a colossal grinding stone, featured an exceptionally sharp spearhead at its center, flanked by a pair of resplendent golden wings reminiscent of phoenixes, adorned with a multitude of small barbs. It bore a resemblance to a trident, yet was significantly broader. The long shaft, forged from cast iron, measured a full 10 feet in length, and including the spearhead, extended to an impressive 14 feet, weighing at least over 200 pounds. A name sprang to Zhang Xian's mind, Phoenix-winged golden lance. Indeed, it was this very weapon, following the stout and elongated iron shaft. Zhang Xian's gaze fell upon the commanding figure of a robust general, who sat astride a fearsome black warhorse, towering at nearly 2 meters, broad-shouldered and stout. He donned silver armor and a silver helmet, draped in a plain robe, with a visage as radiant as jade and eyebrows sharp as swords. Grasping the phoenix-winged golden lance, he emanated an aura of majesty akin to that of a celestial being. Position ambushes along the official road. Do not let Yang Qing escape. The general spurred his horse away from the ravine, the sound of rushing soldiers gradually receding into the distance. After a considerable interval, Zhang Xian emerged from the ravine and ascended a tree, gazing into the distance for a moment. Clearly, the Sui army had laid an ambush along the official road. Should he depart, or should he venture to inspect the road? Narrowing his eyes, he recalled the phoenix-winged golden lance. Could that general be the legendary hero of the Sui and Tang dynasties? Exercising utmost caution, Zhang Xian hastened towards the official road. Passing the spot where he had rested, he noticed that Li Mi's corpse had vanished, yet 2 short spears remained. Seizing one of the spears, he made his way southwest. He was approximately 80 paces away from the ambushes, concealing himself behind a sturdy tree. Grasping the trunk, he leapt up into the branches and concealed himself behind a cluster of dense foliage. Before long, the sound of urgent hoofbeats resonated from afar. Groups of soldiers emerged, clad in simple attire, some in leather armor, others in cloth garments, wielding an assortment of weaponry, indicating they were not the regular Sui army, but rather the rebel forces of Yang Qing. The soldiers appeared anxious, their ranks disorganized, marching silently with heads bowed as they fled southward, oblivious to the army lying in ambush within the woods flanking the official road. Zhang Xian shook his head. While the Sui general demonstrated decisiveness, he lacked meticulousness. The individual capable of slaying Li Mi could hardly be an ordinary mountain bandit or a mere deserter, even if a thorough search was impractical. A small detachment should have been dispatched to conduct a careful reconnaissance. Otherwise, should the enemy signal, their ambush would be rendered meaningless. Furthermore, given the dense forest in the vicinity, it was a grave oversight for the main commander of the southbound troops not to deploy scouts ahead to assess enemy conditions. If this commander was indeed Yang Qing, then his impending failure in rebellion was entirely foreseeable. Pondering in silence, Zhang Xian contemplated whether he should alert this army about the ambushes lurking nearby. However, if he exposed himself, his own life would likely be forfeit. The army, comprising thousands of soldiers, marched onward until, at last, several hundred armored cavalry appeared, each imposing in stature, brandishing long spears, with a grand banner fluttering above them, emblazoned with a colossal character, Yang. Beneath the grand banner stood a man in his 40s, adorned with a golden crown and clad in shimmering armor. His robust physique mounted upon a steed as fiery as coal. He wielded a spear with the grace and precision of a tempest. With a square visage, thick brows, and fierce eyes, an aura of lethal intent emanated from him. Zhang Xian's instincts whispered that this man was none other than Yang Qing. At that moment, a sharp clamor erupted from both sides, and a torrential rain of arrows descended upon Yang Qing and his cavalry. The road was soon filled with anguished cries as riders fell, struck by the arrows. Yet, Yang Qing reacted with remarkable swiftness, wielding his spear in a manner that rendered the air impenetrable. The shadows of his weapon danced like phantoms, enveloping him as if he were encased in a glass dome. Thousands of arrows were deflected, none breaching his formidable defense, an awe-inspiring spectacle. As the storm of arrows ceased, only Yang Qing remained atop his steed, unscathed and without a single arrow lodged in his armor. He tilted his head back and let forth a wild laugh, challenging, "Shall we do this again?" From the depths of the forest, a general of the Sui army, wielding a gilded spear, pointed and coldly commanded, "Charge. Leave no armor intact." Suddenly, a cacophony of battle cries erupted, and thousands of Sui soldiers surged forth from the trees, throwing the road into chaos. Despite Yang Qing's unparalleled valor, the morale of his troops was dismally low. Faced with the ferocity of the Sui soldiers, they crumbled before the fight had even begun. Their cries of despair filling the air as they scattered in a desperate bid for survival, lamenting their parents for not granting them extra legs to flee. Hundreds of Sui soldiers encircled Yang Qing, shouting, "Surrender, Yang Qing, and we shall spare your life." Enraged, Yang Qing roared defiantly and plunged into the ranks of the Sui forces. Like a tiger among sheep, his spear whirled with the ferocity of a gale, decimating all in his path. Heads rolled, limbs flew, and the air became thick with a crimson mist as he carved through the enemy line, an unstoppable force. The Sui soldiers, struck with terror by Yang Qing's ferocity, turned to flee. He charged into the left flank of the enemy, and the screams of the dying echoed through the air, transforming the road into a slaughterhouse, the earth stained with blood. In mere moments, hundreds of Sui soldiers lay dead on the ground, the stench of blood overwhelming, surrounded by the mangled corpses of both men and horses, a horrifying tableau of carnage. At that moment, Yang Qing's brother, Yang Jichong, rushed in from behind, shouting, "Elder brother, the army of Yuan Shu is in pursuit. We must break through swiftly." Yang Qing bellowed in response, thrusting his spear forward into the throng of Sui soldiers. Within the forest, the Sui general observed the devastation wrought by Yang Qing with an icy demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the heavy toll on his men, as if their deaths bore no consequence to him. Just as Yang Qing was about to carve a bloody path to freedom, the Sui general smirked, casually grasping a spear and launching it like a bolt of black lightning toward Yang Qing's back. "Beware, elder brother," Yang Jichong shouted as he rushed to shield Yang Qing with his own body. A horrifying scream pierced the air as the spear pierced through him, impaling Yang Jichong to the ground. Yang Qing's vision turned crimson, his gaze locked onto the emerging Sui general from the forest, and he erupted with a thunderous roar. "Yuan Qingdu, today, either you die or I shall live." He rode fiercely, urging his steed towards the formidable general of the Sui army. "Yuan Qingdu, Yuan Qingdu." The illustrious commander of the Sui's Western Army and the adopted son of the esteemed Yuan Shu, was the foremost among the renowned Yuan 13 guardians. Honored by the Sui Emperor Yang Qing as the heavenly treasure general, following the orders of Yuan Shu, he had led 3,000 elite troops along a narrow path, arriving before the defeated army to sever Yang Xiangan's retreat, with a swift command to his warhorse. The majestic Mo Lin beast, an exquisite Dewan steed gifted to Emperor Yang Qing by the king of Sui Dynasty, he brandished his gilded spear adorned with phoenix wings. Yuan Qingdu, having quelled the turbulent tribes of Tu Hun Valley, was rewarded with this magnificent steed. Narrowing his eyes, he coldly declared, Yang Xiangan, though you possess great valor, you are no match for me. Surrender, and I shall spare your life. Yang Xiangan, known as the Tiger Madman and ranked as the fourth greatest general in the land, was formidable in martial prowess. Though aware of Yuan Qingdu's prowess, he could not forget the blood feud over his brother's death. With a flourish of his spear, he unleashed a flurry of 9 thrusts, swift as the wind and lightning. Yuan Qingdu, I shall take us both to ruin. Unfazed, Yuan Qingdu swept his spear with precision, seemingly unhurried, but striking with preemptive force. A resounding clash echoed as Yang Xiangan's spear was sent flying, nearly slipping from his grasp. Enraged, Yang Xiangan unleashed a tempest of 81 thrusts. But Yuan Qingdu parried each one with impeccable skill, his strength nearly unmatchable, repeatedly endangering Yang Xiangan's horse. After several exchanges, Yang Xiangan began to tire. Seizing an opening, Yuan Qingdu roared, Yang Xiangan, meet your end. His spear sliced through the air like a specter, aimed at Yang Xiangan's neck with terrifying momentum, causing a rush of wind that stole his breath. Caught off guard, Yang Xiangan could only arch backward in desperation, closing his eyes in despair, anticipating his demise. With a sharp sound, his golden crown was cleaved from his head, the wind from the blade striking his face with excruciating pain. In a state of sheer panic, Yang Xiangan fell from his horse and fled southward, disheveled and in disarray. Yuan Qingdu, with a cold chuckle, spurred his steed to pursue. The Mo Lin beast, swift beyond compare, quickly closed the distance. He raised his gilded spear, ready to strike Yang Xiangan's nape, as despair consumed the latter, silently lamenting, my life is forfeit. Just as Yang Xiangan faced imminent doom, a distant cavalryman galloped forth, raising a command and shouting, General Qingdu, the commander orders you to let Yang Xiangan go. In that critical moment, Yuan Qingdu abruptly halted his spear, reining in his steed, and coldly commanded, I shall spare your life today, begone. With all his might, Yang Xiangan urged his horse onward, fleeing south in a frantic escape. From a nearby tree, Zhang Xian watched in breathless awe. Witnessing the brutal reality of battlefield combat for the first time, the bloodshed and violence, the raw courage displayed before him, igniting his very blood. Zhang Xian, being a man of military background and having practiced martial arts since childhood, possessed an innate yearning for the martial world. When he was fortunate enough to witness the legendary and unparalleled martial skills, he was profoundly shaken, as if a tempest had surged within his heart. At that moment, distant banners fluttered, and an endless army marched forth with great momentum. It was Yuan Shu leading his troops. The sheer number of soldiers soon filled the entire official road, placing Zhang Xian in a perilous predicament, for regardless of whether he chose to flee or remain, he would inevitably be discovered by the Sui army. Yet, remarkably calm, Zhang Xian seized 2 short spears from beside him, his gaze fixed intently ahead as if anticipating the appearance of prey. Moments later, Sui cavalry scouts galloped towards them. As they passed the towering tree nearby, Zhang Xian swung his arms, and the 2 short spears shot forth like lightning, piercing the backs of 2 riders, who fell to the ground with anguished cries. The remaining 2, taken aback, turned sharply, only to find the woods behind them devoid of any presence, just as they were engulfed in fear. A shadowy figure descended from above, wielding a sharp military dagger that swiftly pierced the skulls of the 2 cavalrymen. In the blink of an eye, the 4 Sui cavalrymen lay dead upon the ground, their demise swift and decisive. Zhang Xian leapt onto a warhorse, urging it into a gallop with a firm squeeze of his legs, vanishing quickly into the depths of the forest. Yuan Qing observed Zhang Xian's audacious act of killing and seizing a horse, his agility and decisiveness leaving him momentarily astonished. He immediately recognized this man as the one who had slain Li Mi. Just as Yuan Cheng prepared to spur his horse in pursuit, Yuan Shu's second son, Yuan Ji, arrived with his troops, calling out from a distance, Cheng, father commands you to meet him at once. With no choice but to comply, Yuan Qing pointed his whip and commanded a squadron of cavalry to pursue the man ahead. The cavalry charged forth, and as Yuan Cheng watched their figures fade away, he finally turned his horse towards the distant banner of command. Chapter 0004. Arriving in Luoyang as Zhang Xian rounded a bend in the mountain, he plunged his military dagger fiercely into the flank of his steed. He leapt off the horse, which, in agony, galloped eastward along the official road, while Zhang Xian swiftly concealed himself within a thicket by the roadside. Moments later, the sound of hooves resounded once more as dozens of pursuers raced towards him, their steeds driven to their limits in pursuit of the fleeing horse. Once the chase had receded, Zhang Xian emerged from his hiding place and sprinted towards the nearby woods, disappearing into the lush forest in but a few moments. He ran northward for over 50 miles before gradually coming to a halt. Ahead lay a small stream. He crouched by its bank to wash his face and quenched his thirst with a few refreshing sips of water before reclining wearily upon a flat stone. It was only at this juncture that Zhang Xian found the time to reflect on the events of the morning. A wry smile crossed his lips as he contemplated how upon his arrival at the dusk of the Sui Dynasty, he had inadvertently altered the course of history by slaying Li Mi. What fate awaited the Wagang stronghold in the absence of its leader? With matters having reached this point, there was no recourse to rectify the past. History possessed its own causal trajectory, and there was no necessity for him to meddle further. Thus, Zhang Xian resigned himself to this lament. In that moment, thoughts of Yuan Qingdu surfaced, his formidable prowess a lingering memory in Zhang Xian's mind. Yuan, with his unmatched strength and skill, was a force to be reckoned with. Zhang Xian pondered whether another valiant warrior, Li Yuanba, perhaps better known as Li Zuanba, might exist. As Li Yuan indeed had a son of such renown, Zhang Xian was also deeply impressed by Yang Shuanggan's martial prowess. Yet he found himself perplexed as to why Yuan Shu would spare Yang. Although Zhang Xian had acquired a rudimentary understanding of Sui history through military strategy, the finer details eluded him. Realizing the futility of his musings, he decided to cease his contemplations. Sitting upright, he retrieved his pistol from his bosom, carefully ejected the remaining 2 bullets, and stored them securely. Perhaps, at a critical juncture in the future, these 2 bullets would yet save his life. Zhang Xian then produced Li Mi's leather pouch, which bore a size akin to that of a modern wallet. He emptied its contents onto the stone, revealing several small fragments of gold, weighing approximately 3 taels in total, alongside a copper plate and a bundle of paper scrolls. He picked up the copper plate, upon which 3 characters were inscribed in small seal script. He discerned the words Wuchuan Academy, and on the reverse side, it bore the title Dr. Li Mi. Zhang Xian recognized that the academy was a private institution. It was a revelation to him that Li Mi was a scholar. He set the copper plate aside and took up the scrolls, which were bound tightly with silk thread. The side bore the inscription, to Wang Bowen of Sanchan Alley, Huaranfang, Luoyang. In the lower left corner, it read, respectfully submitted by Li Mi. This was a letter, addressed to Wang Bowen, and upon opening it, Zhang Xian discovered it contained instructions regarding Li Mi's final arrangements. Should he fall amidst the chaos of battle, all his possessions were to be bequeathed to Wuchuan Academy. While the contents of the letter were indeed significant, Zhang Xian found little interest in them. However, Wang Bowen piqued Zhang Xian's curiosity. One of the 5 tiger generals of Wagang, he was renowned as the 17th greatest hero in the land. Instantly, Zhang Xian felt a desire to make the acquaintance of this individual. With nowhere else to venture, a trip to the grand capital of the Sui, Luoyang, seemed a favorable prospect. It might provide him an opportunity to earn a living and perhaps acquire some small fortune. More importantly, Zhang Xian found himself utterly destitute. In any era, whether in times of prosperity or turmoil, a lack of funds renders one powerless. At this moment, he noticed a few small ingots of gold within a pouch. Weighing approximately 3 to 4 taels, he estimated they would suffice for a month or so. However, a gentleman appreciates wealth and acquires it through rightful means. Zhang Xian did not slay Li Mi merely for these few taels of gold. Yet discarding them seemed an impossible task. After pondering, he chuckled to himself, saying, "Very well, since I shall utilize your money, I shall deliver this letter of testament on your behalf. These few taels of gold shall serve as my compensation for the arduous task of delivering your message." Without a warhorse, Zhang Xian's journey eastward became considerably slower. Nevertheless, the war had subsided, and he encountered no significant obstacles along the way. He came across markets and towns, where he exchanged fragments of gold left by Li Mi for a quantity of the Great Sui Dynasty's 5 Zhou coins, ensuring his provisions for the journey. After 5 days of travel, he finally arrived at the capital of the Great Sui Dynasty, Luoyang. Luoyang, the imperial capital, retained its vibrancy 9 years after Emperor Yang Qing ascended the throne, yet it bore additional signs of weariness. Outside the city, the scars of war were evident. With vast areas of flattened and burned houses, charred beams lay horrifyingly across the blackened remnants of walls, and not far away. Two elderly individuals knelt before a newly dug grave, weeping profusely. Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, unable to believe this was Wagang. He sighed inwardly, reflecting on the devastation wrought by war. After 2 months of relentless conflict, the land surrounding Wagang had become a desolate wasteland. The southern city gate was teeming with people entering the city. A cacophony of bustling activity filled the air. Farmers carrying vegetables, merchants leading mules, and numerous scholars mingled amidst the throng. Zhang Xian halted before a 3-meter-high stone monument, which bore a posted reward notice. Several soldiers armed with spears flanked the sides, while a crowd murmured before the monument. He overheard a scholar reading aloud, shaking his head, "Capture the bandit leader Yang Qing, and one shall be promoted 3 ranks and rewarded 5,000 taels. Those who know of his whereabouts shall be promoted 1 rank and rewarded 1,000 taels." Bah! Someone spat softly. Who would dare claim such a reward? What do you mean by that? Yang Qing is the son of Yang Su. Yang Su's allies are everywhere in the court. Anyone who dares to present Yang Xuangan's head will be courting death. In my opinion, it would be wiser to take the gold and flee far away, living incognito as a wealthy man. Zhang Xian found little interest in the matter, shaking his head. He proceeded towards the city gate. The drawbridge was crowded with soldiers, who scrutinized merchant caravans in groups of 2 or more entering the city. But they paid little heed to solitary travelers. After paying the 10 entrance fee for outsiders, a soldier waved Zhang Xian through, shouting behind him, "Next." Yet, Zhang Xian was captivated by something overhead. Dozens of wooden cages containing severed heads hung high upon the city gate. Once, these individuals were formidable figures. Now, their faces hung grotesquely from the city walls. Zhang Xian vaguely recognized the head at the edge. It appeared to be Li Mi's. However, he was taken aback. For Li Mi's forehead should have borne a bullet hole, yet this head was smooth and unmarred by any such mark. What could this mean? Zhang Xian's mind was a tumult of confusion. Could this truly be the severed head of Li Mi? Or was the man who had been slain not Li Mi at all? The man in front, "Do not block the road, move along," shouted a group of impatient vegetable farmers behind him. Zhang Xian cast another bewildered glance at Li Mi's head before he stepped into the city of Luoyang, his heart heavy with uncertainty. Inside the city, however, a different scene unfolded, revealing a world wholly distinct from that outside its gates. As he entered through the city gate, the lively and bustling atmosphere enveloped him. Pedestrians thronged the streets, flowing like a river. The cries of vendors at the stalls flanking the gate rose and fell in a vibrant chorus, while a caravan of several hundred camels advanced slowly along the thoroughfare. Towering trees and sturdy, ochre walls lined the sides, and a wide, straight avenue stretched forth into the distance, culminating in the majestic imperial city and the Grand Dajiang Palace. The resplendent golden domes and elegantly curved eaves of the pagoda shimmered in the morning's radiant glow, with the grandeur of the Sui capital invigorating his spirit. Zhang Xian felt his heart expand, momentarily forgetting the truth behind Li Mi's fate. This place would mark the beginning of his new life. Regardless of whether the journey ahead was fraught with storms or bathed in sunlight, he would resolutely forge ahead. After inquiring along the way, Zhang Xian found Huairan Fong near Jianqing Gate. Once inside the alley, he approached an elderly man to seek further directions. The old man gestured toward a large locust tree ahead. "Do you see that? Beneath that tree is Sanchun Lane, where only the Wang family resides. At the end of the lane, you will find it." "Thank you." Zhang Xian bowed respectfully to the elder and hastened toward the large locust tree. The narrow alley, shrouded in depth, housed around a dozen families. He walked to the end, where a residence sprawled over approximately 2 to 3 mu of land. The low earthen walls, weathered and cracked, enclosed a courtyard with an entrance devoid of a roof, a hallmark of common folk. Zhang Xian approached and knocked on the door. After a moment, the door opened slightly, revealing the visage of a young man, slightly older than Zhang Xian, who stood a bit shorter yet possessed a robust stature. "Whom do you seek?" The man inquired, his voice resonant, casting a curious glance at Zhang Xian. "Is this the residence of Wang Bowen?" Zhang Xian asked. "Indeed, I am he." And you are to his surprise, this was none other than the renowned Wang Bowen. Zhang Xian swiftly produced a letter from his bosom. "I am Zhang Xian, sent by another to deliver this missive," handing the letter to Wang Bowen. Zhang Xian watched in astonishment as Wang Bowen's expression shifted to one of shock upon realizing it was a letter from Li Mi, who was believed to be dead. Wang Bowen immediately opened the door wider, inviting Zhang Xian into the courtyard. Closing the door behind them, he questioned, "Where did you obtain this letter?" I saved a gravely injured man in Hongnou County. Alas, he succumbed to his wounds, yet, before he passed, he entrusted me with this letter. His name was Li Mi. Correct? Zhang Xian then retrieved a leather pouch along with some of Li Mi's belongings. May I present these to you as well, Brother Wang? Darling, who is it? A young woman, elegantly attired in a slender green silk gown with narrow sleeves, emerged from a room, leading a boy of 5 or 6 by the hand. Her delicate features were enhanced by a light layer of makeup, and her lustrous black hair cascaded like clouds, adorned with a golden hairpin. Her wrist sparkled with several glistening gold bangles. Despite Wang Bowen's modest attire, a plain long robe, and a simple headscarf, his wife's refined appearance suggested that their household was quite prosperous. The little boy, robust and spirited, bore a striking resemblance to Wang Bowen, with sturdy limbs indicative of a future in martial arts. Ah, a friend of mine. Wang Bowen quickly tucked away a letter and smiled, saying, Dear, please go about your tasks. The woman assessed Zhang Xian with a glance before leading her child into the inner courtyard. Only then did Wang Bowen turn to Zhang Xian, inviting him. Let us converse in the main room. Following Wang Bowen into the parlor, Zhang Xian was captivated, for it was his first visit to a common household in the Great Sui. Curiously, he surveyed his surroundings. The room was spacious, sunlight filtering through the bright tiles, illuminating the area with a warm glow. The furnishings were simple yet tasteful, with 3 double couches arranged in a triangular formation, each accompanied by a small table. The walls were bare of paintings, with a sword sheathed in sharkskin hanging on the eastern side, while a large vermilion bow, intricately wound with golden thread, adorned the west. Below it rested a pot of long goose-feather arrows. However, Zhang Xian's gaze remained fixated on a striking iron spear of polished silver, measuring a full yard in length. Its lines exquisitely crafted, clearly the work of a master artisan. He estimated its weight to be at least 40 to 50 pounds. And a thought suddenly sparked in his mind. Could he inquire about martial arts from Wang Bowen? The valor of Yuan Qingdu lingered in his memory. Yet, upon reflection, he deemed it unlikely. He was merely delivering a letter, and their acquaintance was shallow. How could Wang Bowen possibly share his martial knowledge with a stranger? Chapter 5. The residents of Wuchuan. Zhang Xian placed the remaining small ingot of gold and the copper plate upon the table, along with the letter he had just received. These comprised his possessions. Wang Bowen perused the letter once more and sighed, expressing his gratitude for Zhang Xian's journey to Luoyang to deliver the missive. He inquired if Zhang could elaborate on the circumstances at that time, requesting as much detail as possible. Zhang Xian proceeded to recount his experience of rescuing Li Mi, embellishing it with the additional detail of Li Mi being grievously wounded by an arrow. After a moment's hesitation, he divulged the matter of Yu Wushu releasing Yang Qing, feeling it imperative to contextualize Li Mi's injury within a battlefield scenario. Otherwise, it would seem inexplicable. Wang Bowen's eyes widened in astonishment as he asked, Can you assert that it was Yu Wushu who released Yang Qing? I cannot be certain it was Yu Wushu, Zhang Xian replied. At that time, Yuan Qing had intended to eliminate Yang Qing, yet a messenger arrived, proclaiming that the commander had ordered Yang Xuangan's release, allowing him to escape. Wang Bowen nodded, recognizing that it must have indeed been Yuan Shu. It was no wonder the Sui army had failed to capture Yang Qing. He had been stealthily liberated by Yuan Shu. Understanding the gravity of this revelation, Wang Bowen resolved to report it immediately. He glanced at Zhang Xian, contemplating that this individual was a witness who had been in close proximity to Li Mi, and the authorities might wish to inquire further. With a smile, Wang Bowen asked, Might I request you to accompany me to meet an elder? It pertains to Li Mi's will, and I would like to ask you to provide a testament and further discuss Li Mi's situation at that time. Are we to meet Li Mi's family? Zhang Xian replied, hesitant to confront any relatives, not out of fear of being exposed, but rather due to an uncomfortable sensation within him. Wang Bowen shook his head. Not family. Zhang Xian glanced at the copper plate on the table and inquired with a smile, Could it be that we are headed to Wuchuan Academy? Indeed. Wuchuan Academy was a private institution located within Xianfang, reputedly established by several powerful clans to cultivate outstanding youths of both virtue and talent, and it was well known in Luoyang. Li Mi had previously served as a doctor there, tasked with teaching strategy and theory, while Wang Bowen was also a hired educator, responsible for imparting archery skills to the students. Before long, the two arrived at an expansive residence. Had Wang Bowen not provided prior clarification, Zhang Xian would never have guessed that such an imposing estate was, in fact, a school. Ascending the grand staircase, Zhang Xian gazed up at a massive plaque adorned with gold trim against a blue backdrop, where the words Wuchuan Academy were elegantly inscribed. However, Zhang Xian found himself puzzled as to why this academy bore the name Wuchuan. Recalling that Wuchuan had been one of the 6 military garrisons on the frontier during the Northern Wei period, the academy sprawled over nearly 100 acres. Distinctly different from a typical residence, it had been uniquely transformed, featuring enclosed courtyards surrounded by tall walls and deep alleys, giving the entire estate the semblance of a labyrinth, concealing the multitude of inhabitants within. As they traversed the premises, they encountered not a single soul. The estate was eerily tranquil, leaving Zhang Xian with an unusual sensation. Devoid of any semblance of a scholarly atmosphere. Where had the students gone? Where were the lively sounds of academic discourse? Wang Bowen ushered Zhang Xian into a guest hall. Smiling, "Young Master Zhang, please wait here for a moment. Surrounding this area are various classrooms that you may explore at your leisure. I shall return shortly." With that, Wang Bowen hurried away, leaving Zhang Xian to pace back and forth on the steps, meticulously observing the architecture before him. He noted the distinct differences between the buildings of the Sui Dynasty and those of the Ming and Qing. Firstly, the foundation was remarkably elevated, laid with massive stones. To enter the grand hall, one had to ascend a flight of approximately 3 meters. The structure above, constructed of brick and wood, was nothing short of magnificent. Featuring wide beams and bracketed eaves, supported by a dozen pillars, each with a diameter of half a meter. Though this was merely a guest hall, it bore the grandeur of a palace. However, the furnishings within the hall were quite simple, merely a dozen sitting couches, each accompanied by a low table, with tall vases placed in the corners of the room. The sparse decor rendered the entire hall impressively lofty and spacious. Zhang Xian pondered why he had agreed to accompany Wang Bowen to Wuchuan Academy. Perhaps it was out of curiosity regarding Li Mi, a formidable figure, and why he served as an instructor at this institution, who had founded Wuchuan Academy, and for what purpose. Moreover, he felt a certain intrigue towards Wang Bowen, who was far more relatable than the almost mythical Yuan Qingdu. From Wang Bowen, he could glean insights into the martial prowess of the Sui dynasty. How could the warriors of the Sui wield weapons weighing 40 to 50 kilograms? And Yuan Qingdu's golden feathered spear, weighing at least 200 kilograms, was simply astounding to him. Countless enigmas swirled in Zhang Xian's mind, fueling his desire to unravel the mysteries surrounding him, to the point where he nearly forgot that he had personally slain Li Mi unbeknownst to him. He wandered through a small door beside the guest hall, entering another dwelling. Before him lay a corridor, with 2 rooms to the right and a small courtyard to the left, paved with green bricks. In the corners of the courtyard, a few wax plums were nearing the end of their bloom, their delicate yellow petals fading to a dull gray. However, Zhang Xian's attention was drawn to the 2 rooms, each meticulously arranged with 20 single couches known as ping, atop which rested small tables equipped with ink, brushes, paper, and inkstones. At the forefront stood a larger couch, slightly elevated compared to the 20 below it. These 2 rooms were clearly classrooms. Noticing that one of the doors was unlocked, Zhang Xian, driven by curiosity, pushed it open and stepped inside. The room was silent, devoid of any occupants, and the tables showed no signs of recent assignments, as if no one had entered for quite some time. A thin layer of dust covered the teacher's desk. It was then that Zhang Xian noticed a piece of coarse paper affixed to the wall behind the teacher's seat, inscribed with the words, "Discuss the necessity of the campaigns in Liaodong." This seemed to be a topic for a strategy essay. Zhang Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Just months prior, he had been debating a similar topic at the military academy, unaware that it had surfaced 14 centuries ago. "Who are you?" A young woman's voice suddenly broke the silence behind him. Zhang Xian turned to see a young lady, clad in a black warrior's attire, standing at the doorway. She stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, with long legs and a remarkably proportionate figure. Perhaps it was the deep black of her attire that accentuated the porcelain fairness of her skin, framing an exquisite oval face adorned with a pair of plump, crimson lips, a regal nose, and elegantly arched eyebrows akin to delicate crescents. Beneath those graceful brows lay a pair of eyes that sparkled like precious gems, radiating an extraordinary brightness. She appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years of age, yet her every gesture exuded an ineffable air of maturity and decisiveness. Zhang Xian had always believed that women of the Sui and Tang dynasties donned long skirts exclusively, eschewing trousers. However, the lady before him defied this notion. Clad in an elongated pair of lantern pants, voluminous at the legs and cinched at the ankles with slender cords, reminiscent of the styles favored by women from the West, Zhang Xian, too engrossed in contemplating the attire of Sui women, neglected to respond to her inquiry. "I ask you, who are you?" The young maiden furrowed her brows. clearly disliking sluggish responses. Although this young man was tall and imposing, he seemed as wooden as a block. Zhang Xian hastily bowed and introduced himself. I am Zhang Xian, a friend of Wang Bowen. How could he so freely escort an outsider into Wuchuan Academy? The maiden's displeasure was palpable. As a guest, one ought to await in the reception hall, for this place was a restricted zone, not to be trespassed upon by visitors. Her commanding presence irked Zhang Xian slightly. After all, Wang Bowen had explicitly told him that he could explore the surroundings at will. How had it transformed into a forbidden area? Was there any signage indicating such? Surely, Wang Bowen must be aware of the restrictions, and it seemed more likely that this young woman was simply speaking without thought. Furthermore, regardless of the esteemed nature of Wuchuan Academy, as a guest, he expected a degree of humility and warmth. Such treatment was unbecoming of an academic institution. However, wishing to avoid putting Wang Bowen in a difficult position, Zhang Xian refrained from mentioning his friend's suggestion to explore the premises. He expressed his regret, stating, I apologize. I should not have intruded. I shall take my leave. Humph. You believe you can simply walk away after trespassing into the forbidden grounds of Wuchuan Academy? The maiden retorted coldly. Zhang Xian had no desire to escalate the situation, yet her persistent hostility finally pushed him to his limits. If this truly was a restricted area, it should have been clearly marked as such, and the gates should have been securely closed to prevent any inadvertent trespass. He acknowledged his fault in wandering aimlessly and was willing to offer a sincere apology. However, did the host bear no responsibility? Since the area was adjacent to the reception hall and the gates were left open, it was evident that the hosts had failed in their duties. Yet they shifted the blame entirely onto the guests. What manner of hospitality was this? You are quite audacious, the maiden exclaimed in anger, her hand resting upon the hilt of her sword. Calm yourself, an elderly voice interjected, and an aged man with white hair and beard appeared in the courtyard. His hair, silver as threads, cascaded over his shoulders, and with hands clasped behind his back, he addressed the young woman. This young gentleman speaks the truth. It is our failure to manage the premises properly, and we cannot fault the guest. You may leave now. Yes, adoptive father, she replied, seemingly revering the old man. She shot Zhang Xian a fierce glare, for had it not been for her adoptive father's intervention, she would have imparted a stern lesson to this young man, who clearly lacked knowledge of Wuchuan's protocols. Dismissing Zhang Xian from her thoughts, she swiftly made her way towards a circular door, soon vanishing from sight. At that moment, the elder approached Zhang Xian slowly, offering an apologetic smile. My daughter tends to advocate her arguments with sword and blade, often forgetting the tenets of hospitality. Please do not take her words to heart. Zhang Xian, upon observing the kindly visage and gentle demeanor of the elder, felt a surge of affection. He hastily replied, I am but a simpleton, unfamiliar with the ways of hospitality, having intruded upon your abode. I shall take my leave. He performed a respectful bow and turned to depart. But the elder, with a faint smile, remarked, You are the one delivering a message from Li Mi, are you not? Indeed I am. Zhang Xian hesitated momentarily, suddenly recollecting that Li Mi had perished at his hands. Could it be that this venerable elder was a relative of Li Mi? The elder, with hands clasped behind him, approached the wall adorned with yellow hemp paper, letting out a soft sigh. The discourse remained unfinished, and yet the speaker had departed. Such a pity. This was Li Mi's discourse. No wonder Zhang Xian found the characters somewhat familiar. They were indeed penned by Li Mi himself. Thus, this classroom must have been the very place where Li Mi imparted his teachings, explaining the prolonged absence of visitors. I noticed, young master, that you appeared to ponder this discourse. Might you possess any insights? The elder inquired with a gentle smile. I possess no profound insights, merely a few fleeting thoughts. Zhang Xian responded. The elder smiled faintly, saying, Please, do share. Dou would be most eager to listen attentively. Chapter 6. The Mystery of the Proxy. Zhang Xian pondered silently. So this elder's surname was Dou. He reflected on the notable figures with the surname Dou from the late Sui Dynasty, but could only recall Lady Dou, the wife of Li Yuan, and Dou Jiande, the king of Hebei. Clearly, neither of them bore any relation to the elderly gentleman before him. Perhaps he was merely an ordinary scholar of great repute. Zhang Xian returned to the present and remarked with a smile. If one were to liken the central court to a soaring eagle, then Guangzhou and Hebei would represent its two wings. Historically, whoever controls Guangzhou gains dominion over the realm, and whoever holds Hebei commands the central plains. As long as these two strategic territories are firmly in hand, the central court will remain unshaken amidst chaos. To secure Guangzhou, one must control Longyu and Heshi. To fortify Hebei, one must govern Liaodong. This is fundamentally why Cao Cao launched his campaign against Liaodong after vanquishing the Yuan clan. Zhang Xian nearly cited the repercussions the Ming dynasty faced after losing Liaodong, but he quickly caught himself, biting his tongue. The elder mused for a moment and inquired, "Are you suggesting that the emperor's campaign against Goryeo aims to control Liaodong, ultimately to stabilize Hebei? Is that not apparent, Lord Dou?" Upon ascending the throne, the emperor first waged war against Tuhan to reclaim Heshi and solidify Longyu, thus ensuring the stability of Guangzhou. Only thereafter did he turn his gaze eastward. Goryeo harbors ambitious designs on Liaodong. Should it be lost, Hebei would inevitably falter, and instability in Hebei would threaten the very foundations of the state. Therefore, the conflict with Goryeo is unavoidable. But how crucial is Hebei? The elder continued. If this is the case, why has the emperor not established his capital in Yuzhou directly, but rather in Luoyang? Zhang Xian sighed inwardly, uncertain how to articulate his thoughts. The 2,000 years of history beginning with the Qing dynasty saw the first millennium dominated by Guangzhou and Chang'an, while the latter millennium was characterized by Hebei and Beijing. Without the support of Guangzhou and Hebei, how could one speak of unification? The elder chuckled, stroking his beard in approval. I was merely jesting. For how could I be unaware of Hebei's significance? You express yourself quite well. May I inquire your esteemed name? I am Zhang Xian from Henai. Meanwhile, Wang Bowen had been waiting in a small room for nearly half an hour, yet the host had yet to summon him. With Zhang Xian still waiting, Wang Bowen felt a twinge of impatience and began to pace restlessly in the garden. At that moment, he heard footsteps and turned swiftly, only to see a young man enter. The man appeared to be around 26 or 27 years of age, tall and slender, with fair skin, elongated eyes, and a hint of a long beard beneath his chin, exuding an air of keen intelligence. This young man bore a striking resemblance to Li Mi, albeit younger, slimmer, and possessing a more scholarly demeanor. Lacking the martial vigor of Li Mi, Wang Bowen was well acquainted with him and promptly approached to bow. Jianqing, when did you return to Luoyang? 3 days ago, I returned with my father to report on his duties. He is to take up a position in Taiyuan. The young man replied. This young nobleman was Li Jianqing, the eldest son of Duke Li Yuan of Tang. He had not yet taken office, having remained by his father's side to assist him, while also holding a position as a scholar in Wuchuan Prefecture. Li Jianqing smiled and asked, It seems you have been waiting for quite some time, Bodong? Wang Bowen sighed indeed. The old master has shown me little regard, leaving me to wait for half an hour. Do not blame him. It is said that visitors from Chang'an have arrived. Ah, Wang Bowen suddenly enlightened. No wonder he could not see the old master. It turns out individuals from Chang'an have come. Has your father arrived? Wang Bowen inquired tentatively. Not only my father, but the head of the Dugu family has also come. Wang Bowen was astounded. What could have transpired? Even the rarely seen head of the Dugu family had come to Luoyang. Could it be due to Yang Xuangan's defeat? We shall discuss this in detail another time. My father has summoned me for a matter of importance. I must take my leave. Li Jianqing bowed respectfully and swiftly departed. Wang Bowen stood before a cluster of flowers. Yet his mind wandered to Li Mi. It was likely not solely the defeat of Yang Xuangan that prompted this visit. More significantly, the death of Li Mi had disrupted the plans of Wuchuan Prefecture. At that moment, a young boy approached briskly, bowing to Wang Bowen. Instructor Wang, the leader requests your presence. Wang Bowen's spirits lifted. After waiting for half an hour, the old master had finally consented to see him. He followed the boy into the inner courtyard, where they entered a large yard. 4 warriors stood motionless, gripping their swords, resembling 4 stone statues. The boy led him through a grand entrance of a 3-story building, but did not ascend the stairs. Instead, they approached a stone door at the far end. The boy raised a silver medallion to the warrior beside the stone door and said to Wang Bowen, The leader awaits you inside, Instructor Wang. This enigmatic stone door was a place Wang Bowen had only entered once in 3 years, a true forbidden zone of Wuchuan Academy, where intruders faced dire consequences. The academy existed to conceal its presence. As Wang Bowen stepped through the stone door, it closed silently behind him. Inside was a lengthy corridor of blue stone, with oil lamps illuminating the dark and eerie passageway. He hastened through the corridor, ascended several stone steps, and entered another hall of a building entirely constructed of blue stone, devoid of windows. In the center was a square courtyard illuminated by sunlight, casting light upon the spacious hall. At the center of the courtyard stood a massive bronze cauldron, engraved with 3 vigorous characters, Wuchuan Prefecture. Wang Bodong's expression grew solemn as he knelt before the cauldron, bowing deeply 3 times before ascending the spiral staircase along the wall. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he stood before a door and respectfully announced, "Leader, I have arrived. Come in." A frail voice beckoned from within. Wang Bodong pushed open the sliding door, revealing a room with wooden floors, utterly devoid of clutter, pristine in its cleanliness. Yet, 3 individuals occupied the room, seemingly engaged in a serious discussion. To the right sat an imposing elder, approximately 70 years of age, tall with a prominent lion-like nose, exuding a formidable presence. This man was Dou Jiande, the head of the Dugu family, the 5th son of the Grand Marshal Dugu Xin of Northern Zhou, and the Duke of Shu in the Sui Dynasty. On the left was a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe, nearing 50, with a fair complexion akin to jade. Though his appearance was quite ordinary, his demeanor radiated warmth and kindness. This was Li Yuan, the Duke of Tang, who had recently come to the capital to report on his duties. Although Li Yuan was also one of the founders of Wuchuan Prefecture, he had spent most of his years serving in official capacities away from Wuchuan, and today he had been specially invited to discuss important matters. In the center, a venerable old man with silver hair and a youthful visage sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion. His long, silvery hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his snow-white beard measured a foot in length. Adorned in a pale yellow Tai Chi robe, he was wholly absorbed in caressing a glimmering sword. Had Zhang Xian encountered him, he would surely have been taken aback, for not long ago he had been engaged in an animated discussion with this elder regarding the Battle of Liaodong. Wang Bodong hastily approached and knelt, addressing him as respected leader. This white-bearded elder was none other than Dou Qing, the leader of Wuchuan Prefecture, the 2nd most significant figure of the esteemed Dou family of the Guangzhou region. According to the customary practice of Wuchuan, the leadership was to be exchanged every 2 years, and it was now the turn of the Dou family. It is worth noting that the 3 of them shared profound familial ties. Dou Jiande was the maternal uncle of Li Yuan, while Dou Qing was, in fact, the father-in-law of Li Yuan. Dou Qing raised an eyebrow, his piercing gaze fixed on Wang Bodong, inquiring if there was a wax seal among Li Mi's possessions. Wang Bodong promptly retrieved a wax seal from his bosom, reporting, "Respected leader, the wax seal was not found on Li Mi. He stated that it was unsafe to keep it on him, so he entrusted it to a subordinate for safekeeping." He presented the wax seal to Dou Qing. Dou Qing took the seal, gazing at it for a moment before shattering it, revealing a thin piece of white silk inscribed with densely packed characters. Upon scrutinizing it, he confirmed it was indeed a letter and then asked Wang Bodong, "Is there any other significant news?" Moreover, Yang Qing was, in fact, privately released by Yuan Shu. This revelation startled the 3 men, who exchanged glances. Dou Jiande let out a cold laugh, remarking, "It is as I suspected." Yang Xuangan's rebellion could implicate numerous noble families and officials, many of whom would wish to eliminate him to conceal their collusion. Yet, Yuan Shu, cunning and astute, opts to spare Yang Xiangan, knowing that countless powerful officials and nobles will seek to ingratiate themselves with him, allowing him to reap substantial benefits. Once he has profited sufficiently, Yang Xiangan will meet his demise. Dou Qing nodded, affirming this reasoning but suggested they set it aside for the moment, as their attention was needed elsewhere. He then inquired, "What else is there?" Wang Bodong quickly replied, "There is nothing more, respected leader. I have brought the messenger, who awaits in the guest hall. He is not only a witness to Yuan Shu's release of Yang Xiangan, but was also by Li Mi's side at the time of his passing. Should you wish to inquire further, you may question him directly." Dou Qing smiled faintly, having already spoken with this Zhang Xian, who he deemed a commendable young man with some insight. At that moment, Dou Jiande coughed heavily, elongating his tone. "My time is limited. Let us discuss how to proceed." Dou Qing chuckled lightly and instructed Wang Bodong, "You may wait outside for a moment. I shall need your assistance shortly." Wang Bodong rose, performed a respectful bow, and slowly withdrew. Dou Qing picked up Li Mi's bronze medal, letting out a gentle sigh. Although Li Mi had met with an unfortunate fate, he had performed admirably by successfully preventing Yang Xiangan from entering Guangzhou. Li Yuan also expressed his regrets, stating, "It is a pity that Yang Xiangan disregarded Li Mi's counsel. Had he ventured east to Yangzhou, allied with Wagang in the west, and connected with Dou Jiande in the north, while relying on the prosperous lands of Jianghuai to establish his base, he could have laid a solid foundation. However, he obstinately chose to attack Luoyang, wasting precious time and granting Yang Guang an opportunity to retaliate." Dou Jiande, with an air of impatience, waved his hand dismissively, declaring that Yang Xiangan had utterly failed and was no longer a topic for discussion. Instead, they should focus on the next steps of their strategy. Dou Jiande nodded, his gaze intense as he fixed his eyes on Li Yuan, and spoke slowly. The head of the Dugu family and I have conferred. And in light of Li Mi's demise, we must proceed to appoint a replacement. We have decided that Jianqing will assume Li Mi's role to rally the Wagang army. Do you have any objections to this plan? Chapter 0007. The temptation of martial arts. Li Yuan had previously heard a vague mention of this matter from Dou Jiande. Reluctant to allow his son to take such risks, he gritted his teeth and questioned. But everyone knows that Li Mi is dead. How could Jianqing impersonate him? That is inconsequential, replied Dou Jiande with confidence. Li Mi's head has already been secretly swapped. Any discerning individual will recognize that the head displayed on the city wall is not that of Li Mi himself. Thus, the public will come to believe that Li Mi is still alive. Moreover, we possess a personal letter from Zhai Rang. He waved the silk cloth in his hand. Assured that Zhai Rang would acknowledge Jianqing as Li Mi. Dou Jiande, standing nearby, urged Li Yuan. In truth, Zhai Rang simply wishes to collaborate with us. The aristocracy of Guangzhou. The identity of Li Mi is of little import. Our primary concern is your protection, which is why we have proposed that Jianqing impersonate Li Mi. I believe that even if Zhai Rang is aware of the truth, he will cooperate with us to keep this secret. Li Yuan realized that he could no longer oppose the plan, yet he was still ignorant of the situation's intricacies. How could he trust his son to venture to Wagang's? After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "What is the level of sincerity from the Wagang army?" Dou Jiande smiled at him and replied, 2 months ago. Zhai Rang sent Wei Zheng to secretly contact us, seeking our support. Initially, we had no intention of considering the Wagang army, but with Yang Xuangan's failure, assimilating this force would be advantageous for us. Thus, after discussions with Master Dugu, we decided to send Li Mi to incorporate the Wagang army. Unfortunately, with Li Mi deceased, we must have Jianqing step in to take his place. Li Yuan pondered silently, recognizing the potential benefits and risks of this course of action, while it carried certain dangers. If Jianqing could successfully integrate the Wagang army, it might become a significant asset to his future endeavors. With this thought, he finally nodded in agreement. Very well. Let Jianqing venture forth to strive at Wagang. Seeing his consent, Dou Jiande joyfully stroked his beard and said, to ensure Jianqing's safety, I plan to have Wang Bowen accompany him. Li Yuan quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, father-in-law, for your thorough consideration. Dou Jiande called out, Bowen, come in. Wang Bowen entered the room once more, bowing respectfully and standing at attention. The 3 men exchanged glances, and Dou Jiande endeavored to adopt a gentle tone. Have you prepared for the matter we discussed previously? Wang Bowen nodded silently, understanding that he was to go to Wagang. Yet, with Li Mi deceased, he wondered whom he would accompany. You shall go with Jianqing, and it is imperative that you ensure his safety. Dou Jiande seemed to sense his thoughts. Jianqing? Wang Bowen was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained composure and affirmed, I shall obey the order. Li Yuan inclined his body in gratitude, saying, Bowen, I entrust Jianqing to your care. Rest assured, my lord, Bowen will do his utmost to safeguard him. At that moment, Wang Bowen recalled Zhang Xian, who was awaiting an audience, and quickly asked, should the chief meet with Zhang Xian? Dou Jiande smiled slightly. In fact, I have already met with him. Wang Bowen was taken aback. When did the chief meet with Zhang Xian? I was unaware of this. Brother Dou does not intend to recruit him for the Wuchuan society. Does he? Dou Jiande interjected, a hint of displeasure evident in his voice. Since Dou Jiande assumed the presidency over a year ago, he has embraced meritocracy, successfully recruiting numerous talented individuals from humble backgrounds into the Wuchuan Association. This has incited considerable discontent in the aristocratic Dou Jiande, who holds lineage and status in high regard. Is Wuchuan merely a garden where anyone with skills can be admitted? Such a state of affairs is utterly unbecoming. Dou Jiande discerned the dissatisfaction in Dou Jiande's tone. Naturally, he would not engage in a quarrel over an inconsequential matter concerning Zhang Xian, especially given Zhang Xian's ambiguous origins. How could he recklessly admit someone of unknown background? My dear brother, you worry too much. I merely mentioned I had encountered him, with no ulterior motives. Dou Jiande scoffed. It is best that your intentions are indeed innocent. Nonetheless, you have reminded me, and I find it necessary to further discuss the issue of Wuchuan's rightful lineage with you. Meanwhile, in the study of Wuchuan Tower, Zhang Chuqing inquired of his adoptive father. Dou Jiande, why must my father have me keep an eye on Zhang Xian, simply because he spoke a few insightful words? Dou Jiande stood by the window, gazing into the distance at the imperial city's Zhiwei Palace, and replied softly, I have you monitor him because I suspect that Li Mi may have been killed by this very individual. Zhang Qiqing was taken aback. How could that be? Dou Qing shot him a glance. You ought not to pry too much into this. Startled, Zhang Qiqing promptly lowered his head, acknowledging her error. Dou Qing continued. I harbor doubts regarding his origins. I suspect he may be affiliated with the Northern Qi. I have asked Bodang to keep him around for a while. You must closely observe his interactions, ensuring no alert is raised. Yes, daughter understands, she responded. Go now? After bowing, Zhang Qiqing hastily departed. Dou Qing sighed softly as he gazed at the drifting clouds above, having long recognized Li Mi's ambitious nature and vehemently opposing his deployment to Wagang. Alas, Du Gushun insisted on sending Li Mi, leaving Dou Qing powerless to intervene. Fortunately, with Li Mi's timely demise, one of his pressing concerns was alleviated. Should it be revealed that this young man was responsible for Li Mi's death, it would indeed be a significant boon to him. This individual, capable of vanquishing Li Mi, must be extraordinary. If his identity proves to be unblemished, could he potentially be considered as one of the Xuanwu, serving as Zhang Zhongjian's deputy? This thought flickered momentarily in Dou Qing's mind, yet he understood the improbability of such a scenario. His philosophy on personnel had already clashed with that of Du Gushun, and now was not the time to stir up further complications. He shook his head, allowing the image of Zhang Xian to gradually fade from his thoughts. Zhang Xian returned home accompanied by Wang Bowen, who appeared troubled. Zhang Xian offered a comforting smile. In truth, Wang brother, the reluctance of your elders to meet me suits my intentions perfectly. There is no need for you to feel guilty. However, Wang Bowen's concern lay not with the president's refusal, but with the prospect of Li Jiansheng replacing Li Mi at Wagang. Worrying whether Li Jiansheng possessed the requisite capabilities for such a task, Wang Bowen forced a smile. I am fine. There is no need for you to console me. Dear brother. At that moment, remembering the president's instruction to retain Zhang Xian for some time, he cautiously inquired, what are your plans for the next step, dear brother? Zhang Xian shook his head. Having traveled from Heinei, I have yet to devise my next course of action. However, I must first find a place to settle down, then contemplate how I might earn a living. Wang Bowen chuckled. I shall be away for several months and worry for my home in my absence. How about you? My dear brother, stay at my residence temporarily to keep an eye on things? Is your esteemed sister-in-law and son accompanying you? No, I shall travel alone. But I intend to send them back to Chang'an for a while, leaving my house vacant. What do you say? Will you assist me in watching over it? Wang Bowen warmly invited Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian felt a surge of joy, as he was without a penny to his name and troubled by the lack of a place to stay. Given Wang Bowen's generous offer, how could he refuse? He immediately agreed, feeling a sense of gratitude. Wang Bowen smiled modestly. I have plenty of grain and pickled vegetables at home, stored during Yang Shuanggan's siege of Luoyang. They will spoil if left too long, so I shall gift them to you. Additionally, the gold left by Li Mi is of no use to me, and I shall include it as a token of my appreciation for your assistance. Brother Wang, your noble generosity leaves me in awe. Zhang Xian expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Wang Bowen laughed as he patted Zhang Xian's shoulder. To act with spontaneity is the true essence of a man. Do not stand on ceremony. I appreciate your candor. Did you not wish to discuss martial arts with me? Since we have nothing pressing, let us practice a bit. Zhang Xian could hardly believe Wang Bowen seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of his desires, articulating each thought with perfect precision. The backyard of Wang Bowen's home spanned an extensive area, roughly equivalent to a modern basketball court, serving as his training ground. Rows of weapons lined the side, and in the distance stood a diminutive target. Upon arriving at the backyard, Wang Bowen pointed to a large iron spear on the rack and playfully inquired, I noticed your keen interest in the silver spear in my hall. Could it be that you are also a practitioner of spear techniques? Zhang Xian's cheeks flushed, and he quickly replied, I am no practitioner of the spear. My knowledge of martial arts is minimal, yet I hold a great admiration for it. Wang Bowen retrieved the silver spear from the hall and said, This spear once belonged to my father. It weighs 50 pounds. He aspired to master a 60-pound spear throughout his life, but never succeeded, placing all his hopes on me. Thankfully, I have not let him down. Assuming a stance, Wang Bowen effortlessly demonstrated a few thrusts with the silver spear and then handed it to Zhang Xian with a smile. Young master, give it a try. With a sense of longing, Zhang Xian flexed his wrist and accepted the spear, immediately appreciating its exquisite craftsmanship and fluid design, though its weight proved unexpectedly burdensome. Known for his strength, he found the spear excessively heavy, and while he could manage a few movements, wielding it as a weapon seemed utterly unattainable. Puzzled, He wondered how Wang Bowen, who was neither as tall nor as heavy as he, could handle a 60-pound spear when he struggled with the 50-pound iron spear. Seemingly reading Zhang Xian's thoughts, Wang Bowen glanced at him and retrieved 2 broadswords from the nearby rack. Grinning, "Shall we engage in a friendly spar?" Zhang Xian, having previously trained in a practical knife-fighting technique, felt excitement bubbling within him. He set down the iron spear, clasped his fists, and smiled. "Then I shall not be modest." Wang Bowen laughed heartily. "Do not hold back, dear brother." The 2 individuals arrived at the center of the training ground. Zhang Xian slowly drew his blade from its sheath, the cold light glimmering fiercely, revealing its exceptional sharpness. It was indeed a military saber, perfectly weighted and remarkably suited to his grip. Wang Bowen held his sword with both hands, assuming a peculiar stance reminiscent of a goose soaring sideways. "Please, go ahead." Zhang Xian, unhesitatingly, let out a powerful shout and advanced a step, his blade slicing fiercely towards Wang Bowen. This strike was remarkably straightforward, devoid of any superfluous maneuvers, packed with strength. Having practiced hard Qigong, he could shatter 4 bricks with a single punch, and this blow possessed sufficient might to cleave through a wooden post. Well executed. Wang Bowen, a connoisseur of skill, couldn't help but commend him. However, he did not evade. Instead, he swung his sword in a horizontal arc, clashing directly with Zhang Xian's blade. A resounding clang echoed as Zhang Xian felt a jolt course through his arms, nearly losing his grip on the sword, while Wang Bowen staggered back a step. Excellent swordplay. Before Zhang Xian could retract his weapon, Wang Bowen countered with a swift, cunning strike, the angle sharp and lightning fast. Zhang Xian hurriedly raised his sword to defend. But upon the impact of their blades once more, he realized that Wang Bowen's force had seemingly doubled, rendering him unable to maintain his hold on the sword, which slipped from his grip and flew over 2 yards away. Chapter 0008, Acceptance of Conditions I Concede. Zhang Xian raised his hand, a bitter smile adorning his face. "How could I have thought I was a match for you, brother Wan?" Wang Bowen sheathed his sword and replied with a chuckle, "You are mistaken. Your strength far surpasses mine. It is simply that you do not know how to harness it, thus failing to unleash its full potential." "And how might one realize such potential?" Zhang Xian inquired, his curiosity piqued. "This is not easily explained," Wang Bowen remarked, gesturing toward a few large stones in the corner of the courtyard. "Shall we find a place to converse?" The 2 seated themselves upon the stones, and Wang Bowen continued. "In truth, I discerned long ago that you have not practiced martial arts, am I correct?" Zhang Xian could not fathom how he could be perceived as untrained. His martial practice in a later era was simply different from that of the Sui Dynasty. He humbly responded, "I confess, I do not fully comprehend what you mean by practicing martial arts. Practicing martial arts is fundamentally a process of transforming one's physique. For instance, my brother Wang, he has never trained in martial arts. He is a head shorter than I, frilier in build, with arms considerably thinner, and his sinews lacking the robustness of mine. Were it not for my early training, I would be no different from him." "Are you suggesting that martial training must commence in childhood?" Zhang Xian asked, intrigued. "Indeed, such training promotes the growth and development of a child's bones, enabling one to grow tall and robust. However, many among the Sui are tall and strong, yet they do not possess my strength," Wang Bowen explained. Zhang Xian sighed with a wry smile. "Just like me, merely a big fool. You are far too modest, my dear brother. It is not that you lack strength. Rather, you have not grasped the methods to uncover your latent power. Am I correct?" Zhang Xian nodded silently. In an age devoid of firearms, combat skills and physical prowess were paramount. Thus, throughout history, rulers have invested tremendous resources in cultivating skilled warriors capable of engaging in battle. However, once firearms supplanted swords and arrows, the foundation for ancient martial arts eroded, transforming them into mere fitness regimens, with few making the effort to explore their inherent strength. The martial arts of later generations are indeed distinct from the martial disciplines of antiquity. How then can one excavate this strength? Zhang Xian asked. Consider this analogy. You may typically lift 200 pounds, yet in a moment of dire necessity, you could lift 500. Have you ever experienced such a phenomenon? Wang Bowen queried. Zhang Xian nodded, recalling instances where seemingly frail women summoned extraordinary strength to lift cars in order to save their loved ones. In his time, this was referred to as potential. But how does one tap into this potential? He asked, still perplexed. Wang Bowen smiled gently. Human strength is not merely confined to the arms. It encompasses the shoulders, neck, waist, legs, and so forth. Every part of the body possesses strength. The key lies in concentrating this power in the arms while wielding a weapon. We refer to this method as concentration of force, while others call it muscle transformation, though the names differ. The essence remains the same. I understand now. The principle is rather simple. The challenge lies in execution. An unsettling feeling stirred within Zhang Xian as he tentatively inquired. How did you achieve this, Brother Wan? Wang Bowen gazed intently at him and continued. Martial arts training is a long and arduous journey that demands a significant investment of sweat and finances. Is a substantial amount of money still necessary? Absolutely. Mere diligence is insufficient. The critical factor lies in the aid of medicinal supplements, which require considerable financial expenditure. The saying the poor are scholars, the rich are martial artists captures this essence. Moreover, the formulations of these remedies are closely guarded secrets, passed down through generations within families. This is fundamentally the reason why the mediocre beget mediocrity, while the strong beget strength. Zhang Xian inquired further, if I commence training in energy aggregation, can I not also double my strength like Brother Wang? This depends on one's innate talent, Wang Bowen replied. It is akin to discovering a vast seam of gold or extracting the gold is what renders it valuable. Some can extract an ounce or two of gold, while others may only yield a mere stock of it. The process of energy aggregation requires continuous breakthroughs of one's limits. The more one breaks through, the greater the strength that can be amassed. I have only managed to break through twice, yet Yuan Qingdu, whom you have encountered, reportedly achieved 4 breakthroughs. This is why he has become an unparalleled warrior. Such talent is not something that everyone can attain. Pausing momentarily, Wang Bowen expressed a hint of regret. Moreover, my young brother, your age for practicing energy aggregation is slightly advanced. Generally, one begins such training around the age of 10. Once the bones and sinews of the body are fixed, it becomes a challenge to start anew. Zhang Xian's heart sank. Did this not imply that he was bereft of any hope? At 22, he had long surpassed the age for commencing energy aggregation. Wang Bowen rose, gently patting his shoulder. Do not be disheartened. You are the exception I speak of. With your towering stature and robust physique, your sinews rival my own. This is your innate talent. If you can resume practicing energy aggregation and concentrate all your strength into your arms, I believe your achievements will far surpass mine. You are a late bloomer. My abilities are limited, but I can assist you to a small extent. Consider it a token of my goodwill. Zhang Xian resided in a modest courtyard at the easternmost edge, which served as the guest room of Wang Bowen's family, occupied solely by him. The room was sparsely furnished, featuring an old bed that had endured over a decade yet remained remarkably sturdy. Upon it lay a brand new set of fine linen bedding and a bamboo pillow. Beside the bed stood a polished bamboo chest, while in the corner there was a table and a sitting bench. At that moment, Zhang Xian stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, staring blankly at a ginkgo tree laden with white fruits in the distance. A few mischievous children from next door were climbing the tree, using bamboo poles to strike the golden fruits. Zhang Xian seemed oblivious to this scene, his mind preoccupied and somewhat troubled as he reflected on Wang Bowen's earlier words about uncovering potential and concentrating all his strength into his arms. He now grasped how distant the goal of reaching Yuan Qingdu's level truly was, not to mention Yuan Qingdu. Even Wang Bowen's martial prowess seemed to belong to a different realm altogether. Zhang Xian had harbored a fervent passion for martial arts since childhood, having been selected for a youth martial arts class at the tender age of 6, where he followed his teacher to learn from various masters. His obsession with mastering martial arts was innate and profound. At the tender age of 18, he enlisted, his formidable martial arts foundation instantly captivating the attention of the Special Forces instructor. Thus commenced an arduous training regimen that spanned 2 grueling years. 2 years prior, he had been dispatched to the Army Academy for further studies. Yet, even in the realm of academia, his fervent passion for martial arts shone through, as if it were an innate gift. Upon realizing he had inadvertently traversed into the tumultuous period of the late Sui Dynasty, his foremost thought was to hone his martial skills, for in such chaotic times, strength reigns supreme. Lacking the literary prowess to serve as a civil minister or strategist, he was left with no choice but to pursue the path of a warrior. Moreover, this epic was rich with formidable figures such as Li Yuanba, Yuan Qingdu, Pei Yuanqing, Luo Cheng, and Qin Qiong, countless valiant generals who stirred his spirit. Just days ago, he had envisioned himself among their ranks, yet now, despair began to creep in. Wang Bowen subtly elucidated to him the distinction between martial technique and martial artistry. The former merely encompassed the maneuvers of fists and feet, while the latter embodied true strength. Despite his towering height of nearly 2 meters, he struggled to wield a 50-pound spear, whereas Wang Bowen, who stood half a head shorter, effortlessly maneuvered a 60-pound long spear, not to mention Yuan Qingdu's gilded spear, weighing over 200 pounds. He had grossly underestimated the intricacies of martial prowess in this era. At that moment, a round little head peeked through the doorway, beaming as it addressed Zhang Xian, Uncle Zhang. Father sent me to deliver a sword and a manual to you. The child scampered in, placing a sword and a scroll upon the table. Then rummaged in his pocket to produce a porcelain vial. Oh, and this. Zhang Li, intrigued, accepted the vial and opened it to reveal 10 ruby-red pills, each the size of a grape, exuding a delightful fragrance. What is this? He inquired. These are Peiyuan pills, the secret elixir of the Wang family. I take them too. Hee, but you can only consume one a day. I once sneaked two, and nearly boiled myself alive. Zhang Xian affectionately ruffled the child's hair and inquired. I still do not know your name. What is it? I am Wang Yuanji, the boy replied. Father says a man should have grand aspirations. But my mother always calls me Little Wulong. Am I really that small? The child pouted defiantly. Zhang Xian could not help but chuckle, patting the back of his head. Little Wulong is quite a fitting name. And where is your father? My father went out. I overheard him telling my mother that he was going to buy a water jar and would be gone for several years. Mother was crying. Zhang Xian froze, suddenly enlightened. The water jar was not merely a vessel, but a metaphor for the Wagang stronghold. Historically, Wang Bowen had accompanied Li Mi to Wagang. But he had killed Li Mi himself. Why would Wang Bowen venture to Wagang? Confusion enveloped him. Was the Li Mi he had slain a different one? The severed head he had seen at the city gate certainly belonged to another. He felt a growing fog of bewilderment. Just then, a chorus of children's laughter jolted Zhang Xian from his reverie, only to realize that the little one had vanished without a trace. Acknowledging that he could not unravel these thoughts, he chose to set them aside. He picked up the sword from the table, the very one he would duel with Wang Bowen that afternoon. The Sui Army's broadsword felt remarkably comfortable in his grasp, prompting him to recall Wang Bowen's earlier words. Do not despair. Your towering stature and robust physique, coupled with veins that rival my own, are testament to your innate talent. I firmly believe your accomplishments will far surpass mine, for you are a late bloomer. A surge of ambition ignited within Zhang Xian, restoring his confidence. He picked up the scroll and slowly unfurled it, his heart racing with anticipation. On the aged silk fabric, he beheld a series of vivid illustrations depicting various figures. One in the midst of practicing with a blade, each image brimming with life. There were a total of 18 illustrations, each accompanied by several lines of explanatory text. As he turned to the final page, he discovered a note specially pinned for him by Wang Bowen. This is the Wang family's Peiyuan sword technique. The methods of cultivating vitality are diverse, each possessing unique merits. The Wang family initiates with swordsmanship, supplemented by elixirs, and one can achieve mastery within a year. Although you have surpassed the age of cultivation, your innate aptitude may set you apart from the ordinary. Zhang Xian poured a crimson pill from the vial into his palm, gazing at it intently. Under the light, the pill emanated an extraordinary sheen. Without hesitation, he placed it in his mouth, crushed it, and swallowed. Zhang Xian fixed his gaze on the first illustration for an extended period before closing his eyes in contemplation. Suddenly, he felt a wave of warmth surge within his chest and abdomen. With a gentle exhalation, he swiftly drew his gleaming battle blade. Chapter 0009. A glimpse of the path. The two engaged in deep conversation throughout the night, and at the break of dawn the next day, Wang Bowen bid farewell to Zhang Xian, taking his wife and children to Chang'an. The vast residence was left empty, save for Zhang Xian. 2 months prior, during Yang Xuangan's assault on Luoyang, Wang Bowen had stockpiled ample provisions, including grains and pickled vegetables, enough to sustain Zhang Xian for several months. He also bestowed upon Zhang Xian an ingot of gold left by Li Mi, convertible into 20 or 30 coins, ensuring that Zhang Xian need not fret over his livelihood for at least 3 months. Zhang Xian relished this existence, having a place to reside, food to eat, tranquility, and no disturbances. He resolved not to ponder about his future sustenance, but instead to seize this time to study the foundational martial techniques of the Wang family, with the hope of making some progress. Before dawn the next day, Zhang Xian dashed out of the narrow alley, sprinting vigorously along the walls of the neighborhood, a habit ingrained in him since childhood. He ran 5 kilometers daily, and his time in the military and as a cadet involved even longer distances, often 10 kilometers. The morning breeze was refreshingly cool, ruffling his dark scalp. His hair barely half an inch long, a source of concern as he preferred not to attract undue attention. However, Wang Bowen had gifted him a leather cap, which alleviated this worry. By the distant pond, a few early risers were washing clothes, wielding wooden mallets to beat the fabric. They occasionally glanced curiously at this peculiar young man, then smiled knowingly, mistaking him for a novice monk recently returned to secular life. In truth, the presence of women would soon become an issue Zhang Xian would have to navigate in the Sui Dynasty, though he did not dwell on it now, perhaps one day. Wang Bowen might introduce him to his sister. Having spent over 10 days in the Sui, Zhang Xian remained within a narrow circle. His acquaintances limited to Wang Bowen's family and, of course, Li Mi. He could not forget Yuan Qingdu, whose unparalleled martial prowess and the grand golden-winged halberd left an indelible mark on him, continuously pushing him to challenge his own limits. The so-called cultivating the origin is essentially an introductory martial arts practice, aimed at adjusting the child's bodily organs and meridians to prepare for subsequent intense training. Wang Bowen indicated that his assistance would be limited, as he could only impart some fundamental martial methods, similar to those practiced by his son. The duration of this training could extend to a year or be as brief as 6 months, depending on the child's innate talent. Typically commencing at the age of 6 or 7. Nearly every child who completes the training experiences remarkable transformations. Their bodies become robust, endurance increases, and their flexibility significantly enhances. Some exceptionally gifted children may even reach the early stages of energy concentration post-training, exhibiting improved vision, heightened hearing, and considerable strength increases. For Zhang Xian, re-engaging and cultivating the origin was akin to an adult retaking elementary school, devoid of any real difficulty. He merely needed to follow the prescribed steps, and success would naturally unfold. Yet neither he nor Wang Bowen knew what results the training would yield. He practiced diligently every morning and evening, while the afternoons were his leisure time. 3 months later, he had gradually assimilated into this era. Good afternoon, Aunt Kong. This afternoon, upon returning from outside the city, Zhang Xian encountered his neighbor, Aunt Kong, at the entrance of the alley. Oh, San Lang, I have been searching for you everywhere. Aunt Kong mistook him for Wang Bowen's younger brother, which was understandable, as Wang Bowen had bid farewell to all the neighbors before his departure, mentioning he had matters to attend to in Chang'an, and that his younger relative, Wang San Lang, would be staying behind. Zhang Xian observed her exaggerated surprise and, scratching his head, chuckled. Is there something on your mind, Aunt? Indeed, it is something delightful. Aunt Kong, who had once been quite charming in her youth, with delicate hands likened to those of Guanyin, had unfortunately aged, and her once elegant hands had transformed into talons. Without further ado, she seized Zhang Xian's wrist and dragged him towards her courtyard. Though Zhang Xian was capable of facing 10 foes without flinching, he found himself utterly at a loss when confronted by this elderly woman, stumbling into the yard under her insistence. Inside the courtyard were 6 or 7 women of similar age, who, upon seeing Zhang Xian's entry, immediately surrounded him. San Lang, the last time you taught me that square dance, could you perhaps show us a different step? We looked rather like zombies. Zhang Xian regretted his earlier enthusiasm for teaching them. They had even summoned a Hu musician for accompaniment, dancing with fervor until the late hours, much to the dismay of the neighboring residents, who blamed him for the disturbance. Dear ladies, it's quite simple. Just a few steps to stretch your arms and legs will suffice. Like this. 3 steps to the left, 3 steps to the right. Coordinating your waist and legs. But do not overexert yourselves, as it may strain your muscles. It's vital to rest early at night. After all, life thrives in tranquility. Yet, the group of elderly women would not let him off easily, urging him to demonstrate once more. Aunt Kong, however, had not summoned him for dance lessons. She pulled Zhang Xian away from the crowd of women and announced, I have already arranged for a Huxian dance master, and we shall begin tomorrow. I have important matters to discuss with San Lang. The crowd chuckled mysteriously. Oh, Aunt's matters must be pressing. Off you go, quickly. Aunt Kong led Zhang Xian toward the inner room, and he began to sense an ominous turn of events. Aunt, perhaps I should return tomorrow. I have other matters. It won't take much of your time, darling. Please, heed Aunt's request. Zhang Xian was ushered into the parlor, which was simply yet tidily arranged, complete with a cabinet and 4 sitting couches. However, a curtain had been drawn in the middle, and through the light, he faintly discerned the silhouettes of 2 women seated behind it. San Lang, please take a seat. Do not be anxious, just be yourself. Aunt Kong pressed him onto the couch in front of the curtain, beaming as she addressed the women behind it. I told you, didn't I? He is tall, handsome, and quite capable, with considerable strength. Zhang Xian felt a mix of amusement and exasperation as he began to piece together the situation. Were they attempting to compel him into becoming a son-in-law? As he contemplated making an exit, Aunt Kong quickly restrained him and whispered, San Lang, do me a favor. The young lady is quite lovely, and she has taken an immediate liking to you. Are you the third son of the Wang family? Inquired one of the older women from behind the curtain, speaking leisurely. Zhang Xian found himself cornered. As neighbors, it would be awkward to simply leave. Reluctantly, he replied, yes. His voice lacking conviction. The middle-aged woman behind the curtain inquired again. The Wang family is quite well off. I hear they possess over a dozen acres of land in Chang'an. How many acres do you own, and do you have your own residence? Zhang Xian felt a wave of frustration. It seemed that the concerns of mothers-in-law had remained unchanged throughout the ages. The land belongs to my elder and second brothers, and I have no share in the house. Currently, I am merely staying at my brother's home, and my total assets amount to a mere 10 coins. There was silence from behind the curtain, and Aunt Kong beside her grew anxious, hastily explaining, Sanlang has yet to marry. He currently lives with his father. Should he take a wife? His father will surely allocate him some inheritance, won't you, Sanlang? Zhang Xian thought that if he remained seated any longer, the next step would be to enter the bridal chamber. This was not merely a matter of face. He cleared his throat and said, Father lives with my elder brother, and the family has already divided the assets. Initially, I was to receive 1,000 coins, but due to my reckless spending, I am left with only 10 coins. If this continues, I will be reduced to begging. The middle-aged woman rose in indignation, pulling the young woman beside her as she exclaimed, A1, we are leaving. Mother, I truly like him. What use is a handsome face? Marrying him would only burden our Kong family financially. Come with me. The middle-aged woman dragged the young woman out through the back door, while Aunt Kong sighed nearby. Sanlang, why must you speak thus? My niece genuinely cares for you. In Zhang Xian's mind, a vision of a young girl from a rice shop emerged. No wonder she often sat by the door watching him. However, she appeared too frail for his taste. With a wry smile, he replied, Aunt Kong, I am merely a distant cousin of my elder brother. My family is quite impoverished. We have only 3 thatched huts and depend on renting land from others to survive. Ah, I see. It seems I was presumptuous. Alas, my brother's family is in good condition. Being poor is not necessarily a detriment. If you would consider marrying into our family, Aunt Kong, I have matters to attend to. Farewell. Without waiting for her to respond, Zhang Xian sprang to his feet and hurried away. What a ludicrous suggestion, him marrying into their family. As time gradually approached late December, the new year was drawing near. Families busily prepared for the festivities, cleaning their homes to rid them of the year's grime, purchasing meat and pickled vegetables, and gathering offerings for worship, while bamboo poles for blessings stood tall. Children eagerly anticipated new clothes and lucky money. Yet for Zhang Xian, all of this seemed irrelevant. He was single and financially strained, lacking the energy to engage in such customs. Nevertheless, he had undergone many changes. His hair had grown long enough to be loosely tied with a cloth band, and stubble adorned his lips and chin, lending him a more mature appearance. Since the recent matchmaking incident, he had been avoiding Aunt Kong, rising early and returning late each day. That evening, Zhang Xian sat cross-legged beneath the eaves, the cool silver moonlight cascading over him. Long icicles hung from the roof, and the snow on the ground had frozen into hard crusts. He wore only a thin garment yet felt no chill. He had taken a pill and was quietly waiting for the warmth to rise within him, relishing the delightful sensation of warmth surging through him, which made him feel almost ethereal. Zhang Xian was engrossed in the changes within his body, oblivious to the young woman lying on the opposite rooftop. Clad in black, she possessed a slender and tall figure, her face obscured by a veil. Yet her gaze betrayed a palpable impatience. Zhang Xian had utterly disappointed her. Over the past 3 months, he had merely indulged in eating and sleeping, or teaching some elderly women a peculiar dance, leaving her baffled as to why her adoptive father suspected him of being a spy for the Northern Qi. Insisting that she observe him periodically, Zhang Xian found it peculiar that, after waiting for nearly 15 minutes, his body remained unchanged, having surpassed the expected duration. He pondered quietly, wondering if he had consumed an ineffective pill. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he retrieved another pill, crushed it, and swallowed it. After another quarter of an hour, there was still no alteration. Hesitating for a moment, he slowly produced a third pill, gazing at the crimson capsule with trepidation before finally ingesting it. Just as he swallowed, an unprecedented wave of heat surged from his dantian, rapidly spreading throughout his limbs and bones. Zhang Xian was immediately overwhelmed by an unbearable warmth within, compelling him to rise and wield his saber, yet it proved futile. The internal fire only intensified. Unable to endure any longer, he discarded his clothing and practiced his swordplay in the courtyard, completely exposed. The young woman on the rooftop felt her face flush crimson. having witnessed something she ought not to have seen. Turning her head away, she muttered under her breath, "What a scoundrel!" At that moment, Zhang Xian could no longer withstand the searing heat within him, as if it threatened to incinerate his very organs. With a loud cry, he dashed forward and leaped into the water well in the corner of the courtyard. As Zhang Xian plunged into the well, the woman descended gracefully, seizing the rare opportunity to investigate this rogue's background. The figure in black strode directly into Zhang Xian's room. Moments later, a shivering Zhang Xian emerged from the well, his body tinged with a ghastly hue from the cold. Anyone unaware of the circumstances who happened upon the scene would surely be startled, a bare-bodied man crawling out of a well like a specter. Exhausted and disoriented, Zhang Xian slowly made his way back to his room. Just as he entered, he was confronted by a masked woman in black emerging from the inner chamber. "Who are you?" he exclaimed, instinctively covering himself. Clearly taken aback by Zhang Xian's swift emergence, the woman once again glimpsed something she ought not to have seen. Embarrassed and enraged, she stomped her foot and leapt out of the rear window. Zhang Xian stood dumbfounded, watching her figure vanish. With the new year approaching, thieves were becoming more frequent. How surprising it was that she was a female thief. Too fatigued to concern himself with any losses, he retreated to his room and enveloped himself tightly in a blanket. After a considerable time, warmth began to gradually return to his body, and he berated himself for his foolishness, cursing the woman for her ill-timed intrusion, which had left him vulnerable. Amidst his ranting, Zhang Xian drifted into a deep slumber. As he slept, his body began to undergo a peculiar transformation, as a fine force flowed from various parts of him towards his arms. He awoke in the afternoon, feeling invigorated and brimming with vitality. Stretching languidly, he sprang up from his resting place, retrieving an old garment left to him by Wang Bowen. Beside the chest lay a hefty stone pedestal weighing 50 pounds. Each day upon awakening, he would lift it a few times to gauge any increase in strength. Yet he had observed no change, rendering the act merely ritualistic. As Zhang Xian secured his belt and summoned his strength, he grasped the stone pedestal, only to suddenly pause, slowly lowering it before lifting it again with one arm. He repeated this several times, and then, with a sudden exclamation of joy, he cast the stone aside and dashed barefoot towards the back courtyard. The elation swelling within him made him forget all else as he unearthed the silver spear concealed beneath the stone slab, a spear he had first encountered on his initial visit, also weighing 50 pounds. Previously, he had struggled to wield it, managing only a few clumsy motions, but now, to his astonishment, he could effortlessly maneuver the spear, its tip dancing through the air as he laughed heartily. After 3 months of diligent practice, he discovered he could concentrate his energy, though the effect was modest. It nonetheless indicated his potential for mastery, affirming Wang Bowen's words that he possessed a remarkable aptitude for martial arts. Chapter 0010, The Young Royal Zhang Xian. Though capable of gathering strength, remained at a rudimentary stage, and his aspirations for advancement found no avenues of support. Wang Bo could not assist him, leaving him to seek his own path. However, an urgent matter loomed. His coin pouch dwindled day by day. A man may endure a day without power, but not a day without wealth. He must find something to occupy himself. He contemplated setting up a modest stall, engaging in small commerce, much like his late grandmother who had sustained him for 20 years through her humble trade. Yet, Zhang Xian was loath to engage in business. The thought of becoming one of the lowest-ranking merchants, especially one peddling on the streets, was distasteful. Should his grandmother's spirit know of this, she would surely chastise him for his lack of ambition. To seek refuge with Li Yuan and cling to the coattails of Li Shimin? It seemed a promising decision. Yet it was rumored that many of the officers who rallied with Li Yuan and Tai Yuan did not attain the status of founding heroes but rather became martyrs of the state. Those who fared well were often the former adversaries of Li Shimin, such as Yu Qigong and Qin Qiong. In truth, Zhang Xian was uncertain of his own potential. History bore no record of a figure named Zhang Xian, nor did Li Yuan's ranks boast strategists or generals by that name. He could either remain an obscure minor commander or become a local magnate, which, in its own right, was not without allure, a vast estate, numerous wives and concubines. Such had once been the substance of his dreams. After much contemplation, Zhang Xian resolved to adopt a more pragmatic approach. He was but a member of society's lowest echelons, and his primary objective should be to extricate himself from this base level and ascend to a higher social stratum. More importantly, it was now the 10th year of the DY era, with merely 3 years remaining until the chaos of the Sui Dynasty's end. If he wished to survive and thrive in such tumultuous times, his window of opportunity was rapidly closing. 2 days passed, and on this particular noon, as was his custom, Zhang Xian returned from practicing his swordplay in the woods beyond the city. since successfully refining his inner strength. His range of activities had expanded beyond the neighborhood to the forests outside the city, where he trained daily to enhance his speed and reflexes. Today marked the third day of the first lunar month, and the market outside the city had opened. A steady stream of commoners poured out from within to purchase vegetables, while the roadsides brimmed with stalls selling fish and shrimp. Groups of women huddled about the stalls, haggling over prices, creating a lively atmosphere around the city gates. The roads, softened by melting snow, became treacherous underfoot, compelling everyone to tread carefully lest they slip in the muck. As the days unfolded, Zhang Xian gradually acclimatized to life in the Sui Dynasty. The novelty of his new surroundings had begun to wane, and he recalled the excitement of his first visit to the market, a time when he had peppered questions at every turn, which now seemed somewhat amusing in retrospect. He purchased a juicy red radish for 2 coins, munching on it leisurely as he approached the city gate. Upon reaching the gate, he involuntarily paused to examine a wanted poster affixed to the stone stele. It was a notice for the capture of Yang Qing, which Zhang Xian had first seen upon arriving in Wagang. The bounty was set at 5,000 taels of gold for Yang Xuangan's head, or a promotion of 3 ranks in office. However, the previous notice was damaged by the rain, and today a new one has been posted, unchanged in content. Though it is a new vessel containing old wine, it still attracts a crowd to gather before the notice, engaging in loud discussions. Why has Yang Xiangan not been captured yet? Has it been 2 months? No, it has been 3.5 months. I remember clearly. For on the day Yang Xiangan was defeated, my son was born. Now my son is 3.5 months old. I have heard that Yang Su possesses a vast treasure vault, and it is said that Yang Xiangan lost because he could not locate it. Who knows where that treasure is? Perhaps we should seek it out. Treasure vault, you say? If it truly exists, it would have been long claimed by the emperor. It is indeed puzzling. Where could Yang Xiangan be hiding? Yet Zhang Xian finds no mystery in it. Yang Xuangan's fate lies in the hands of Yuan Shu, who seeks to extract the utmost benefit from him. How could he easily dispose of Yang Xiangan? However, 3.5 months have passed, and Yuan Shu has yet to act, which speaks volumes of his insatiable greed. At that moment, a distant clatter of hooves broke the air, as a troop of cavalry galloped toward the city gate. Good people, please make way. The imperial grandson is returning to the capital. Lend a hand. The soldiers leading the way were relatively polite, prompting the crowd to step aside along the official road. Observing that the guards had ceased allowing anyone to enter the city, Zhang Xian took a few steps back to blend into the throng. Curiosity stirred within him. He inquired of an elderly man beside him. Pardon me, sir. Which imperial grandson do they speak of? The elder regarded him as if he were a rare creature, scanning him from head to toe. Young man, you cannot be from the Sui, can you? How could you not know the imperial grandson? Allow me to enlighten you. They are the 3 sons of the former crown prince, Prince Tan of Yin, Prince Dong of Yu, and Prince Yu of Dai. One of them will surely ascend as our Sui emperor. Do remember this. Prince Yu is still in Chang'an. It should be Prince Tan and Prince Dong returning from their spring outing. Ah, thank you, sir. Moments later, a throng of cavalry encircled 2 young lords riding at full gallop. They were barely in their teens, clad in purple robes, adorned with jade belts. Their heads crowned with gold, their lips red and teeth white, exceptionally handsome, though Zhang Xian could not discern which was Yang Tan and which was Yang Dong. The 2 youths reined in their horses before the city gate. One of them, pointing at the bounty notice on the stone tablet with his whip, laughed. Elder brother, why don't we go capture Yang Xiangan? Did not our grandfather say he must be hiding in Hongno? The other lad replied bitterly. 3.5 months have passed, and Yuan Shu still cannot apprehend Yang Xiangan. Is he truly earnest, or does he have ulterior motives? Elder brother, there are many people here. Do not speak carelessly. The youth fell silent for a moment, then sighed deeply. Oh, how I wish to personally capture him, to relieve our grandfather of his troubles. Alas, I, Yang Tan, was born a few years too late. He shook his head, cracked the whip, and spurred his steed into the city gate. Elder brother, wait for me. The other youth hurriedly followed suit, as the cavalry swiftly crossed the drawbridge, escorting the 2 imperial grandsons into the city of Luoyang. Such occurrences of nobility entering the city were common and had long ceased to astonish the populace. As the cavalry vanished, the official road resumed its previous bustle, with shouts and calls resounding once more. Zhang Xian stood motionless by the roadside, his gaze fixed upon the notice inscribed on the stone tablet, a contemplative glimmer in his eyes revealing that he had already discerned a pathway to elevate his social standing. The layout of Luoyang resembled a chessboard, with high walls segmenting the city into countless neighborhoods, while the Luo River cleaved the city in twain. To the north of the river lay 55 neighborhoods, and to the south, 57, effectively distinguishing the affluent from the impoverished. Although each neighborhood boasted small shops selling daily necessities, unique and exceptional items could only be procured from specialized markets. Luoyang hosted 3 grand markets, colloquially known as the Southern Market, Northern Market, and Western Market, with the Southern Market, also referred to as Fengdu City, being the largest in the Sui Dynasty. The market spanned a circumference of 8 li, featuring 12 gates, and was meticulously divided into 120 trades, encompassing over 3,000 shops, a veritable treasure trove of curiosities from all corners of the realm. Within the bustling market, one could often observe caravans of camels laden with various goods, manned by merchants from the Sogdian region, alongside the dark-skinned, diminutive traders from Wa, and the impassive merchants from Silla and Beach, adorned with tall hats. On the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, Zhang Xian had anticipated a desolate scene in Fengdu City, with shops shuttered and silence reigning, yet to his astonishment, the market thrived with vibrancy, teeming with people amidst a cacophony of haggling cries and spirited calls. Having visited Fengdu City a month prior, Zhang Xian had wandered aimlessly, devoid of any intention to purchase a blade, yet his background as a martial artist had allowed him to recall the location of the weapons shop. Like every dynasty before it, the Sui Dynasty imposed stringent restrictions on civilian weaponry. Crossbows, long weapons, and military sabers were prohibited for sale, allowing only the trade of swords and ordinary bows. However, as with previous eras, such regulations were merely superficial, proving utterly ineffective in the tumultuous times of the Sui. Perhaps due to the impending chaos, the weapon shops enjoyed an extraordinary boom in business, teeming with customers in the larger establishments. Clad in a pale blue long robe of fine fabric, Zhang Xian carried a satchel over his shoulder, containing his entire wealth of tin guan. This was one of the Sui Dynasty's inconveniences. Purchasing valuable items necessitated either a cart filled with coins or the use of gold. Though not an official currency, gold was widely accepted, as its value only increased in tumultuous times. Bereft of both a cart and gold, Zhang Xian found himself bearing the weight of several dozen jin of 5 zhu coins to procure his needs. He approached the easternmost weapons shop, where a grand sign hung from the eaves, elegantly inscribed with the characters Wu Da. This was the very establishment that Zhang Xian had heard of from Wang Bowen as Lu. The proprietor of the Wu Da weapons shop in Fengdu City was reputed to be exceptionally well-informed, not only engaging in the illicit sale of prohibited weapons but also privy to significant news. Upon entering the shop, he beheld an array of swords and bows adorning the walls, while a central display brimmed with a multitude of inexpensive blades available for selection. Standing nearby was a clerk wielding a copper staff, coldly observing the actions of every patron. In contrast, another clerk attending to the wall-mounted weapons exhibited a markedly more affable demeanor, clearly aware that the swords displayed there carried greater profit margins. The shopkeeper, with his hands nestled within his sleeves, gazed at the customers with a cheerful demeanor. He was a portly man in his 40s, surnamed Lu, known for his oft-repeated phrase, "Do you know how to write the character for martial?" It signifies the cessation of conflict. As if attempting to atone for the sin of peddling instruments of death, a group of scholars gathered around the display, selecting long swords. As the adage goes, literature wields the sword, while martial prowess brandishes the blade. It was a tradition in the Sui Dynasty for men, especially scholars, to carry a long sword, whether ornate or simple. The quality of the sword often reflected the bearer's social standing. However, true warriors seldom purchased extravagant swords, preferring practical blades, particularly the military sabers that were in high demand. Zhang Xian approached the shopkeeper, clasping his hands in greeting, and inquired, "May I ask if you are the esteemed Lu?" "Indeed I am," the shopkeeper replied, his face beaming with a smile. "You must be here to purchase a blade?" His keen eyes quickly discerned that Zhang Xian was not a scholar accustomed to carrying a sword. Zhang Xian chuckled softly. "The blades over there appear rather light. I seek something heftier." "Indeed, I have heavier options. Follow me." The shopkeeper led Zhang Xian to another counter, retrieving several blades. He explained, "Unlike swords, the weight of knives is standardized. Generally, they come in weights of 3, 5, 8, or 10 pounds. For special requests, one would need to commission a blacksmith." The blades presented were predominantly 8 and 10 pounds. Zhang Xian examined a few, noting that while the 10-pound blades felt manageable, their quality was evidently lacking, with visible air bubbles on the spine, far inferior to the knife gifted to him by Wang Bowen. Unbuckling his own knife, he inquired, "Do you have anything similar to this?" Upon glancing at Zhang Xian's knife, The shopkeeper immediately understood he sought a superior military blade. Nodding in acknowledgement, "Please, follow me." They entered a back room, cluttered with an array of swords and knives. The shopkeeper retrieved 6 exceptional sabers, whispering, "The knife you desire is a military saber, not permitted for public sale. I possess 6 top-grade heavy blades. You may select one." Zhang Xian casually picked up a saber, drawing it from its sheath, feeling a chill emanate from its exceptionally sharp edge. Indeed, it was markedly different from the previous blades. He then selected a unique saber, weighing approximately 10 pounds. Its design both ancient and fluid. Drawing the blade, a wave of cold air rushed over him. He gently caressed the icy edge, sensing its hair-splitting sharpness. With a few deft swings, the room was filled with glimmers of flashing steel, affirming it was a superb weapon that captivated him. The shopkeeper, giving a thumbs up, squinted with a smile, exclaiming, "You have an excellent eye, young master. This is one of the 3,000 Qianyo sabers crafted in the 15th year of the Kaiwag era, forged from refined iron. Exclusively for palace guards, impossible to find in the market. This is the only one I possess." Zhang Xian replied nonchalantly, "So, are you implying this blade is quite expensive?" "Such is the nature of your inquiry." The shopkeeper laughed heartily. "A fair price reflects the quality. I originally intended to sell it for 80 coins. But if you are genuinely interested, I can part with it for 50 coins. Zhang Xian set the blade down, smiling. "Actually, I came to inquire about something else." The shopkeeper, upon realizing that the visitor was not there to purchase a blade, could not help but display a look of disappointment. With a hint of irritation, he inquired, "What is it that you wish to know?" Zhang Xian leaned in and whispered a few words to him. The shopkeeper cast a wary glance his way, pausing for a moment before responding, "Since you have sought me out, you must be aware that I have certain rules in this establishment." Zhang Xian placed 5 guan on the table, but the shopkeeper shook his head. Undeterred, Zhang Xian added his final 5 guan, stating, "This is all I possess." The shopkeeper lowered his voice, speaking in a fragmented manner. "There is a martial arts school in Anyfang." Chapter 0011. The Yang Martial Arts School. It is often said that in times of peace, literature flourishes, while in times of turmoil, martial prowess prevails. The Sui Dynasty, having inherited the northern Zhou established by Yuan Tai, was founded upon martial strength, and the spirit of martial arts thrived among the populace. The system of provincial soldiers was founded on the principle of universal military service. However, following the outbreak of rebellion in the Changbai Mountains of Shandong, a tide of insurrection swept across the land, shattering the tranquility of the Sui and the common folk since the ominous signs of war. Consequently, the pursuit of martial arts surged in popularity. Where there is demand, there is supply. Beginning in the 6th year of the Dai era, martial arts schools specifically catering to the children of commoners began to proliferate across the region, with nearly 100 such establishments in the capital city of Luoyang alone. In the Anyfang district stood the Yang Martial Arts School, occupying approximately 20 acres, with its master named Yang Qi, a cousin of the Duke of Yu, Yang Su. Following the rebellion led by Yang Xiangon, the Yang family estate was confiscated, with the female members forced into the brothels and the males exiled to Ling'an. Due to various circumstances, Yang Qi was not implicated and thus became the sole survivor of the Yang clan in the capital. On the morning of the 10th day of the first lunar month, Zhang Xian donned a pale blue long robe, the finest garment gifted to him by Wang Bowen. As he entered the Anyfang district, he beheld a grand banner with a black background and red borders, upon which were inscribed 4 golden characters, elegantly swirling, Yang Martial Arts School. Halt. Zhang Xian was intercepted by 2 disciples stationed at the entrance. "This is a martial arts school. Idle folk are not permitted entry." Pointing to a notice on the wall that called for free observers, he chuckled, "I, too, wish to give it a try." The notion of free observation was akin to modern-day trials. It offered a glimpse into the world of martial arts before enticing one to pay for lessons. As Zhang Xian was currently without funds, the opportunity was indeed welcome. Moreover, observing for free bore the advantage of not requiring him to pledge allegiance to a master, thus sparing him from the indignity of kneeling before an instructor. From that day forth, a new observer took up residence in a corner of the Yang Martial Arts School. Ignored by all, he quietly observed the happenings within the school, the skills of each martial artist, and even witnessed the master Yang Qi display his expertise before the assembly. On this particular day, the 10th of the first lunar month, the Yang Martial Arts School held its monthly selection event. A competition of martial prowess designed to identify the most talented disciples, with victors offered the chance to join the Yang family's troupe, where they would receive instruction directly from Master Yang Qi. Thus, the monthly selection competition was of utmost importance to the school. With over 300 disciples adorned in white martial attire gathered around the main hall for the demonstration. On one side, a group of 10 or so martial masters sat upon a wide, low couch, engaged in hushed conversations, fervently discussing their favorite students. To the north of the demonstration hall sat 20 young disciples clad in red martial attire, members of the Yang family troupe, personally trained by Yang Qing, and distinguished as the shining stars of the monthly selection events. They carried themselves with an air of pride, dismissing the other disciples around them. Master Yang Qing sat behind them, a lean, elderly figure with hair and beard as white as snow, approximately 60 years of age. He wore a plain headscarf and a bright blue robe, cinched at the waist with a leather belt, from which hung a long sword adorned with 7 precious gems. As a cousin of Yang Su, he had managed to evade the purges enacted by the court against the Yang family, owing to his illegitimate status and long-standing separation from the Yang estate. However, Yang Qing was acutely aware that the Yang residents' coldness towards him was merely a strategic maneuver. He had been secretly liaising with Yang Xingan all along. The Yang martial arts school had been established at Yang Xuangan's expense, with the aim of cultivating exceptional warriors to serve him when the time came for his uprising. Unfortunately, Yang Xuangan's plans were hasty, and he did not have the opportunity to utilize the disciples of the Yang martial arts school. Nevertheless, Yang Qing felt a profound sense of unease, apprehensive about when his martial arts school might be subjected to government scrutiny and when he might be apprehended. In recent days, Yang Qing wore a heavy expression, revealing his deep-seated worries. In the northwest corner sat Zhang Xian and a dozen observing disciples, clad in black warrior attire to signify their distinction from the formal disciples. Zhang Xian had spent 7 days at the Yang martial arts school, arriving early and leaving late, and he had become thoroughly acquainted with everything there. He was well-versed in the rules of the selection competition. Those accepted into the Yang family troupe would receive a silver medal inscribed with the words disciple of Yang Qing, along with a unique identification number. This silver medal was precisely what Zhang Xian desired. The sound of drums echoed, and the training hall fell silent as a disciple from the Yang family troupe, dressed in red warrior attire, stepped onto the competition stage. He was the 5th senior brother of the Yang family troupe, named Lu Wu, hailing from Chang'an. According to the selection rules, the competition commenced with a challenge. A disciple would be randomly selected as the challenger and must first defeat the reigning champion before undergoing assessments by 2 martial masters to be deemed successful in the selection. A stout, bald martial master served as the officiant, bowing to the audience. Esteemed disciples, according to the rules, the reigning champion shall face 5 challengers, thus providing only 5 opportunities. I encourage everyone to step forward. He then raised a gleaming gold ingot and proclaimed, "This is 5 taels of gold. A substantial prize for this challenge, far more generous than last year." A murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd. Each selection competition typically featured a prize, ranging from a few to several dozen taels of gold. Everyone understood that the first selection of the year bore the most significant rewards. Last January's prize was 3 taels of gold, and now it had unexpectedly increased to 5. Many gazes sparkled with fervor. Yet the path to claiming this reward was fraught with difficulty. Despite the collective yearning to join the Yang family troupe and receive personal instruction from the master, the selection competition was perilous, with genuine blades and swords ensuring that injuries were common. Lu Wu, in particular, was known for his ruthlessness, and injuries often occurred when he served as the reigning champion, which tempered the enthusiasm of the participants despite the alluring monetary incentive. Zhang Xian scrutinized Lu Wu, noting that he appeared to be in his early 20s, clad in a striking red warrior outfit. He was robust and tall, with especially powerful arms, standing only slightly shorter than Zhang Xian himself. Lu Wu stood with his arms crossed over his chest, exuding an air of arrogance. Zhang Xian's gaze shifted to Lu Wu's waist, where he bore a long sword, which, judging by its length and thickness, appeared to be an 8-pound blade. Zhou shall give it a try. Finally, someone could no longer contain their eagerness and raised their hand. The crowd turned their attention to the left, where a tall, plump young man, around 20 years old, stood. He was slightly shorter than Zhang Xian, but considerably more corpulent, with chubby cheeks and small eyes that eagerly eyed the Yang family troupe, yearning to join their ranks. "Hand me a sword. I will compete with you." Lu Wu cast a cold glance at him, stepping aside to reveal a row of knife racks behind him, displaying a variety of blades, slender willow leaf knives weighing 2 to 3 jin, standard 5 jin sabers, hefty 8 jin broadswords, and even a 20 jin ring-headed wide blade. Zhou Daxian selected a hefty 8 jin broadsword, grinning as he quipped, "Am I the one attacking you?" Zhou Daxian, with his boisterous demeanor, overlooked some details. However, Zhang Xian, seated at the side, perceived clearly that while the knives on the rack had edges, they were merely slightly sharpened, no different from dull blades, essentially. They were just iron rods shaped like knives. In stark contrast, the ornate scabbard at Lu Wu's waist bore evident signs of wear, indicating that the sword it housed was not dull, but a sharp battle blade. Lu Wu was evidently poised to employ this lethal weapon against the blunt, unsharpened knife of the rotund challenger. This was not merely a matter of fairness. It was a question of integrity, facing a blade against a mere stick. One must wonder how many could emerge unscathed. Yet, this very scenario would enhance the reputation of the Yang family troupe. As if Yang Qi had imparted his teachings with exceptional skill, rendering him a godlike figure among his disciples. Lu Wu regarded Zhou Daxian with a sinister gaze, gripping the hilt of his scabbard, and proclaimed, "Please, junior brother, go ahead." Zhou Daxian let out a bellow and swung his sword towards Lu Wu. Lu Wu, agile as a cat, dodged swiftly, drawing his long blade, which gleamed ominously as it aimed directly for the challenger's throat. One of Zhang Xian's companions whispered, "This hefty fellow seems slightly unhinged, easily swayed by others, and this time is no exception." Zhang Xian too sensed the tension. Many were intently observing Lu Wu's every move, eager to gauge their chances of victory through Zhou Daxian's performance as a test subject. After only 3 or 4 exchanges, Zhou Daxian began to fumble. At that moment, he lost his footing, stumbling, and Lu Wu seized the opportunity. With a flash, his long blade struck, sending blood splattering and eliciting a pained scream from the wooden platform. Zhou Daxian hurled his sword and stumbled a few steps, attempting to retreat to his seat, only to collapse onto the floor. An uproar ensued as the crowd surged forward, revealing a 2-inch gash on Zhou Daxian's back, deep enough to expose bone, with blood gushing forth, soaking his clothes. A few of Zhou Daxian's friends glared at Lu Wu, accusing him of brutality. Yet Lu Wu sheathed his blade and coldly gazed at the sky. The crowd collectively raised Zhou Daxian and hurried toward the exit of the martial arts hall, many shaking their heads in dismay, murmurs of discussion swirling around. However, the other disciples preparing for the selection tournament were eager to step forward, envious of the strong, yearning to become powerful themselves. This is human nature. Lu Wu's ruthless demeanor undoubtedly intensified their admiration for the Yang family troupe. "Who will step up for the selection?" the stout martial artist inquired, his tone brimming with excitement and pride, showing no hint of remorse. Perhaps sensing the dissatisfaction in many eyes, he added, "Blades are blind. The injured bear the responsibility. Those lacking strength should refrain from stepping forward." Just then, a deep voice resonated, "I shall go." The disciples turned their gaze to the northwest corner, where a tall young man slowly rose, none other than Zhang Xian, who had waited 7 days in the martial arts hall for this very opportunity. The crowd of martial arts disciples erupted in astonishment as Zhang Xian, clad in a black warrior's garb, a uniform typically worn by observing disciples, made his way to the stage. Although there was no explicit rule prohibiting observing disciples from participating, such an occurrence had never happened before. Whispers filled the air as even Yang Qi was drawn to this young man, curiously scrutinizing him. Lu Wu's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He had already noticed Zhang Xian, who towered over most, and was taken aback to see him step forward. Lu Wu instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Zhang Xian approached the center of the demonstration hall, cupping his hands in a respectful gesture. "I am Zhang Xian from Hianei, an observing disciple, here to seek guidance from my senior brother in martial arts." The stout martial instructor's expression grew somewhat solemn. He perceived that although Zhang Xian was tall, his stance was remarkably steady, and each step he took exuded a formidable presence, akin to an imposing mountain, instilling a sense of unease within him. "Wu Lang, do not underestimate him," he cautioned Lu Wu. Heeding the advice, Lu Wu suppressed his earlier arrogance and returned the greeting. "I am Lu Wu from Chang'an. Please enlighten me, Brother Zhang." Casting a glance at the sword at Zhang Xian's waist, he inquired, "Are you using your own weapon?" "Brother Zhang?" Zhang Xian shook his head, removing the sword from his waist and holding it behind his back. He then selected a 10-pound blade from the rack, gently spinning it in a flourish as a surge of confidence welled within him. Drawing upon the teachings imparted by Wang Bowen, he discerned that while this disciple had foundational skills, he had not yet transcended the realm of muscle transformation. The stout martial instructor beside him also remained within the same limitations, possessing only slightly more experience than the average practitioner. Zhang Xian took 2 steps back, horizontally positioning his heavy blade. "Brother Lu, please." Lu Wu felt the force of his presence and gradually drew his long knife. The razor-sharp edge glinted ominously. It was indeed a superior military blade. "Forgive me," Lu Wu bellowed, launching himself forward like a whirlwind. His combat knife moved with speed and ferocity, aiming for Zhang Xian's neck. He understood the gravity of the moment and sought to seize the initiative. The surrounding disciples erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "Well done." They deemed Zhang Xian overly presumptuous, daring to participate as an observing disciple and challenge the warriors of the Yang family. Their malicious hopes were that he might suffer a broken arm or leg. However, Zhang Xian remained unruffled, stepping back a pace, redirecting his blade to make Lu Wu miss his strike. With a sudden roar, he swung his heavy blade down like a mountain-cleaving stone. Even though it was a blunt weapon, the force of the strike could still shatter the opponent's skull. Lu Wu, overwhelmed by Zhang Xian's powerful aura, hastily raised his knife to block. A deafening clang echoed, causing many to cover their ears. Lu Wu cried out, stumbling back 2 steps, dropping his weapon as he ran toward the backstage, clutching his hand, which bled profusely. Zhang Xian's strike had torn open his palm, nearly fracturing his arm in the process. Silence enveloped the arena as the outcome left everyone astonished. Even the most oblivious could see that this observing disciple had decisively defeated Lu Wu, achieving a remarkable victory. Chapter 0012. A direct challenge. Yang Qi was taken aback. As a seasoned martial artist who had previously experienced a breakthrough, he discerned that Zhang Xian possessed exceptional skills, far surpassing those of an ordinary martial arts school disciple, and was clad in the black garb of an observing student. Yang Qi squinted, realizing that this individual was indeed a formidable expert sent by another martial arts school to challenge them. With a cold smirk, he quietly instructed, "Let Bian Shun take the first round, followed by Liao Tong for the second." According to the rules, to be deemed successful in the selection, one must not only defeat the challenge champion but also pass the assessments of 2 martial masters. The first examining master was Master Bian. The stout, bald master stepped forward, gripping the hilt of his knife, and slowly raised the 8-pound-long blade. He stood a full head shorter than Zhang Xian, yet his muscular build, particularly his powerful legs, indicated a solid foundation. "Kill!" Master Bian bellowed, charging forth before Zhang Xian could prepare himself. The attack was fierce and swift, akin to a hunting jackal. The crowd erupted in cheers, with someone shouting hoarsely, "Master Bian, take him down." Zhang Xian did not anticipate such a straightforward approach, devoid of even the slightest pretense. He laughed heartily, recognizing Master Bian's forthrightness. Quickly, he stepped back, evading the stout master's downward strike, and swung his heavy blade with formidable force. With a resounding crack, Master Bian's long knife was cleaved in 2, leaving him unsteady as he staggered back, ultimately collapsing to the ground, his face contorted in pain. Clutching the remnants of his weapon, a hush fell over the martial arts hall. After a moment, the stout master, face flushed with humiliation, glared at Zhang Xian before retreating in disgrace. Zhang Xian elegantly twirled his blade and declared proudly, "Who is the second master? Please come forth to instruct me." Although the stout master was not the strongest, he was certainly not weak, yet he had been so easily defeated. The other masters fell silent, realizing that stepping up would only lead to further disgrace. All eyes in the hall turned toward the leading master, Liao Tong, who felt a chill of surprise. He understood that they had encountered a tough opponent today and feared that the martial arts school might suffer a significant setback. Reluctant to face Zhang Xian, he had no choice but to comply with the arrangements made by the school leader, and thus he steeled himself to confront Zhang Xian, glaring as he inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Zhang Xian clasped his hands and smiled. "Master Liao, I am Zhang Xian, an observing disciple. You personally assigned me the number 9. Have you forgotten?" At that moment, a cold voice interjected, "I am grateful for your regard, young Zhang, and for holding my young martial arts school in high esteem. Willingly taking on the role of an observing disciple. If I do not extend proper hospitality, how can I express my gratitude as the host?" The hall fell into a profound silence as the school leader, Yang Xian, rose and approached slowly. He scrutinized Zhang Xian with keen interest and stated calmly, "I am Yang Qi. May I inquire to which martial arts school the young master belongs?" Zhang Xian perceived the misunderstanding and replied with a smile, "Master Yang, you are mistaken. I am not sent by any other martial arts school. Rather, I have come sincerely to be an observing disciple, with the earnest desire to join the Yang family troop and earn the honor of your disciple's silver medal." Yang Qi's lips curled into a faintly mocking smile. "I dare not accept a disciple like you. Today, I shall have you battle 2 more opponents. Should you emerge victorious, I will graciously allow you to depart. However, if you should lose, I will not take your life. Instead, you will serve as my servant disciple, cleaning the latrines for 3 years. Laughter erupted in the hall, with one person bellowing, "Starting tomorrow, I shall defecate at the latrine door, Zhang Shaoling, beware. The laughter grew even more raucous, with many clutching their bellies, tears of mirth nearly spilling forth. Yet, Zhang Xian calmly drew the broadsword from his back and stepped forward, executing the Wang family's sword technique, the wild goose's probe. Coldly stating, please. This peculiar stance caused Yang Qi's expression to shift to one of seriousness. He exchanged a glance with Liao Tong, signaling him to go first. Liao Tong, the foremost martial artist of the dojo, possessed genuine skill and recognized the latent ferocity in Zhang Xian's demeanor. His heart raced slightly. Though he was not adept with the sword, he unsheathed a gleaming longsword from the rack and offered a formal salute. I concede. Suddenly, he let out a powerful shout, unleashing a flurry of dazzling sword strikes from all directions towards Zhang Xian, which sent the hall into a frenzy as the disciples applauded and cheered. Excellent. What a splendid move, sunset glow. Yet, Zhang Xian remained motionless. As Liao Tong's sword approached within 3 feet, Zhang Xian shouted, swinging his blade with a uniquely cunning angle aimed directly at Liao Tong's neck. The strike is swift as lightning and fiercely imposing. Liao Tong was taken aback. The brilliance of his sword faded as he hurriedly returned it to block Zhang Xian's fierce attack. Yang Qi sighed deeply at the side, recognizing that Liao Tong had already lost, not due to technique, but rather in spirit. This young man was fearlessly aggressive, while Liao Tong hesitated, valuing his own life too much. The clash resounded with a deafening crash as blade met blade, sparks flying. Zhang Xian's strike was so forceful that Liao Tong's sword was nearly knocked from his grasp. Alarmed, Liao Tong prepared to counter, but Zhang Xian's second strike followed swiftly, aimed at his chest, even more rapid and ferocious. With no choice, Liao Tong retreated a step to evade the blow, yet Zhang Xian's third and fourth strikes rained down like a tempest, leaving Liao Tong in a desperate state. The opponent's strength was overwhelming. He dared not confront it directly, only managing to retreat and dodge. He evaded the third and fourth strikes, yet the fifth was unavoidable. As it descended to sever his neck, he gritted his teeth and positioned his sword to block, resulting in a piercing clang as Liao Tong's long sword flew from his hands, embedding itself in a pillar several paces away. Zhang Xian then retracted his blade and stepped back 2 paces, clasping his fists in a respectful gesture. I concede. The hall fell into silence, and Liao Tong sighed deeply, turning to Yang Qi. I am outmatched. I have brought shame upon the dojo. Yang Qi shook his head. Your swordsmanship is on par with his, and your experience far exceeds his. However, you faltered in momentum. He could not have countered your initial strike. Allow me to take my turn. Yang Qi slowly drew forth a long sword adorned with 7 gemstones from his waist and coldly inquired, Zhang Shaoling, are you still willing to wager? Zhang Xian shook his head. If I win, you merely send me away. That is far too lenient. Then what do you desire? Zhang Xian remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Yang Qi's longsword, no longer interested in the Yang clan's silver medal. Yang Qi was engulfed in fury. This sword had once belonged to his cousin, Duke Yangsu of the Yu Kingdom. It was a token of gratitude bestowed upon him after he had achieved great merit in the war against Qin. This blade was more precious to him than life itself, its existence intertwined with his own. The audacity of another to covet it ignited his wrath. Even at the age of 60, Yang Qi found himself provoked by Zhang Xian's outrageous demands. With a thunderous shout, he declared, You shall speak only after you have bested me. He thrust his sword forward, aiming directly at Zhang Xian's chest, creating a sound that sliced through the air. The hundreds of disciples present turned pale, many shielding their eyes, unable to bear witness. The fervor within Zhang Xian surged, igniting the combat prowess honed through countless trials in his previous life. In a flash, he evaded Yang Qi's lethal strike, his long knife slicing through the air to deflect the sword. With the agility of a whirlwind, he spun, delivering a devastating kick with his right leg, powerful enough to shatter 3 bricks. He had observed Yang Qi execute this move before and, after much contemplation, discerned the flaw, an offense that overshadowed defense, leaving vulnerabilities. Yang Qi wielded the sword with his left hand, and his right leg lacked the necessary strength and speed for evasive maneuvers. Yang Qi, caught off guard, never anticipated that Zhang Xian possessed not only swordsmanship, but also formidable martial skills. He was unable to evade, and Zhang Xian's kick struck his right hip joint. At the moment of impact, Zhang Xian restrained some of his force, leaving a margin, yet the pain pierced Yang Qi to his very core. He let out a muffled groan, clutching his hip as he staggered backward, unable to maintain his footing, ultimately collapsing to one knee. A wave of uproar swept through the hall. How dare this scoundrel employ such underhanded tactics against the hall's master? This was no longer mere swordplay. Kill him. The crowd erupted with fervor, hundreds of disciples converging, seemingly intent on tearing Zhang Xian to shreds. Sensing the peril, Zhang Xian contemplated taking Yang Qi hostage. But at that moment, an object was suddenly hurled into the air, clattering and ringing like glass bouncing on the ground. With keen eyes, Zhang Xian recognized the object that danced before him. It resembled a black turtle shell. As if frozen by an unseen force, everyone fell silent, their eyes betraying an abyss of fear. A voice cried out, "Xuanwu Fire Phoenix." Instantly, terror gripped the crowd, sending them into a frenzied stampede. Trampling one another amidst their panicked cries, the hall descending into chaos. Yang Qi's face turned ashen with dread. He too wished to flee, yet his legs trembled, refusing to support him. His gaze fixated on the ominous black shell. Zhang Xian had never witnessed such despair and terror in a person's eyes, as if the claws of death were clutching at their throat. Among all, only Zhang Xian remained bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. At that moment, three cloaked figures silently emerged in the hall. Though their faces were concealed, their tall, slender forms and piercing gazes revealed them to be young women. The leading woman pointed at Yang Qi and coldly declared, "The treasonous Yang Xuangan's remnants shall be executed without mercy." One of the women lunged forward. Yang Qi attempted to resist with his sword, but his spirit had shattered, leaving him powerless. The woman moved like a wisp of smoke, effortlessly slipping behind him. And with a swift motion of her sharp dagger, Yang Qi's head was severed from his body, devoid of a single cry, the separation swift and merciless. The leading woman turned her icy gaze towards Zhang Xian, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He quickly took a few steps back, raising his hands in surrender, proclaiming, "I am merely here to collect a debt. This has nothing to do with me. Zhang Xian must perish." In an instant, the woman's sword flashed like lightning, appearing at Zhang Xian's throat. He had long been prepared, every cell in his body taut with tension. He resembled a striking leopard, unleashing a fierce shout as he swung his blade forward. The black-clad woman felt the onslaught of his blade like a tempestuous gale, its ferocity rendering her breathless. What exceptional swordsmanship! With the agility of a wraith, she leaped back a yard, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Xian before leading her three companions in black to vault through the window, vanishing from sight. Soon after, her voice echoed back from a distance, "This martial arts hall is now yours." Suddenly, Zhang Xian found her figure strikingly familiar. Chapter 0013, The Black Tortoise and the Fire Phoenix. A profound silence enveloped the hall as Zhang Xian stood in a daze, gazing at the headless corpse of Yang Qi. Blood gushed from the severed neck, pooling around him, while his mind remained devoid. He had only been in the Sui Dynasty for a few months and had already encountered such a bizarre event. Who exactly were these three women? They had effortlessly severed the head of a formidable master, and Yang Qi had offered no significant resistance, as if the act of decapitation were a matter of course. Even a dog, when slaughtered, would struggle and bark in protest. Moreover, how did they know his name? After much contemplation, only one explanation surfaced. They must have already been lurking within the martial arts school, having overheard his registration. Yet, the figure of that woman, adorned in flowing lantern-style wide trousers, seemed familiar. Could it be? He suddenly recalled the haughty woman in black from Wuchuan Academy. Was it she? Zhang Xian's thoughts were a tangled mess. He seemed to glean a hint of the origins of these female assassins. But how could an academy harbor assassins? Was the institution merely a fade? He stepped forward to retrieve the black tortoise shell, discovering it to be a complete specimen, no larger than a palm. To his astonishment, he noticed a vividly painted fire phoenix ablaze upon the shell, as if it were calling out to the heavens. Suddenly, a loud crash startled Zhang Xian. As a vertically positioned table toppled over, he sensed someone hiding behind the table and approached with his knife drawn, only to find Liao Tong cowering, trembling uncontrollably. Zhang Xian seized him and demanded, "Who were those three women?" "The Black Tortoise and the Fire Phoenix," Liao Tong stammered, his teeth chattering. A foul odor wafted towards Zhang Xian. He noticed yellow liquid dribbling from Liao Tong's pant leg. Amused yet exasperated, he tossed him aside and inquired again, "What is the Black Tortoise and the Fire Phoenix?" "I don't know." Liao Tong, fueled by an unknown courage, leapt up and fled outside, shouting frantically, "I don't know. I know nothing." Zhang Xian failed to catch him, watching helplessly as he disappeared into the distance. He recalled his own week of lurking in the martial arts school to get closer to Yang Qi, only to be outdone by these formidable women who had so swiftly claimed Yang Qi's head. He remembered the women's declaration that the martial arts school now belonged to them, and a bitter smile crept upon his lips. Did they truly believe they had come to collect a debt? At that moment, He noticed a long sword lying beside Yang Qi's corpse, gleaming coldly and exceptionally sharp. While other belongings did not rightfully belong to him, this sword was a token of his triumph over Yang Qi. He had initially sought a silver medal proclaiming him as a disciple of Yang Qi, but this sword seemed far more instrumental in achieving his ambitions. Zhang Xian stepped forward, sheathing the sword, and spotted a gold ingot nearby, another prize for the victor. He picked it up and tucked it away. Regardless of who the Black Tortoise and the Fire Phoenix were, their affairs were of no concern to him. He fastened the sword to his waist and strode away, unperturbed. Zhang Xian once again arrived at the Wuda weapon shop, although he preferred not to inquire into the matters concerning the Xuanwu Fire Phoenix. An instinct compelled him to consider that since the Xuanwu Fire Phoenix had assassinated Yang Qi, it was likely targeting Yang Xiangan. If he were to be complacent, he might ultimately fall victim to their schemes. As he entered the shop, his gaze immediately fell upon the rotund and fair shopkeeper. Approaching with a respectful bow, he inquired with a smile, "Do you remember me, shopkeeper Liu? Who might you be?" Liu scratched his head. "You seem somewhat familiar. I was here 7 days ago to purchase a sword, the one priced at 50 guan. Have you forgotten?" "Oh." Liu's expression brightened with realization. "You are young Master Zhang. So, do you wish to acquire that sword?" Zhang Xian nodded with a smile, and Liu, feeling a twinge of appreciation, thought to himself that this was a discerning connoisseur. He must sell the sword to him at all costs. "Please, follow me." Liu led Zhang Xian to the back room, where he retrieved the ancient-looking heavy sword from a chest and placed it on the table, saying with a grin, "Perhaps it is fate. I have sold 4 of the 6 heavy swords, leaving only this one and another unsold. It is destined to belong to you, young master." Recalling that Zhang Xian had previously paid him 10 guan, the shopkeeper added, "In light of your apparent affinity with it, I shall reduce the price by 5 guan. So you can take it for just 45 guan. Zhang Xian reached into his pocket and placed a turtle shell on the table, casually asking, "Will this suffice?" The shopkeeper's eyes widened in shock, and he stumbled back several steps, his legs giving way as he fell to his knees, bowing his head repeatedly. "I did not know your identity, young master. Please spare me." Zhang Xian, reminded of the fear it instilled in the martial arts hall, never intended to frighten the shopkeeper. He quickly helped him up, explaining, "This turtle shell is not mine. I found it at the Young Martial Arts Hall. There is no need for you to be afraid." "Why you are not Xuanwu?" the shopkeeper asked cautiously, his fear beginning to dissipate. "This is the first time I have heard of the Xuanwu Fire Phoenix. What is it?" The shopkeeper wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and gradually regained his composure. He realized that the true Xuanwu Fire Phoenix could hardly be present in his shop. Remembering Zhang Xian's earlier words, he asked in alarm, "Did you say you found this turtle shell at the Young Martial Arts Hall?" Zhang Xian nodded, "The hall master. Yang Qi was killed by 3 women in black, leaving this shell behind. Everyone was terrified." The shopkeeper sighed deeply, such misfortune. Yang Qi must have been implicated by Yang Xiangan. Knowing he could not escape, why did he remain in Woyang? What exactly is the Xuanwu Fire Phoenix? The shopkeeper continued with a bitter smile. The Xuanwu Fire Phoenix is, in fact, a notorious assassin organization, typically operating in groups of 3, Xuanwu being male and Huifeng female. They often commit murder in bustling streets, employing brutally bloody methods, indifferent to whether innocent bystanders are harmed. I recall the most horrific incident occurred in the second year of the Dai era when 9 Xuanwu assassins slaughtered 325 participants of a communal sacrificial ceremony outside Chang'an, causing an uproar. Consequently, fear pervaded the entire Sui Dynasty. And what is their background? There exist various interpretations regarding the Xuanwu Fire Phoenix. One perspective posits that it was established during the contention for the title of Crown Prince between the current sovereign and the former Crown Prince Yang Qing, functioning directly under the aegis of the emperor. Another viewpoint suggests it is affiliated with the military, under the control of Yuan Shu. Yet another narrative claims that the Xuanwu Fire Phoenix is a weapon wielded by the Guanzhong aristocracy. The shopkeeper cast a fleeting glance at him, inquiring if he had heard of the 8 pillars of state. These families govern Guanzhong, hence their designation as the Guanzhong aristocracy. The current emperor's Yang family is also among them. Zhang Xian was acutely aware that the Western Wei dynasty conferred titles upon 7 commanding generals alongside the royal Yuan clan, collectively known as the 8 pillars of state, which include prominent families such as the Yuan, Dugu, Zhou, Li, Yu, and Hoemochin clans, encompassing figures like Li Yuan's grandfather Li Hu and Li Mi's great-grandfather Li Bai. Meanwhile, Yang Jian's grandfather Yang Zhong belonged to the 12 major generals, a rank just beneath the 8 pillars. Together, The 8 pillars and the 12 generals formed the Guanzhong aristocracy, the paramount force of the Sui Dynasty. If the Xuanwu Fire Phoenix operates under the Guanzhong aristocracy, then the Wuchuan Academy must be an educational institution founded by them. At that moment, a thought flickered in Zhang Xian's mind, hinting at an elusive truth, leaving him momentarily contemplative and silent. The shopkeeper cautiously probed. Could it be that the young master has also sustained an injury? Injury. Zhang Xian suddenly recalled Li Mi, a scholar at the Wuchuan Academy. He had previously been puzzled by the name Wuchuan, questioning its similarity to the Northern Wei military garrison. Now, clarity dawned upon him. The name was no coincidence. For Wuchuan Academy was indeed named after the Wuchuan military station, the very origin of the Guanzhong aristocracy. Thus, Wuchuan Academy must have been founded by them. Zhang Xian's thoughts crystallized. The so-called academy was merely a fade, a clandestine institution of the Guanzhong aristocracy. Wuchuan Academy was the mastermind behind all significant events, including the rebellion of Yang Qing, Li Mi's consolidation of the Wagang, and even Li Yuan's uprising in Taiyuan. The assassination of Yang Qi by the Xuanwu Fire Phoenix was, in essence, an act of silencing. Would the Xuanwu Fire Phoenix not pursue the extermination of Yang Qing as well? Zhang Xian sensed the urgency of time pressing upon him. He produced 5 taels of gold, placing them upon the table, expressing gratitude to the shopkeeper. I shall return to patronize your establishment. He rose, cupped his hands in farewell, seized the heavy blade from the table, and turned to depart, leaving the shopkeeper in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 0014. Each with their own schemes. The residence of General Yuan Shu is situated in the Zhongshan Alley of Luoyang, encompassing an expansive area of 150 acres. The exquisite pavilions and towers are shrouded within lush woodlands, while a 20-acre lake, resembling a polished mirror, is nestled in the heart of the estate. Despite the lingering chill of early spring, as the frozen lake begins to thaw, the atmosphere remains cold, and few figures are seen moving about the manor. At midday, a man strides briskly through the long corridor and enters a small courtyard in the rear of the residence. This man, approximately 35 or 36 years of age, is tall and slender, adorned in fine garments, with a pallid horse-like visage. His elongated eyes and a hawk-like hooked nose easily impart an impression of cunning and treachery. He is Yuan Huaji, the eldest son of General Yuan Shu, who originally held the title of Deputy Minister of Imperial Horsemen. However, due to his clandestine dealings and contraband trade with the Turks, he severely breached the edicts, incurring the wrath of Emperor Yang Qing. He narrowly escaped death, thanks to the intercession of Princess Nanyang, who petitioned on his behalf, and was subsequently granted to his father as a servant. During the previous year's rebellion led by Yang Qing, he had been occupied with affairs in the north, returning only recently as the weather began to warm. Upon his return, he hastens to report to his father. Yuan Shu, his father, holds the esteemed position of Left Guard General and Duke of Su, overseeing military matters of the Sui Dynasty and serving as a close confidant to Emperor Yang Qing. Yuan Shu and his son Yuan Huaji bear little resemblance. He possesses a broad, purplish visage, fierce eyes, and a robust stature, wielding a 60-pound golden-backed mountain cleaver with remarkable prowess. Even in his 50s, his martial skills remain formidable. At this moment, Yuan Shu is seated in his study, engrossed in a book when he hears his eldest son's voice. Father, your son has come to pay his respects. Enter. As Yuan Huaji steps into the study, he kneels and bows, exclaiming, Your son pays his respects to you, my lord. How fares the matter I entrusted to you? Yuan Shu inquires directly, without preamble. Reporting to father, there are some leads regarding that batch of goods. Sure, Shuhu has acquiesced to your request, Yuan Huaji replies. Yuan Shu harbors a certain disdain for his eldest son, disapproving of his frail physique and lack of decisiveness in matters. Thus, he seldom speaks to him with kindness. However, upon hearing that there are leads on the goods, and that Sure Shuhu has agreed to the transaction, Yuan Shu's demeanor softens slightly, as he tells Yuan Huaji, Rise. Yuan Huaji stands, hands clasped at his sides, awaiting his father's admonition. Yuan Shu glances at him and inquires, Why have you returned only now? Did a heavy snow obstructing the roads? I was unable to return promptly. I beg your forgiveness, father. Nonsense. Yuan Shu huffs discontentedly. You returned in November of last year, yet lingered in Chang'an for over a month, indulging in revelry. Did you think I was unaware? Yuan Huaji, intimidated, hastily lowers his head, silenced. Though his son is disappointing, greedy, and licentious, he is nonetheless the eldest, and having gathered some spoils from the grasslands. Yuan Shu's tone becomes somewhat more lenient. Someone has discovered the whereabouts of Yang Qing and has reported it to the authorities. His Majesty has commanded me to lead an army of 20,000 to encircle the remnants of Yang Qing's forces, specifically in the vicinity of Xiong'er Mountain in Hongnong Commandery. I shall mobilize in 3 days. However, there is a task I must entrust to you. Of course, Yuan Shu has long been aware of Yang Xuangan's movements, yet he has delayed for 3.5 months. Many officials in the court, fearing Yuan Shu would uncover their clandestine connections with Yang Qing, have resorted to bribing him handsomely, thus enabling him to amass considerable wealth. Now, Emperor Yang Qing can no longer endure the situation and intends to replace the commander. Only then has Yuan Shu reported to Yang Qing that he has discerned Yang Qing's whereabouts, vowing to capture them all in one fell swoop. Nevertheless, while preparing to eliminate Yang Qing, Yuan Shu also seeks to take revenge on those aristocratic families that refuse to bribe him, particularly the Yang family of Hongnong, who are clearly colluding with Yang Qing. The emperor has chosen not to pursue the matter and has even rejected Yuan Shu's terms for reconciliation. If he does not deal with them decisively, how could he expect to maintain his stature? Listen closely, I have a task for you. Yuan Shu, with a sinister gleam in his eyes, whispered a few words to his eldest son, adding, "Your methods must be ruthless yet discreet. Ensure that no one knows of your involvement. Do you understand?" The son replied, "I will remember. I shall depart with the army the day after tomorrow. Additionally, I will have the 8th Guardian assist you in secrecy, ensuring your success. Go now." Yuan Huaji hurriedly retreated, while Yuan Shu closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment. Suddenly, he opened them, revealing a terrifying glint of malice, murmuring to himself, "If one does not act for oneself, heaven and earth shall conspire against them." In the depths of a mysterious mansion within the alleys of Xianfang, a tall woman clad in black swiftly entered the inner chamber, passing by the Grand Cauldron of Wuchuan Prefecture, and ascended the staircase to the 3rd floor. Inside the room, the silver-haired yet youthful leader of Wuchuan, Dou Jiande, was engaged in discussion with a young man. This man, under 30, was exceptionally tall and imposing, with a fierce countenance, his red beard curling like a dragon, and his tiger-like eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. Yuan Shu has overstepped his bounds, accepting bribes amounting to no less than 100,000 coins. The current emperor is exceedingly displeased with him, and I am somewhat apprehensive that Yuan Shu may capture Yang Qing alive, unearthing evidence of Yang Xuangan's clandestine dealings with us at Wuchuan, thereby diverting the emperor's attention and covering his own misdeeds. The red-bearded man pondered before asking, should Yang Qing be captured alive, the repercussions would be immense. Would Yuan Shu really take such a risk? You do not understand Yuan Shu. He is ambitious and a sworn enemy of our Guanlong nobility. Creating chaos serves his interests, and I believe he will opt to capture Yang Qing alive. We must not allow him to succeed. Zhongjian, as the leader of Xuanwu, this task falls squarely upon you. The man with the curling beard immediately bowed, stating, I shall not disappoint the leader. Excellent. Yang Qing possesses no written evidence against us. The key is to ensure he remains silent forever. Bring back his head, and Wuchuan will be irrevocably distanced from him. Do you comprehend? I understand. The man hesitated for a moment before quietly adding, May I request to go with Hongxiu? Dou Jiande cast a cold, piercing gaze at him and stated, This is a matter of great significance for Wuchuan. It is not the time for personal sentiments. Should you dare to make such a request again, you shall no longer concern yourself with Xuanwu. The man with the curled beard bowed his head deeply, acknowledging his mistake. At that moment, a voice from outside announced, Report to the leader, Hongxiu has returned. Dou Jiande shot another glance at the bearded man, observing his impassive demeanor, then waved his hand, Prepare for her arrival. I will inform you when it is time to depart. Understood. The bearded man stood and hurriedly exited through another door. Dou Jiande then commanded, Let her in. Moments later, a woman clad in black swiftly entered the room. She had removed her veil, appearing to be around 16 or 17. She possessed a tall and slender figure. Her skin was as pale as snow, with a graceful neck. Beneath her slender willow leaf eyebrows were a pair of eyes that sparkled like precious gems. Her nose was elegantly shaped, embodying beauty. She was Zhang Chuchen, Dou Jiande's adopted daughter. Greetings, father. Zhang Chuchen knelt and bowed her head. A tender light shone in Dou Jiande's eyes as he took a sip of tea and smiled gently. Your senior brother wishes for you to accompany him to Hongnong County. Do you wish to go? Is it to kill Yang Qing? She asked. Do you feel pressured? Not at all. The woman in black replied softly, I shall kill Yang Qi without hesitation. Yang Qi is not Yang Qing, after all. It was Yang Qing who raised you. Humans are not mere wood or grass. Who can remain devoid of feelings? Although the Xuanwu Fire Phoenix was formed under the principle of being ruthless and unfeeling, I do not endorse such a view. Excessive rigidity leads to breakage, while excessive flexibility leads to weakness. What I seek is loyalty, not cold-bloodedness. Perhaps feeling he had spoken too much, Dou Jiande paused and added, "The decision to go rests with you. I shall not hinder your choice. Reflect on it, but remember that this matter is of utmost importance and must not be mishandled." "I understand." Zhang Chuchen rose to take her leave, but then recalled something and said, "Today, while I was about to kill Yang Qi, I encountered that Zhang Xian whom you asked me to watch." Dou Jiande nearly forgot about Zhang Xian, and after a moment's reflection, he recalled a young man of considerable insight, whom he suspected to be associated with Beiki, thus instructing his daughter to keep an eye on him. However, Zhang Xian turned out to be an ordinary individual. Dou Jiande chuckled and casually inquired, "How is he?" "Quite tall and robust, and he possesses some martial skills, but alas, he is an utter fool," she replied dismissively. "How could that be?" Dou Jiande questioned, somewhat incredulous. Zhang Chuchen held a strong bias against Zhang Xian. Curling her lip in disdain, he actually lowered himself to become an observational disciple, inciting the wrath of the entire martial arts academy. Had we not been there on a mission, he would have perished on the spot. Such a simpleton is unworthy of your attention, father. Dou Jiande chuckled softly. I do not regard him as a simple-minded individual. Perhaps the situation is not as you perceive. He likely harbors other intentions within Yang Qi's martial academy. Enough of this. Withdraw for now and contemplate whether you wish to accompany Dou Jiande to Hongnong. Yes, she acknowledged, bowing as she exited. Dou Jiande then opened a white box on the table and retrieved a copper plate inscribed with the name Zhang Zhongjian. Zhang Zhongjian, the chief assassin of the Xuanwu Phoenix, was procured by Dou Jiande through a transaction with the Jiangzhou Association in the south, and he stood as one of Dou Jiande's most capable aides. Regrettably, Zhang Zhongjian hailed from a prominent family of the southern dynasties, which led to a rivalry with Dugashan, who insisted on associating Zhang's lineage with the noble blood of the Guanlong aristocracy. Dugashan firmly demanded that Zhang Zhongjian be expelled from the Wuchuan prefecture. He even made it explicitly clear to Dou Jiande that if he refused to cleanse his ranks, he would lend his support to the Yuan family's claims, resulting in the dissolution of Wuchuan prefecture. Although Dou Jiande was extremely reluctant to remove Zhang Zhongjian, he was equally disinclined to risk a falling out with Dugashan, particularly after the death of Yuan Hongxi had caused fissures within the Guanlong aristocracy. He understood the necessity of meticulously maintaining his relationship with the Degushi family. Dou Jiande gazed at the bronze plaque for a moment, let out a soft sigh, and casually tossed the plaque into another black box. Chapter 0015. The Yang clan of Hongnong. The Hongnong commandery was established during the Han Dynasty, although its boundaries have fluctuated over time. At its zenith, it extended westward to Mount Hua and eastward to the Pass of Hangu, encompassing strategic locations such as the Shaoshan, Hangu Pass, and Tong Pass. Consequently, it has maintained a position of paramount importance throughout various dynasties. Huang County is the ancestral home of the illustrious Yang family, renowned throughout the realm. Since Huang County once fell under the jurisdiction of Hongnong Commandery, the Yang family came to be regarded as the prominent lineage of Hongnong, hence known as the Hongnong Yang clan. Following the establishment of the northern Zhou by Yuan Tai, he endeavored to cultivate relationships with the prominent clans of Guanzhong and Longyu, commanding his key generals to align themselves with these esteemed families. Thus, Li Hu allied with the Li family of Longyu, while Yang Zhong connected with the Hongnong Yang clan. As a result, their descendants, Li Yuan, emerged from the Longyu Li family, and Yang Jian hailed from the Hongnong Yang clan. However, it is crucial to note that the royal family of the Sui Dynasty and the Hongnong Yang clan bore no familial ties whatsoever. Emperor Yang Qing and Yang Xiangan, the head of the Hongnong Yang clan, were not related by blood. Nonetheless, due to the influence of Prime Minister Yang Su, the Hongnong Yang clan experienced a brief period of prominence. Yet, their fortunes were as precarious as they were prosperous. The rebellion led by Yang Xiangan caused the Hongnong Yang clan to plummet from grace, becoming a family shunned by society. Fortunately for them, Emperor Yang Qing, mindful of the shared name, imposed strict punishment solely on Yang Xuangan's lineage while sparing the Hongnong Yang clan. Although they escaped the dire consequences, they adopted a remarkably low profile, restraining their members and refraining from venturing beyond the vicinity of Huang County. On a particular morning, a bullock cart approached along the path at the foot of the Snakehead Mountain, located east of Yangjiakan. Seated upon the cart was a tall individual, Measuring an impressive 6 feet 4 inches, he possessed a commanding presence with distinct facial features and profound eyes. Slung over his shoulder was an elongated cloth bag, and at his waist hung an elegantly archaic heavy sword. This man was Zhang Xian, making his inaugural journey into Guangzhou from Luoyang, and the scenery along the way delighted him immensely. At that moment, the cart gradually came to a halt at a fork in the road. The elderly driver, with a smile, remarked, "Young man, to reach Yangjiakan, simply follow this mountain path southward. If you see a high wall, you will have arrived." I must turn towards Prung village. Zhang Xian leaped down from the cart and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, elder, for the ride." "No trouble at all," replied the driver as he turned the oxen northward. "I wish you a safe journey." Zhang Xian climbed onto a large rock, raising the curtain to gaze into the distance. He spotted a village encircled by high walls, stretching from the valley to the mountainside. It must be Yangjiakan. He descended from the rock and, with long strides, made his way toward the village. Yangjiakan is situated at the easternmost point of Snakehead Mountain, originally known as Dragonhead Mountain. This elongated hill stretches for several dozen miles, culminating in a prominent peak, forming the renowned pattern known as the Returning Dragon. Yangjiakan lies nestled beneath the Dragonhead, and for fear of offending superstitions, the authorities renamed Dragonhead Mountain to Snakehead Mountain several decades ago. Half an hour later, Zhang Xian walked through the main gate of Yangjiakan, where he encountered an elderly man laboriously carrying a heavy load of grain. The elevation made the task arduous for the old man, prompting Zhang Xian to rush forward to assist, exclaiming, "Let me take that for you." "Thank you, thank you." The elder gasped, relieved as he set down the burden. Zhang Xian shouldered the load and inquired, "Shall we continue forward?" "Turn left at the upcoming intersection." The elderly man wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel draped over his shoulder, and, only then, noticed the young man carrying his load was unfamiliar. He was not from the village, and his accent was different. "Young man, are you a stranger?" "I have come from Luoyang. I seek the ancestral home of my master, but do not know its location." "What is your master's name?" "His surname is Yang, with the given name Qi." "Yang Qi." The elder pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, "Is he the one who runs a martial arts school in Luoyang?" "Indeed, that is him." "Do you know of him?" "How could I not? However, he resides near the main hall, which is somewhat difficult to locate. If you help me carry this load home, I shall guide you there." "Thank you, sir." Zhang Xian turned the corner while bearing the burden, and soon they arrived at the elder's home. After setting down the load, the elder led him toward the village's main hall. Our Yang family village is quite large, comprising over 300 households, the majority of which bear the surname Yang. Our ancestors are fundamentally of one lineage, but as time has passed, many branches have formed, dividing into 12 subfamilies. I belong to the 5th branch of the Li Shimin lineage, a minor offshoot. Do you see that tallest building ahead? Following the elders, Zhang Xian indeed spotted a grand structure with a black roof perched on the mountainside, towering over all others. That is the ancestral hall of the Yang clan. Although each branch has its own small shrine, there is but one main hall, situated closely beside the Yang family's primary hall. Zhang Xian accompanied the elder to a vast ancestral hall and noticed the open space in front was filled with people. No wonder the village had been so quiet. Everyone was gathered here. The crowd consisted mainly of young men, numbering around 200 to 300, each wielding swords and spears, quietly discussing among themselves, their expressions tinged with tension. "Sir, what is happening here?" The elder sighed. 50 miles northeast of our Yang family village lies the Guangtong granary. Recently, we have heard reports of several groups of refugees heading toward Guangtong. If they are suppressed by the authorities and the refugees scatter, they will undoubtedly flee to our village, which has everyone on edge. Will the refugees raid our village as well? Zhang Xian inquired, perplexed. When pushed to desperation, people may resort to anything. Moreover, many bandits hide among the refugees. We have endured painful experiences before. If we do not prepare in advance, we will have no time to lament when the moment arrives. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the main hall, of average height, with fair skin and a rather prosperous appearance, his brow furrowed with worry, followed by 7 or 8 attendants. "Head of the family," the elder called out to the middle-aged man. The man's name was Yang Wenxian, a cousin of Yang Xiangan and the nephew of Yang Su. After Yang Xuangan's failed rebellion, the Yang family severed ties with him and elected Yang Wenxian as the new head of the family. Yang Wenxian, preoccupied with the plight of the refugees, turned upon hearing his name called. Seeing his elder from the Lishan branch beckoning him, he paused and asked, "Third uncle, is there something you need?" The elder pulled Zhang Xian closer, as this young man had traveled from Woyang and was a disciple of Yang Qi, seemingly bearing urgent news for the clan leader. Zhang Xian promptly stepped forward to pay his respects, stating that his master had entrusted him with a message for the family before his passing. Has he indeed passed away? Yang Wenxian inquired, his tone tinged with impatience. The clan had recently suffered numerous losses, and Yang Qi's standing had never been high. Thus, Yang Wenxian's concern for his fate was minimal. Zhang Xian hastily retrieved the 7 stars sword from his bundle, presenting it with both hands. This is my master's final request to return the sword to the family. Yang Wenxian cast a fleeting glance at the sword and suddenly recalled that it appeared to belong to his uncle, Yang Su. Had it been in the past, he would have received it with utmost reverence, taking it to the ancestral hall for veneration. However, at this moment, he recoiled as though confronted by a venomous serpent, hastily stepping aside to avoid contact with the blade. Quickly, remove it, he exclaimed, gesturing dismissively in anger. The elder, unable to bear the scene any longer, stepped forward to intercede. Clan leader, this young man has made a great effort to bring the sword from Woyang. Yang Wenxian, clearly displeased, elongated his response and instructed a nearby servant, take him to see Yang Qi's wife. Turning back to Zhang Xian, he added, you may return the sword to his family. I have no need for it here. With that, he disregarded Zhang Xian entirely and hastened toward the square, bellowing from a distance that bandits were about to breach their gates, urging everyone to abandon their idle chatter. Startled, the young members of the Yang clan sprang to their feet. The elder gave a wry smile to Zhang Xian and remarked, the clan leader is in a foul mood. Do not take it to heart. It is of no consequence. Thank you for guiding me, elder. Until we meet again, Zhang Xian replied, clasping his hands in gratitude before following the servant through a small side door. The elder watched him depart, shaking his head in resignation before turning to leave as well. Chapter 0016, Night Raid on Yang Village. Today, Zhang Xian found himself beset by misfortune. First, he was met with indifference from the head of the Yang family. And then he was unceremoniously cast out by Yang Qi's wife, who also discarded the 7-star sword along with him. From a member of the Yang clan, Zhang learned that Yang Qi had not returned home for over a decade. He had taken 3 concubines in Luoyang and had long neglected his first wife, rendering their marriage a mere formality. The Yang clan member who offered Zhang refuge was named Yang Qiming, a gaunt young man of about 25 or 26, as slender as a bamboo pole, seemingly able to be toppled by a mere gust of wind. He had yet to marry and lived alone in a small room. Hearing of the impending bandit attack, he felt anxious, but Zhang Xian's imposing stature provided him with a sense of security. He poured Zhang a bowl of water and chuckled. Young Master Zhang, do not take it to heart. That woman merely has a foul temper, as if every member of the Yang family owes her a debt. If it weren't for the head of the family feeling sorry for her, she would have been sent packing long ago. Zhang Xian paid little heed to the attitude of Yang Qi's wife. He had nearly forgotten what Yang Qi even looked like. Her refusal of the sword was, in fact, a relief, as he had been reluctant to part with it. What concerned Zhang was how to glean information about Yang Xiangan from the head of the Yang family, for that was the true purpose of his visit to Yang Village. Would you care for some water, young Master Zhang? He asked. Noticing the ceramic bowl was riddled with cracks and bore a significant chip at the rim, filthy beyond measure, Zhang Xian could hardly bring himself to accept such water. He smiled and inquired, is young Master Qiming also a descendant of the main hall? Something like that. However, my father was a secondary son from a branch of the Lu family, which holds little prestige within the clan. After my father's passing 3 years ago, I returned to my ancestral home in Huan, as per his last wishes. Coupled with my frail health, I can only survive on a meager allowance from the family. Just look at the state of my home. It is impoverished to the core. Initially, Zhang Xian intended to extract some information regarding Yang Xiangan from him. However, upon hearing his lament, he reconsidered. A family that could not even offer a proper cup for guests would hardly possess knowledge of such familial secrets. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the courtyard, and several members of the Yang clan stood at the entrance, stating, Qiming, the head of the family has decreed that all men under 40 must participate in the defense of the village. You must join us. Startled, Yang Qiming stammered, brothers, my situation is unique, as you know. How could I wield a sword? But the head of the family has not granted you any exceptions. If you are unwilling, perhaps you should explain your predicament to him yourself. Though Yang Qiming was frail, he was not devoid of intelligence. He understood that the head of the family would not extend any special treatment, even if he were not to engage in combat. He would still be required to assist in transporting supplies, and the thought of being inadvertently struck by an errant arrow filled him with dread. In a state of panic, he cast a pitiful glance at Zhang Xian, who felt a surge of inspiration. Perhaps this was a fortuitous opportunity. Rising to his feet, he approached with a smile, saying, "Why not allow me to take young Master Qingming's place?" The room was dim, and the others had not noticed Zhang Xian's presence until he suddenly emerged, towering over them. The members of the Yang clan were taken aback. "Who are you?" "I am a brother of young Master Qingming, just arrived from Luoyang." "Right, brother?" Yang Qingming seemed to have grasped a lifeline, repeatedly exclaiming, "Yes, yes. He is my old comrade, named Zhang Xian, just arrived from Luoyang. He can stand in for me." Several members of the Yang clan scrutinized Zhang Xian, noting his towering stature, muscular arms, and the heavy blade at his waist, clearly indicative of a martial expert. The prospect of such a skilled individual participating in the defense of Yang family village was indeed a fortuitous blessing. In truth, the others also wished for Yang Qingming, a frail man afflicted with tuberculosis, to refrain from guarding the village, as he would be of no assistance and might hinder others. Exchanging glances, they collectively chuckled, "Certainly. Welcome. Young Master Zhang, please follow us." Zhang Xian sheathed his sword on his back, offered a nod of acknowledgement to Yang Qingming, and promptly followed several young members of the Yang clan out of the courtyard. Watching Zhang Xian's retreating figure, Yang Qingming could not suppress a triumphant smile, grateful for his cleverness in bringing him to his residence. Otherwise, he would have surely faced dire consequences today. As night deepened, Zhang Xian settled into a corner of a spacious room within the ancestral hall, apart from his own weapon. He had been allocated a spear and a set of bows and arrows. Compared to Wang Bowen's remarkably resilient iron spear, this white waxwood spear appeared rather crude. Seemingly crafted from hard jujube wood, with a head made of wrought iron that lacked sufficient sharpness, prompting Zhang Xian to toss it aside in disdain. However, he found a modicum of interest in the bows and arrows, which were standard 8-dou bows used by the military, employing 2-foot-long arrows. Regrettably, the 8-dou bow felt a tad too light for him, and he soon grew bored after less than half an hour of practice. Zhang Xian glanced around at the other occupants in the large room, approximately 30 individuals, comprising both Yang clan members and ordinary servants, most of whom were in a stupor. Having spent the afternoon in slumber, seemingly following the head of the Yang family's directive to conserve energy for the night. Yet, where was the training? Zhang Xian found it incredulous that hundreds of clan members, inexperienced in battle, faced the threat of bandit attacks. And their priority was not to rehearse various defensive strategies but rather to indulge in rest. How could such unprepared soldiers maintain order in the midst of conflict? He chided himself for overthinking. After all, the head of the family was in charge. Beside him, a drowsy Yang clan member mumbled incoherently, turning over. And just as he was about to drift off, muttered vaguely, "Who knows if there are even bandits?" Zhang Xian unsheathed his battle knife, gently caressing the razor-sharp blade. The concerns of others were of no relevance to him. He had no desire to lose his life here. Just as Zhang Xian was on the verge of slumber, a sudden shout erupted from outside. "Something's happening." Startled awake, he sprang to his feet, noticing the other clan members remained in deep sleep. Anxiously, he yelled, "Everyone, wake up!" At last, the group stirred, many groggily inquiring, "What is going on?" A chilling scream pierced the air outside, particularly harrowing, instantly rousing everyone from their stupor as they scrambled to find their shoes and weapons. In the chaos, someone accidentally knocked over an oil lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Amidst the cacophony of shouts and curses, Zhang Xian ignited a small oil lamp by the window, and a dim light filled the room, slightly alleviating the turmoil. At that moment, a man named Yang Qing rushed into the courtyard. He was the legitimate heir of the Yang family and the leader of their household. In a state of urgency, he shouted, "Quick, follow me to guard the granary." Zhang Xian followed the crowd out of the room, where they all beheld a lifeless body lying in a corner by the wall, presumably the source of the earlier scream. Others merely shook their heads and sighed before hastily departing. However, Zhang Xian noticed a peculiar detail. He approached slowly. The deceased was clad in thick leather armor and wore a helmet, resembling the steward he had seen at noon. A wolf-tooth arrow had pierced his throat, leaving Zhang Xian astonished. Such precise archery could not be the work of ordinary bandits. Moreover, this was the central ancestral hall of the village, at least 200 or 300 steps away from the nearest edge of the village. What kind of bow could shoot that far? There was only one possibility. Someone had already infiltrated the village. At that moment, the family head, Yang Wenxian, burst into the courtyard with a dozen stewards. Seeing Zhang Xian still standing in the yard, he bellowed in anger, "Why aren't you out there? Master, Formidable enemies have infiltrated the village. Zhang Xian replied calmly. Yang Wenxian was taken aback. How do you know? Zhang Xian pointed at the corpse, and the family head pondered. Do you think the enemy's arrows could reach the ancestral hall? This was a rather evident truth, but in the chaos, no one had considered it. Certainly not with the same composure as Zhang Xian. Yang Wenxian suddenly realized and urgently ordered his men to search for the enemy scouts. No sooner had he finished speaking than the sound of a bowstring echoed from afar. Instinctively, Zhang Xian lunged to tackle Yang Wenxian to the ground. Realizing that this assailant had just killed the steward, he wondered if he would spare the family head. A wolf-tooth arrow whizzed past Yang Wenxian's scalp, embedding itself forcefully into a nearby tree, causing Yang Wenxian to break into a cold sweat. Zhang Xian, with keen eyesight, spotted a shadow lurking behind a large tree near the wall, 50 paces away. Enraged, he charged towards the tree. The shadow, sensing danger, leapt off the wall and fled. Zhang Xian scaled the wall in pursuit, leaping into a narrow alley. Only then did Yang Wenxian realize that this young man had just saved his life. Had he seen him before? A brief moment of reflection led Yang Wenxian to recall that this tall figure was indeed the youth who had delivered a sword to Yang Qi earlier that morning. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian sprinted ahead. Having trained in tracking techniques with special forces, he possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to sound, enabling him to pinpoint his target amidst various noises. No matter how fast the assailant ran, as long as there were footsteps, he would relentlessly pursue. As he dashed into a courtyard, the footsteps abruptly ceased. Zhang Xian immediately grew cautious, stepping cautiously towards the other courtyard entrance. This was an empty courtyard, surrounded by walls, with only doors to the east and west. The adversary could only be hiding behind the door on the eastern side. Stop! Where do you think you're going? Zhang Xian shouted loudly, his body poised to rush through the door. In that fleeting moment, he abruptly recoiled, witnessing a glint of cold steel as a sharp short sword sliced past him. Yet it struck nothing but air. With a chilling smile, Zhang Xian delivered a powerful punch that landed squarely on his adversary's arm, producing a distinct crack as bones shattered. Followed by a pained wail as the shadowy figure collapsed to the ground, their bow and arrow flung several paces away. Zhang Xian stepped forward, pinning the assassin's head beneath his foot, only to be taken aback by the familiarity of the figure beneath him, emaciated and frail. Peering down, he gasped. How could it be you? Under the moonlight, the assailant turned out to be the feeble Yang Qing. Zhang Xian momentarily froze, gritting his teeth, and demanded, Speak. Who are you truly? Despite having his arm broken, Yang Qing remained defiant, muttering darkly, Zhang, I advise you to steer clear of this murky business. Otherwise, you might not even know how you met your end. First, reveal your identity. Zhang Xian pressed. It would terrify you to hear it. I am Yuan Qiming, one of the 8 guardians under General Yuan, known as the infamous godly arrow skeleton. Have you heard of me? Though Zhang Xian had never encountered tales of this godly arrow skeleton, he grasped the situation's gravity. Yang Qingming had likely been an undercover agent sent by Yuan Shu to infiltrate the Yang family 3 years prior. It seemed this man had gathered intelligence on Yang Xuangan's rebellion. Comprehending the implications, Zhang Xian coldly remarked, It appears this is not merely a bandit raid. You are targeting the Yang family, am I correct? Smart of you. Release me, and you may leave Yang family village unharmed. I shall not hold you accountable for your severed arm. Otherwise what? Will you take my life? Yang Qingming sneered defiantly. But alas, I refuse to be intimidated. Zhang Xian raised his sword high and drove it down fiercely. A scream erupted from Yang Qingming, and in an instant, he lay lifeless. Chapter 0017. A dire command. The Yang family, akin to all renowned noble clans, possesses numerous sanctuaries. Within the confines of Huang County, the Yang family boasts an expansive architectural complex spanning hundreds of acres, with additional estates in both Chang'an and Luoyang. At the foot of Shitu Mountain lies Yangjia village. Their ancestral abode, this is the very essence of the Yang lineage, their most vital stronghold housing the majority of the Yang clansmen. Yangjia village is not an open settlement. Half of it is nestled on the mountainside of Shitu, while the other half rests within a valley. Since the 6th year of the Dai era, a formidable wall, standing 15 feet tall, has been constructed along the mountain's contours, encircling the village in its entirety. At this moment, several houses at the mountain's base are engulfed in flames, prompting the young clansmen dwelling below to cry out in desperation as they rush towards the mountain. Women clutch their children, while men bear their elderly parents upon their backs, stumbling and colliding in a chaotic frenzy, predominantly comprised of the frail and vulnerable. A handful of young Yangxians stand at the roadside, shouting, Hasten to the ancestral hall for refuge. The ancestral hall serves as the spiritual sanctuary for all members of the Yang family. Given its vast expanse, constructed from sturdy bluestone, it becomes the haven for clansmen in times of calamity, seeking the protection of their forebears. Inside the ancestral hall, hundreds have already sought shelter, with a steady influx of Yang clansmen making their way towards it. However, the ambush unfolds in the southwestern corner near the granary. Situated at the mountain's base, an essential structure second only to the ancestral hall, built from massive stones and surrounded by high walls, typically guarded by a dozen household servants. The granary holds nearly 50,000 stones of grain, representing the Yang family's most significant wealth accumulated over years of bountiful harvests. With the lunar month just past and summer's harvest still distant, should the granary be plundered by starving mobs, the 350 households of Yangjia village would face a dire shortage of provisions. Thus, the defense of the granary has become paramount. Hundreds of young Yang clansmen and household servants have congregated within its confines, engaging in a desperate struggle against the invading foes. In the darkness, a barrage of fiery arrows rains down from the southwest, clanging against the stone walls without inflicting damage. Yet the immense pressure instills an inexplicable dread within the hearts of every Yang clansman. A breach, measuring over 10 yards wide, has been torn open in the outer high wall, leading into the wooded expanse. Under the dim light of the moon, shadows of countless figures can be seen shifting at the forest's edge. Indeed, there are hundreds, though none can discern the happenings within the woods. Each person's mind conjures a vivid image of thousands of ragged, starving individuals crowded within, clutching burlap sacks and baskets, their eyes gleaming with the ferocity of ravenous wolves. "They're coming to kill us," a voice cries out in alarm. The young Yang scions surge forward, scrambling atop the high walls of the granary. Inside the elevated structure, a series of wooden frames have been erected, where hundreds of them stand, brandishing spears and bows, fiercely engaging the assailants. Nearly 200 mountain bandits charge towards the granary, erecting ladders against the high walls while biting down on their steel knives as they ascend. A fierce battle ensues atop the walls, filled with the screams of the wounded and the agonizing cries of those meeting their demise, as one after another, bodies tumble from the fortifications. The master of the house, Yang Wenxian, shouted anxiously from beneath the eaves of the main hall, urging everyone not to be afraid and to hold their ground. "If they break in, we are doomed." Perhaps thinking of his wife, children, and parents, the Yang family members and servants, despite their overwhelming fear, summoned their courage to fiercely battle the ruthless mountain bandits. At that moment, a sudden dull thud resonated from the southeast grain store, followed by violent tremors, causing dust and debris to rain down from the eaves. Everyone stood frozen in shock until Yang Wenxian suddenly realized that the bandits were attempting a diversion. Their true intent was to force the door open. He leapt up in a panic, shouting, "Quick, protect the door." Dozens of servants nearest to the door drew their swords and rushed forward, but before they could reach it, a tremendous crash echoed as the doors were violently thrust open, sending several Yang family members tumbling to the ground from the sheer force. Over 50 fearsome-looking bandits discarded their ramming instruments and charged into the courtyard, clashing fiercely with the advancing servants. An unending stream of bandits flooded through the doorway, overwhelming the defenders, who were driven back in disarray. Yang Wenxian, frantic, stomped his feet and shouted orders to resist, but their efforts were in vain. As the Yang family members neared collapse, a tall shadow surged in from the side, akin to a tempest plunging into the enemy ranks, fierce and unrelenting. With a swift arc of his blade, blood splattered as two heads flew into the air. It was Zhang Xian, who had just dealt with Yang Qiming's body and arrived at the grain store, only to find the bandits breaching the door in a dire situation. Without hesitation, he plunged into the fray through the weakest point in the enemy line. Zhang Xian struck decisively, severing two heads, before their bodies could hit the ground. He darted through the gap, thrusting his blade through one bandit's chest. Using the fallen bodies as cover, he slashed left and right, the glint of his knife flashing as he severed two more throats. At that moment, he sensed a rush of air behind him, a blade aimed at his neck. Without a moment's pause, he performed a backflip, kicking the attacking sword away, then swiftly swung his own blade, sending another head soaring into the air, the body crashing down as blood sprayed over him. In the blink of an eye, he had felled 6 foes, and the remaining bandits, terrified by his ferocity, began to retreat. With a roar, Zhang Xian charged like a tiger into the densest part of the enemy ranks. His entrance turned the tide of battle, invigorating the spirits of the servants, who stood their ground against the bandit onslaught. Encouraged by Zhang Xian's bravery, Many of the once timid Yang family members surged from all directions, uniting to drive dozens of bandits out of the door. The morale of the bandits shattered. They hastily turned to flee towards the distant broken wall, and the fighting at the grain store temporarily ceased. The ground was littered with bodies, especially around the entrance, where over 30 corpses lay, more than half of which were slain by Zhang Xian. Throughout the courtyard, the anguished groans of the wounded echoed, but Zhang Xian, with no time to tend to the injured, urgently commanded the servants and Yang family members, quickly, gather the grain to barricade the door. A single sentence served as a reminder to all. Should the mountain bandits return, the entrance would be the most vulnerable point, and they might not withstand the onslaught. Without waiting for the family head's instructions, everyone hastily rushed into the warehouse, carrying bags of grain to stack against the door. At that moment, the head of the Yang family, Yang Wenxian, hurried over and clasped his fists in apology to Zhang Xian, saying, "I beg your forgiveness for my disrespect towards you this morning." Zhang Xian quickly returned the gesture, assuring him that there was no need for excessive courtesy, as he too had acted indiscreetly. Recalling the earlier perilous situation, Yang Wenxian felt a surge of anxiety and gratitude towards Zhang Xian. He then inquired, "May I ask, what should we do next for our defense?" Zhang Xian, eager to seize the opportunity to showcase his capabilities, pointed towards the Yang family's young men and servants, noting, "It is evident that everyone has received some training, yet the formation is too chaotic. I recommend organizing the spear teams into groups of 10. With the head of the family designating a captain. Yang Wenxian nodded in agreement. Having recognized the previous disorder, Zhang Xian's suggestion resonated with him. He promptly summoned his nephew, Yang Qing, and instructed him accordingly. Yang Qing rushed to organize the troops, and soon over 200 young men and servants of the Yang family, armed with spears, formed 10 teams, each designated a captain responsible for a section of the wall. Then Zhang Xian called out 60 archers to the rooftops, raining arrows down to cover the spear bearers as they engaged the enemy. This was an exceedingly crucial recommendation. Previously, the archers had crowded on the walls, preventing the formation of a spear wall, thereby rendering the archers ineffective and a liability to their defense. Zhang Xian initially considered having the archers lined up in the courtyard to shoot at the enemies outside in a parabolic arc. But realizing that the Yang family's young men were inadequately trained and might mistakenly hit their own during a panic, he deemed the rooftops a better option. In the face of imminent danger, Zhang Xian transformed the situation, establishing an unspoken authority among the group, without needing the family head's command. The 60 archers surged into the hall, swiftly ascending the stairs to the rooftops, each seeking a strategic position to gain the advantage of height. As a man of military background, Zhang Xian simplified the complexities and pinpointed the critical issues, revitalizing the Yang family's defense with just 2 strategies, transforming chaos into order and boosting morale. Although Yang Wenxian lacked military knowledge, he could discern the significant change following the formation of the defense, which was now remarkably distinct from the previous disorder. This newfound order instilled a measure of confidence in him. Yang Wenxian, being a perceptive man, was unbothered by Zhang Xian's apparent usurpation of authority. Instead, he felt inclined to entrust the entire command to Zhang Xian, recognizing him as the divine savior sent to rescue the Yang family. "Young Master Zhang, I leave this in your capable hands," he said. However, Zhang Xian quickly replied, "Please wait, head of the family. I have something of great importance to discuss." He pulled Yang Wenxian aside and detailed the matter of Yang Qingming, whose expression changed drastically upon realizing that Yang Qingming was, in fact, an undercover agent sent by Yu Wenshu 3 years prior. It is evident that Yang Xiangan had secretly trained the Tiger Ben Guard and stockpiled weapons at Yangjia's Wang, a fact that Yu Wenshu must have been fully aware of. Yet, instead of promptly reporting this to Yang Guang, he chose to sit idly by as Yang Xiangan instigated a rebellion. What could his intentions be? Does the head of the family remain oblivious to this? Zhang Xian whispered, "Who could be orchestrating the attack against us today?" Yang Wenxian nodded slowly, coming to a realization. Last month, Yu Wenshu had extorted 10,000 taels of gold from him, and his refusal had sown the seeds of resentment, prompting him to disguise tonight's assault as an act of vengeance against the Yang family under the pretense of being a refugee. Head of the family. The crux of the matter lies elsewhere. Zhang Xian uttered a few hushed words, leaving Yang Wenxian astounded. He slapped his forehead heavily, exclaiming in disbelief, "How could I have overlooked this?" Chapter 0018, Capturing the Thief by Seizing the King in the Woods outside the Yang family granary, Yuwenji, adorned with a silk hat and clad in a flowing azure robe, gazed solemnly at the distant breach in the walls and the towering granary. His expression was as inscrutable as the depths of water, and none dared to intrude upon his contemplation. From his father as strategist, Sui Dynasty had learned that the campaign against the Yang clan of Hongnong was not merely an act of retribution for their obstinacy, but a calculated maneuver to instill fear among the prominent families of Guangzhou, including the Wei, Du, Lu, and Shui clans. Dynasty was acutely aware of his father's far-reaching ambitions, yet he felt that his father had been overly hasty since the latter half of the previous year. This urgency could arouse Yang Guang's suspicion. It would be prudent for his father to temper his pace, lest he become the second to expose himself following Yang Qing. Once the matter with the Yang family was resolved, he would have a serious discussion with his father. Behind Dynasty stood a robust man in his 30s. Nearly 7 feet tall, with a powerful physique and dark skin, resembling a fierce black bear. He was Luo Yifan, a notorious bandit from the vicinity of Zhangnan Mountain. Summoned by Yuan Shu, he aimed to leverage the opportunity presented by the influx of thousands of refugees to raid the granary alongside his 500 elite followers in a night assault on Yang family village. At this moment, he was filled with anxiety, aware that there were 3,000 troops stationed in Huang County, and that the Yangs would surely send for reinforcements. If the army arrived, their mission would likely end in disaster. "My lord," Luo Yifan stepped forward, interrupting Yuanji's brooding thoughts, and whispered, "Shall we commence our actions?" "What is your haste?" Yuanji glared at him, his thoughts disrupted. Luo Yifan shivered at the reprimand and stammered, "I fear the troops from Huang County may come." "Fool," Yuanji scolded coldly, "do you think I have not considered this? The garrison in Huang County will hardly concern themselves with the refugees. They will not come here." At this, Luo Yifan realized his folly and fell silent. Yuanji turned his gaze back towards Yang family village, awaiting the signal from the 8th protector, Yuanqing. Time was slipping away, and the signal from the ancestral hall had yet to be given. Could something have gone awry? He glanced at the sky. It was nearing the 3rd watch. If they did not act soon, they would miss their chance. Resolute, Yuanji finally nodded to Luo Yifan. "We may proceed." Luo Yifan, elated, immediately commanded, "1st Battalion, launch a fierce assault on the granary. No matter the cost, do not halt. 2nd Battalion, follow me." 200 ruthless mountain bandits shouted as they surged towards the granary, while Luo Yifan, with 150 men, swiftly made their way along the wall towards the hills. Yuanji looked on as they disappeared into the distance, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. The head of the Yang family was indeed foolish, believing they were merely refugees seeking food. Almost all members of the Yang clan had retreated into the ancestral hall, which sprawled across nearly 20 acres, housing close to 1,000 people, the majority of whom were the elderly, women, and children. In Yangjiazhuang, there are approximately 350 able-bodied men and servants, among whom 50 remained to safeguard the ancestral hall. The head of the family, Yang Wenxian, personally leads the 300 to defend the granary against the starving populace arriving from Guangdong warehouse, who seek to seize the provisions. Until now, all members of the Yang clan within the ancestral hall have believed that the assailants tonight are refugees fleeing from Guangdong warehouse. A similar incident occurring 2 years prior when timely assistance from the stationed troops in Huang County turned the tide. At that time, the family head Yang Xiangan was the minister of rights, and the immense prestige of the elder patriarch, Yang Su, still resonated in the halls of power. Thus the Huang garrison came to their aid. However, the Yang family has since fallen from grace, and one wonders if the garrison would still deign to assist them. Inside the 3 grand halls of the ancestral hall, the Yang clan members are filled with discussions, sighs, and the cries of children. Their hearts weighed down by an oppressive sense of foreboding. They fret over their fates. Many hoping the starving masses merely wish to pillage provisions and depart without further looting their possessions or harming their kin. The 50 Yang youths tasked with protecting the ancestral hall are divided into 2 groups. One aids the elderly and children within the hall, while the other stands guard outside, unaware of the imminent peril facing them. Luo Yifan, leading 150 followers, has stealthily infiltrated Yangjiazhuang, with a clear objective, targeting the ancestral hall where the Yang clan congregates. The assault on the granary serves merely as a diversion, luring the Yang youths away while their true aim lies with the ancestral hall. The plan is to storm the hall or set it ablaze, slaughtering the Yang clansmen, forcing those at the granary to rush to their aid. At that moment, the fate of Yangjiazhuang would be sealed, and the blame for the ensuing chaos would fall upon the starving populace. This is the cunning scheme devised by Yuan Shu, with counsel from his strategist, Sui. Luo Yifan, in fact, is one of Yuan Shu's adopted sons, originally a powerful figure from Lantian County. He had annihilated another prominent family over a land dispute and sought refuge with Yuan Shu. However, Yuan Shu, wary of the potential fallout, dispatched him to the Jiangnan Mountains to become a bandit. Over the years, he amassed a following of 500 to 600 men, engaging in robbery and plundering. Recognizing his strength, Yuan Shu readopted him but insisted he maintain the guise of a mountain bandit. In this assault on Yangjia's Wang, Yuan Shu promised him a share of the spoils and women, igniting within Luo Yifan a fervent desire for wealth and conquest. Hiding behind the walls of a grand estate, Luo Yifan's wolf-like gaze fixated menacingly on the entrance of the ancestral hall, roughly 60 to 70 paces away. One of his subordinates stealthily approached to report, "Chieftain, there are no abnormalities. Fewer than 30 patrol the perimeter." Luo Yifan pondered for a moment. With 150 men, they would be too conspicuous. Instead, he resolved to lead a smaller contingent to eliminate the outer young youths before launching a full assault on the ancestral hall. "First team, follow me. Second and third teams, remain here." With a swift gesture, he commanded, "Come with me." He led 50 men in a charge beyond the walls, racing toward the ancestral hall's entrance, when suddenly, just a few paces away, a cacophony of screams erupted behind them, shattering the stillness of the night. The Yang clan members stationed outside the hall immediately discerned the silhouettes of several dozen figures in the square, and their alarmed cries rang out, "Enemies are approaching." The ominous clang of alarm bells echoed from within the hall, prompting the Yang kin, tasked with protecting their clan, to rush out. Meanwhile, the vigilant Yang members stationed outside the walls quickly mounted the ramparts and unleashed a volley of arrows. Dozens of arrows flew toward the beleaguered Luo Yifan and his band, catching 7 or 8 bandits off guard, who fell victim to the chaotic barrage. In a state of panic, many bandits threw themselves to the ground, desperately seeking refuge from the onslaught of arrows. Enraged, Luo Yifan stomped his foot in frustration and turned to flee, unaware of the calamity that had befallen him. A mixture of fury and despair gnawing at his heart, his teeth grinding audibly. Not long after Luo Yifan and his men had dashed out, an ambush party, concealed near the ancestral hall, suddenly surged forth 50 loyal servants led by Zhang Xian. Upon learning the truth of this nocturnal raid from Yang Qiming, Zhang Xian realized that the adversary's target could not possibly be the granary. The assault on the granary was merely a ruse designed to create the illusion of famine striking Yang village, concealing their true objective. Zhang Xian surmised that their real aim must be the ancestral hall itself, which housed the Yang family's treasury and served as a sanctuary for the clan members in times of crisis, whether for wealth or for refuge. The ancestral hall was indisputably their target. Having persuaded Yang Wenxian, Zhang Xian led 50 servants to the rescue, yet he refrained from rushing into the hall, instead opting to lie in wait within a narrow alley adjacent to the hall, biding his time for a perfect moment to ambush. As the enemy leader advanced with his 50 men, Zhang Xian recognized his opportunity. He seized the moment of their disarray and surged forth with his own 50 loyal servants, launching a surprise attack from behind against the 100 bandits lingering behind the walls. Caught entirely off guard, the 100 bandits suffered significant casualties and descended into utter chaos. At that moment, Luo Yifan, resembling a ferocious black bear brandishing a heavy iron spear, charged back, roaring thunderously, demanding to know who dared to thwart his grand scheme, and vowing to tear them to shreds. Just as he neared the walls, Zhang Xian materialized before him. Having targeted the bandit leader, keenly aware of his vulnerabilities, without hesitation, Zhang Xian launched an ambush on the bandit chief, his blade flashing with the swiftness of lightning. Luo Yifan, unable to evade, felt the sharp edge slice into his chest, a gaping wound opening, blood gushing forth. Letting out a pain scream, Luo Yifan staggered backward, yearning to create distance so he could wield his iron spear effectively. Yet, Zhang Xian, with his wealth of experience, understood that if the adversary managed to employ the spear, his defeat would be inevitable. He pursued relentlessly, denying Luo Yifan any opportunity to regroup, leaping forth with another fierce strike aimed at his foe's face. The momentum was overwhelming. Luo Yifan raised his spear in defense, and with a resounding clash, the blade met the shaft, sparks flying in every direction. Ro Yifan was instantly filled with joy. An opportunity had arisen. With a fierce roar, he swept his iron spear outward, only to find that his opponent had vanished without a trace, the spear slicing through empty air. A sudden shock gripped his heart, but before he could comprehend, an excruciating pain surged from below. It turned out that Zhang Xian, while cleaving the spear shaft, had also deftly slid beneath him. His adversary's vulnerability lay in his lower body, which, due to his immense size, was remarkably clumsy during movement. Zhang Xian capitalized on this weakness. slipping through his opponent's legs in an instant. Drawing a military dagger from his boot, he viciously plunged it into Rou Yifan's groin. The razor-sharp blade sank deeply into Rou Yifan's body, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as his legs buckled, causing him to kneel on one knee. Zhang Xian stood behind him, bellowing, "Die!" With both hands gripping the hilt of his knife, he delivered a savage strike to the back of Rou Yifan's neck. A sickening crack echoed as the massive head rolled away, landing more than 10 feet from the body. Zhang Xian let out a cold chuckle, kicking Rou Yifan's headless corpse to the ground. He took a couple of steps forward, raised Rou Yifan's severed head high, and proclaimed loudly, "Behold, the bandit leader is dead." The mountain bandits erupted in a chorus of despairing wails, their will to fight utterly shattered, scattering in all directions. Chapter 19. The secret of profound perception in the second defensive battle at the granary. The newly formed defensive formation orchestrated by Zhang Xian undoubtedly played a pivotal role. The offspring of the Yang family, arranged in teams of 10, stood shoulder to shoulder atop the high walls, brandishing their spears and forming clusters of spear formations that withstood relentless assaults from the mountain bandits. The formidable collective strength of the spear formations rendered the marauders utterly helpless. Meanwhile, the archers stationed on the rooftops were no longer mere decorations. They rained arrows down upon the advancing bandits, creating significant turmoil among their ranks. Many bandits fell victim to the heavy projectiles, collapsing to the ground after only a few desperate strides, lifeless amidst the underbrush. Despite the bandits outnumbering the defending Yang heirs, they suffered catastrophic losses, with nearly 100 perishing beneath the onslaught of spears and arrows within a mere half hour. However, the most consequential event that altered the tide of battle was the demise of their leader, Luo Yifan. His death was undeniably pivotal in alleviating the crisis at Yang family village, as Yuanhua, unwilling to intervene, left the hundreds of bandits without a guiding force, resulting in a rapid disintegration of their morale. Some felt a sense of relief at gaining their freedom, while others were lost in confusion. Yet, it is believed that many were preoccupied with the wealth and women that Luo Yifan had hoarded in the stronghold. Upon receiving the news of Luo Yifan's death, the once ferocious band of marauders fled as if swept away by a tempest, the fierce storm dissipating in mere moments. Recognizing the dire turn of events, Yuanhua hastily departed from Yang family village, accompanied by a dozen loyal retainers, and returned to Huan County. As dawn broke, the Yang clan members, young and old, emerged from the ancestral hall, making their way back to their homes. Concurrently, hundreds of Yang heirs and household servants scoured each residence in search of any remaining hidden bandits. The bodies within the granary had been cleared, and the fallen Yang heirs and servants were transported back to the ancestral hall. While nearly 200 bandit corpses were interred in the forest, though many had endured a sleepless night and were utterly fatigued, the exhilaration of victory kept them from slumber. In the square before the ancestral hall, a group of youthful Yang heirs surrounded Zhang Xian, tossing him high into the air in jubilant celebration of their triumph. At that moment, an elder of the Yang clan, Yang Wenjun, hurriedly emerged from the hall. He was the younger brother of the clan head, Yang Wenxian, and approached with a distant smile, urging, "All right, everyone, cease your revelry and set down young Master Zhang." The Yang heirs gently lowered Zhang Xian and quickly gathered around Yang Wenjun, eagerly inquiring, "Uncle, what rewards do we receive? The clan head has sent you to repair the walls. Should you restore them well, each of you will be rewarded. If not, your monthly stipend will be deducted. Now, hurry along." With a collective gasp, the 20-odd Yang heirs dashed towards the granary, prompting Yang Wenjun to turn to Zhang Xian with a smile, saying, "Young Master Zhang, please follow me. The clan head wishes to speak with you." Zhang Xian nodded and followed Yang Wenjun into the ancestral hall. Within the elder hall of the ancestral hall, 5 elders representing various branches of the Yang family convened urgently to deliberate on their next course of action. Although the head of the Yang family serves as the highest decision-maker within the clan, their responsibilities are primarily external. For many prominent families, particularly those of renown with numerous branches, it is challenging for a single head to command consensus, especially concerning internal affairs that touch upon the vital interests of various households. Thus, it is common for such illustrious families to establish councils of elders or patriarchs, which act as representatives of the different branches, employing negotiation to balance internal interests. The Yang family is no exception. The 12 branches collectively elected 5 esteemed elders to form a council, responsible for making decisions regarding internal matters. Yang Wenxian has briefed the 5 elders on the events leading to last night's ambush, and their expressions were grave, as they had not anticipated that this was a conspiracy orchestrated by Yuan Shu. Particularly troubling was the revelation that Yang Qing was one of the 8 protectors among Yuan Shu's 13 protectors, raising concerns that many of the Yang family's secrets might now be under Yuan Shu's control. Once again, how much does Xiangan still possess? One elder asked, voicing the collective anxiety. This question weighed heavily on everyone's minds. They needed to sever ties with young Xiangan. Yet he was the former head of the family and had countless connections within the clan. Yang Wenxian replied softly, in recent months, we have been clearing Xiangan's resources. Everything that could be burned has been destroyed. We have nothing left here, though there may still be some remnants at the manor in Lusher County. Then why not dispose of it? Another elderly man inquired angrily. Uncle, please do not be upset. Allow me to explain. Yang Wenxian quickly reassured the elder. I have been addressing the contraband in Lusher County, but due to the sheer volume, I fear detection, so I have been dealing with it in batches. I am nearing completion, and I should only need to send someone one last time to finish the task. Will disposing of his belongings allow us to completely sever ties with him? This was the crux of everyone's concern, and 5 pairs of eyes turned expectantly towards Yang Wenxian. With a resigned sigh, he responded, This is indeed my greatest vexation. Xiangan has persistently sought our assistance. 2 months ago, I sent him 1,000 measures of grain from Lusher County, and just days ago, he dispatched someone to implore for funds to disband his forces. This revelation was akin to pouring water into a boiling pot of oil, igniting the assembly into a furious uproar as they collectively condemned Yang Xiangan for his rebellion, which had jeopardized the family. They vehemently opposed any further financial support for him. At this moment, the eldest among them, Yang Daki, interjected, Everyone, please quiet down and allow me to speak. As silence fell, Yang Daki continued, In truth, we initially consented to his uprising, so we cannot place all the blame on Xiangan. However, given the current predicament, safeguarding our family must be our utmost priority. I believe Xiangan also wishes to protect the family from Yuan Shu's persecution. Therefore, we could consider granting him this request, providing him with funds to disband his rebellious forces, while making it clear that this is the final assistance he will receive, and he is not permitted to return to the family. What do you all think? This proposal is quite reasonable, particularly the latter point, which resonates deeply with everyone present. Seeing the consensus among the crowd, Yang Wenxian rose and stated, Let us proceed as follows. There is a hidden treasure of 10,000 guan in Lusher County. We shall deliver that sum to him and simultaneously incinerate the remaining contraband. I will assign Wenjun to oversee this task. 10,000 guan is no trivial amount. How shall we transport it while evading the watchful eyes of the officials? Does Wenxian have a plan? Yang Wenxian nodded and suggested utilizing the previous method of transporting grain via waterways, supplemented by dispatching 10 young disciples as guards, which should pose little challenge. At that moment, Yang Wenjun appeared at the entrance, bowing as he announced, Master, esteemed elders, I have brought him. Quickly, please come in. The elders of the Yang family rose in unison, each harboring profound gratitude towards Zhang Xian. Had it not been for Zhang Xian's timely intervention the previous night, the Yang family might have faced unprecedented calamity, and the 5 of them may not have survived. Zhang Xian stepped forward, bowing respectfully, I am Zhang Xian, paying my respects to the esteemed elders. Young Master Zhang, you are too courteous. Please, take a seat. Several elders surrounded Zhang Xian, ushering him to sit. As they settled down, Yang Wenxian smiled and remarked, Young Master, your valiant actions last night saved the Yang clan, and we are at a loss to repay you. Please allow us to express our gratitude. He knelt alongside a few elders, bowing reverently to Zhang Xian. Though Zhang Xian felt compelled to accept their gratitude, he reluctantly acquiesced to their gestures of respect. Yang Wenxian then gestured for 2 stewards to approach, each carrying a copper platter adorned with 5 glittering ingots of gold. This is 500 taels of gold. While it pales in comparison to the immense favor you have bestowed upon the Yang family, it represents our humble token of appreciation. We implore you to accept it. Zhang Xian shook his head, expressing, I am grateful for the sentiments of the master and esteemed elders, but I cannot accept the gold. My mentor is also a member of the Yang family, so aiding you is merely my duty. Moreover, should the Yang family require my assistance further, I shall not hesitate to oblige. It is my way of repaying my mentor's kindness. Despite repeated pleas from Yang Wenxian and the others, Zhang Xian remained resolute in his refusal, and they ultimately conceded. In truth, Yang Qi's reputation within the Yang family was rather poor. He was perceived as cold-hearted and arrogant, having abandoned his wife and child. Nonetheless, having a disciple like Zhang Xian could be seen as a small consolation for the Yang family. At that moment, the eldest elder, Yang Daqi was struck by a thought. If Zhang Xian were willing to assist in transporting the funds, it would be most advantageous. He quietly suggested to Yang Wenxian, "Why not ask young Master Zhang to help us escort the money?" Yang Wenxian understood his uncle's intent but hesitated. The location of Yang Xuangan's hideout was a closely guarded secret, known only to a select few within the family, and it was imperative that outsiders remained unaware. Yet, given Zhang Xian's significant contributions to the Yang family and his connection as Yang Qi's disciple, he seemed trustworthy. Furthermore, ensuring the safe transport of 10,000 guan was of utmost importance, particularly to guard against water bandits seeking to seize the funds. The involvement of Zhang Xian in the escort would indeed provide considerable reassurance. Contemplating this, Yang Wenxian signaled for his brother to invite Zhang Xian to sit. He and several elders convened once more, and they collectively deemed Zhang Xian reliable, agreeing to the patriarch's plan to enlist his help in safeguarding the transport of the money. Yang Wenxian returned with a smile and inquired, "How proficient are you in swimming, young Master Zhang?" Zhang Xian chuckled, having grown up by the banks of the Ba River. "I dare say my swimming skills are only slightly inferior to those of a fish." As a former Special Forces soldier, Zhang Xian regarded aquatic proficiency as an essential skill. During his time at the Army Academy, water training constituted a significant aspect of physical conditioning. He had even practiced diving in the Yellow River, showcasing his remarkable aquatic prowess. The others found his words amusing and erupted in laughter. Yang Wenxian then remarked, "There may be one more matter I would like to trouble you with. But if it is inconvenient, it is of no consequence." In truth, Zhang Xian had already surmised the nature of the request. With Yuan Shu keeping a close watch, it was hardly likely that Yang Wenxian would refrain from promptly informing Yang Xiangan. This was indeed the true purpose of his visit to the Yang family. "Please, head of the family, speak freely. As long as it is within my capabilities, I shall not delay." "Excellent. Tomorrow, I kindly ask you to accompany several young members of the Yang family to Lushur County. We have a matter of utmost importance that requires your attention." Chapter 20. Return to Lu County. Lu County is situated to the east of Hongnong Prefecture, and it was here that Zhang Xian had entered the Sui Dynasty a few months prior. Little did he expect to find himself back in Lu County nearly 4 months later. It was early spring in February, a time when nature awakens. The willows were budding, and clusters of vibrant yellow forsythia were in full bloom. A few swallows skimmed over the river, creating ripples upon the surface. To the south of Lu County lie the majestic Xiong'er Mountains, part of the Qinling mountain range, which Zhang Xian had inadvertently traversed during his previous journey into the Sui territory. To the north, the terrain is flat, characterized by gentle hills and valleys cloaked in extensive forests. The Luo River meanders through the hilly landscape, bisecting Lu County, with villages nestled along its banks, surrounded by vast fields of wheat and mulberry trees. Although the ancestral lands of the Yang family are located in Guangzhou, they also have a settlement in Lu County, albeit on a much smaller scale compared to the Yang family estate in Huan, housing merely 20 or so households of the clan. The presence of the Yang family in Lu County is attributed to their possession of several thousand acres of fertile land, originally granted to the statesman Yang Su, who entrusted it to his family. Over 20 years ago, a few households from the clan relocated here to manage the wheat fields and constructed a residence, which served as a storage for a considerable amount of grain. The Yang residence is situated adjacent to the Luo River, complete with a dock that accommodates several cargo boats of 500 stones each. Zhang Xian, accompanied by 10 young members of the Yang family, arrived at the Yang residence in the afternoon, led by Yang Wenjun. At this moment, Zhang Xian held the position of chief guard for the Yang family estate, tasked with ensuring their safety. "Young master, time is of the essence. We must set off tonight. We have some matters to attend to first. Please scout around outside and remain vigilant for any suspicious individuals," Yang Wenjun advised Zhang Xian before leading the other young men into the residence. Zhang Xian was well aware that they had other business to attend to, including the destruction of certain contraband associated with Yang Xiangan, and naturally, they preferred to keep him an outsider from witnessing it. Zhang Xian approached the dock, where 4 sizable boats were moored. In his estimation, these were medium-sized vessels, likely measuring at least 7 zhang in length and 1 zhang in height, capable of transporting a substantial amount of goods. He boarded one of the larger boats, where an elderly boatman was leisurely cleaning the deck. Zhang Xian approached him with a friendly query. "Pardon me, sir, can these boats navigate upstream on the Luo River?" The old boatman looked up and replied with a smile, "Of course, they can. The current of the Luo River is quite gentle, and one can row or pole upstream, albeit slightly slower than traveling downstream." It seems the river is not very deep, Zhang Xian observed. Not too bad. The spring flood has just begun, and the water level has risen significantly compared to last month. In another 2 months, this dock may very well be submerged, the boatman responded. Zhang Xian walked to the edge of the boat, picked up a long pole, and tested the water's depth, finding it to be about a zhang deep. He nodded to himself thoughtfully. Just then, he inadvertently noticed some shadows moving among the trees on the opposite bank. A surge of surprise coursed through him, and upon closer inspection, those figures had vanished from view. "Excuse me, is there a household on the opposite bank?" Zhang Xian inquired of the old boatman. "How could there be a household over there? It's all mountains and forests. At least, I've never seen anyone. Only some monkeys," the boatman replied. Zhang Xian pondered inwardly, could it be that what I just witnessed was a monkey, not a human? No, it was impossible. He had seen clearly. There was indeed a white figure. Monkeys could not possess such a hue. It must be a person. Zhang Xian peered intently into the dense forest, and he seemed to catch sight of someone stealthily moving. A wave of suspicion surged within him. Was there another party scheming against Yang Xiangan? At that moment, he recalled the Xuanwu Fire Phoenix. Could it be that they had arrived as well? In the thicket on the western bank of the Luo River, Zhang Zhongjian stood behind a grand tree, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the 4 large ships docked at the Yang Manor. He had been leading 11 subordinates for 2 days now. This was the largest operation since the establishment of the Xuanwu Fire Phoenix. Even during the bloodbath in the second year of the Dai era, when over 300 remnants of Yang Liang were eliminated under the guise of a memorial gathering in Chang'an's outskirts, the Xuanwu Fire Phoenix had only dispatched 9 operatives. Yet, for the assassination of Yang Xiangan, they had mobilized 12. Zhang Zhongjian felt a heavy burden on his shoulders, yet he remained exceedingly cautious and composed. Regardless of the pressure, he would patiently await the opportune moment. Yang Xuangan's hiding place was exceedingly secretive, eluding all inquiries. However, they had obtained a lead 2 months prior. The Yang Manor had dispatched a shipment of grain via large vessels. Zhang Zhongjian immediately surmised that this grain must have been sent to Yang Xiangan. Furthermore, he had infiltrated the manor and discovered that there was still an abundance of money and provisions. They would undoubtedly make further shipments. "Senior brother, Yuan Shu has already arrived in Lusher County with 20,000 troops. If we continue to wait, it may not bode well. Remain calm." There has already been activity at the Yang Manor. Zhang Zhongjian's focus remained on the 4 ships, his vision unparalleled. He noticed a tall, robust young man on the leading vessel, scanning the surroundings, and he caught sight of their position, inquiring of the boatman. A jolt of alarm surged through Zhang Zhongjian. Turning swiftly, he saw his junior sister, Zhang Shichong, approaching briskly with 2 Fire Phoenix subordinates, disguised as village maidens to gather intelligence. Zhang Shichong was clad in white attire. Zhang Zhongjian's heart sank. Her white clothing could potentially betray their location. However, at that moment, Zhang Shichong had already reached the isolation zone, and the other party would no longer see her. "Do you have any news?" Zhang Zhongjian momentarily set aside concerns about the white garment. Indeed, as the elder brother anticipated, the Hongnongyang clan has sent 10 individuals, likely seeking Yang Xiangan. Zhang Zhongjian's spirits soared. The heavens were favoring him, and his deductions were coming to fruition. Indeed, they would commence with the Yang family of Lusher. How could he be here as well? Zhang Zhucheng suddenly caught sight of Zhang Xian, immediately recognizing his tall and striking figure. Does the junior sister know him? Zhang Zhucheng's eyes brimmed with uncertainty. "I have seen him at Yang Qi's martial arts school, and he has visited our Wuchuan manor as well. He seems to be a friend of Wang Bowen, but what connection does he have with the Yang family?" Zhang Zhongjian squinted at Zhang Xian, sensing that this individual harbored ill intentions. "Elder brother, what should we do?" Zhang Zhucheng inquired anxiously. Zhang Zhongjian surveyed the vessels and replied slowly, "For now, we must take it step by step. We will follow these ships. There is no mistake in that." That night, 2 great vessels stealthily departed from the Yang residence, laden with 10,000 guan of silver and 500 stones of grain. Navigating upstream along the Luo River towards the west, the Luo River, originating from the Qinling Mountains, meanders through Shanglua, Hongnou, and Henan counties before finally merging into the Yellow River. In its upper and middle reaches, it flows as an ordinary river, only to gain prominence upon reaching Luoyang, where it divides the city into 2, becoming the foremost river of the Sui Dynasty. Although Zhang Xian had returned to Lusher County, their ultimate destination was not Lusher itself. They merely stopped there to transport funds and provisions. The ships continued their slow journey westward and, after 2 days, entered the territory of Shanglua County. Since Zhang Xian inadvertently discovered that someone was surveilling the Yang estate, They had not encountered those watchers again, and their journey had been relatively smooth, free of any troubles. Furthermore, upon entering Shanglua County, the banks of the river were sparsely populated, with few villages in sight. At this moment, Yang Wenjun stepped forward and quietly pointed towards a great canyon ahead, whispering, "Yang Xianggan and his troops are concealed within that gorge. Does he still have an army?" Zhang Xian inquired. Yang Wenjun nodded, estimating there were still around 2,000 men, albeit their morale was exceedingly low. "If I hadn't delivered provisions in time last time, the troops would have revolted. I fear they can hardly endure much longer." Noticing no one was around, Yang Wenjun confided to Zhang Xian, "I received word in Lusher County that Yueshu has stationed 10,000 troops in the county seat. They have only just arrived, and it is quite likely that a deserter has betrayed Yang Xianggan. His situation is dire. We must prevent him from returning to Huayan's Yang family village." "But he is the former head of the Yang family," Zhang Xian responded, though he understood the Yang family's predicament and realized Yang Xianggan could hardly escape alive. Still, the Yang family's decision seemed excessively ruthless. "That is of no consequence," Yang Wenjun declared decisively. "This is the decision of the Elders' Council. The Yang family cannot be further implicated by him. My purpose in coming here is to persuade him not to return to the Yang family village." After the fleet had traveled another 5 or 6 li, the towering mountains on either side suggested they had reached a terminus. At that moment, the fleet slowly turned around, entering a more concealed tributary, flanked by towering trees and lush vines. Having traveled less than 100 steps, they suddenly heard an arrow whizzing overhead, accompanied by a sharp whistle. The fleet came to an immediate halt, only to find hundreds of soldiers emerging from both sides, clad in tattered garments, wielding long spears and swords, surrounding the two vessels completely. Zhang Xian experienced a fleeting illusion that they had entered a primitive tribe. Yang Wenjun stepped forward and saluted the leading officer with a smile. "General Song, do you still remember me?" The commanding officer, recognizing Yang Wenjun, instantly beamed with joy. "Oh, it's young Master Yang. I was wondering who would come to our aid. It must be the Yang family." The crew lowered the gangplank, and Yang Wenjun disembarked with a smile, saying, "On behalf of the family head, I have brought some funds and provisions for everyone. By the way, how is my elder brother faring?" The leading officer sighed in resignation, pulling Yang Wenjun aside to speak in hushed tones. "Recently, Minister Yang has been exceedingly irritable, quick to resort to violence, leaving everyone in a state of trepidation." "Why is that?" Yang Wenjun asked, puzzled. A sense of despair regarding the future seemed to envelop him. Previously, Li Mi had been able to offer counsel, but now that Li Mi had vanished, no one dared to advise him any longer. At that moment, a throng of soldiers emerged from the distant woods, surrounding a single figure. Despite the passage of 4 months, Zhang Xian instantly recognized the leader among them to be Yang Xianggan. He appeared considerably more gaunt than during his fierce battle with Yuan Qing. His complexion darkened and his gaze brooding, exuding an air of profound weariness. Yang Xianggan approached with evident displeasure, questioning sharply, "Why have you arrived only now?" Zhang Wenjun felt a surge of indignation. The family had endured immense calamity, yet they still supported him with provisions. It seemed a display of utmost benevolence. Yet he was now being reproached for his tardiness. Recalling the words of General Song Tao, he stifled his discontent and replied, "The situation has been precarious lately, and we feared making any rash movements that might reveal my brother's hiding place." Yang Xuangan's expression softened slightly, but he maintained a frosty tone as he commanded, "I have matters to discuss with you. Follow me." He then instructed Song Tao to have the men transport the provisions back, warning, "Anyone who dares to hoard will face execution." The leading general, Song Tao, bowed respectfully and affirmed, "As you command." Yang Xianggan and Zhang Wenjun returned to the encampment, while Song Tao organized hundreds of soldiers to board the ships for the transport of supplies. At that juncture, he approached Zhang Xian and the other members of the Yang family, saying, "Please follow me. I will show you where you may rest." The group promptly returned to their quarters to gather their belongings and disembark. Zhang Xian secured the 7-star sword on his back, a dagger at his waist, and a military knife tucked into his boot, striding swiftly out of the cabin. Just as he stepped outside, he caught a fleeting glimpse of several shadowy figures across the riverbank, which vanished in an instant. Zhang Xian recognized them clearly, albeit briefly. He was certain they were from the Xuanwu Fire Phoenix, for only they would pursue the large ship. Remarkably, they had managed to track down Yang Xuangan's refuge. A sense of vigilance surged within him. He could not allow the Xuanwu Fire Phoenix to gain the upper hand this time. Maintaining his composure, He feigned ignorance of the unusual sight in the woods, walking alongside the other Yang family members toward the shore. On the opposite bank, Zhang Zhengjian was filled with exhilaration. He had followed the fleet for 2 days and nights, enduring considerable hardship, but his efforts bore fruit as he finally discerned Yang Xuangan's hideout, unexpectedly situated in Shanglua County. Much to everyone's astonishment, "Brothers, let us advance." His subordinates, having spotted Yang Xuangan across the river, eagerly urged him to engage. Zhang Zhengjian raised a hand, cautioning, "Hold your horses. We shall strike at the opportune moment." He observed Zhang Xian's retreating figure from a distance, pondering whether this individual also harbored intentions to eliminate Yang Xuangan. After a moment of contemplation, he whispered a few instructions to Zhang Chuchun, who nodded in understanding. "I comprehend. I shall proceed to Luonan County at once." Zhang Chuchun, accompanied by several subordinates, hastened along the riverside towards Luonan County. After traversing a stretch of woods, the group entered a narrow gorge. After walking a few paces, they were greeted by a sudden expanse, revealing a broad valley before them, surrounded by towering mountains and cliffs. The valley stretches approximately a mile in width and plunges 5 or 6 miles deep. Once adorned with lush forests, the area has now been stripped bare, replaced by over 100 wooden huts of varying sizes. Here, Yang Xuangan and his band of over 2,000 followers have sought refuge. Their recent hardships evident in their tattered garments and haggard faces, which betray a simmering discontent and resentment. "Do you wish to die?" A distant roar echoed. "How dare you steal from me?" A burly man burst forth from one of the wooden shanties, knocking a frail soldier to the ground, raining blows upon him with merciless fists and feet. The surrounding soldiers, incited by the chaos, rallied around, chanting fervently for blood. "Kill him! Kill him!" Their eyes glowed with a crimson fervor, resembling beasts eager to tear into their prey. General Song Tao, incensed, charged forward, his voice booming, "Get back." At the sight of him, the soldiers retreated to their respective huts. The assailant shot a venomous glare at Song Tao before sulking away, while the beaten soldier slowly rose, laboriously making his way toward another hut. "My apologies for such a spectacle," Song Tao sighed. "I have heard that the troops have reached Luonan County. Who knows how much longer we can endure." He led the group into an empty hut, urging them to rest, promising that someone would come to attend to their meals. With that, he hastily departed, leaving the Yang clan scions to recuperate within. Zhang Xian, however, surveyed his surroundings, acutely aware that the formidable army of Yuan Shu was imminent. Surprisingly, even Yang Xuangan's subordinates seemed cognizant of the impending peril. In light of this knowledge, one would expect the army to prepare vigorously for battle, yet they appeared utterly unready, preoccupied instead with internal strife. What precisely was Yang Xuangan scheming? Chapter 21. The three families hunting Yang the following day, before dawn. A series of urgent alarm bells startled all the soldiers awake. Over 2,000 men abruptly emerged from their slumber, barefoot and bewildered, rushing out of their wooden cabins, debating the cause of the commotion. At that moment, a sentinel dashed from the valley's mouth, sprinting towards the wooden cabin where Yang Xuangan resided. The crowd clamored for information, demanding to know what had transpired. The sentinel, however, kept his head down and continued his run, inciting a chorus of curses from the onlookers. Before long, several of Yang Xuangan's personal guards emerged from the large wooden cabin, calling out, "The Lord has issued a command. All officers of the rank of brigade commander and above are to convene for a discussion." The officers began to push their way through the throng, hastening towards the large cabin, while the rest of the soldiers stood anxiously in small clusters, murmuring amongst themselves. Zhang Xian hastened to another cabin adjacent to the large one, which belonged to Yang Wenjun. Just as he approached, Yang Wenjun emerged, dressing hastily. Upon spotting Zhang Xian, he inquired urgently, "Young Master Zhang, what has happened?" The sentinel was unwilling to divulge any information, but I surmise it must be the arrival of Yu Wenshu's forces. Yang Wenjun was taken aback and quickly pulled Zhang Xian aside, whispering, "Yesterday, I reached an agreement with Xingan. He intends to disband the army today and depart with us." "To Yang family village?" No. He plans to head to Liang County. We will return to Yang family village. And he has assured me that he will not implicate it further." At that moment, a personal guard rushed over to Yang Wenjun, stating, "The commander requests that the second master proceed immediately." Yang Wenjun patted Zhang Xian on the shoulder before turning to follow the guard. Shortly thereafter, chaos erupted within the camp. The officers concluded their brief discussions and returned to relay the commander's orders. The entire army was to disband, each soldier receiving 5 coins and 3 measures of rice, and they were to find their own way home. The valley descended into turmoil, with shouts, curses, and uproar filling the air as everyone hurried to gather their belongings. The officers rushed to collect their share of the funds and provisions, which were first distributed to them before they allocated the remainder to their subordinates, leaving Yang Xiangan unconcerned with the distribution methods. Amidst the chaos, Yang Wenjun approached hastily, whispering to Zhang Xian, quickly, to the large boat, "We must leave at once." The situation had grown exceedingly dire, as sentinels had spotted the main forces of the Sui army 10 miles away, with 10,000 troops advancing along the mountain path towards the valley's entrance. Yang Xiangan employed a clever ruse, using the funds and provisions to delay the officers and soldiers, allowing them to distribute the resources among themselves while he and a dozen personal guards made their escape into the woods, taking a small path towards the riverside. At the riverbank, 2 large boats had already cast off their moorings. Yang Wenjun, leading the Yang clan's youths, had boarded ahead of time. Soon after, Yang Xiangan emerged from the small path with his guards, rushing towards the rear boat. As he ran, he waved his hands, urging them to depart quickly. In a state of panic, Zhang Xian realized he could not bear to be separated from Yang Xiangan. In a moment of desperation, he called out to Yang Wenjun, "My master has crucial intelligence that I must convey to Minister Yang." Yang Wenjun, visibly distressed, stamped his foot in frustration. "Why didn't you mention this sooner? Go catch up with him." Without hesitation, Zhang Xian dashed onto the gangplank, leaping ashore and sprinting after Yang Xiangan. In the distance, he heard Yang Wenjun shouting, "Young Master Zhang, remember to return to Yang family village." "I will remember." Zhang Xian ran with remarkable speed, swiftly arriving before Yang Xuangan's grand vessel. At that moment, Yang Xiangan had already boarded the ship and was instructing the crew to set sail. Zhang Xian rushed forward and shouted, "Master Yang, please hold on. Is there anything else you need?" Yang Xiangan recognized him as the one who had come with Yang Wenjun. Zhang Xian raised the 7-star sword high, declaring, "My master, Yang Qi has crucial intelligence that must be conveyed to Minister Yang." Yang Xiangan recognized the 7-star sword, which had once belonged to his father, Yang Su. It was later bestowed upon Yang Qi, who was also his trusted confidant, training reserve warriors under the guise of running a martial arts academy in Luoyang. Suddenly, a personal guard pointed towards the distant mountain path and exclaimed, "My lord, look. The Sui army." Yang Xiangan also spotted the dense army emerging along the mountain path. Without a moment's hesitation, he urgently urged Zhang Xian, "Hurry, we must board the ship." Zhang Xian leapt onto the grand vessel as the boatmen skillfully maneuvered the oars, propelling the ship towards the heart of the river. The Yang clan's vessel surged ahead, merely several dozen paces in front, as the 2 grand ships sailed eastward in a sequential formation. Just as they set off, Yuan Shu led 1,000 elite Sui troops charging down from the mountain path, swiftly filling the riverbank. Arriving just a moment too late, Yuan Shu watched helplessly as Yang Xuangan's vessel receded into the distance, his frustration culminating in a fierce throw of his helmet to the ground. At that moment, dozens of soldiers emerged from the forest, carrying provisions, and upon spotting the Sui troops, they cried out in terror, "The officials are here." They abandoned their provisions and fled in haste. Yuan Shu seethed with fury. Gritting his teeth as he commanded the second protector, Wei Wentong, "Lead 3,000 soldiers into the fray and eliminate everyone without exception." "As you command." Shang Shirtu clasped his fist in a gesture of respect before turning and hastening away to lead his troops. Yuan Shu cast a cold gaze upon Yang Xuangan's vessel and remarked, "Yang Xiangan, I wonder how far you believe you can flee." With a wave of his hand, the remaining soldiers followed me along the riverbank, determined to pursue Yang Xiangan. Yuan Shu galloped forth, followed by thousands of soldiers from the Sui army who hastily turned around to pursue him along the riverside path heading eastward. Simultaneously, 9 cloaked figures, initially lying in ambush on the opposite bank, hastened along another path, closely trailing Yang Xuangan's grand vessel. Over the course of the subsequent 30 miles, neither Yuan Shu nor the dark-clad pursuers had the opportunity to catch up with Yang Xuangan's ship. It was not until they approached Luonan County that a chance finally presented itself. Luonan County, situated at the confluence of Shanlua and Hongnong, serves as a hub for medicinal herbs and furs, with a significant volume of these goods transported from the mountainous regions for trade and subsequent shipment to Luoyang. Several prominent merchants from Luoyang have established trading posts here, boasting their own fleets and constructing docks along both banks of the Lua River. Additionally, Luonan County is a vital ferry point, with merchants traveling from the south and north utilizing boats to cross to the opposite shore. These factors contributed to the bustling scene at the docks of Luonan County, which were filled with vessels of various sizes. Although Yang Xiangan had permitted Zhang Xian to board the ship, he exhibited no interest in Yang Qi and did not inquire further about the critical intelligence that Yang Qi was supposed to relay to him. Yang Xiangan cast Zhang Xian aside, standing at the bow of the boat, his hands clasped behind him, gazing anxiously at the surface of the water ahead. Another vessel carrying the Yang clan had already sailed far away, its silhouette lost to view. Unburdened, they sought to distance themselves from the calamity that was Yang Xiangan, as the crew rowed with all their might. Yet, Yang Xiangan forbade the boatmen from hastening their course, exhibiting caution and hesitation about whether to abandon the vessel and disembark. Zhang Xian sat merely a few feet from Yang Xiangan on the deck, grasping his broadsword, silently observing the imposing figure before him. He vividly recalled the extraordinary martial prowess Yang Xiangan had displayed months prior, the seemingly impenetrable spear techniques that deflected thousands of arrows, and the valor that could fell 1,000 foes in the open field. Without the comparison to Yuan Qingdu, he might have believed Yang Xiangan to be the mightiest general in the realm. If he were to suddenly rise and attempt to assassinate Yang Xiangan now, how confident would he be of success? Zhang Xian found himself devoid of any certainty. However, he was acutely aware of one truth. His string of victories was not a testament to his strength, but rather to the weakness of his adversaries. Could he truly stand as a match against Yang Xiangan, who was far superior to Wang Bowen? Slowly, Zhang Xian sheathed his weapon, temporarily discarding the thought of ambushing Yang Xiangan. "What is your name?" Yang Xiangan asked coldly, not turning around yet fully aware of Zhang Xian's gaze upon him. Zhang Xian felt a surge of relief. It appeared that Yang Xiangan had been quietly observing him all along. He quickly replied, "I am Zhang Xian. Is it the same Xian as mine?" Yang Xiangan inquired further. "No, not at all. There is a gene," Zhang Xian corrected. "The character gene signifies swords, implying a blade added to Xian, does it not?" Yang Xiangan abruptly turned, his gaze sharp and penetrating. "Are you here to assassinate me?" Zhang Xian's heart raced. He had never contemplated that his name might carry such an implication. Yet, he concealed his shock, responding with a slight smile. "Surely, Master Yang is jesting. A name is bestowed by one's parents and bears no intent of assassination. Moreover, my Xian refers to the support of a tripod, unrelated to blades." Yang Xiangan regarded him for a moment, his expression softening as he chuckled. "I was merely teasing you. Do not take offense." "I understand." Zhang Xian felt a slight dampness at his back, suppressing his inner tension. He then murmured, "My master wishes to assist Master Yang. He hopes that you will journey to Wagang." Yang Xiangan shook his head, letting out a long sigh. "He cannot aid me. No one can help me now. Only heaven can assist, yet even that seems unreliable at present." His gaze shifted to the riverbank. Zhang Xian leaned forward to peer at the shore, where he saw a throng of Sui soldiers rushing along the bank. Ahead, dozens of large vessels were anchored, with Sui troops beginning to board. Yang Xiangan commanded his loyal guards sternly, "Bring the boats to the opposite shore. We prepare to abandon ship." At that moment, the boatman, who had been propelling the vessel, let out a chilling cry as a short arrow pierced his neck, causing him to plunge into the water with a splash. As the crowd turned, they suddenly beheld a large vessel swiftly approaching them. On board stood a dozen figures clad in black, comprising 9 men and 3 women. The leader, a man with a face adorned with thick, curling whiskers, wielded a pair of halberds, his cold gaze fixated upon Yang Xiangan. "Xuanwu Fire Phoenix," Yang Xiangan exclaimed, his countenance turning pale as a ghost. Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed gradually as he recognized one of the women by her silhouette. Although her face was veiled, she left an indelible impression on him. She was the very one who had slain Yang Qi. She could potentially reveal that Yang Qi was dead, which might incite doubts in Yang Xiangan regarding his own involvement. Zhang Xian slowly tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade, his peripheral vision darting like an arrow toward Yang Xiangan's lower back. Chapter 22. The ceremony of advancement before the 2 ships could draw near. 12 figures clad in black resembled a flock of black eagles soaring into the sky. They leaped onto the large vessel, immediately splitting into 2 groups. 3 rushed to eliminate Yang Xiangan's personal guards, while the remaining 9 encircled Yang Xiangan and Zhang Xian at the bow of the ship. At that moment, dozens of ships laden with Yuan Shu and the Sui army were swiftly approaching Yang Xiangan's large vessel. Yuan Shu caught sight of the situation on board and was taken aback, realizing that the Xuanwu Fire Phoenix had made its move ahead of him. Filled with both anger and urgency, he bellowed, "Increase the speed." Yang Xiangan was in a desperate hurry, having left behind both his halberd and steed in the valley. He was armed only with a long sword. Gripping the hilt, he regarded the black-clad figures with a cold smile, realizing that the leader was none other than the head of the Xuanwu, who had sent 12 men to confront him. Dou Lair, indeed, held me, Yang Qing, in high regard. He slowly drew his long sword and declared, Zhang Zhongjian, you are no match for me. Step off the ship. Zhang Xian trembled, suddenly recognizing the identity of the Xuanwu assassin. It was Qiu Hanku, the renowned leader of the Wind and Dust trio from the late Sui Dynasty. However, he could not fathom why he had become an assassin for the Guangzhou nobility. Zhang Zhongjian crossed his short halberd, coldly stating, on the battlefield, you may not be my rival, but aboard this vessel, you are far from my equal, Yang Qing. It is exceedingly foolish of you to attempt to flee by water when you cannot swim. At this moment, Zhang Xian noticed that a woman had recognized him. Seeing her about to scold him, he panicked and, without a moment's hesitation, shouted as he leaped high, swinging his battle knife forcefully towards Qiu Hanku's face. The strike was fierce and swift, akin to a tempest rushing forth. Zhang Zhongjian, possessing formidable skills, quickly discerned at least 7 vulnerabilities in his opponent's stance, each one capable of leading to his demise. He thrust his halberd, aiming for Zhang Xian's left flank, when Zhang Chucheng whispered urgently, Senior brother, he is the Zhang Xian. Suddenly recalling that Zhang Xian was favored by the guild leader, Zhang Zhongjian's thoughts raced, transforming his thrust into a block. With all his might, he raised both halberds to intercept Zhang Xian's full-force strike. With a resounding crash, the impact reverberated through the air. Zhang Xian felt an unimaginable force surge toward him. Rendering his arms numb, his weapon slipped from his grasp and fell into the river. Staggering backward, he stumbled several paces before crashing heavily against the ship's railing. A metallic taste filled his mouth as he coughed up blood, clutching his chest in excruciating pain and curling up in agony. Humph! Does a firefly dare to compete with the brightness of the moon? Zhang Zhongjian scoffed coldly, dismissing Zhang Xian's meager skills as insufficient to challenge him. He then turned to Yang Qing, saying, Scholar Yang, it is time for you to depart. Unaware that they recognized Zhang Xian, Yang Qing, however, recognized Zhang Chucheng and, with gritted teeth, furiously exclaimed, You wretched maid, have you come to kill me as well? Although Zhang Chucheng was not Yang Xuangan's daughter, her cleverness and charm had won his affection since childhood, raising her until she was 10. Yet, when she turned 11, Yang Qing, following his father's orders to eliminate servants, showed no sentiment and sent Zhang Chucheng as a martial maid to Dou Jiande. Zhang Chucheng gradually lowered her head, despite harboring resentment towards Yang Qing for his cold-heartedness. She could not forget that he had once nurtured her. Her courage waned, and she retreated step by step. Yang Qing coldly remarked, I knew that raising a wide-eyed wolf was a mistake. I would rather rear a dog. Enough. Zhang Zhongjian exclaimed angrily. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions in raising Chuchan? The other maidens you brought up alongside her have all suffered your abuse. Fortunately, Chuchan found refuge at the Dou residence and preserved her purity. You, artless and ungrateful, sacrificed the lives of thousands of soldiers to cover your escape. What face do you have left to accuse others? Furious, Yang Qing lunged at Zhang Zhongjian with his sword. The clash echoed as Zhang Chuchan intervened to block his strike. She exclaimed in shock and fury, Did you think that the suicides of Chu Yin and Chu Yun were not your doing? Yang Qing did not deny it. He sneered. A pig raised will eventually be slaughtered. What purpose would it serve to rear you otherwise? Had it not been for my father's insistence to include you in the list, do you think you could have escaped my grasp? You. Zhang Chuchan was filled with rage and thrust her sword forward, yet Yang Qing remained unmoved, gazing at her coldly. Go ahead, kill me if you can disregard the debt of nurturing. With a clang, her sword faltered midway, falling to the deck as her heart ached with despair. She could hardly fathom that the man she had regarded as a father figure was, in fact, a beast. Yet, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Yang Qing suddenly struck out, moving with astonishing speed to seize Zhang Chuchan, seeking to disrupt her resolve and take her hostage. Zhang Zhongjian had anticipated Yang Xuangan's ploy. In a flash, his spear glimmered, and Yang Xuangan's hand vanished as it was severed at the wrist. Without mercy, Zhang Zhongjian aimed another spear at Yang Xuangan's neck. Yang Qing cried out in agony, nearly losing consciousness, but his wits remained intact. As the spear descended, he sidestepped and thrust his sword towards Zhang Wuchan's left chest, wagering that Zhang Zhongjian would not stand by idly. Indeed, Zhang Zhongjian diverted his attention from Yang Xuangan's neck, raising his spear to block the attack on Zhang Chuchan. Executing the maneuver with impeccable precision, ensnaring Yang Xuangan's sword and snapping it into 3 pieces with a swift twist of his wrist. Yang Xiangan swung his hand, the hilt of the sword hurtling towards Zhang Zhongjian's face. He narrowly avoided the strike, but in that fleeting moment, Yang Xiangan let out a hearty laugh and leapt back into the river. It was then that Zhang Zhongjian realized Zhang Xian had vanished. Alarmed, he rushed forward, only to find Zhang Xian waiting in the water. At the instant Yang Xiangan plunged in, he too submerged. Zhang Zhongjian's thoughts were solely on his junior sister, oblivious to Zhang Xian's presence and words. However, Yang Xiangan heard as Zhang Xian declared, while flipping over the boat's edge, "I will assist you from the water." Though Yang Xiangan could not swim, he recognized that this might be the last glimmer of hope bestowed upon him by fate. Regrettably, he could never have imagined in his wildest dreams that fate would bring Zhang Xian to his side. It was indeed destiny. The very name of Zhang Xian encapsulated it all, adding a blade to the mysterious depths. Zhang Zhongjian's eyes widened in shock as he beheld a surge of crimson water rising from the river. In that instant, realization dawned upon him, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Senior brother, what is the matter?" Zhang Chuchan rushed over, peering into the river, only to be struck dumb by the sight before her. How could this be possible? Zhang Zhongjian let out a gentle sigh, his arms hanging limply at his sides, as two short halberds clattered onto the deck. This marked the first defeat of his life. And to his dismay, it was at the hands of an unknown youth. What was even harder for him to accept was that, although he had suspected Zhang Xian had also come to assassinate Yang Xiangan, he had still been outmaneuvered, the reason being his own arrogance. That strike had been 7 parts genuine, yet 3 parts feigned, successfully deceiving him with its tragic fade. An hour later, the soldiers under Yuan Shu retrieved Yang Xuangan's headless corpse from the water, along with his horse and spear, thus allowing Yuan Shu to report back to Yang Guang with some semblance of success. In the western outskirts of Luoyang at Luoxiao Plain, an area belonging to the royal gardens, the expanse of several dozen miles was open for ordinary folk to cultivate, though fishing, hunting, and logging were strictly prohibited. In the distance lay vast forests and expansive plains. On that morning, a cavalry unit galloped across the fields with lightning speed, the majority clad in armor, while a dozen or so donned silver-trimmed brocade robes as royal guards. Leading them was a youthful man, adorned with a golden crown, clad in black-scaled armor, and draped in a scarlet cloak. He wielded a hunting bow and bore a sword inlaid with gold at his waist, riding a magnificent white steed, with a quiver of arrows slung over the saddle, exuding an air of gallantry. This young man was none other than Prince Yan, Yang Tan, who had a passionate penchant for hunting. His grandfather, Yang Guang, encouraged him to practice riding and archery to cultivate a robust physique and strong will. Almost every few days, he would dedicate an hour to horseback riding, be it for practicing archery or hunting deer and falcons. "Your Highness, an hour has passed. We should return," a guard called out loudly. Yang Tan reined in his steed, wiping the sweat from his brow. Despite the day yielding no game, he possessed considerable self-discipline. Recognizing the time, he resolved to return and study. Just as he was about to turn his horse around, he suddenly spotted a figure emerging from the woods 100 paces ahead. Waving at him, seemingly beckoning for his attention, Yang Tan paused, commanding those around him, "Bring that person forward." It was not unusual to see farmers in Luoxiao Plain, but typically, people would keep their distance. Thus, it was quite rare for someone to wave at Prince Yan. A dozen guards spurred their horses toward the young man. The young man waving at the prince was none other than Zhang Xian, who had awaited this moment for 2 days and had finally seized the opportunity. Moments later, the cavalry charged forth, encircling Zhang Xian, their spears pointed threateningly at him, as the leading officer barked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Zhang Xian set down the wooden box he carried and clasped his hands, declaring, "I am Zhang Xian from Hianei, here to present a treasure to His Highness, the Prince of Yan." At that moment, Yang Tan arrived on horseback, and a cavalryman whispered to him, "Your Highness, this man claims to present a treasure to you." Observing the man's tall stature and handsome appearance, Yang Tan felt an involuntary sense of admiration and inquired with a smile, "Good sir, what treasure do you bring to this prince?" "The treasure that your highness desires lies within the wooden chest." Yang Tan, intrigued, instructed his attendants, "Open the chest and see what it contains." 2 cavalrymen lifted a box and opened it, only to be startled and cry out in astonishment. There was a severed head inside. The crowd was taken aback, collectively drawing their bows. Dozens of sharp spears poised against Zhang Xian's chest and back. Zhang Xian chuckled, "Isn't a human head a treasure?" He then addressed Yang Tan, saying, "Your Highness, that is the head of Yang Xiangan. Are you not intrigued?" Yang Tan's expression shifted slightly, and he commanded, Lay down all weapons at once. He urged his horse forward, gazing intently at Zhang Xian, and inquired, "How do you know that I desire the head of Yang Xian gone?" 20 days prior, His Highness expressed a heartfelt sentiment to King Yu at the city gates, lamenting his inability to personally apprehend Yang Xian in order to alleviate his grandfather's troubles. Alas, he was born a few years too late. Coincidentally, I was not far from His Highness at that moment. Yang Tan recalled this statement. It was made just outside the Dingding Gate. He cast a deep glance at Zhang Xian and commanded those around him to escort him to my palace. The royal guards beside him were taken aback, and one of them hastily remarked, "Your Highness, this individual's origins are uncertain. We should not trust him lightly." The prince replied inwardly, "I am well aware of that. There is no need for your instruction." Yang Tan cast a fierce glare at him, turned his horse towards the direction of the royal palace, and shouted from a distance, "Bring him along." The cavalryman loaded wooden crates and provided Zhang Xian with a horse. He mounted swiftly and galloped eastward alongside the troop of riders. The bounty of 5,000 taels of gold held little significance for him. However, the chance to serve Prince Yan, Yang Tan, presented a pivotal opportunity. It remained to be seen whether he could seize this moment. Chapter 0023 The distinction between truth and falsehood. Zhang Xian bathed and changed into a white samurai robe, crafted from a delicate blend of silk and hemp, which fitted him impeccably. With a leather belt cinched at his waist and a gauze hat perched upon his head, he exuded an air of elegance and nobility. Accompanied by 2 guards, Zhang Xian made his way towards the inner sanctum of the royal residence. Within the hall, the severed head had already been identified as that of Yang Xian, confirming its authenticity. This revelation only piqued the interest of Prince Yan, Yang Tan. Just the day prior, Yu Wenshu had dispatched news from Shanghua County, claiming the death of Yang Xian, complete with the severing of his head, along with the capture of his weaponry and steed. The situation was perplexing. With Yang Xuangan's head right before him, why would Yu Wenshu assert that he had also claimed the head? A knowing smile played upon Yang Tan's lips. Could it be that Yu Wenshu had procured a counterfeit head to deceive his grandfather? This presented an opportunity for Yang Tan to witness Yu Wenshu's embarrassment when exposed for his deceit before the emperor. At that moment, a guard reported from the lower hall, "Your Highness, Zhang Xian has been brought forth." Yang Tan was already familiar with Zhang Xian's name and his background as a former monk from Hunan County, where he had honed his martial skills. However, such information did little to assure Yang Tan of Zhang Xian's integrity, particularly with various factions stirring with ambition, raising suspicions that he might be an envoy from the aristocracy of Guangzhou. Though merely 13, Yang Tan exhibited a maturity beyond his years. Having witnessed the ruthless power struggles inherent to the court, he possessed an acumen and political sensitivity that surpassed that of his peers, compelling him to approach Zhang Xian with both curiosity and caution. "Bring him forth." Before long, Zhang Xian was escorted into the presence of the prince. A ceremonial official had briefed him earlier. Lacking a title, he understood that a grand bow was unnecessary, although common folk would often prostrate themselves in fear of authority. Zhang Xian bowed respectfully. "I, Zhang Xian, pay my respects to His Highness, the Prince of Yan." Yang Tan appraised him with keen interest, inquiring, "You could have turned in Yang Xuangan's head to the authorities, earning a promotion and a reward of 5,000 taels of gold. Why then have you chosen to present it to me, risking the possibility of receiving nothing in return?" Zhang Xian had anticipated this question and responded with calm assurance. "Your Highness, the allure of 5,000 taels of gold would attract countless eyes and incite many to seek vengeance against Yang Xian. Even if I were to obtain that sum, I would likely be forced onto a path of perpetual flight, never knowing peace. This is not the outcome I desire. If I could secure your protection, I would gladly forego the gold." Yang Tan nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "You are quite astute. However, the decision to shelter you is not solely mine to make. First, enlighten me on how you managed to procure the head of Yang Xian." Zhang Xian gestured towards the 7-star sword upon the table, saying, "Let us begin with that sword." He recounted without reservation, starting from the moment he overheard Yang Tan's reflections at the city gate, detailing his schemes against Yang Xian, the procurement of weapons, his infiltration of the Yang martial arts school, the encounter with the Xuanwu fire phoenix, and culminating in the harrowing events at Yang's village and his pursuit of Yang Xian in Shanghua County, providing a thorough and candid account. Although Yang Tan remained silent, being merely a youth, his eyes betrayed an undeniable sense of awe. After Zhang Xian concluded his account, Yang Tan lingered in a state of thrilling contemplation. After a prolonged moment, he sighed gently and said, "Very well. You may retire to rest while I ponder this matter." Zhang Xian did not expect Yang Tan to immediately reinstate him. He bowed and turned to withdraw. At this juncture, a nearby guard reminded Yang Tan, "Your Highness, a simple investigation will reveal the truth." Yang Tan bowed his head in silence. Zhang Xian's words had been both shocking and incredible, yet upon reflection, they also seemed plausible. If true, this individual would indeed be formidable. After some contemplation, he instructed his trusted guard in a hushed tone, "Please go to the armory and martial arts school for a thorough investigation, then report back to me." "As you command." The guard hastened away. And after a moment of deep thought, Yang Tan rose and commanded, "Prepare the carriage. I shall proceed to the palace." In the Zy Palace's Wensheng Hall, the imperial study of Emperor Yang Qing of the Sui Dynasty was situated. Although Yang Qing was past the age of 40, he had yet to reach 50, a time of vigor and strength, yet he emanated an indescribable weariness. A decade prior, upon ascending the throne, he was filled with ambition, initiating the imperial examinations, relocating the capital to the east, excavating canals, and expanding territories, all in pursuit of unprecedented achievements. However, the Sui dynasty was never a monolithic entity. Centuries of division between the north and south had bred deep-seated rifts and wounds. While the lingering consequences of foreign domination and the entrenched system of aristocratic families could not be eradicated or reconciled within a mere couple of decades. If the founding emperor, Yang Jian, had once been able to suppress the discontent of various factions with his immense prestige, the death of Yang Jian unleashed a torrent of repressed grievances within the Sui dynasty. In these years, Yang Qing had been akin to a patchworker, tirelessly contending with the challenges posed by powerful factions, suffering repeated setbacks that left him utterly exhausted. The spirited vigor he once possessed upon his ascension had long since dissipated. The rebellion of Yang Qing struck him like a thunderclap, inciting both fury and profound fear. Although the rebellion had been quelled, the court and the realm remained in turmoil, with various factions beginning to stir restlessly. This upheaval was a direct consequence of Yang Xuangan's insurrection, which severely undermined Yang Qing's plans and disrupted the delicate balance of power, leading to a trend of uncontrollable chaos in the realm. Yang Qing had never regarded peasant uprisings with much concern. Rather, he feared that local powerful families, emboldened by Yang Xuangan's rebellion, would seize the opportunity to assert their independence. He resolved to diminish the strength of these factions before the situation spiraled beyond control. Just days prior, he had issued an edict to prepare for a third campaign against Goguryeo, commanding armies from various regions to assemble in Zhujian, with dire consequences for those who defied the order. He also summoned the entire court to deliberate on the matter of the Goguryeo expedition. Yet, days passed without a single proposal for an offensive. Yang Qing's heart was ablaze with unbridled fury, and at that moment, Yuan Shu returned from the final suppression of Yang Qing, ready to report on the campaign's outcome. "Your Majesty, Yang Qing is concealed within a valley that is exceedingly difficult to detect. Had it not been for the local government's capture of his fleeing soldiers, we might have remained oblivious to his whereabouts. This is of no concern to me. I only wish to know whether Yang Qing has been slain." Yang Qing impatiently interrupted Yuan Shu's discourse. Yuan Shu hastily replied, "Your Majesty, I have personally executed Yang Qing and seized his warhorse and weaponry. Where is it? I wish to see for myself." Just outside the hall, Yang Qing rose swiftly, striding towards the entrance, with Yuan Shu hurriedly following suit. At the foot of the steps before the Wensheng Hall stood a table, upon which rested a red lacquered wooden box. The box had been opened by the guards, revealing a gruesomely mutilated head within. Beside it, a guard held Yang Xuangan's warhorse and his lance. Yang Qing approached the table slowly, scrutinizing the head closely. It bore a faint resemblance to Yang Qing, though it was obscured by blood and scabs, rendering it difficult to discern. Yang Qing furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why has it not been cleaned properly?" "To report to your Majesty, I was too anxious to deliver the news and did not have the time to tidy it up. I shall attend to it immediately." "Enough." Yang Qing waved his hand dismissively. He recognized Yang Xuangan's warhorse and arms, ensuring their authenticity. Yuan Shu exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief for having passed this scrutiny. At that moment, the emperor's grandson, Yang Tan, who had arrived unnoticed, remarked, "Grandfather, I would wager that this head lacks a right earlobe." Yang Qing paused in surprise and looked again, noticing that the right ear was concealed beneath, revealing only half of the left side of the face. He signaled to a guard, who stepped forward to turn the head, confirming that the right ear had indeed been severed. "Tanner, how did you know?" Yang Guang asked, astonished. Yang Tan, smiling, turned to Yu Wenshu, General Yu Wenshu. "Can you provide an explanation?" Yu Wenshu, in a fluster, stammered, "It may have been severed during the fierce battle by my iron spear." "Truly, General Yu, you possess remarkable marksmanship to have removed such crucial evidence." "Tanner, what is the true nature of this situation?" Yang Guang's tone grew increasingly displeased. He recalled that Yang Qing bore a prominent black mole on his right earlobe, a distinguishing feature of his, yet this head lacked it, stirring a sense of foreboding within him. Yang Tan performed a respectful bow, unperturbed, and stated, "I also possess a head of Yang Qing that I wish to present to you." With a gesture, a guard swiftly approached, placing a wooden box upon the table. Upon opening the box, another head of Yang Qing was revealed. Yang Tan gazed coldly at Yu Wenshu and asked, "General, do you require further verification?" Yu Wenshu's mind buzzed. Leaving him momentarily blank, his legs weakened, and he fell to his knees, desperately pounding his head against the ground, pleading, "I am guilty. I am guilty. I beseech your majesty for forgiveness." Yang Guang had fully comprehended the audacity of Yu Wenshu, who dared to deceive him with a false head. Anger surged within him, and the pent-up fury of several days erupted forth as he pointed at Yu Wenshu, cursing vehemently, "It is you treacherous scoundrels who have led me to this dire predicament. If I do not slay you, how can I command respect? Drag him away and beat him to death with sticks." Several guards rushed forward to seize Yu Wenshu, who, in terror, cried out, "Your Majesty, though I lack merit, I have endured hardships. Please spare my life." Fuming, Yang Guang returned to his study, where he picked up a jade inkstone from the table and smashed it to the ground, shattering it into pieces. He bellowed, "Everyone has been deceiving me. From this day forth, should anyone dare to utter another lie, I shall have them executed." At that moment, Empress Shao hurried in upon hearing the commotion. She performed a deep bow, stating, "Your Majesty is the sovereign of the realm, the Son of Heaven. Your wrath unsettles the nation. Should you lose your composure, the heavens may collapse. I implore you to quell your anger and restore your regal demeanor." Gradually, Yang Guang's fury began to subside. Emperor Shao presented him with a bowl of ginseng tea, cautioning, "Your Majesty, slaying in battle is an ominous sign." Yang Guang nodded, recognizing that despite Yu Wenshu's numerous flaws, he was the only general capable of contending with the aristocrats of Guan and Long. To execute him would only embolden these nobles further, prompting a shift in his resolve. "Proclaim my edict. In light of Yu Wenshu's past contributions, I shall spare his life and retain his title, though I shall strip him of his role as Grand General." After issuing the decree, Yang Guang felt a slight relief and coldly remarked, "If I do not teach him a stern lesson, he shall presume that I am easily bullied." Seeing her husband's anger dissipate considerably, Empress Shao smiled and said, "I will prepare a banquet in the palace tonight to soothe your spirit." After bowing again, she slowly withdrew. Yang Guang touched his forehead, finding it surprisingly cool. It seemed that his outburst had miraculously cured his earlier ailment, which he found rather fortuitous. Suddenly recalling something, he commanded, "Summon the crown prince to see me." Moments later, Yang Tan was brought forth. Although Yu Wenshu had escaped death, he had received a beating of 50 or 60 blows and had been stripped of his generalship, which greatly pleased Yang Tan. At that moment, he considered Zhang Xian to be a fortuitous blessing from heaven. He approached and knelt in respect, exclaiming, "Grandson pays his respects to the emperor." Yang Guang inquired with a smile, "Tell me, how did you come to possess the head of Yang Qing?" Yang Tan, hesitant to speak the truth, replied softly, "It was out of my disdain for Yu Wenshu's incompetence that I dispatched guards to assassinate Yang Qing. He succeeded before Yu Wenshu could intervene." "You have a capable guard to have accomplished such a task," Yang Guang observed without probing further. "However, matters of state should not be undertaken lightly. This time, I shall not punish you, but let it serve as a warning. Do you understand? Your grandson shall heed your teachings. Go now." Yang Tan bowed once more and began to rise, but could not suppress his curiosity, asking quietly, "If I wish to employ someone, yet harbor concerns about their background, what should I do?" Yang Guang smiled slightly, responding, "The art of employing others lies in sincerity. Trust your own judgment. Your grandson understands." Yang Tan performed a bow and hurriedly turned to leave. Yang Guang gazed at the gradually receding figure of his grandson, wishing fervently for the day when his grandson would come of age. A nearby guard, noticing that Yang Guang's anger had subsided, approached to report, "Your Majesty, Prime Minister Pei has returned and awaits an audience outside the palace. Yang Guang was elated. He had been anticipating news from Pei Zhu for several days. And now his wait had finally borne fruit. He immediately commanded, "Summon him to see me." Before long, Prime Minister Pei Zhu hastily arrived at the study. Approaching 70, Pei Zhu remained remarkably vigorous, having just returned from Zhuojuan, though he appeared considerably thinner and his skin had darkened from sun exposure. Pei Zhu bowed respectfully, saying, "I pay my respects to your majesty. Thank you for your efforts, Prime Minister. Is there any news regarding that matter?" Yang Guang inquired, striving to suppress his inner urgency. Pei Zhu hesitated before responding, "Your Majesty, there has been a slight complication. The other party may be attempting to monopolize that batch of supplies." "What?" Yang Guang's recently quelled fury surged anew as he slammed his palm upon the table. "Are the Hu people truly so unreliable? Your Majesty, please remain calm. The situation has not yet reached its worst. I shall negotiate further with them, applying pressure to ensure the supplies are surrendered," Pei Zhu assured him. "Humph." Yang Guang snorted heavily. "A group of deluded fools. Do they believe they can stand against the Turks? If they do not awaken from their folly, they shall surely face annihilation at the hands of the Turks." Despite his desire for Pei Zhu to return to the grasslands immediately, Yang Guang understood that Pei Zhu was advanced in years and could not endure such exhausting journeys without respite. He also needed time to reunite with his family. Reflecting upon this, Yang Guang gently suggested, "Pei Qing, take some time to rest before you continue negotiations. Regardless, that batch of supplies must not fall into the hands of the Turks. Your command shall be obeyed." Pei Zhu bowed again and slowly withdrew. Yang Guang, however, was beset by a profound unease. Internal strife rendered him restless day and night, while external threats loomed like a heavy stone upon his heart. Should the Turks acquire that batch of supplies, it was certain that Shibi Khan would launch a massive invasion from the south. His old army had been utterly destroyed, and a new one had yet to be established. How could he possibly respond to the Turks' southern incursion? Yang Guang could not help but tighten his grip on the red brush in his hand, and with a sharp crack, he snapped it in two. Chapter 0024. A keen eye for talent. Yang Tan returned to his royal residence, whereupon his trusted guard, dispatched to the southern market, returned with the findings of his investigation. As Yang Tan settled himself, the guard approached and bowed respectfully, stating, "Your Highness, I have gathered the necessary information." Yang Tan's spirits lifted immediately, and he set aside his tea, eagerly inquiring, "Pray tell, what did you uncover?" "In response to your Highness," the guard began, "I visited the Wuda weapon shop and conversed with the proprietor. I subsequently went to the Yang family martial arts school, where I spoke with some of the junior disciples. Zhang Xian's account proved entirely accurate. There was neither embellishment nor concealment. And what of his previous actions? Does the proprietor hold any knowledge?" The guard smiled, replying, "The proprietor mentioned that Zhang Xian was previously destitute, unable to afford even a 10-coin blade. Moreover, it was his first time hearing of the Xuanwu Fire Phoenix. The proprietor praised him highly, affirming his reputation as a man of integrity." Yang Tan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Zhang Xian had indeed not deceived him. It seemed he was not a spy sent by the aristocrats of the Ganlong region. Recalling his grandfather's words, Yang Tan resolved firmly, commanding his attendants, "Fetch Zhang Xian for me at once." Yuan Shu was carried back to his estate. Although Yang Guang had rescinded the order for his execution, he had still endured 60 strikes, nearly costing him his life. What tormented Yuan Shu further was the Emperor's revocation of his title as Grand General, effectively stripping him of his military authority. The dual blows to his body and spirit plunged him into a deep melancholy. Apart from the physician tending to his wounds, he refused to see anyone else. Yuan Hua had returned 2 days prior, yet he had yet to report on the situation at Yang family manor. He had anticipated a scolding from his father, but given his father's recent misfortunes, he hesitated to approach. Disturbed and restless, Yuan Hua paced in front of his father's sick room when a maid emerged, bowing and announcing, "Young master, the master requests your presence." Taken aback momentarily, Yuan Hua steeled himself and entered the chamber. The air was thick with the pungent scent of medicine. Yuan Shu reclined on a couch, covered by a thin blanket, with 2 maidservants attending to him. "Father, are you feeling any better?" Yuan Hua inquired softly as he knelt beside his father. "I wish to know why you have not reported on the situation at Yang family manor," Yuan Shu asked in a hushed tone. "I intended to inform you, but I feared it might hinder your recovery," Yuan Hua replied. "What have I not endured in this life? What could possibly be beyond my acceptance?" "Was the endeavor at Yang family manor unsuccessful?" "Not entirely," We did eliminate several members of the Yang clan, advancing with great momentum. However, the crucial issue lies with the 8th prince, who provided us with false intelligence, resulting in Luo Yifan falling into an ambush and being struck down by a hail of arrows. We were compelled to retreat temporarily. This was the strategy Yuan Hua devised, shifting the blame entirely onto the 8th prince, Yuan Qingming, in an effort to absolve himself. Furious, Yuan Shu exclaimed, "Luo Yifan was one of my most capable generals, and he has perished. Has the 8th prince returned? Summon him to me." "Father, the 8th prince has fled in fear of punishment and remains elusive. I am searching for him diligently." Yuan Shu had momentarily forgotten his injury, but as he attempted to rise, a sudden, excruciating pain seized him, forcing him to collapse once more. Yuan Huaji hastily pressed him down, urging his father to temper his fury, assuring him that this matter would be handled by his son, and that he should focus on recuperating. Reluctantly, Yuan Shu inquired, "Have you exposed our identities?" "Absolutely not," his son replied earnestly. "I have heeded your words and remained hidden. The Yang family continues to believe they were attacked by the bandits of Zhongnan, and we have eliminated several hundred of their kin, providing them with a significant lesson." Yuan Shu discerned his son was exaggerating their victories. The number of young men in the Yang family was limited, and had they truly lost hundreds, their clan would have been obliterated. Yet, Yuan Shu chose not to press the matter further, nodding in acknowledgement. The affairs concerning the Yang family would be set aside for the time being as they continued their pursuit of Lao Ba, determined to uncover the truth behind the situation. Indeed, his son affirmed, "I shall exert every effort." "It is not merely about effort. You must ensure you find him," Yuan Shu insisted. Yuan Huaji tremulously acquiesced, and Yuan Shu proceeded to ask, "What has been the reaction to the death of Yang Xiangan?" "The people of Luoyang, suffering under Yang Xuangan's tyranny, have naturally rejoiced," Yuan Huaji responded. "However, but what?" Yuan Shu's fierce gaze bore down upon him. "Speak." Yuan Huaji hesitated before admitting, "It is merely that father has delayed too long. Everyone is aware of your accumulation of wealth and is chastising you for your insatiable greed." "Do you deem my pursuit of wealth to be unjust?" Yuan Shu questioned coldly. "Son only fears that his majesty may harbor resentment towards you," Yuan Huaji replied, lowering his gaze in trepidation. After a prolonged silence, Yuan Shu sighed. "How could I, a man of great valor, have sired such a foolish son?" Yuan Huaji was at a loss for words, bowing his head in silence. Yuan Shu sighed again, lamenting, "It is also my fault for prioritizing my own ambitions over your education. Remember, Gao Shan was slain due to his excessive integrity. His household was devoid of wealth. Had I emulated his virtue, I would have met a similar fate." The ancient power brokers were a concern for the emperor. They feared the righteous, not the avaricious. Read the records of the grand historian, and you shall comprehend. Yuan Huaji, grasping only half of his father's wisdom, replied vaguely, "I understand, father." Yuan Shu recognized his son's lack of comprehension, but was disinclined to elaborate further. With a dismissive snort, he added, "Furthermore, there remains the critical business with the Turks. You must make another trip and find a way to procure the goods for me." Having been stripped of his title as Grand General, Yuan Shu's ambitions only intensified. Since Yang Guang had shown him no loyalty, he would not hesitate to act with disloyalty in return. Noticing his eldest son's troubled expression, he barked, "Do you wish for me to undertake this task myself?" Yuan Huaji, frightened, bowed repeatedly. "I would not dare. I shall certainly go." "Go then. Prepare thoroughly. In a few days, as the weather warms, you may set forth." With that, Yuan Huaji took his leave, while Yuan Shu remained in a state of discontent. Resentful that Yang Guang had stripped him of his military authority, thwarting his long-planned schemes. His heart burned with urgency and indignation, nearly compelling him to cry out in frustration. The aristocrats of Guangzhou were supporters of the former crown, Prince Yang Yang. Following Yang Yang's failed bid for the throne, these aristocrats faced severe repression from Yang Guang, who subsequently relocated the capital to Luoyang, seeking to marginalize them. In a bid for self-preservation, the Guangzhou aristocrats established the Wuchuan prefecture in the first year of the Dai era, determined to resist Yang Guang's oppression. Among the four major factions outside the official realm, Wuchuan prefecture wielded the greatest power. The Wuchuan Academy, which was established with Yang Guang's tacit approval, primarily served to cultivate the young talents of the Guangzhou aristocracy. Officially, it was recognized as an educational institution. It housed two main halls: the Literary Hall, also known as the Nine Heavens Hall, which served as a training ground for civil officials and virtuous ministers, Notable figures such as Li Mi and Li Shimin received their education there, while also mentoring the younger generation. The Martial Hall, or the Phoenix Cry Hall, was dedicated to training the valiant generals of the Sui Dynasty, with illustrious names like Wang Bowen, Changsun Wuji, and Li Shimin among its ranks. This was the legitimate aspect of Wuchuan Academy, but unbeknownst to many, there existed a clandestine organization beneath the Wuchuan Prefecture, known as the Xuanwu Fire Phoenix, which was its true subordinate force. At the same time, when Yuan Shu was in a state of utter despair within the secret chamber of Wuchuan Prefecture, Zhang Zhongjian and his junior sister Zhang Chuchan knelt before the leader Dou Qing to confess their transgressions. All of this is my responsibility. It has nothing to do with anyone else. My underestimation led to the failure of this mission, and I am willing to bear all consequences, Zhang Zhongjian declared. Zhang Chuchan interjected anxiously, "Adoptive father, we cannot place all the blame on senior brother. We all share responsibility for this mission." Dou Qing, a former governor of Hudong and minister of guards, had retired and was conferred the title of Duke of Chun. He was the second most influential figure in the Guanzhong Dou family. According to the rotation system of the Wuchuan Prefecture, the leadership would pass to Duga Shun next year. 6 years prior, the state minister Yang Su had sent a group of martial maids to Dou Qing, among whom was the 11-year-old Zhang Chuchan. Dou Qing recognized her exceptional intelligence and keen perception. Thus he adopted her as his goddaughter and sent her to study martial arts under the immortal Ziyang in the Zhongnan Mountains. Upon her return last year, she joined the Xuanwu Fire Phoenix. Dou Qing raised his hand to interrupt Zhang Chuchan's explanation and turned his gaze to Zhang Zhongjian, saying, "I previously stated that this mission was of utmost importance and could not afford to fail. That is why I dispatched an unprecedented 12 individuals, yet we still faced failure. Zhongjian, you are, in fact, a member of the Jiangzhou Society. I lack the authority to punish you. However, we do have an agreement. Do you acknowledge it?" Zhang Zhongjian trembled at this revelation. He had been loaned to the Wuchuan Prefecture by the Jiangzhou Society for 5 years, bound by an agreement that stipulated should he fail a mission, his term would be extended by a year. Originally, he was set to complete his term next month. But with this failure, he now had to wait until March of the following year. He silently nodded, "I acknowledge it." "Very well," Dou Qing replied. "Then according to our agreement, I shall grant you your freedom in March of next year." A deep sigh escaped Zhang Zhongjian's heart. He truly wished to escape this life of assassination and bloodshed, yet the agreement loomed over him like a heavy shackle, rendering him unable to break free. At that moment, Dou Qing's gaze shifted to his goddaughter Zhang Chuchan. "You bear responsibility as well. My daughter, your indecisiveness and ineffectiveness in handling matters warrant punishment. I implore you. No, I beseech the leader to mete out the consequences." Dou Qing shook his head, stating, "Your fault lies not in your ineffective execution of tasks, but rather in your misjudgment, which misled us into underestimating the situation, would it not?" Zhang Chuchan's face flushed with embarrassment as she bowed her head, fully aware of whom her adoptive father referred to. She had indeed misjudged. She had thought Zhang Xian to be a mere simpleton, only to discover the depths of his cunning, having deceived them all and striking at the most critical moment, leading to their failure. The daughter recognized her error and was willing to accept punishment. However, Dou Qing had no intention of reprimanding her. He turned to Zhang Zhongjian with a smile and inquired, "What is your opinion of this individual?" Zhang Zhongjian sighed and replied, "Upon my return, I specifically sought out a member of the Yang family to inquire. It was revealed that Yang family village was besieged by bandits under the cover of night, and it was Zhang Xian who heroically turned the tide, saving the village and earning the trust of the Yang family, allowing him to partake in the confidential matters of Yang Xiangan. Although his martial prowess may not be remarkable, his courage and intellect are exceptional, and I hold him in high regard. The attack on Yang family village was likely not the work of ordinary bandits, but rather the notorious Luo Yifan from Zhongnan Mountain." Zhang Zhongjian was taken aback. "Could it be Yuan Shu?" Dou Qing nodded and added, "Nevertheless, that matter is now in the past, and we need not dwell on it. The crucial point is what transpired today. Are you both aware of the events that unfolded within the Day Palace today?" Zhang Zhongjian and his junior sister exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. "We are unaware. It is both amusing and astonishing that Yuan Shu attempted to deceive the emperor with a counterfeit head of Yang Xiangan, only for Prince Yan, Yang Tan, to produce the genuine head, thereby exposing Yuan Shu's ruse. The emperor, enraged, severely punished Yuan Shu and stripped him of his title as Grand General. This incident sent ripples through the court, yet no one was privy to the truth. Little did they know, we are the true informants. Zhang Chuchan furrowed her brow. Could it be that Prince Yin dispatched Zhang Xian to assassinate Yang Xingan? Zhang Zhongjin shook his head. I believe not. It seems to be an act of personal initiative. He likely presented the head of Yang Xingan to Prince Yin. Dou Jiande smiled approvingly. Zhongjin's deduction is astute. This is precisely why I hold this individual in high esteem. Few can resist the allure of a promotion and 5,000 taels of gold, yet he has done so. I have previously stated that he possesses remarkable insight. With his vision and fortitude, I ascertain that he is indeed extraordinary. Although Zhang Zhongjin was unable to bring back the head of Yang Xingan, Zhang Xian's act of assassination still served to silence any potential threats to Wuchuan Prefecture. Thus, despite Zhang Xian's disruption of the Xuanwu Fire Phoenix operation, Dou Jiande bore no animosity towards him. Rather, he admired Zhang Xian's courage. This was a source of great regret for Dou Jiande, as he had once contemplated inviting Zhang Xian into the Wuchuan society, but abandoned the thought for fear of opposition from Dugashan. Now, the reality proved that their adherence to convention had caused them to lose a gem, which undeniably left Dou Jiande disheartened. Furthermore, he bore some responsibility for not recognizing Zhang Xian as a rare talent, which only added to his vexation. After a moment of contemplation, Dou Jiande tugged at the slender cord beside the table. Shortly after, a young man of average build, around 25 or 6 years of age, hurriedly entered the room. Kneeling on one knee to pay his respects, I am Chai Xiao, here to greet the assembly leader. There is no need for excessive formality. Please convey to Zhong Jian the events that transpired today at the Yin Wangfu, specifically regarding Zhang Xian. Chai Xiao is currently serving as an instructor within the Wuchuan Association, training a group of young boys aged 12 to 13 in martial arts. His official title, however, is that of a Qianyou Beishan at the Yin Wangfu, which denotes his role as a personal guard to the Prince of Yin. Chai Xiao is not originally from the aristocracy of Guangzhong and Longxi. Rather, he gained his position in the Wuchuan Fu through his marriage to a daughter of Li Yuan, who recommended him. Chai Xiao remarked with a smile, today, Zhang Xian was appointed as a Yiwei at the Yin Wangfu, coincidentally joining me in service. At this moment, Zhang Zhongjin began to grasp the leader's intention and quietly inquired. Could it be that the leader wishes to recruit him into the Wuchuan Association? Dou Jiande let out a soft sigh, acknowledging that such talent should not be easily forsaken. For it would be a loss for the Wuchuan Fu. I will devise a means to persuade the head of the Dugu family. It is likely that the head of the Dugu family will not readily acquiesce. I am aware, if he remains obstinate, there may be little I can do. However, I still wish to harness this individual's capabilities to accomplish a significant undertaking. Chapter 25, The 10 Mighty Heroes of the World. Zhang Xian's decision to ally himself with Yang Tin was undoubtedly motivated by a desire to swiftly ascend the political ladder via this shortcut. However, on another front, entering the Prince of Yan's residence would also broaden his horizons and grant him access to superior resources. Throughout history, the finest resources have been concentrated at the upper echelons of society. The trivial benefits for which the masses desperately compete are, in the eyes of the elite, mere trifles. The environment dictates one's status. If Zhang Xian aspired to attain a higher social standing, he must first transform his surroundings, both in his past life and this one. Zhang Xian has profoundly understood that society is stratified into classes. If he did not wish to live like an ant at the lowest tier, he must seek every opportunity to ascend. The assassination of Yang Xiangao was a pivotal opportunity he seized, serving as his declaration of loyalty, ultimately granting him a ticket into the middle class of the Sui Dynasty. This also afforded him the chance to engage with the upper echelons of power, represented by the Prince of Yin, Yang Tan, who was the key to his entry into the upper society of the Sui. Zhang Xian was acutely aware that transitioning from the middle to the upper class was far more challenging than moving from the lower class to the middle. The path was fraught with difficulties, demanding arduous effort. The late Sui dynasty resembled a warehouse engulfed in flames, with everyone eager to salvage their share of belongings. Each individual's methods varied. Figures such as Du Fuwei, Zhai Rang, and Wang Bo were merely arsonists, destined to leave empty-handed as they lacked the opportunity to enter the warehouse. Yang Xiangao was the first to venture forth, yet he ultimately perished in the conflagration. In contrast, Li Yuan, Wang Shichong, Dou Jiande, Li Mi, Li Gui, Xiao Xian, Lu Wuzhou, and Liang Shida were the true participants who seized resources within the warehouse. If Zhang Xian wished to partake in the spoils of this burning warehouse of the Sui, he must occupy a favorable position close to the most convenient passageways. Ascending from the middle class to the upper echelons was precisely the means to secure such a position and access. Martial prowess was merely a tool for his ascent. Akin to Yuan Qingdu, who, through extraordinary martial skills, escaped the status of a household servant to join the ranks of generals. Zhang Xian, too, was on a similar path. He needed to acquire more advanced martial arts while seizing every opportunity to traverse the shortest and most convenient routes for rapid advancement. After all, the conflagration in the Sui Dynasty's warehouse had already ignited, and time was not on his side. Upon entering the Prince of Yan's residence, Zhang Xian was immediately granted a title, appointed as an East Palace guard with an official rank of the 8th grade. This was the lowest rank within the Prince of Yan's establishment, however. Since Yang Tan had been designated heir apparent by Yang Guang, albeit not yet formally enthroned, the privileges of the Prince of Yan's residence surpassed those of ordinary princes, akin to that of the East Palace. The following morning, Zhang Xian visited the training grounds of the Prince of Yan for the first time. The grounds were sparsely populated, with only a handful of individuals training in small groups. Zhang Xian's direct superior bore the surname Qin, hailing from Qinsong County in Fufeng. He was known for his geniality and rarely presented himself with an air of authority, though his greatest vice was his fondness for wine, when not on duty. He spent most of his time lost in intoxication. It was for this reason that Zhang Xian encountered him only once, after which he could not find him again. Zhang Xian retrieved a long spear from the weapons rack. Ever since he had practiced with Wang Bowen's spear, he had developed a budding interest in this weapon, contemplating that it might just become his chosen armament in the future. With a low shout, he thrust his spear forward, delivering a series of 9 rapid jabs. He then retracted his weapon and, with a swift motion, struck the ground behind him, sending a cloud of yellow dust into the air. This was a technique taught to him by Wang Bowen, which he had naturally applied to the spear after practicing for over 3 months. What excellent spear play! Applause resounded from behind him. Zhang Xian turned to see a young man approaching, with a handsome visage, an average height, yet remarkably robust. Zhang Xian recalled having seen this individual the day before. He held a rank equivalent to his superior, Qin Liang, seemingly a Taizi Qin Yo, 1 grade higher than himself. However, Qin Liang had forgotten to introduce him, leaving Zhang Xian unaware of the guard's name. Lowering his spear, Zhang Xian chuckled. "It is but a modest skill. I hope I haven't embarrassed you." The young man replied, "Indeed impressive, to apply sword techniques to spear play with such natural fluidity. This is my first time witnessing it." Zhang Xian was taken aback that he recognized the sword techniques and regarded him with renewed respect. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Brother, I am Chai Xiao. Have you heard of Zhang Xiandi?" Zhang Xian exclaimed. "Oh, how could he not have heard of him?" His name was as thunderous as a storm. "You are the son-in-law of Li." Zhang Xian intended to mention Li Yuan directly, but suddenly recalled the decorum of addressing elders. Biting his tongue, he was uncertain of Li Yuan's current position. It seemed he was the governor of Taiyuan, but how should he address him? His expression turned a shade awkward. Chai Xiao understood his hesitation and chuckled. "My father-in-law is the governor of Taiyuan. Most people refer to him as Li Gong or Li Shijun." Chai Xiao took the spear, lightly thrusting it twice, then added, "I am a close friend of Wang Bowen. He spoke highly of you, mentioning your fervent passion for martial arts, yet lamenting your lack of guidance in this pursuit. Is that so?" Zhang Xian contemplated this. As a friend of Wang Bowen, could Chai Xiao also be a member of Wuchuan Prefecture? Being the son-in-law of Li Yuan, who belonged to the core aristocracy of the Guanlong clan, it was entirely plausible for Chai Xiao to be affiliated with Wuchuan Prefecture. However, Zhang Xian's sense of mystery surrounding Wuchuan had considerably diminished. His understanding of Xuan Wuhuofeng was that it was merely a covert assassination organization, a small fraction of Wuchuan Prefecture. Wuchuan Prefecture, also known as Wuchuan Academy, was a renowned educational institution in the capital, with thousands of scholars studying martial arts across its several branches. Many claiming to be part of Wuchuan, when in reality, they were merely students there. Zhang Xian smiled lightly. "So, Brother Chai is also aware of my circumstances. I confess my knowledge of martial arts is limited, yet I have heard from Bodong that you are deeply engrossed in training. Personally, I find this perspective somewhat skewed. A martial artist, no matter how skilled, is merely a tool for killing. A true wielder of the blade may not necessarily be a martial artist. Consider Prime Minister Gao Can, a mere scholar, yet he led armies to vanquish the Qin dynasty. Likewise, Prime Minister Yang Su, with mediocre martial skills, commanded 100,000 troops against the Turks, achieving remarkable military success. Although they lacked martial prowess, they were genuine masters of the blade." Intrigued, Zhang Xian gestured towards a nearby stone bench and table. "Shall we sit over there?" Chai Xiao followed him to the stone table. a distinguished figure in the late Sui Dynasty, possessing insights far surpassing those of an average guard. Zhang Xian hoped to glean more about the era from him. I find myself in agreement with Brother Chai's words. A warrior, regardless of their prowess, is merely a tool for killing. However, the true wielder of the sword may not necessarily possess martial skills. Born in humble circumstances, lacking both a distinguished lineage and profound knowledge, do you believe, Brother Chai, that I could become such a wielder? After a moment of silence, Chai Xiao shook his head, declaring it impossible. In truth, he understood well that many scions of the lower classes pin their hopes on military exploits, believing that glory can be swiftly attained. Such notions, while stirring, are but deceptive rhetoric designed to coax the underprivileged into serving the state. Among the myriad commoners, it is rare for even one to survive to realize their aspirations. Meanwhile, those from noble families pursuing military accolades face no such peril. Their achievements are often built upon the sacrifices of the less fortunate. The path to distinction for soldiers does not hinge on valiant deeds alone, but rather on the bloodline of influential figures coursing through their veins. With a sigh, he reflected that for someone like my younger brother, devoid of connections and heritage, ascending even a single step in society is fraught with difficulties. Unless one garners the emperor's favor, an opportunity few are fortunate enough to encounter. Zhang Xian spoke slowly, stating, if a piece of land is overshadowed by towering trees, the crops beneath will wither in the absence of sunlight. Alas, I am but such a crop. Unable to uproot the giants above, I must strive to become one myself. Fortunately, fate has endowed me with a robust physique, allowing me to pursue the martial arts. For me, mastering combat is merely a means to ascend, a method to attain recognition. Only by becoming an unparalleled warrior can I hope to rise. But what if one becomes an unparalleled warrior? Chai Xiao scoffed. Even Yuan Qingdu, a paragon of martial prowess, is merely a servant in the household of Yuan Shu. Titles and accolades are but games played by the aristocracy. While commoners remain mere pawns, their fates dictated by the whims of the players. The timing of their ascent or fall is entirely at the discretion of those who hold the pieces. The pawns have no right to contest their destinies. Nor do the players care for the thoughts of the pieces. He continued, if valor alone could secure wealth and honor, who would hide from the sound of drums? If the court could truly grant titles through martial exploits, there would not be so many who, preferring rebellion, evade the call to arms against Liao. Zhang Xian countered Chai Xiao's fatalistic view, asserting, yet, if one lacks even the opportunity to be a pawn, how does that differ from a common street vendor? Yuan Qingdu achieved imperial favor precisely because of his unmatched martial skills, earning the title of General of Tianbao and the chance to ascend. A person who does not strive, who resigns themselves to mediocrity, will achieve nothing in their lifetime. Chai Xiao fell silent and, after a considerable pause, murmured, Dear brother, have you heard of the renowned General Shi Wanzui of the Sui Dynasty? I am familiar with that name. What of him? He bears a striking resemblance to you, tall and robust. Yet he began as a mere scholar, training in martial arts only at the age of 30. Just 3 years later, he triumphed over Han Qingtian and He Ruobi, earning the title of the world's greatest warrior from the late emperor and gaining recognition from the Sui army. Zhang Xian listened with a serene demeanor, pondering the remarkable journey of someone who, having practiced martial arts at the age of 30, ascended to the pinnacle of the world by 33. A flicker of hope ignited within him as he gazed expectantly at Chai Xiao. Understanding his unspoken query, Chai Xiao offered a wry smile and shook his head. I cannot claim to know the intricacies of his martial prowess. I merely suggest that there are indeed individuals who commence their training at 30 and still achieve great mastery. Therefore, dear brother, do not let age dishearten you. The heavens do not forsake those who strive. Zhang Xian felt a considerable relief wash over him and playfully inquired, Might I ask who the second mightiest general in the realm is? The rankings of the 10 greatest generals were established long ago. Many have since passed into legend, and their names are seldom spoken. However, should you wish to hear them, I shall oblige. The first, as I previously mentioned, is Shi Wanzui. The second is Han Qingtian. The third, He Ruobi. The fourth, Yang Xiangan. The fifth, Yu Zhuo. The sixth, Zhang Shutua. The seventh, Yang Yichen. The eighth, Mai Taizhang. The ninth, Chu Tudong. And the 10th lie here. Presently, aside from the 5th, 6th, 7th, 9th, and 10th, the others have departed from this world, rendering the list somewhat obsolete. I have witnessed the prowess of Yuan Qingdu. Even the 4th-ranked Yang Xiangan could not contend with him. Chai Xiao cast a surprised glance at him, taken aback by the suggestion that Yuan Qingdu had ever faced Yang Xiangan, a fact he had never encountered before. With a chuckle, he remarked, Indeed, General Yuan Qingdu is formidable, rivaling the legendary Shi Wanzui of yore. The current emperor lauds him as the mightiest general of the realm, and I dare say Yang Qing would not stand a chance against him. At that moment, Zhang Xian recalled something and curiously inquired, "Is it true that you have a brother-in-law named Li Shimin?" Chai Xiao confirmed, "Indeed, he is the third son of the Li family, though frail in his youth. He was sent to Mount Jiangnan 7 years ago to study martial arts under the esteemed Ziyang real person. To be honest, I have yet to see him." Just then, a voice called out to Chai Xiao from a distance. He rose, saying, "I must take my leave now. Rest assured, I shall inquire about a suitable method of muscle transformation for you. Thank you for your concern, Brother Chai." Chai Xiao clasped his hands in farewell and hastened away. As Zhang Xian watched him depart, he felt a sense of calmness wash over him, his earlier anxieties soothed by Chai Xiao's words. He understood that he could not rush the process and must cultivate the patience to seek opportunities. Gradually, tranquility enveloped his heart as he returned to the training grounds, mounted his horse, and galloped toward the archery practice field, bow and arrow in hand. Chapter 26. The arrival of the princess. The Yin Wang Mansion, also known as the Yin Wang Palace, is actually situated within the imperial city. To the east of the residence lies a pond spanning approximately 10 acres, surrounded by a corridor and adorned with artificial hills. The pond is lush with lotus flowers, and various fish swim leisurely among the lotus leaves. Due to its proximity to the guards' quarters, it has become a recreational haven for the guards, who come here to fish or, during the sweltering summer, to swim. Zhang Xian had been residing in the Yin Wang Mansion for nearly half a month and had gradually grown accustomed to his surroundings. One sunny spring morning, he took half a day off and, feeling restless, borrowed a fishing rod to spend a leisurely day by the pond. The sun shone brightly, casting warm rays across the water, while gentle breezes caressed the air, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. The area around the pond was peaceful, devoid of any other souls, as the guards typically preferred to indulge in merriment elsewhere during their precious leisure time. Today, Zhang Xian was fortunate, having already caught over a dozen fish, including a rare golden koi. Just then, he noticed the float bobbing. He swiftly raised the rod, only to find the hook empty. The half-worm that had been baiting his hook was gone, likely stolen by a cunning fish. With a low curse, he pulled on the line, his left hand reaching toward the bait container behind him. To his surprise, instead of worms, he pulled out a vividly colored caterpillar, adorned with long, spiky hairs, wriggling in his grasp. Startled, Zhang Xian quickly flung the caterpillar away. Upon inspecting the container, he discovered it was filled with several similar caterpillars. What could possibly be the cause of this? Suddenly, laughter erupted from behind him. Turning around, Zhang Xian spotted a young girl, no more than 7 or 8 years old, peeking out from the corridor, her hand covering her mouth as she giggled. She had her hair styled in 2 buns, her features delicate and charming. Dressed in a green skirt and a red satin robe, her feet adorned with embroidered golden shoes. Was it your prank? Zhang Xian feigned annoyance. It was not me. They crawled in by themselves. The little girl darted over, pulling a basket from the water. Let me see the fish you caught. Wow, what a beautiful fish, she exclaimed, reaching for the golden koi in the basket. Zhang Xian sensed impending trouble and shouted, Be careful, but it was too late. The koi's head collided heavily against the edge of the basket and, with a splash, it tumbled back into the pond amidst the girl's startled cries. It's all your fault. The girl stamped her foot in frustration, tears welling up in her eyes. You scared me. Go catch it back. Zhang Xian, uninterested in her theatrics, flicked his rod and resumed fishing. Undeterred, the girl plopped down on the ground, wailing, You're bullying me. You won't help me catch the fish. Irritated by her cries, Zhang Xian furrowed his brow and replied, Stop crying. The fish has already escaped. How can I catch it now? I don't care. You must catch it for me. She insisted, shedding her outer garment, revealing her smooth shoulders and delicate arms resembling tender lotus stems, as she rolled up her skirt in preparation to enter the water. Zhang Xian, however, had already caught sight of the golden koi, which appeared injured, bobbing up and down in the water. How could Zhang Xian allow a young girl to plunge into the water in her dress, with the pond deep enough to submerge her? Reluctantly, he called out to her, Very well, I shall retrieve it for you. The girl immediately withdrew her foot from the water, clapping her hands joyfully. Thank you, big brother. Zhang Xian shook his head in resignation, removed his outer garment, took off his shoes and socks, and jumped directly into the pond. The water was of moderate depth. Reaching his waist, he waded several steps forward until he approached the golden carp. With swift reflexes, he seized the fish, exclaiming, Got it, expecting to hear the girl's cheers. He was instead met with silence. Turning around, he discovered that the girl had vanished without a trace. Alarmed, Zhang Xian quickly checked his clothing and boots. While his clothes remained intact, his boots were gone, along with the dagger that had been tucked inside them. He caught sight of the girl peeking out from behind a nearby archway, grinning as she waved the dagger. "I don't need that fish. You can keep it." With that, she darted away, leaving him infuriated and speechless. How could he, a man known for his cleverness, be outsmarted by a mere child of 7 or 8? The loss of his boots was trivial. The dagger, however, was irreplaceable. He hastily leaped ashore and rushed toward the archway, but by the time he passed through, the girl was nowhere to be seen. Fuming, Zhang Xian returned to his chamber, barefoot and drenched. He changed into dry clothes and shoes, then hurried to the main hall. Hoping to inquire about the girl's origins from Chaishao, considering that in the palace, there were not many young girls of that age. As he approached the hall, he saw a dozen guards escorting Prince Yang Tan, who called out to him, "Zhang Xian, hurry up. The Empress is coming." Startled, Zhang Xian followed the guards into the courtyard. Just as they crossed the main gate, a loud voice proclaimed, "The Empress has arrived." Everyone quickly moved aside, and Zhang Xian stepped back, standing at a distance by the flowers, his eyes covertly fixed on the entrance. Historically renowned for her unparalleled beauty, he wondered what the real Empress Shao would be like. Suddenly, the tinkling of jade ornaments filled the air, followed by a fragrant breeze. Before she even arrived, her presence was felt, accompanied by the sound of footsteps as a throng of palace maids and eunuchs ushered in an extraordinarily beautiful woman. By age, Empress Shao should have been in her 40s, yet she appeared remarkably youthful, her skin delicate and fair, devoid of wrinkles, making her seem no older than in her early 30s. Graceful and captivating, her hair was styled in an elegant updo adorned with glittering jewels, and she wore a flowing gown that trailed on the ground, held aloft by a maid behind her. Zhang Xian marveled quietly at her stunning beauty. Truly deserving of her reputation. "You are also admiring the youthful beauty of the Empress, aren't you?" A voice piped up beside him, startling Zhang Xian. To his surprise, the little girl had somehow appeared next to him, hiding behind the flowers. Irritated, he whispered, "Where are my shoes?" The girl beamed at him. "You haven't answered my question yet. Do not speak nonsense. I have not praised the Empress." Zhang Xian's face flushed slightly. Such thoughts should not dwell in his mind. At that moment, Prince Yang Tan, knelt before his grandmother, the Empress Dowager. Empress Shao chuckled, "I have come to inquire about my grandson's well-being." "There is no need for such formalities. Rise." "Yes." Yang Tan stood and glanced behind the Empress Dowager, inquiring, "Did grandmother not come with Imperial Aunt?" "I find it curious as well. We were just together. Where could she have gone?" Yang Tan promptly commanded, "Quickly go find Imperial Aunt." A young girl whispered to Zhang Xian with a smile, "Let us make a wager. I know where Imperial Aunt is. If I win, you must grant me a favor." Zhang Xian retorted with annoyance, "First, return my belongings, and then I shall consider your wager. If you bet with me, I shall return your items," she replied mischievously. Zhang Xian, wary of her cunning mind, shook his head. "Return my things first." The girl, feigning anger, declared, "If you refuse, I shall toss your iron rod into the 9 continents pool. Do not believe me? I shall do it right now." With that, she turned to leave. But Zhang Xian grasped her slender arm, conceding, "Very well. I shall trust you once more." She swiftly turned back, grinning. A gentleman's promise is as hard to retract as a team of horses. Clearing her throat dramatically, she strutted out, "Who is seeking me?" "Your Highness." "Imperial Aunt is here." The guards cheered. Zhang Xian was taken aback. This girl, scarcely 7 or 8 years old, was actually Yang Tan's aunt? Logically, an aunt should be at least 20 or 30 years of age, not a mere child. In that moment, Zhang Xian recalled a figure from history. Could this little girl be her? The beloved daughter of Yang Guang, de Yang Fei, was indeed known for her youthful spirit. The girl was none other than Yang Guang's youngest daughter, named Yang Ji, bestowed the title of Princess of Guangling, cherished dearly by her father. Yang Ji was known for her free-spirited nature, often running about playfully, and her father seldom restrained her. Today, she had accompanied her mother to Prince Yan's residence, but had slipped in through the east gate, encountering Zhang Xian, who was fishing, and playfully teasing him. Yang Tan approached respectfully, kneeling to greet. "Nephew pays respects to Imperial Aunt." "Kind nephew, no need for such formalities," Yang Ji replied, adopting a serious demeanor to accept his reverence. Yet while no one was watching, she slyly turned to Zhang Xian and made a face, sticking out her tongue. Zhang Xian could not help but chuckle. This spirited little girl, though mischievous, had an endearing quality. As Yang Ji made a face at Zhang Xian, Empress Shao, observing from behind, felt a tinge of curiosity. Who was this guard, and how did Ji know him? Without further inquiry, Empress Xiao beckoned, Ji come here. Bouncing over. Yang Jia grasped her mother's hand, beaming, Mother, let us go inside and give Tanu a good scolding. Empress Xiao playfully tapped her head first. I must scold you. Where have you been? I just went fishing and caught a huge fish, truly. She secretly winked at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian turned his head away, inwardly irked, thinking how such a grand fish was merely a reference to himself. How could this little girl speak so? Where was her patience for fishing? Tanger might be more suitable. Next time, let Tango take you fishing. I have no intention of accompanying him. Yang Jia pouted, that little scholar. Always prattling on about Confucius and the sages, it's utterly tiresome. If he has any skill, let him challenge me to a duel. She rolled up her sleeves, placed her hands on her hips, and glared fiercely at Yang Tang. Are you coming or not? Yang Tang, with lowered eyes and a submissive demeanor, replied. How could a nephew dare to be disrespectful to the imperial aunt? See, I told you I was right. Empress Xiao, both amused and exasperated with her beloved daughter, had no choice but to relent. Go and play then. Your mother shall not concern herself with you any longer. With a cheer, Yang Jia dashed towards the garden to the west, while several eunuchs and palace maids hurried after her, determined not to let her escape this time. Chapter 27. 6 months of scheming. Empress Xiao visited the Yin Wang Fu, primarily to see her grandson Yang Ten and to assess his academic progress. Renowned for her extensive knowledge, Empress Xiao was particularly skilled in the art of calligraphy. At that moment, she sat in the grand hall, testing Yang Ten on his studies. Whether it was the great learning or the doctrine of the mean, Yang Ten recited them flawlessly, greatly pleasing the empress. With a smile, she said, Next is writing. Let us proceed to your study. Lead the way, my grandson. Yang Ten guided his grandmother towards the study, while Zhang Xian and the other guards stationed themselves at the door, exhaling in relief. Other matters were manageable, but the urgency of nature posed a challenge. They had to endure it without leaving. Zhang Xian swiftly made his way to the restroom. Upon exiting, Zhang Xian had little desire to return to the hall. He pondered on finding that little girl to reclaim his military dagger, and leisurely strolled towards the western courtyard. The western courtyard boasted a vast garden, lush with greenery, where a small river wound gracefully like a jade ribbon, flanked by an array of exotic flowers and plants. However, after searching, Zhang Xian found no sign of the little girl, only several flustered eunuchs and palace maids frantically searching for someone, likely having lost her again. As he passed through a long corridor, he heard a voice from above, laughing, Are you looking for me? He looked up to see the little princess perched among the clusters of wisteria, swinging gently as she grasped the vines. Her form concealed by the foliage, a clever hiding spot that explained why the attendants were unable to find her. Zhang Xian chuckled. There are quite a few little critters hiding in there. Aren't you afraid they might bite? I fear no insects. I can catch scorpions and centipedes. Unlike some who are terrified by a mere caterpillar, I am not terrified, he retorted. I said I would uphold my end of the bargain. Now you must return my belongings. Of course, a promise is a promise, she replied, but you must fulfill your part first. Zhang Xian felt a bit overwhelmed. Being outwitted by this little girl left him uncertain of her next mischievous scheme. What do you want me to do? Just say it. In an instant, Yang Jia, agile as a little monkey, descended from the vines and joyfully grasped Zhang Xian's hand, exclaiming, Come with me. As her soft, delicate hand enveloped his, Zhang Xian experienced a sudden warmth, realizing that this little girl resembled a neighbor's mischievous younger sister more than a royal princess. And he found himself growing fond of her playful spirit. Where to? To go shopping. Shopping? Zhang Xian halted in astonishment. He was taken aback that this little girl wished to venture outside. That is not permissible. Let us negotiate another condition instead. You cannot go out. Why can't I go out? Yang Jia pouted. Mother promised me I could go shopping every 6 months. And it has been well over half a year since my last outing. Zhang Xian felt conflicted. He dared not make a decision on this matter. He needed to consult Yang Tan and seek approval from Empress Xiao. After all, it was quite unusual for a princess to roam freely outside. At this moment, several eunuchs and palace maids finally approached, bowing and pleading, My noble princess, please do not run about recklessly. There is a river nearby, and what if you fall in? What a fuss. Have I never been in a river before? Yang Jia shot them a glare and turned to Zhang Xian, saying, I need to prepare a bit. Wait for me outside the main gate. We shall depart shortly. Where are you going, my princess? I intend to go shopping, if you do not wish to accompany me. So be it. Yang Jia hastened to the inner courtyard, while Zhang Xian swiftly made his way to the main hall, encountering Yang Ten as he exited. Zhang Xian leaned in and whispered, Your Highness, May the little princess go shopping? Absolutely not. Yang Ten exclaimed, taken aback, shaking his head vigorously. She is far too young to wander outside freely. Tanner, what is the matter? Empress Shao appeared from behind, prompting Zhang Xian to step back and bow his head. Your Majesty, this guard informs me that the princess wishes to go shopping. If she desires to go, let her. Her father has permitted her to venture out once every 6 months. But the safety of the princess, Yang Ten insisted anxiously. Empress Shao glanced at Zhang Xian. Recalling how Zhou had just been making faces at this guard, she approached him with a smile and inquired, What is your name? Your humble servant, Zhang Xian. Oh. I sense that Princess Guangling seems familiar with you. What is the story behind that? Zhang Xian let out a rueful smile and recounted in detail how he had been teased by Yang Jie while fishing that morning. The Empress couldn't help but laugh, saying, I truly apologize. That little rascal has been spoiled by her father. I shall have someone return your belongings. Zhang Xian was secretly astonished. He had never expected the Empress of the Great Sui to apologize to an ordinary guard for a child's mischief, completely altering his perception of royalty. Feeling a twinge of emotion, he quickly replied, It is but a trifling matter. Your Majesty need not concern yourself. Empress Shao smiled slightly. Thank you for your understanding. Guard Zhang, is Jie asking you to accompany her shopping? Zhang Xian nodded, indeed. She has always despised having guards follow her. It is rare for her to take a liking to one. I entrust you with her protection, and I shall reward you handsomely. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall do my utmost. Zhang Xian soon discerned the true reason behind Empress Zhao's consent for the little princess to go shopping. It was not merely an innocent outing. Yang Jie and 2 maids sat in a spacious carriage, flanked by guards on horseback, exuding an air of strict vigilance. They were headed to Fengdu City, yet could only enter designated royal shops after clearing the area of all bystanders. Zhang Xian rode alongside the left of the carriage, stealing glances at Yang Jie within. He noticed she had changed into male attire, donning a gauze hat and a silk robe, appearing strikingly delicate and elegant. However, she wore a pout, her face betraying her discontent, showing no interest in the bustling streets outside. Despite having known her for less than half a day, Zhang Xian had already grasped her nature. This spirited girl yearned to partake in the lively street scenes, not to be confined like a caged bird within the carriage, which left her utterly dissatisfied. The carriage arrived at the jewelry store, halting before a royal establishment known as Wanbao Gold House. The store, boasting 4 stories and sprawling over an area of approximately 3 acres, primarily catered to the royal family and dignitaries, resulting in a rather subdued atmosphere with few attendants present. Prior notice had been given to the store by the guards, and the shopkeeper, accompanied by several staff members, was already waiting at the entrance. As the carriage came to a stop, the shopkeeper stepped forward with a smile, exclaiming, Welcome, Princess Guangling, to our humble shop. Yang Jie, appearing rather listless, replied, This is my 3rd visit. Let us keep it casual. Of course. Please, Princess, everyone is welcome to enter and rest. Yang Jie dismounted the carriage, instructing, The guards from the Yin Wang mansion should take positions at the back. No one is allowed to enter the shop. Certainly. The back door is already locked. No one can come in, the shopkeeper assured her. Yang Jie shot him a glare, asserting, I said to go, so go. The shopkeeper fell silent, and at that moment, Zhang Xian realized that he was the only one from the Yin Wang mansion present. The rest were palace guards or eunuchs and maidens. It appeared that she intended for him to guard the back door. Zhang Xian felt a tinge of confusion, yet he made his way to the back door. Wanbao Gold House lacked a courtyard. The back door faced a narrow street, directly opposite another jewelry shop. The back door was indeed closed, with a lock securing it, preventing any customers from pushing their way in. Zhang Xian had initially thought Yang Jie intended to sneak out through the back, but with the door locked from the inside, her little scheme seemed destined for failure. He stood on the steps of the back door, idly waiting for the young lady to finish her shopping, pondering the misfortune that had befallen him, as he had unwittingly been conscripted by a mere girl. At that moment, a loud crack echoed above him. He looked up in alarm to see Yang Jie nimbly climbing out of a second-floor window, her movements remarkably swift, landing gracefully on the ground. Zhang Xian panicked and seized her sleeve, commanding sternly, You cannot escape. Return at once. However, Yang Jie was well prepared. With a flick of her wrist, her sleeve slipped off, and her arm, surprisingly slippery, allowed her to break free from Zhang Xian's grasp. In an instant, she darted into the jewelry store across the street. Turning back to him with a playful smile, Are you coming? She swiftly dashed into the shop, leaving Zhang Xian clutching half of her sleeve, exasperated as he stomped his foot and pursued her. Upon entering the opposite jewelry store, Zhang Xian realized the depth of her cunning. Not only had she plotted her escape route meticulously and prepared a false sleeve, but she had also thoroughly assessed the layout of the neighboring shop, which turned out to be a through store with entrances at both the front and back. Entering through the front door, one could directly exit through the back. Zhang Xian chased out the back door, catching a glimpse of Yang Jie and a flash of blue as she darted into another tavern. Yang Jie was remarkably agile, zigzagging through the streets, and Zhang Xian lost track of how many shops they entered. Ultimately, he cornered her in a dead-end alley. Yang Jie, panting heavily from exertion, wore a joyful expression. "Oh dear, that was quite the challenge. After planning for half a year, I finally succeeded." Without needing Zhang Xian to apprehend her, she enthusiastically linked her arm through his, beaming, "Come now. Accompany this princess, no, this young lady, on a shopping spree." As she lifted her gaze, she was startled to find Zhang Xian staring at her with a dark expression. Instinctively, she released her grip on his arm. "You wouldn't send me back, would you? What do you think?" Yang Jie playfully tugged at Zhang Xian's arm, her voice dripping with charm. "Dear guard, do you not see how pitiable I am? Confined within the palace walls all day? This may very well be the only opportunity one have to venture outside in my entire life. Have some compassion for me." Despite recognizing her pretense, Zhang Xian felt a pang of sympathy for her. She yearned for freedom, yet as a princess, she was shackled by her royal status, devoid of any true liberty. Her imperial parents were acutely aware of their daughter's desires. Hence they endeavored to fulfill her longing for the outside world to the greatest extent possible, allowing her to explore the streets in a unique manner. Yet, this clever girl, astute even at the tender age of 7 or 8, would surely become even more cunning as she matured. "I wish to sympathize with you, but I too have duties to uphold," he replied. "Your duty is to ensure my safety, is it not?" At that moment, they came across a vendor selling sugar figurines. The elderly man called out loudly, "Sugar figurines. Small ones for 5 coins, large ones for 10. Come and buy." Yang Jie was instantly filled with delight, pulling Zhang Xian along as she exclaimed, "I want to buy one." Zhang Xian could only offer a wry smile, shaking his head, for he feared that this first indulgence would lead to an unending series of demands. Chapter 0028. First encounter with the Empress. Zhang Xian's concerns were indeed justified. In less than a quarter of an hour, Yang Jie had purchased fairy sugar figurines, a pair of rattles, a large clay basin for cricket fighting, for green-headed generals, and a vibrant green cricket encased in a straw cage, along with 4 little ducklings confined in wooden enclosures. Naturally, the expenses were borne by Zhang Xian, who carried the items while Yang Jie skipped ahead, brimming with excitement. She had already licked off the head of the fairy, now turning her attention to the sugary arms. As she savored the sweet malt sugar, her large, dark eyes remained vigilant, absorbing every novel sight around her. "Big brother, what are they selling over there?" Yang Jie inquired with a grin, pointing at a shop. Zhang Xian glanced at the shop sign above, where 5 characters clearly inscribed in black-red, "Fong Ji Candy Shop." Unsure of how to respond, he realized she was feigning ignorance, eager to enter. With a hint of lethargy, he replied, "It's the same as what you have in your hands. Then let us go take a look. I've heard of this shop for years. It's quite famous," she insisted. Claiming familiarity with a store that had only opened a month prior, her words imbued with a sense of nostalgia. "Suit yourself," Zhang Xian muttered. Feeling the weight of his empty pockets, in his haste that day, he had neglected to bring sufficient funds, leaving him with scarcely 100 coins, which was certainly a cause for concern. Inside the shop, an assortment of candies crafted from malt or honey was displayed in exquisite little boxes. Zhang Xian could only marvel at the prices, each box costing over 100 coins, far beyond his means. "Jie, let us visit another store first and come back here later." However, Yang Jie's eyes sparkled with desire. She wanted everything. At that moment, the shopkeeper, sensing Zhang Xian's predicament, quietly suggested, "Young master, you may purchase on credit, but collateral is required." Fearing that Yang Jie might overhear, Zhang Xian discreetly offered his guard's badge. Would this suffice as collateral? The shopkeeper, alarmed, quickly waved his hands. "We cannot accept this. Perhaps you could offer something else as collateral? Just to clarify, we also do not accept weapons. Can this be used as collateral?" Yang Jie chimed in, removing a jade hairpin from her head and presenting it to the shopkeeper. He gasped upon receiving the pin, recognizing it as a rare piece of jadeite, adorned with 2 small diamonds, worth at least several hundred gold. The shopkeeper's eyes gleamed with excitement. The value of the pin far surpassed that of his entire stock. Zhang Xian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How could he allow this young girl to offer her hairpin as collateral? Just as he was about to object, a hand suddenly reached out and snatched the hairpin away. The abruptness of the gesture startled both the shopkeeper and Yang Jie. Turning around, Yang Jie found herself face to face with a stunning young woman clad in a black dress with red trim, her skin as pale as snow, holding her hairpin while casting a seemingly playful glance at Zhang Xian. How could it be you? Zhang Xian recognized her. He had encountered her in Wuchuan Prefecture and again at the Yang family martial arts school. Now, fate had brought them together once more. Was it merely coincidence? Zhang Xian recalled her identity as the Fire Phoenix and instinctively gripped the hilt of her sword, vigilantly observing every movement of the girl. However, upon a moment of reflection, she felt a sense of relief, knowing that the Wuchuan manor lacked the audacity to harm a princess of the Great Sui. Zhang Shichong disdainfully snorted, crouching down to place a jade hairpin back into Yang Jie's hair, smiling sweetly. Choose whatever you like. I shall buy it for you. Do you know each other? Yang Jie inquired curiously, glancing between Zhang Shichong and Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian responded with a non-committal grunt, tacitly acknowledging their acquaintance. Yang Jie's spirits lifted at once. Zhang Shichong's beauty captivated her, and the prospect of receiving sweets from this kind sister was simply delightful. She eagerly picked up a basket to select her favorite confections. At that moment, Zhang Shichong whispered to Zhang Xian, "The situation outside has spiraled out of control. Shouldn't you escort her back?" Zhang Xian nodded, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your trouble. You need not thank me. I harbor no intentions of aiding you. Wanbao Gold Tower is a property of Wuchuan Manor, and should anything happen to her, we could not bear the consequences. 6 groups of Xuanwu Fire Phoenixes have already been dispatched. I merely happened to see you." Zhang Xian finally grasped the reason for her presence here. It was indeed because Wanbao Gold Tower belonged to Wuchuan Manor. "Sister, I'm done choosing," Yang Jie declared, having selected over 10 boxes of sweets. A touch of shyness colored her cheeks as she handed them to Zhang Shichong, who paid the shopkeeper and, while smoothing her hair, said with a smile, "Stop being mischievous and return home quickly." Yang Jie nodded in satisfaction and then asked, "What is your name, sister?" Zhang Xian felt a pang of discomfort. She had been dutifully attending to the little girl, yet she was not even asked for her name. Zhang Shichong glanced at Zhang Xian and replied with a smile, "I also bear the surname Zhang." After a moment's thought, she produced a small golden flower and handed it to Yang Jie, saying, "If you wish to find me in the future, leave a message at Wanbao Gold Tower, and show them this flower. They will know you seek me." "Thank you, sister." Yang Jie joyfully accepted the flower. Zhang Shichong shot a cold glance at Zhang Xian, her gaze turning as frigid as frost, before swiftly turning on her heel and departing. As Zhang Xian watched her vanish into the distance, he sensed a lethal intent in her final glance, as if they shared some deep-seated enmity. Could it be due to his failure during the hunt for Yang Xingan? "Big brother, let us go home." Yang Jie gently shook Zhang Xian's hand. He pulled back from his thoughts, lifted her basket, and asked with a smile, "What made you want to head back?" "Alas, you have no money left. What is the point of shopping?" Zhang Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. Having discovered a truth, in certain respects, women seemed to share a commonality that transcended age. In the end, the little princess Yang Jie's escape did not provoke significant turmoil. On one hand, Wuchuan Manor had intervened decisively, dispatching 6 groups of Xuanwu Fire Phoenixes to seal the exits of the West Market, unwilling to draw attention. On the other hand, Yang Jie's frequent escapades had rendered the populace somewhat accustomed to her antics. However, responsibility must be clearly defined. No one is eager to acknowledge their own negligence. After much deliberation, the maids, eunuchs, and guards surrounding the little princess swiftly reached a consensus. The matter was unrelated to them, but rather a failure of protection by the personnel of the Yin Wangfu. Consequently, all blame was placed upon Zhang Xian, the sole representative of the Yin Wangfu. Following his escort of Yang Jie back to the Wanbao Golden Tower, Zhang Xian was immediately stripped of his protective duties. The chief guard, while maintaining a facade of politeness, conveyed with firmness that he need not trouble himself further regarding the princess's affairs and could return to the Yin Wangfu. As night fell, Zhang Xian sat by the window practicing his calligraphy. He had dabbled in brushwork as a child, but had soon discarded it, never imagining he would one day return to it. What perplexed him further was that he had learned simplified characters. Although he could recognize most characters from the Sui Dynasty, writing them proved a different challenge altogether. He felt as if he had reverted to being a primary school student, relearning the most fundamental aspects of writing. Zhang Xian struggled immensely, managing only 2 pages in an entire hour. He set down his brush and rubbed his somewhat sore wrist, finding it even more difficult than practicing with a sword. At that moment, he caught sight through the window of Qian Jingzhong, the chief steward of the Wangfu, hurrying towards him, obviously heading for his room. Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat. What could he want? Was it, "Guard Zhang, please open the door"? The knocking was heavy and urgent. Zhang Xian rose to open the door, inquiring with a smile. Is there something urgent, Chief Steward Qian? Indeed, there is something of great importance. Qian Jingzhong whispered a few words to him. Zhang Xian nodded, just as he had anticipated. It was indeed regarding the incident from that afternoon. I understand. I shall come at once. He donned his outer robe and followed Qian Jingzhong towards the main entrance. Qian Jingzhong was taken aback, unaware of what had transpired. The Empress wished to summon Zhang Xian, and it was already dark. He wanted to inquire, but dared not. Thus he hurried onward in silence. Outside the main gate, a light carriage awaited, flanked by a dozen guards on horseback. As Zhang Xian emerged, one guard approached and asked, "Are you guard Zhang Xian?" "Indeed. Please accompany us." Without further questions, Zhang Xian boarded the carriage, which swiftly headed towards the Guangzhai gate. Although the palace gates were closed at this hour, Zhang Xian's audience was deemed a special circumstance, permitting his entry into the imperial palace. As the carriage traversed deeper into the palace grounds, the paths grew narrower and the buildings more densely clustered. Eventually, he alighted from the carriage and entered through a side door of a palace. Zhang Xian was uncertain of his location, what palace or hall he had entered. However, one thing was clear. He had stepped into the imperial harem of the Great Sui, the residence of the concubines. He walked through the vast, desolate hall until he arrived at a grand door, where 8 guards stood as if performing a routine duty. 2 guards, without uttering a word, thoroughly searched Zhang Xian before finally saying, "Please enter." Being summoned by the Empress is a significant affair in any dynasty, typically requiring days of preparation, learning etiquette, bathing, changing attire, and even consulting omens for auspiciousness. Yet, for Zhang Xian, all such formalities were waived. This was the distinction between official and private matters. Empress Xiao simply wished to meet with him privately, free from excessive rituals. At first, if Zhang Xian felt a tinge of nervousness, it had since dissipated, replaced by a calm resolve. He took a deep breath and strode confidently into the inner hall. The chamber was brilliantly illuminated, though not particularly spacious compared to the outer hall, measuring merely over 200 square meters. It was divided into 2 sections by a pair of steps, upon which stood a grand screen that concealed the inner happenings. Delicate curtains with tassels cascaded from the ceiling, with a palace maid stationed on either side. Through the ethereal veil of the screen, Zhang Xian discerned the silhouette of a tall woman pacing back and forth, instantly recognizing her as Empress Xiao, whom he had encountered earlier that morning. He swiftly approached, dropping to one knee, and proclaimed, "Your humble servant, Zhang Xian, pays his respects to your majesty." After a moment of silence, a cold voice pierced the air. "Do you know why I have summoned you?" Chapter 0029. The incident of the jade hairpin. Zhang Xian felt a surge of tension as he sensed the discontent in Empress Zhao's tone. "You possess quite the audacity. As a guard, you allowed the princess to mingle among the common folk. Are you not aware that this is a capital offense?" "I understand." Zhang Xian's forehead began to perspire. "Knowing this, you still permitted such behavior?" Empress Zhao's voice escalated sharply, tinged with evident ire. "Why did you not intervene in her folly?" Zhang Xian had contemplated numerous justifications that afternoon, such as his inability to restrain the princess and her threats towards him. However, he realized these were mere fabrications, an attempt to absolve himself, and unfair to the young princess. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Xian inquired, "Does your majesty wish to hear the truth, or merely my excuses?" "Of course, I desire the truth. Your majesty, I perceive her merely as a child, yearning for freedom and happiness. I hoped she could experience the simple joys akin to those of other girls her age, to stroll freely and acquire a few cherished items, nothing more." The Empress remained silent behind the screen for a considerable time. Finally, she spoke softly, "You shall provide a detailed account of the princess's outing. No detail must be concealed." Zhang Xian did not withhold any information, recounting the day's events to Empress Xiao. When he reached the part about the woman in the black dress, he hesitated but ultimately divulged it, omitting any mention of the Wuchuan residence, only stating that the woman was sent by the Wanbao Gold building. Yet, there lay a flaw in his account, how he recognized the woman from Wanbao Gold building. However, Empress Xiao seemed unconcerned by this inconsistency. After a moment of contemplation, she chastised Zhang Xian severely. There are rules within the palace, and even the emperor must adhere to them. How much more so for a child who lacks understanding? I acknowledge your brief service as a guard and your successful protection of the princess's return, hence I shall not punish you this time. However, I shall not tolerate a repeat of this behavior. Do you comprehend? I understand. Then you may leave. Zhang Xian bowed and gradually exited the inner hall. Upon reaching the outer palace, a refreshing breeze enveloped him, and he suddenly realized his back was drenched with sweat. The following 2 days were tranquil, devoid of any incidents, and no one sought to trouble Zhang Xian. The Yanwang residence was entirely unaware of the mishap that occurred during the princess's outing. On the morning of the 3rd day, as Zhang Xian emerged from his quarters, a guard hurriedly approached him. "Zhang guard, there is an urgent matter." "What is it?" "Someone has come from the palace, specifically asking to see you." Zhang Xian's mind echoed with a resounding thud. He knew that the repercussions of Yang Jie's escapade had finally arrived. Yang Jie's clandestine escape and unauthorized venture into the streets could not be overlooked, despite the Empress's private meetings with him. Official matters must be addressed officially. Even though the palace guards responsible for the princess had shifted the blame onto him, Zhang Xian had no intention of disputing the matter. Firstly, arguing was futile, as public opinion could be swayed with ease. Secondly, he indeed bore some responsibility. He was responsible for guarding the back door. When Yang Jie escaped through it, he could have apprehended her, yet he refrained from doing so and even accompanied her on shopping excursions, thus indulging her disregard for rules. This alone provided others with leverage against him. The underlying reason was his reluctance to thwart the opportunity Yang Jie had meticulously planned for half a year, empathizing with her loneliness during her prolonged stay in the palace. However, in doing so, he had derelict his duties. Zhang Xian, unable to ponder further, followed the guards to the main hall. Inside, he found a corpulent middle-aged eunuch, elegantly attired and exuding arrogance, accompanied by several young eunuchs. Opposite him sat Qian Jingzhong, the chief steward of the Yanwang estate, wearing a congenial expression as he conversed with the palace eunuch. At that moment, Qian Jingzhong noticed Zhang Xian approaching the hall and promptly informed the middle-aged eunuch, "Chief Eunuch Chen, he has arrived." The middle-aged eunuch, known as Chen Zhiyong, was the deputy chief of Zy Palace, hailing from Danyang in the south. He had served Empress Xiao for many years, being one of her trusted confidants and the second most influential figure responsible for the palace's internal affairs. However, Zhang Xian had not encountered him the previous night during his entry into the palace. Chen Zhiyong scrutinized Zhang Xian as he entered the hall, realizing that the little princess had gone to great lengths to protect him, even at the risk of punishment. While he was indeed a handsome figure, how could he be so oblivious to the gravity of his actions mingling with commoners? Fortunately, the Empress was understanding and compassionate. Otherwise, this young man would be in dire straits, albeit he had inadvertently found fortune amidst adversity. Zhang Xian stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to Chief Steward Qian." Uncertain of Chen Zhiyong's intentions for summoning Zhang Xian, Qian Jingzhong felt a pang of anxiety and glanced at Chen Zhiyong instead of responding. After sipping his tea, Chen Zhiyong leisurely inquired, "Are you Zhang Xian?" "Indeed," replied Zhang Xian. Chen Zhiyong set aside his teacup and produced a scroll. "I am a person close to the Empress and have been entrusted by her to convey an edict. Kneel to receive it." Momentarily taken aback, Zhang Xian knelt on one knee. Zhang Xian receives the edict. Chen Zhiyong unfurled the scroll and, with measured cadence, proclaimed, "Zhang Xian of the Yanwang estate. Loyal and magnanimous, diligent in duty and considerate of the Empress's wishes, this palace hereby commends you, bestowing upon you the title of Taizi Qianyo, elevating your rank to Xian Hui Wei, and granting you a reward of 100 taels of silver." Thus it is decreed. Not only Zhang Xian, but all present were taken aback. What had transpired? Zhang Xian had been promoted merely days after entering the Yanwang estate and had garnered the Empress's favor. Qian Jingzhong scratched his head, pondering, what is going on? Yet Zhang Xian comprehended the situation. It must have been the little princess who had extolled his virtues and taken responsibility for his actions. Nonetheless, he was genuinely touched by Empress Zhao's generosity, recognizing that her commendation for his loyalty likely referred to his unwavering protection of the little princess's safety. As for her acknowledgement of his consideration of her wishes, it pertained to fulfilling her desire to explore the city, epitomizing the tender hearts of all parents. "I humbly thank Her Majesty the Empress for her benevolence." With a wave of his hand, Chen Zhiyong summoned 3 young eunuchs, each carrying a vermilion wooden tray. One tray contained 10 ingots of gold, amounting to 100 taels. Another held a pair of brand new half-length leather boots. The last tray cradled a Zeton wooden box measuring about a foot in length. The gold was a gift from Her Majesty the Queen, while the boots in the Zeton box were presented to you by Princess Guangling. However, I am unaware of the contents of the wooden box, as the queen instructed you to open it on the spot. The young eunuch handed the Zeton box to Zhang Xian, who then noticed that both the front and back of the box were sealed with wax, inscribed with delicate characters that read, "No one is permitted to open this without permission." Zhang Xian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the childlike innocence of the young girl. If the head eunuch were to open it en route, how would she know? Was she to confront him about it? Taking the box, Zhang Xian tore the seal. While Chen Zhiyong leaned forward, his neck craned in curiosity, for it was his duty to ascertain its contents. Upon opening the box, Zhang Xian immediately spotted his military dagger. Picking it up, he remarked with a smile, "This is my possession. The princess took it for her amusement." Chen Zhiyong, uninterested in the dagger, fixed his inquisitive gaze on a smaller jade box beside it. What lay within that jade box? A slight tension stirred within Zhang Xian. He wondered what treasures it might conceal. He was cautious, turning the jade box away from Chen Zhiyong as he slowly opened a small crevice, and at once he beheld a glistening emerald hairpin, adorned with 2 resplendent diamonds. His heart raced as he noticed a small note beside the jade pin. At that moment, a guard shouted, "His Highness, the Prince of Yin has arrived." The attention of all present shifted toward the entrance, and in that fleeting instant, Zhang Xian deftly hooked the note with his left middle finger, clasping it tightly within his palm before swiftly concealing it in his sleeve. With the back of his hand and the lid of the box facing Chen Zhiyong, coupled with the arrival of Prince Yin Yangtan, Chen Zhiyong momentarily lost focus and failed to notice Zhang Xian's subtle maneuver. Qian Jinzhong went out to greet the prince, yet Chen Zhiyong remained behind. The Zeton box had actually been handed to him by the young princess just as he was about to leave the palace. And it was likely that Her Majesty the Queen was unaware of this. As a seasoned eunuch accustomed to courtly affairs, he understood the significance of maintaining harmony with the young princess while ensuring he did not conceal any pertinent information. Should Her Majesty inquire about the contents of the box upon his return, how could he possibly respond? In Chen Zhiyong's mind, the wooden box held far more importance than the arrival of Prince Yin. He instinctively cast a fleeting glance outside before redirecting his focus back to the jade box. Stretching his neck even further, resembling a curious, plump goose, "Jean Guard, shall we open it and see what lies within?" he inquired, suspecting that the jade box concealed a secret, oblivious to the fact that in the moment he was distracted, the secret had already vanished. Zhang Xian closed the jade box and handed it, along with the wooden box, back to Chen Zhiyong with a smile, stating, "I too am unaware of its contents. Perhaps you might discover it for yourself." "Then I must apologize," Chen Zhiyong replied, unceremoniously extracting the jade box and opening it. He was instantly taken aback. The box was lined with red velvet, and at its center lay a stunning jade hairpin, which he immediately recognized as the young princess's favorite. "Zhang, why did the princess gift you this hairpin?" Chen Zhiyong inquired, flipping through the brocade beneath, finding nothing else. He gazed at Zhang Xian, perplexed. Zhang Xian shook his head. "I am uncertain as well. The young princess mentioned she wished to present me with a gift. Perhaps this jade hairpin is what she meant." In ancient times, hairpins were tokens of affection, yet the princess was still quite young, far from the age of such sentiments. Chen Zhiyong felt utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the reasoning behind this act. It was indeed the first time he had heard of a grand princess of the Sui Dynasty bestowing her most cherished jade hairpin upon an ordinary guard. Furthermore, Zhang Xian had taken the princess on an unsanctioned outing, and rather than facing punishment, he was rewarded with a promotion by the empress, leaving Chen Zhiyong equally confounded. He sensed there might be deeper implications at play and resolved not to act rashly in this matter. At that moment, Qian Jinzhong accompanied Prince Yangtan into the grand hall. Having just returned from the palace, Yangtan learned of Chen Zhiyong's presence and, knowing him to be a formidable individual, hurried to ascertain the situation, concerned for the welfare of his subordinate. Chen Zhiyong set aside thoughts of the hairpin for the time being and approached Yangtan, bowing respectfully. "A trivial matter has unexpectedly drawn your highness's attention. I sincerely apologize." Chapter 30. Celebration Banquet. Just moments ago, Yangtan had heard from Qian Jinzhong that the Empress Dowager had issued a decree to reward Zhang Xian, allowing him to set his heart at ease. It seemed that the Empress Dowager did not hold Zhang Xian accountable for the little princess's escapade into town. Given this fortunate turn of events, Yangtan's demeanor towards Chen Zhiyong softened as he inquired with a smile, "How is the health of my grandparents?" "The Emperor and Empress are both in good health. Just yesterday, His Majesty was riding in the Imperial Garden," Chen Zhiyong replied. "Then I shall rest easy." Yangtan's gaze fell upon a Zeton wood box on the table, and his curiosity was piqued. "What is that, Your Highness?" That is a gift from the little princess to guard Zhang, which she asked me to bring. Being a youth, Yang Tan was brimming with curiosity and was particularly intrigued by the little princess's gift. He turned to Zhang Xian with a smile and asked, "What did my little princess give you?" Zhang Xian opened the box and replied, "One item is my personal weapon, which the little princess took to play with and has just returned to me. The other is a jade hairpin, which I suppose she gifted me out of gratitude for the many things I bought her yesterday." Upon seeing the jade hairpin, Yang Tan was even more astonished. The little princess had actually given her treasured hairpin to Zhang Xian. He recalled how, the previous year, she had accidentally dropped this very hairpin into the Jiuzhou pond, causing her to cry and fuss so much that the emperor nearly issued an edict to drain the pond. Fortunately, a guard had dived in and retrieved the hairpin, averting a potential uproar. To think that she would part with such a cherished possession now, it was clear that she held Zhang Xian in high regard. Though Zhang Xian was unaware of the hairpin's significance, he could discern the surprise on Qin Zhiyong and Yang Tan's faces, leading him to suspect that the hairpin was indeed extraordinary. "I cannot accept such a gift without merit. Please, eunuch Qin, return this hairpin to the little princess and convey my gratitude." Zhang Xian's refusal pleased Qin Zhiyong, who contemplated returning the hairpin to seek the empress's approval, as they could not indulge the little princess's whims unchecked. In a hushed tone, Qin Zhiyong said to Yang Tan, "Your Highness, may we have a word?" They stepped aside, and Yang Tan asked, "What is the matter?" "Your Highness, this wooden box was not given to me by the empress. Rather, it was the little princess who chased after me as I was leaving the palace, insisting that I bring it to guard Zhang. I was unaware that it contained a jade hairpin." Yang Tan was taken aback. "Does the Empress Dowager not know of this?" Qin Zhiyong cast a quick glance at Zhang Xian and shook his head. Yang Tan, being a remarkably prudent individual, understood the gravity of royal customs. The little princess, in her youth and innocence, could act impulsively, but they could not condone such behavior without the Empress Dowager's consent. Yang Tan understood Qin Zhiyong's implication and nodded. "You should take the hairpin back and report the matter to Her Majesty truthfully. If the little princess causes a scene, simply state that it was my directive." Qin Zhiyong was overjoyed. He had feared offending the little princess and incurring her wrath, so he was grateful for Yang Tan's understanding. He promptly bowed deeply, saying, "This old servant shall obey." Upon returning to his chamber, Zhang Xian carelessly tossed the bag containing 100 taels of gold into the cabinet, but then pulled out a note written to him by Yang Jie from his sleeve. The slip of paper was approximately 2 fingers wide, folded into thirds. Zhang Xian unfolded the note and was met with the words, "This jade hairpin is bestowed upon the future husband of this princess." Zhang Xian couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. He had initially thought it was a plan for their next shopping trip, only to discover it was an invitation for him to become her consort. He could easily imagine the little girl, brimming with delight, as she penned this note. At the tender age of 7 or 8, she likely grasped the concept of a consort without fully comprehending its true implications, boldly bestowing such an honor upon herself. At that moment, a sudden series of knocks echoed from behind him, accompanied by a loud shout from outside. "Open the door." Startled, Zhang Xian quickly concealed the note. Just as he opened the door, it was flung wide, and a dozen guards rushed in. "Congratulations, dear brother, on your promotion," they exclaimed in a cacophony. "A promotion calls for a feast. How can we celebrate without one?" Zhang Xian scratched his head, recalling that he had indeed been promoted. Lacking any familiarity with the titles in the Sui Dynasty, he inquired, "Does anyone know what position this Prince Qianyo and the position of Xian Huiwei entail?" Chai Xiao chuckled and explained, "Your Prince Yiwei was originally of the 8th rank, while the Prince Qianyo has ascended 2 ranks to become a 7th rank official. Xian Huiwei is the 3rd rank among the 8 Wei, also 7th rank, classified as a dispersible official." Zhang Xian was aware that Chai Xiao too held the title of Prince Qianyo, but as the son-in-law of Li Yuan, he had the family background to support his rise, taking 3 years to attain his position. Zhang Xian, however, had only been in the court for a few days before achieving the same title, a rapid ascent indeed. No wonder they expected him to host a feast. "Hosting a feast is no problem. I shall treat everyone to the finest wine at the best tavern in Luoyang tonight," he declared, eliciting cheers and compliments from the gathered crowd before they dispersed. As dusk fell, Zhang Xian and a dozen guards arrived at the Tianxiga Tavern, located just outside the West City Gate. This establishment was the largest and most renowned in Luoyang, sprawling over 10 acres and composed of 2 large buildings that could accommodate 1,000 diners simultaneously. Owned by the Solitary family, the tavern flourished despite the political setbacks faced by the Guanlong nobility, who had lost their influence in governmental and military affairs. Nonetheless, they retained substantial financial resources. virtually monopolizing the most lucrative trades in Chang'an and Luoyang. Among the top 10 taverns in Luoyang, 7 were backed by the Guanlong nobility, illustrating their immense wealth. The Tianxi Good Tavern was bustling with patrons, with nearly every table occupied on any given day. Reservations were nearly mandatory. As this was Zhang Xian's first time hosting a feast and visiting the tavern, he was unfamiliar with the customs. Thus, when the steward inquired about the reserved private room, he was momentarily taken aback. "My apologies, everyone. I was unaware that a reservation was necessary. Shall we choose another establishment instead?" he said apologetically. "What reservation?" One burly guard scoffed, brandishing his badge before the steward. "Do you not recognize who we are? I've never made a reservation to drink here." Rather than attributing the situation to the badges, it would be more accurate to say that the fierce demeanor of the guards frightened the bartender, who hurried back to report to the manager. Upon emerging, the manager recognized this group as the guards of the Prince of Yan. As the saying goes, it is better to provoke a malicious soldier than a rogue official. Indeed, these palace guards have significant backgrounds. An ordinary person who inadvertently angers them might find themselves facing unforeseen calamities and must tread carefully. With a beaming smile, the manager exclaimed, "Ah, it is the esteemed gentleman of the Prince of Yan's guard. I sincerely apologize for the oversight. Enough with the pleasantries. Is there a place for us?" One of the guards interjected. The manager pondered for a moment and replied, "The private rooms are indeed fully occupied. However, there is still half of the Eastern Hall available. I can partition it with a screen, and it will be akin to a private room. Would that be acceptable, esteemed gentleman?" Zhang Xian, not wishing to be overbearing, promptly agreed. "As long as there is a place to sit, feel free to arrange it as you see fit." Since Zhang Xian was footing the bill, the others were amenable to his decision. The guards collectively addressed the manager, "Then let us proceed to the hall. You have been fortunate this time. If it were not for Zhang Xian's amiable nature, you would not have escaped unscathed today. Indeed, it is thanks to Zhang Xian and all of you for granting me this favor. I shall certainly come by shortly to offer a toast and apologize." The so-called hall is a large room capable of accommodating 4 or 5 tables, typically shared by 2 or 3 groups of patrons, separated by screens, thus resembling a private room. The main drawback is the lack of soundproofing, which can lead to disturbances, but if the number of guests is substantial, they can reserve the entire hall, making it feel even more spacious. The Tianxi Good Tavern boasts 2 halls, one on each side, with the Western Hall primarily frequented by merchants and common folk, while those of slightly higher status tend to avoid it. Zhang Xian and his companions followed the manager to the Eastern Hall on the 3rd floor, where a table was already occupied by a group of roughly 7 or 8 robust individuals, 2 of whom donned armor, clearly indicating their status as military officers. One of whom bore a flying eagle insignia on his left arm. These officers appeared relatively young, the eldest barely in his 30s, while the youngest seemed to be around 17 or 18. As Zhang Xian passed by them, he couldn't help but take a closer look, particularly at 2 individuals who left a strong impression on him. The first, the leading officer, appeared to be in his 30s, slightly shorter than Zhang Xian, with a yellowish complexion, fierce eyes, and a well-groomed beard that lent him an air of both valor and sophistication. The other, around 17 or 18, was of similar height to Zhang Xian, donned a silver helmet, and had long, narrow eyes, a pronounced nose, and an overall striking presence, curiously sizing Zhang Xian up in return. Except for the youngest officer, the others were engrossed in their drinking and paid no heed to the newcomers. "Esteemed gentlemen, please take a seat." The manager guided them to their designated area, and several waitstaffs swiftly moved in to set up screens, creating a private space. Everyone gathered around a small table, and Zhang Xian turned to the guard Han Xian with a smile, saying, "This is my first visit here. Han, please order whatever you desire. Eat and drink as you please. I shall take care of the expenses." Han Xian was the guard who had just reprimanded the steward. He was the nephew of Han Qingtian, holding the official title of Qian Niu Zhizhang, known as a notorious local tyrant in Luoyang. He had a fiery temperament, but was remarkably loyal. A frequent patron of the tavern, he was well acquainted with the place. With a hearty laugh, Han Xian exclaimed, "I truly appreciate your straightforwardness, my brother." Aware that Zhang Xian had received a bounty of 100 taels, he wasted no time in ordering over 30 exquisite dishes and 20 bottles of fine wine. The nearby attendants gasped in astonishment. Such an order would surely cost at least 20 guan, a display of remarkable extravagance. "Let this suffice for now. If the dishes are insufficient, we can order more. Serve the wine first, and the main courses can follow." However, do bring out a few delectable appetizers to accompany the drinks, he instructed. Understood, esteemed gentlemen. Your orders will be fulfilled shortly. Turning to Zhang Xian, Han Xian advised, when dining here, one must never be stingy. The tavern keepers are very calculating with sharp eyes. If you order too little, they will remember, and next time, you will be escorted to the West Building. Is the West Building off limits? Zhang Xian inquired. It is a place where merchants and newly wealthy individuals congregate. Drinking with them would be a disgrace. Remember my words. Dear brother, it is better to forego entering the tavern altogether than to find oneself in the West Building. Zhang Xian chuckled and nodded. I shall keep that in mind. Before long, several tavern keepers arrived with 10 bottles of exquisite grape wine, followed by numerous plates of appetizers. Everyone filled their glasses, and Zhang Xian stood to toast, declaring, Today, as a guest, I invite all esteemed brothers to indulge in a drink. As a newcomer, I hope for your kind support in the future. Zhang, dear brother, you've risen to the rank of Taizi Qianyo in just half a month. In a few months, you might ascend to Langjiang, and then it will be you looking after us. Isn't that so? The crowd erupted in laughter, affirming, Indeed, let us toast to your rise. They all drank heartily, continuing to eat and drink, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. At that moment, an elderly man entered, leading a young girl of about 12 or 13 in a red dress, who bowed and smiled, asking, Would you gentlemen like to hear some music? Hey, do you wish to hear music? Han Xian called out loudly. We're in the midst of drinking and chatting. What nonsense music is that? No, we do not wish to listen. The crowd voiced their objections in unison. Han Xian waved his hand dismissively. We are not interested. You may leave for elsewhere. Seeing the elderly pair in a pitiable state, Zhang Xian took out a handful of money and handed it to the girl, saying, Here, take this. Thank you, young master. The girl expressed her profound gratitude before following the elderly man out. The crowd chuckled, shaking their heads. Zhang, dear brother, your heart is indeed kind. But there are far too many pitiful souls in this world. How can you attend to them all? Giving them money is truly a waste. Unexpectedly, a youthful voice emerged from behind the screen. To assist, even one, is commendable. Aiding the weak and impoverished embodies the true spirit of a man. How can that be deemed wasteful? Han Xian, incensed, slammed his hand on the table. Who dares to speak so brazenly from the adjacent room? Sure, Xian, mind your words. You may offend others. Chapter 31. The renowned general of Shandong Zhang Xian listened intently, recognizing the name Sure Xian. Which Sure Xian could it be? Could it possibly be Luo Sure Xian? At that moment, Chai Xiao leaned in to whisper to Zhang Xian. The officers outside are subordinates of Zhang Su Tua. How does Si Chong know? Zhang Xian inquired. Did you not notice the eagle insignia on their arms? That is the emblem of Zhang Su Tuo's flying eagle army. Chai Xiao explained. Understanding dawned on Zhang Xian. With so many loquacious individuals, it is highly likely that one of them is Luo Sure Xian, who is indeed a subordinate of Zhang Su Tua. He recalled the spirited young man he had seen earlier. Just then, a figure emerged from behind the screen. The foremost among the officers, with a slightly sallow complexion and a tuft of black beard beneath his chin. He approached the table holding a bowl of wine and, with a look of contrition, spoke, I apologize. My brother spoke thoughtlessly and was disrespectful. As his elder brother, I have failed to educate him properly. I offer my sincerest apologies to all, and I raise this bowl of wine in respect to you. He raised the bowl and drank it down in one go, then turned it upside down, spilling not a drop. I beg your forgiveness. The guards, being boisterous individuals, could not help but admire the yellow-faced man for his adherence to etiquette and impressive drinking capacity, and any earlier displeasure quickly dissipated. Zhang Xian inquired with a smile. Are you not a general under the command of the illustrious General Zhang? Indeed I am. The yellow-faced man replied with a grin. I am Qin Xiong from Qi County. May I ask where you esteemed gentlemen serve? The group stood in solemn reverence, for this man was none other than the renowned General Qin Xiong, the foremost warrior under Zhang Su Tua. Zhang Xian, however, felt a deeper resonance. This man was indeed Qin Xiong. He exclaimed, So you are the Qin Shubao, renowned for your prowess akin to Meng Chong and surpassing Zhuanzhu. Qin Xiong's face flushed, and he quickly demurred. I merely enjoy making friends across the realm and honoring my mother. How could I dare to compare myself to the sages of antiquity? Your praise is far too generous. I am unworthy of such admiration. Zhang Xian chuckled, acknowledging that this was a reference to the legendary portrayal of Qin Xiong. However, it appeared that Qin Xiong was quite protective of his younger brother. Zhang Xian continued, "We serve as guards to the Prince of Yan. I did not anticipate encountering a hero from the Flying Eagle Army. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, General. Let me propose a toast to you." Zhang Xian raised his cup and drank it all, prompting Qin Xiong to clasp his fists in respect, realizing they were valiant men of the Yan prince's household. At that moment, the youngest youth bounded over like a monkey, exclaiming, "So you know the Flying Eagle Army is comprised of heroes?" Qin Xiong playfully smacked the back of his head and chided, "That was merely a courteous remark. Do not take it so seriously." Laughter erupted among the group, and Qin Xiong addressed them. "My little brother is eager to be a hero. Whenever he hears the word hero, he jumps at the chance. Please bear with him." Zhang Xian ventured to inquire, "Is this young brother perhaps Luo Shixian?" The youth eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming, "Indeed, I am the little hero Luo." The crowd was moved, for Luo Shixian's fame rivaled that of Qin Xiong. Within Jiangsu Tuo's Flying Eagle Army, there was a saying, "Qin's mace, Luo's spear." Lu Bad Dao, the notorious bandit leader of Dou Jiande, was known as the 11th fiercest in the world, wielding a pair of 80-pound silver hammers with immense strength. Yet, he was sent flying too high by Luo Shixian's spear, earning Luo the illustrious title of the Spear of Domination. The guards of the Yan Wang mansion were all martial artists, possessing great admiration for those adept in martial arts. It turned out that these two were none other than the renowned Qin Jian and Luo Chang, prompting everyone to rise and pay their respects. Qin Xiong had initially come to apologize to his brother Luo Shichong for his recklessness, but was unexpectedly moved by the genuine nature of the Yan Wang mansion's guards. He introduced his other brothers, who were all subordinates of Zhang Shutua, including the fearsome-looking Yu Jianda, known as the Knight Yiksha of Xuanhai. The brothers Tong Dalan and Tong Erlin, who wielded the unique one-legged copper man, along with 2 flag officers. Zhang Xian ordered the tavern keeper to remove the screen and combine the tables, inviting everyone to take their seats, which instantly enlivened the atmosphere around the dining table. Upon learning that Zhang Xian had been promoted to a 7th-grade official merely half a month after becoming a guard, Luo Shichong expressed his envy, gloomily lamenting, "It's so much easier to rise in rank here in the capital, unlike us, who struggle tirelessly, barely managing to climb a single step. I finally achieved some merit, yet the Ministry of War refuses to acknowledge it. What is the matter with this?" Zhang Xian, perplexed, inquired further. Qin Xiong sighed. "Half a year ago, we eradicated 30,000 bandits at Duzigang, and Shichong killed their leader, Lu Budhao. Zhang Shui immediately promoted Shichong to the rank of school captain. But it has been nearly 3 months since we reported to the Ministry of War, and they have yet to approve it, which is truly frustrating. I suspect the officials at the ministry are looking for some kind of benefit." Han Xian interjected with a cold chuckle. "They believe that since you defeated tens of thousands of bandits, you must have seized countless treasures. If you don't share a portion with them, how could they not create difficulties for you?" Luo Shichong was immediately incensed, declaring, "Those bandits were poorer than us. We had to give a portion of the grain and copper coins we seized to the local officials for the resettlement of the surrendered soldiers. Our own troops need to eat as well. We hardly had any surplus. The court has no idea how arduous our lives truly are. They want to consider that. They are convinced you have amassed mountains of gold and silver, and without offering them a share, they would never grant you titles or promotions. Enough of this talk." Zhang Xian remarked, noticing Qin Xiong's distress. He waved his hand to silence Han Xian and asked Qin Xiong, "What brings you to the capital this time, Brother Qin?" With a heavy sigh, Qin Xiong replied, "Last month, we cooperated with the local officials to organize a militia against Zhang Qingjin. However, the local officials, seeking glory, acted prematurely and launched an attack before our troops arrived, falling into Zhang Qingjin's ambush. The 3,000 militia from Puyang, Dong, Qi, and Jibei suffered significant losses, with casualties exceeding half. As a result, the governors of these regions turned against us, claiming our lack of cooperation led to the disaster. The court intends to hold General Zhang accountable, and we have no choice but to accompany him to the capital to explain, hoping the court will see the truth." Han Xian could not suppress another scoff, saying, "I maintain my stance. The court officials only recognize gold and silver, and they will not discern the truth. As long as a few governors manage their affairs well, the blame for the defeat will certainly fall on you." Luo Shichong, infuriated, slammed his wine bowl down, exclaiming, "If that is the case, we'll refuse to fight those bandits anymore. Don't speak foolishly." Qin Xiong shot him a fierce glare. While the guards of the Yan Wang mansion were indeed commendable and straightforward, they were still far from being trusted confidants. Such words should not be carelessly uttered. The guards are deeply entrenched in their territory. Should any of them have relatives serving in the Ministry of War, it would undoubtedly spell trouble for themselves. He reprimanded Luo Shixin, admonishing him to drink his wine and refrain from incessant complaints. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside, with a voice harshly declaring, "We demand to sit in the main hall. The people inside must vacate." The innkeeper pleaded, "There are already guests inside. The dishes have yet to be served. How can I possibly ask them to leave? Gentlemen, please proceed to the private rooms. I shall make arrangements for you." The retort came swiftly, "Nonsense. With so many of us, do you expect us to drink separately? Tell them to get lost." With a resounding crash, the main door was kicked open. Han Xian, infuriated, sprang to his feet and demanded, "Which road friends are out there? Step forth if you dare." Chai Xiao recognized the voices outside and dipped his pen in wine. Inscribing a few characters on the table, Yuan 13 protectors. Zhang Xian was taken aback. Could it be that Yuan Qingdu had also arrived? Just then, a dozen formidable figures surged in, each robust and towering. Leading them was a burly man with a face like a butcher's, dark-skinned and muscular, wielding a broad blade. Han Xian instantly recognized him and laughed heartily. I wondered where such a formidable presence came from beneath the heavens of Luoyang. It turns out to be Lu San Taibao. This individual was indeed Lu Mingdiao, the third protector among the Yuan 13 protectors, a select group chosen by Yuan Shu from thousands of troops and subordinates, ranked solely by martial prowess. This ranking birthed unparalleled warriors like Yuan Qingdu. Each of the other 12 protectors was equally skilled. For instance, the second protector, the flower knife General Wei Wentong, was renowned for his exceptional knife techniques, even earning the admiration of Yu Zhuo, who was acclaimed as the world's foremost swordsman. Zhang Xian had previously encountered the eighth protector, the skeleton archer Yang Wenqing, whose skills were average, yet he was famed for his unparalleled archery, hitting targets flawlessly from 100 paces. It was unfortunate that such a formidable archer met his untimely end at Zhang Xian's hands, leaving Yuan Shu to believe he had fled in fear of punishment. Currently, Yuan Qingdu had distanced himself from the 13 protectors, accompanying the Grand General to safeguard the young master. The 13 protectors were now led by the second protector, Wei Wentong, who was preoccupied with other matters today, prompting the third protector, Lu Mingdiao, to bring his companions along to the Tianxi Gu Tavern for a drink with the second young master, Yuan Ji. Lu Mingdiao recognized the group before him as the guards of the Yin Wang mansion. Feeling somewhat awkward, he swiftly slapped the innkeeper, who had just informed him of the presence of foreign military officers inside, thus emboldening his earlier arrogance. Otherwise, with familiarity of the locale, who would dare disregard a bit of face? At that moment, another figure entered from outside, an individual in his early 30s with a horse-like visage, adorned with a golden crown, wearing a white satin robe, a jade belt cinching his waist, and a magnificent longsword at his side. This was Yuan Shu's second son, Yuan Ji. Among Yuan Shu's 3 sons, only the youngest, Yuan Shiji, had achieved some distinction by marrying Princess Nanyang, becoming the only son-in-law of Yang Guang. The notorious figure of Yu, renowned for his excessive indulgence and pleasures, was infamous as a lecherous glutton. In both Luoyang and Zhang'an, the famed courtesans were well acquainted with him. Not only was he extravagant, but he was also absurd. He once led a large entourage of princelings to the outskirts for a spring outing, where they fortuitously encountered his father, Yuan Shu, along with several colleagues, becoming a topic of jest throughout Luoyang. If Yu merely indulged in frivolities and excesses without many other transgressions, his brother, Yuan Ji, was an entirely different breed, a demon incarnate. He exploited the weak, seized lands, and set fire to homes, accumulating a litany of heinous acts that rendered him infamous in Luoyang, earning the moniker Yuan the Overlord. He relished this title, and with his father's protection, he roamed unrestrained, emboldening his audacity. What is the meaning of this? Why is the place not yet in order? Yuan Ji inquired, his displeasure apparent. Lu Mingdiao hastily reported in a hushed tone, "My lord, it is the people from the Yinzhou prince's residence." Had it been another royal household, Yuan Ji might have contemplated the situation slightly. However, upon hearing Yinzhou prince, a surge of anger ignited within him. Was it not the Yinzhou prince Yang Qing who had ensnared his father, Yuan Shu, leaving him half dead and stripped of his title as Grand General? He held a modicum of apprehension towards the prince himself. Yet the prince's guard struck him as nothing more than a pile of dung, instantly provoking thoughts of defiance within him. Yuan Ji coldly addressed Lu Mingdiao. "I care not how you manage this. I shall claim this hall. Evict all within, and I shall grant you a single tea's worth of time. You may decide how to proceed." With that, he turned and strode toward the exit. Chapter 0032, Unintentional Homicide to Serve as a Servant. One must possess the mindset of a servant. Lu Mingdiao immediately realized that the second young master intended to teach a lesson to the guards of the Prince of Yin. Avenging his father's humiliation, he quickly assessed the situation in his mind. Noting that none of the guards possessed exceptional martial skills and that they could easily be overwhelmed today. As for the few foreign officers, he dismissed them entirely. Without hesitation, Lu Mingdiao commanded, "Throw everything out." A dozen bodyguards and servants of the Yuan family sprang into action, toppling tables with a swift kick, sending dishes and wine jars crashing to the floor in a cacophony of shattering porcelain. The innkeeper turned pale with fear, realizing the impending chaos, and dared not intervene. He quietly slipped away to report the incident. As the second table was overturned, the conflict erupted in earnest within the hall. The guards of the Prince of Yin, unable to endure any longer, charged forward. Han Xian led the charge, delivering a powerful punch to the jaw of a Yuan servant, who screamed in agony as he was sent sprawling. "Do not engage." Zhang Xian intercepted the eager Luo Shixin and the Tong brothers, warning them of the formidable adversaries they faced. Qin Xiong, ever cautious, sensed the significance of their opponents, recognizing them as likely affiliates of General Yuan. Being an outsider in the capital, he understood the necessity of avoiding confrontation with local powers and influential figures to prevent unnecessary troubles. Hesitating for a moment, he restrained the eager Luo Shixin, urging him to wait. At that moment, Lu Mingdiao bellowed. They struck first. Attack. Over 20 Yuan bodyguards and servants surged forth, engaging in a fierce melee with the guards of the Prince of Yin within the cramped hall. Table legs, wooden lanterns, and folding screens became improvised weapons, splinters flying as shouts and curses filled the air. Yet, a measure of restraint remained. No one drew blades. The very nature of the conflict altered with the unsheathing of swords, and both the guards of the Prince of Yin and the Yuan servants were seasoned combatants in Luoyang. While brawling was commonplace, the unspoken rule was to wield clubs, not knives. Even if the authorities intervened, they could only label the altercation as a disturbance and issue a reprimand before releasing them. However, should lives be lost, the situation would escalate significantly. Zhang Xian, proficient in combat, faced off against 3 formidable bodyguards, including the 9th, 10th, and 12th, and held his ground with remarkable skill. Conversely, the other guards of the Prince of Yin suffered greatly, clearly outmatched by the Yuan bodyguards, who left them wailing in despair. Even Chai Shao was left bloodied and battered, having lost 2 teeth. Qin Xiong and his companions, having befriended the guards of the Prince of Yin, could no longer bear to witness their humiliation. Blood surged to their heads, and particularly, Luo Shixin, with eyes aflame, let out a fierce roar and leapt forward, delivering a kick that sent the 5th bodyguard, Yuan Hui, flying over a yard away. Unable to restrain his comrades, Qin Xiong sighed inwardly and joined the fray, positioning himself against the most skilled adversary, Lu Mingdiao, as they exchanged blows in a fierce battle. As several valiant men from Shandong joined the fray, the battlefield rapidly expanded. They surged into the corridor, causing the guests in dozens of elegant rooms on the 3rd floor to flee in terror, their screams echoing in the chaos. The situation swiftly turned, particularly with Luo Shixin, whose martial prowess was formidable and whose strikes were merciless, leaving Yuan Taibao and his servants wailing in despair. Upon witnessing several foreign officers overwhelming his subordinates, Yuan Ji's anger surged. Noticing that these officers were unarmed, a murderous intent ignited within him, and he drew his sword, viciously aiming for Yu Jun's back. The act of drawing his sword was undoubtedly a signal. Yuan Taibao and his servants brandished their blades in unison. In an instant, the air was filled with the glint of steel. The guards of Prince Yin, sensing the peril, swiftly drew their weapons to resist. The nature of the conflict morphed into a life-and-death struggle, and no one could afford to halt the chaos. Zhang Xian and the 3 Taibaos simultaneously unsheathed their blades. While hand-to-hand combat was manageable, the introduction of weapons made Zhang Xian's fight against 3 adversaries considerably strenuous. The 9th and 10th Taibaos swung their swords from both sides, compelling Zhang Xian to step back and parry. The immense strength behind their strikes left his arms tingling. At that moment, the 12th Taibao, Wang Qingfang, who had been lying in ambush behind a pillar, launched a sudden attack, thrusting his gleaming sword towards Zhang Xian's lower back with lightning speed. Realizing he could not evade the lethal strike, Zhang Xian, in a desperate moment, swung a blade from below, colliding forcefully with Wang Qingfang's weapon. The resounding clash echoed sharply, causing Wang Qingfang to lose his grip on his sword. Luo Shixin, with a fierce shout, delivered a powerful kick to Wang Qingfang's chest, sending him flying against the wooden pillar in the corridor. Wang Qingfang felt as though his insides were shattered. At that moment, Wang Qingfang's weapon fell. Luo Shixin spun around, delivering a whirlwind kick that turned the blade into a straight line, piercing Wang Qingfang. Helpless to evade, Wang Qingfang let out a harrowing scream as he was impaled upon the pillar. Wang Qingfang's death rang out like a clarion call, leaving everyone in stunned silence. A life had been lost. Weapons were dropped as they stared in horror at Wang Qingfang's gruesome demise, enveloping the third floor in an eerie stillness. Unbeknownst to them, the instigator of this conflict, Yuan Ji, had already slipped away unnoticed. Just then, the thunderous sound of footsteps on the stairs resonated as Dugu Mingyuan, responsible for the tavern, arrived with Hunan's official Li Gang and a throng of constables. Upon spotting Wang Qingfang nailed to the pillar, Dugu Mingyuan was momentarily frozen. This marked the first death at the Tianxiga tavern. Li Gang pointed at the corpse and demanded, "Who killed this man?" After a brief silence, Zhang Xian and Luo Shixin raised their hands in unison. Zhang Xian, having witnessed the events clearly, understood that Luo Shixin had inadvertently slain Wang Qingfang in an effort to save him. Had it not been for Luo's intervention, Wang Qingfang would have undoubtedly succeeded in his ambush, resulting in Zhang Xian's death or severe injury. It was evident that Yuan Ji sought revenge for Yuan Shu's dismissal, a conflict rooted in the enmity between Yuan Shu and Prince Yan. In both reason and sentiment, Zhang Xian could not allow Luo Shixin to bear the brunt of this incident. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and proclaimed loudly, "I am the one who inadvertently killed this man." Luo Shixin exclaimed with fury, "A true man takes responsibility for his actions. I am the one who has committed the act, and there is no need for you to bear the blame." Li Gang cast a cold gaze upon the assembly, his mind as clear as a mirror. This was not the first occurrence. It was undoubtedly the servants of the Yuan family who had instigated the conflict. Just as Lu Mingdiao was about to step forward to clarify, Li Gang waved his hand, commanding them all to retreat. The violent altercation that transpired within the Tianxi pavilion became the talk of the streets of Luoyang by the following day. Such brawls were commonplace in the city. However, the unfortunate death of one of the Yuan family's 13 guardians escalated the situation from a trivial matter to a significant affair. Whispers filled the air as the citizens speculated about Yuan Shu's fiery temper, wondering how he would respond to this affront and what repercussions might ensue. Many eagerly awaited the unfolding of events. In his study, Yuan Shu reclined on a couch, eyes closed as he listened to his son, Yuan Jiji, recount the details of the incident. Yuan Jiji, unable to conceal the truth, narrated the events within the Tianxi pavilion in great detail. Though he omitted the crucial fact of having drawn his weapon first, the boy merely intended to severely reprimand the guards of Prince Yan, seeking to alleviate his father's grievances. Initially, they held the upper hand, driving the guards to the point of desperation, but the sudden intervention of several officers from Shandong turned the tide. In the ensuing chaos, it became unclear who had drawn their blade first, resulting in the unfortunate demise of Wang Qingfang. "I wish to know precisely who was responsible for the death of the 12th guardian." Yuan Shu's eyelids parted slightly, revealing his true concern. The matters of provocation and the initial strike were of little importance to him. Reporting to father, 2 individuals claimed responsibility for the death of the 12th guardian. One was an officer from Shandong, and the other was a guard from the Prince Yan's residence. "What is the name of the guard?" "It seems his name is Zhang Xian." "Zhang Xian?" Yuan Shu found the name somewhat familiar, his brow furrowing in contemplation. At that moment, his advisor, Sui, whispered, "General, this is the man who hunted down Yang Xiangan." Yuan Shu's realization struck him with clarity. Indeed, it was this individual who had delivered the severed head to Prince Yan, resulting in his own brutal beating and the loss of his generalship. Rage coursed through him, and with a sharp crack, he broke the leg of a nearby table. "General, please maintain your composure." Sui cautioned him once more, aware that such a loss of temper could jeopardize Yuan Shu's authority. Yuan Shu suppressed his fury, gesturing for his son, Yuan Jiji, to withdraw. "You are to remain indoors for the next few days. I shall heed my father's counsel," Yuan Jiji replied as he exited. Only then did Yuan Shu turn to Sui and inquire, "How should we handle this matter?" Sui, a man of about 40, short and lean with a goat-like beard and small, shrewd eyes that sparkled with cunning, had been Yuan Shu's strategist for nearly 2 decades, guiding him to prominence. It was he who had advised against executing Yang Xiangan. "General, do you seek to avenge the affront to Prince Yan?" Sui asked tentatively. Yuan Shu nodded slightly. A mere attendant, killing him would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Yet, out of a modicum of respect for King Yen, he perceived this as an opportunity, not to eliminate the attendant, but to demonstrate to King Yen the necessity of honoring elder statesmen. Aside from Grand Protector Yuan Qingdu and Second Protector Wei Wentong, Yuan Shu had never regarded the other protectors with any significance, including their lives. The death of Wang Qingfang elicited no sympathy from him. Rather, he viewed it solely as a chance to retaliate against King Yen. What do you think, sir? Yuan Shu's piercing gaze fixed intently upon Sui. Sui pondered in silence. The matter at hand had the potential to escalate or diminish. If they chose the latter, they could shift the blame onto several Shandong officers, reconciling with King Yen, thus transforming a major issue into a mere trifle. However, Yuan Shu's inclination was evidently toward confrontation with King Yen. Considering this, Sui spoke slowly. If the general wishes to amplify the situation, it is certainly feasible. The crux lies in what the general seeks to achieve. I mean to say, merely to chastise King Yen holds little significance. Yuan Shu reflected for a moment, then replied, "My minimum objective, sir, should be quite clear to you." Sui chuckled. "In that case, we shall need to leverage certain connections. They rest in the hands of Li Gang, the governor of Hunan. Li Gang is not one to be easily swayed and may not heed the general's intentions. Perhaps the general should consider enlisting someone to exert pressure on him. Who do you think would be most suitable?" Sui lowered his voice and replied deliberately, "You Shurji." Chapter 33. Who is the true culprit? The Henan prefecture of Ur is not synonymous with the modern-day Henan province, being confined to the vicinity of Luoyang. The official offices of Henan prefecture are situated within the Fushan lane adjacent to the West Market, encompassing approximately 30 acres, and are integrated with the Luoyang county government. The head official, the Henan Yin, serves as the paramount administrative authority of the entire metropolitan region. The position of Henan Yin is notoriously precarious, often leading to its occupants incurring the ire of the court. Historical records indicate that previous Henan Yin seldom remained in office for extended periods, ranging from mere months to a few years, before being dismissed due to various pressures or compromises. The current Henan Yin and Luoyang magistrate, Li Gang, assumed his role last year. At approximately 60 years of age, Li Gang is renowned for his integrity and steadfastness. Initially, he served as a military advisor to Prince Yuan Xian of the northern Dou Dynasty, and when Yuan Xian fell victim to the machinations of Emperor Xian, it was Li Gang who bravely stepped forth to claim his remains, thus earning widespread acclaim. During the reign of Emperor Wen of the Sui Dynasty, he was also the mentor to Prince Yang Yong. Although the ascendant Yang Guang harbored reservations about Li Gang's prior connection to Yang Yong, he sought to demonstrate his magnanimity by appointing Li Gang to various esteemed positions, including that of Deputy Minister of Rights and Left Chancellor of the Ministry of Personnel. Before his recent elevation to Henan Yin and Luoyang magistrate, despite the concentration of power and nobility within the capital, the position of Henan Yin remains a formidable one. Fortunately, Li Gang's adherence to principle and unwavering rectitude render him somewhat insulated from the multitude of adversaries who may wish him ill, yet find themselves unable to act against him. After a night of inquiries, Li Gang had gleaned the general circumstances surrounding the bloodshed at the Tianxi Tavern. Although the Yuan 13 guardians were the victims, they had instigated the conflict and were the first to draw their weapons. Moreover, Wang Qingfang met his demise while attempting to kill another, thus complicating the narrative of innocent victimhood. Nevertheless, the assailants bear their share of responsibility. Their excessive actions could be classified as involuntary manslaughter, which under the law of Sui would warrant 100 strikes and conscription to military service 3,000 miles away. Li Gang found himself in a quandary, as both Zhang Xian and Luo Shixin staunchly proclaimed themselves to be the killers. The two Yuan guardians, who bore witness to the event, were reticent to identify the true perpetrator, likely awaiting the decision of Yuan Shu. Upon meticulously reviewing the testimonies, Li Gang deduced that Zhang Xian was engaged in combat with the two Yuan guardians at the time and thus lacked the opportunity to slay Wang Qingfang. Conversely, Luo Shixin was unoccupied with any adversaries, rendering him the prime suspect in the death of Wang Qingfang. At that moment, Han hurriedly entered, bowing and proclaiming, "My lord, I have conducted a thorough investigation at the tavern." Li Gang, elated, inquired about the outcome. Han produced a scroll of blueprints, stating, "This is a depiction of the altercation that I sketched on site, and it is quite revealing." Li Gang swiftly unfurled the drawings upon the table, and Han pointed to a wooden pillar, saying, "Here lies the spot where Wang Qingfang met his end, while Zhang Xian was positioned here. He gestured to another area, indicating that he was separated from the deceased by a wooden pillar, a distance of 1.5 zhang, rendering it impossible for him to inflict harm upon Wang Qingfang. In contrast, Luo Shixin stood merely 1 zhang away from the deceased, facing him directly. And the discrepancies in their weapons bore striking similarities, leading Han Yi to conclude definitively that it was Luo Shixin who had slain Wang Qingfang, not Zhang Xian. Li Gang scrutinized the blueprints once more, finding them entirely congruent with his own deductions. He nodded affirmatively and commanded, "Bring Zhang Xian to me." In the prisons of Hunan, there exist 2 distinct types, the Black Jail and the Bright Jail. The Black Jail is situated underground, shrouded in darkness and characterized by a grim environment, primarily designated for the confinement of death row inmates and serious criminals. In contrast, the Bright Jail is located above ground, reserved for those guilty of lesser crimes or for temporary detainment. However, for the dozens involved in last night's brawl, even the Bright Jail was deemed insufficient. Their official positions precluded such confinement, and they could only be subjected to a temporary restriction of personal freedom. They were housed in 2 rooms designated for the officials, euphemistically termed as a place for sobriety and reflection. The occupants were familiar with this space, simply collapsing into slumber, knowing they would be released on bail by morning. Zhang Xian sat against the wall alongside Qin Xiong, engaging in light-hearted conversation, relishing the rare opportunity to converse with Qin through the night. According to your brother, the chaos in Qijuan is a result of deliberate negligence, is it not? Qin Xiong nodded, sighing. That appears to be the case. The banditry in Qijuan persists without resolution, repeatedly extinguished yet rekindled. The root cause lies with those of ulterior motives stirring discontent. Take Lu Baidu, for instance. He was originally a prominent figure in Bohai County, with immense wealth. His rebellion was not born of ambition or desperation, but rather orchestrated by unseen hands. Similarly, Wang Bo, who initially seemed merely a scholar, was also found to be under the influence of another, who was pulling the strings. Zhang Xian inquired, "Have you heard of the 4 most enigmatic grassroots forces in the realm?" After a brief contemplation, Zhang Xian replied, "Wuchuan Prefecture." Qin Xiong affirmed, "Zaiwuchuan, Northeast Qi, North Jingshan, and South Jiangzhou. These constitute the 4 major grassroots forces of the Sui Dynasty. Wuchuan Prefecture represents the power of the Guanlong nobility, while the North Qi refers to the remnants of the Northern Qi dynasty, Jiangzhou to the legacy of the Southern dynasties, and Jingshan Palace pertains to the Turkic forces. Zhang Xian was well aware of the situation in Wuchuan Prefecture. He could comprehend Jiangzhou's circumstances, considering the Sui dynasty had only unified the north and south for a mere 20 years, while the schism had persisted for centuries. The deep-seated divisions between the regions would not be easily mended, hence rebellions in the south have never truly ceased. Did you imply that the rebellions led by Wang Bo and Lu Baidu have the backing of the North Qi? Qin Xiong sighed once more. When the northern Zhou extinguished the northern Qi and unified the north, they did not seek to appease the remnants of the northern Qi, but rather intensified their oppression, severely undermining the interests of the northern Qi nobility and the gentry of Shandong. The late emperor, with his founding prestige, managed to suppress the backlash from Shandong factions. But upon his passing, resistance naturally emerged. The North Qi was established in the first year of the Dai era, encompassing the former nobility of Northern Qi and the principal families of Shandong. To my knowledge, the North Qi even conspired with Goguryeo, and the current emperor's campaign against Goguryeo is somewhat intertwined with the situation in Shandong. Thus, when the Sui first attacked Goguryeo, the North Qi immediately commanded Wang Bo to incite rebellion in Qijuan, aiming to divert the Sui's focus from Goguryeo. Zhang Xian nodded silently. He had never heard of Shandong forces countering the Guanlong powers during the late Sui period. Though initially incredulous, upon further reflection, it began to make sense. Today, through Qin Xiong's words, he came to realize that the turmoil at the end of the Sui dynasty was deeply rooted in historical complexities. At that moment, an official approached the entrance and proclaimed loudly, "My lord, please allow Zhang Xian to come forth for a discussion." Han Xian immediately retorted angrily, "Damn it. When will you release us?" The official, wary of provoking such intimidating guards, quickly smiled and replied, "My lord is currently processing the necessary paperwork. You shall be released as soon as it is complete. Be swift, for I have a luncheon to attend. If you delay me, I shall see to it that your head is severed. Rest assured, esteemed sirs, we shall expedite the process." As Zhang Xian stood up, Luo Shixin hastily followed suit, declaring, I shall accompany you. Zhang Xian gently urged him back down. Chuckling, there is no need for such anxiety. The magistrate from Hunan is rather astute. It would be difficult for me to take the blame on your behalf. Allow me to assess the situation first. Resolute in his decision, Luo Shixin acquiesced. Very well. Go ahead. Zhang Xian exited the room, following the constable, while Qin Xiong quietly scolded Luo Shixin. You should not have come to the capital. Your impulsive temperament will lead to trouble wherever you go, and now you have implicated young Master Zhang. Luo Shixin shook his head, asserting, I shall never bring him down with me. And what about you? What will you do? At such a young age, you've committed murder, even if you escape execution. You will be exiled, and your future will be ruined. Future? Luo Shixin scoffed. This decaying court won't even grant a mere lieutenant's position. What future can one speak of? I have resolved that if they find me guilty, they must kill me, for otherwise, I shall join the uprising at Wagang. Damn it, I shall rebel. Qin Xiong kicked him, gesturing urgently for him to be quiet. Luo Shixin turned away in frustration, but after a moment, he sighed softly. Though I am a stranger to young Master Zhang, his kindness towards me is remarkable. I, Luo Shixin, have always been clear about my debts of gratitude and enmity. Regardless of whether he can ultimately save me, I shall forever remember his benevolence. Zhang Xian strode swiftly into the inner hall of the official office. Having visited once the previous night to recount the events surrounding the brawl at the tavern, he was now quite adept at navigating the proceedings. He entered the chamber and bowed respectfully to Li Gang, saying, Greetings, Lord Li. Do not stand on ceremony, please take a seat. Li Gang replied amicably. Although Zhang Xian had been bestowed the titles of Prince's Thousand Cattle and Xian Wei Wei by Empress Shao, the formal appointment from the Ministry of War had yet to arrive, rendering him still a mere 8th-rank official from the Yin Wangfu, unworthy of sitting alongside the 3rd-rank magistrate of Hunan. However, Li Gang was quite gracious and disregarded such formalities. After Zhang Xian returned the bow and seated himself, Li Gang perused his statement from the previous night and remarked, We conducted an on-site investigation at the tavern today, and can almost certainly conclude that Wang Qingfang's death has no connection to you. You need not bear the weight of guilt any longer. Zhang Xian shook his head with a smile. Murder is indeed a grave offense. No one would willingly shoulder such blame. I have already stated that Luo Shixin merely knocked him down. The one who wielded the knife was I. And it was I who inadvertently harmed Wang Zhifang. I am unaware of how my lord conducted the investigation. The circumstances at that time cannot be accurately reconstructed, and thus the findings may not be precise. I implore you, Lord Li, to exercise discernment. Li Gang was taken aback by Zhang Xian's obstinacy and chuckled wryly. Are you aware of the charges that may be brought against you, Officer Zhang? I am prepared to accept any charge, save for the death penalty, Zhang Xian responded resolutely. The death penalty is unlikely, especially considering the prior faults of the other party. If one were to adjudicate fairly, I would sentence you to 100 strokes of the rod, followed by exile for 3,000 miles to serve in the military for a decade. Would you be amenable to such a fate? Naturally, Zhang Xian could not acquiesce. 10 years of exile would render his existence as fleeting as wilted flowers. If it were to come to that, he would prefer to join the ranks at Wagang, though that remains the most pessimistic scenario. Intuition whispered to Zhang Xian that matters would not unfold so simply. Yuan Shu would not easily relent. And the Prince of Yin would certainly not permit Yuan Shu to tyrannize his subordinates. Should Zhang Xian steadfastly bear the blame, there might be a chance to mitigate the situation. However, if Luo Shixin were to be condemned, he would inevitably become a pawn in the court's power struggles. The hierarchy of significance was crystal clear to Zhang Xian. He refrained from providing a direct response to Li Gang and instead inquired, What hour is it now? The dawn has just broken. It must be the hour of Qin. The hour of Qin corresponds to 8 o'clock in the morning. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment and remarked, If I am not mistaken, Yuan Shu will soon seek an audience with the Lord and will undoubtedly lay the blame upon me. No sooner had Zhang Xian finished speaking than a constable rushed in, flustered, announcing, reporting to the Lord, General Yuan Shu has arrived. Li Gang stood in astonishment, gazing at Zhang Xian, rendered speechless. With a smile, Zhang Xian rose and said, Let us hear General Yuan Shu's perspective before making any decisions. He bowed respectfully to Li Gang, then turned and strode away. It took Li Gang a moment to regain his composure, and he quickly instructed, Please invite General Yuan Shu inside at once. Chapter 34. Mutual disregard. Although Yuan Shu's injuries were gradually healing, he remained unable to walk and was carried into the interior hall of the Hunan prefectural office by several servants. Li Gang, displaying great courtesy, invited Yuan Shu to take a seat and sincerely remarked, General Yu, given your physical discomfort, what compels you to come in person? If there are matters to be conveyed, Your son could have delivered them on your behalf. Yu Wenshu let out a soft huff, expressing his concern that Li's residence would deny his son entry, thus necessitating his own visit. Li Gang, perceiving the bitterness in his words, merely smiled without responding. Yu Wenshu shifted his tone and continued. I have come regarding the events of last night. When does Lord Li intend to release my several unfilial sons? I have essentially clarified the case, Li Gang replied. And I assure you that anyone unrelated to this matter will be released immediately. Please rest assured, General Yu. I will not allow them to suffer unjustly. Then I am most grateful. Since you claim to have unraveled the case, who is the true culprit? I have heard that there are 2 individuals claiming to be the murderer. May I inquire whom you believe them to be? Certainly, the murderer cannot be 2 individuals, however. 2 have proclaimed themselves as such. In truth, there can only be 1. Based on my investigation, the assailant appears to be Luo Shixin, not the royal guard Zhang Xian. That is incorrect. Yu Wenshu retorted coldly. Is it possible that your investigation, Lord Li, is flawed? All of my subordinates witnessed Zhang Xian kill Wang Qingfang. Why then? Do you insist upon attributing this crime to a mere commander of the Fei Ying army, shielding the royal guard? Are you perhaps reluctant to offend His Highness? The Prince of Yan? Li Gang, his face flushed with anger, responded, General, how can you make such accusations? When have I, Li Gang, ever feared offending anyone? I adhere strictly to principle. Whoever commits a crime must bear the consequences. There is no favoritism. Furthermore, Luo Shixin's act was a case of mistaken harm, falling under the category of self-defense and cannot be equated with ordinary murder. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that my adopted son deserved his fate? Should we celebrate the murderer as a hero? I made no such claim. I merely stated that it was a case of mistaken harm. Of course, there is guilt involved, but it can only be addressed as a charge of negligent injury. Yu Wenshu scoffed repeatedly, asserting, I believe that murder cases should not be adjudicated by you, Lord Li. That is the domain of the Ministry of Justice. Why speak so definitively? Who says I cannot adjudicate murder cases? The ministry merely reviews. The authority to judge lies within my grasp. Even if they disagree, they can only return the case to me for re-examination. I suspect you are not well versed in the court's protocols, General. Is that so? Yu Wenshu laughed coldly, shaking his head. I intended to engage in a civil discourse with you, but it seems our differences run too deep. Very well. I implore you to act with caution regarding the identity of the true murderer. I shall report this matter to His Majesty, who I trust will ensure justice is served. Yu Wenshu invoked the authority of the Emperor to pressure Li Gang, who remained unfazed by the threat. I will not act recklessly. I shall continue my investigation. I must remind you, General Yu, that your son, Yu Wenji, is also implicated in this case. He is one of the instigators of this heinous act. Please ensure he is brought forth promptly. Otherwise, I shall issue a wanted decree, and that would lead to complications. Yu Wenshu was filled with fury, exclaiming, Li Gang, you have gone too far. I shall not let this matter rest. We shall see. With a commanding voice, he ordered, leave. Several servants of the Yu family swiftly approached, shouldering the palanquin and departing towards the government office. Li Gang ambled to the entrance, leisurely remarking, I hope Yu Wenji will come to the authorities to confess. Otherwise, my warrant will be issued. If you dare, then issue it. Yu Wenshu retorted fiercely, his figure vanishing from the courtyard. A quarter of an hour later, Li Gang ordered the release of the detainees. Everyone was freed except for the suspect Luo Shixin and the adamantly innocent Zhang Xian. In the southern part of Wagang, there existed a grand estate spanning nearly 100 acres, adorned with lush trees and a gently flowing stream. The residence was replete with pavilions and towers, each structure exquisitely crafted, epitomizing luxury. This was the abode of Yu Shiji, the Minister of War and Vice Minister of the Interior. Hailing from Kuaiji in the south, the Yu family was a prestigious lineage in Jiangnan, with the famous Yu Fan from the Three Kingdoms period being a notable ancestor. Yu Shiji, in his 50s, possessed a medium stature, deep-set eyes, and a prominent nose, giving him a distinctive appearance. He was astute and capable in his official duties, adept at discerning the will of the sovereign, and was deeply favored by Yang Guang, gradually being entrusted with the power to draft edicts. Moreover, his control over the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of War afforded him significant influence in the appointment of officials, placing him in a position of great power. Countless individuals sought to curry favor with him, leading to a constant stream of visitors at the gates of the Yu residence. At midday, Yu Shiji returned home for lunch. Upon entering, his stepson, Xiahou Yin, approached with a smile, saying, Father has returned. Xiahou Yin had joined the Yu family due to his mother's remarriage to Yu Shiji, and the latter treated him well, entrusting him with many important matters. Yu Shiji glanced at him, inquiring, "What is it?" Knowing his stepson well, he sensed urgency in Xiahou Yan's demeanor. The latter, with a smile, said, "Father, this morning, Yuanji came to see me. It seems his family has a matter they wish to ask of you." Yu Shiji understood immediately that this was Yu Wanshu seeking his assistance, perhaps hesitant to approach directly, thus sending his son as a preliminary probe. Maintaining his composure, he asked, "What specifically is the matter?" Xiahou Yan leaned in to whisper a few words to his father. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Shiji slowly nodded. "I understand. Let me consider this." By not outright rejecting the request, he allowed Yu Wishu an opportunity, leaving it to him to demonstrate his intentions. Yang Ten learned of the previous night's events through Chai Xiao, feeling both anger and frustration, being still a youth. After dealing with Yu Wishu, he soon dismissed the incident from his mind, unaware that Yu Wishu would seek to retaliate against him by targeting his subordinates. "Tell me, what exactly transpired? Was it Zhang Xian who committed murder?" he inquired. "Your Highness, it was quite chaotic at the time. They were at the other end of the corridor, and we only realized a life had been lost upon hearing the screams. We do not know who was the perpetrator, though it is generally believed to be Luo Shixin who accidentally caused the harm." "And what has he confessed to?" Yang Ten responded with a hint of displeasure. "Perhaps he was unwilling to involve Luo Shixin, for after all, Yuan Taibao was targeting us, while Luo Shixin had extended his assistance, even hosting a banquet last night. He may play the role of the Good Samaritan, yet he shifts the burden onto me." Yang Ten murmured a complaint, but despite his grievances, Zhang Xian was one of his subordinates and someone he valued highly. How could he stand idly by? After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "I shall proceed to the palace to seek an audience with my grandfather." Chai Xiao was taken aback and quickly interjected, "Your Highness, it would be prudent not to alarm the emperor. Otherwise, a trivial matter may escalate into a significant issue." Yang Ten considered this reasoning and inquired, "What do you suggest I do?" Chai Xiao pondered for a moment before responding, "Your Highness possesses an esteemed status that should not be jeopardized over a mere trifle. However, you could express your concern regarding this matter. If Lord Li can uphold justice, he will release Zhang Xian, thereby resolving the issue. And if Yuan Shu refuses to relent?" Yang Tan's thoughts were astute, since Yuan Zhiji was targeting him. It was unlikely that Yuan Shu would easily let Zhang Xian go. After all, what significance would it hold for him to let a Shandong officer bear the blame? "Your Highness, Lord Li is a man of integrity and principle. He will not succumb to the pressures of Yuan Shu, should any unforeseen events arise. I believe that once you have made your position clear, Lord Li will promptly inform you of the circumstances. My humble suggestion is for you to refrain from acting hastily and observe what stratagems Yuan Shu may employ, as it is wise to plan before taking action." Yang Tan nodded in agreement. Chai Xiao's analysis was indeed cogent. He had not anticipated such clarity in his reasoning. After a moment's reflection, he retrieved his golden insignia and handed it to Chai Xiao, instructing, "Take this insignia to seek out Li Gang and insist that he treats Zhang Xian fairly and with justice. Additionally, I would appreciate it if you could keep a vigilant eye on this matter and report any developments to me immediately. I shall obey your command." The official quarters of Hunan Prefecture were typically a desolate place, where noble officials and dignitaries seldom ventured, wary of becoming embroiled in disputes. However, this morning was rather extraordinary. Yuan Shu personally paid a visit, while Chai Xiao brandished the insignia of the Prince of Yin to exert pressure on Li Gang. Just as Li Gang had seen Chai Xiao off, he was greeted by another significant guest, Zhang Shutua, the governor of Qijuan, and the envoy responsible for the investigation of the military debacle against Zhang Shichong. Zhang Shutua, in his 50s, stood an impressive 6 feet 7 inches tall. With broad shoulders and a head that seemed large enough to contain a cauldron, he possessed a lion-like nose and a wide mouth, with piercing eagle-like eyes that exuded an aura of formidable strength, commanding respect even in the absence of anger. Ranked 6th among the 10 most fearsome warriors in the realm, he wielded a 90-pound mountain cleaver with extraordinary skill, having once led 5 soldiers to battle against tens of thousands, his renown echoing throughout the land. His journey to the capital was to elucidate the circumstances surrounding the coalition's disastrous campaign against Zhang Qianjin, a battle his army had not yet engaged in. The governors of the 4 prefectures, driven by ambition, had fallen victim to Zhang Qianjin's ruse, leading to the annihilation of tens of thousands of militia troops, leaving both court and populace in shock. Yang Guang was exceedingly enraged and issued an edict for a thorough investigation. However, the governors retaliated, accusing Zhang Shutua of failing to provide adequate support, which had resulted in the calamity. Zhang Shutua, known for his lofty and straightforward character, often found himself ill-suited to the intricacies of court politics, resulting in a lack of favorable connections and support among the officials. Consequently, he became increasingly passive as the ministers rallied behind the governor of the 4 counties. To make matters worse, an unfortunate incident befell his subordinate, Luo Shixin, who, in a moment of folly, inflicted harm upon another and was subsequently imprisoned. Zhang Shutua, filled with both anger and urgency, could not bear to abandon Luo Shixin, whom he cherished as a son. In his desperation, he was compelled to approach Li Gang, seeking clemency for his beloved disciple. "Lordly, I bring you a humble gift from Shandong. I hope you will accept it." At his feet lay 2 jars of famed pickled vegetables from Qijuan, intended for the court officials, though he had planned to present 2 jars to high-ranking officials and just 1 to those of lower rank. He now found it necessary to offer both jars to Li Gang for the sake of Luo Shixin. Li Gang paused momentarily before decisively shaking his head. "Zhang Tongzhou, you are far too courteous. However, Li Gang, do not accept gifts. Please take them back." Zhang Shutua felt a twinge of embarrassment, though it was not his first encounter with such discomfort. Previously, when he had attempted to gift pickles to other officials, none had accepted. Most had graciously accepted only to return them, citing the regulations of the court against the acceptance of gifts. Today, facing yet another rebuff, he was unwilling to relent. "It is merely a small offering, a local specialty from Qijuan, with no ulterior motive. I implore you, lordly, to accept it." With a sigh, Li Gang replied, "While I can handle matters impartially without gifts, accepting them would raise suspicions of corruption. Even a minor incident could be exaggerated, and I fear that you understand my meaning. General Zhang, lordly, what is the true nature of Luo Shixin's predicament? Shall we discuss it privately?" Zhang Shutua instructed his subordinates to remove the jars, following Li Gang into the inner hall. Once seated, Zhang Shutua, visibly anxious, spoke. "I heard from Qin Xiong that the incident began when you and Tai Bao provoked the guards of the Yang Qing, leading to a confrontation. In a moment of righteous indignation, Shixin intervened and accidentally killed one of you Wen's men. How grave is the situation?" Li Gang offered a wry smile. "If it were merely a commoner who had been killed, a monetary compensation could suffice, provided the other party agreed to withdraw the charges. However, it is unfortunate that the victim was Yuan Taibao, whose family is adamant about pursuing the matter, leaving us with little choice but to proceed according to the law." "And how will the law handle this?" Zhang Shutua inquired nervously. Li Gang took a sip of tea, unfazed. "This case is rather straightforward. I have nearly concluded my investigation. Yuan Taibao initiated the provocation, drew his weapon first, and attempted to inflict harm. Luo Shixin is, therefore, guilty of negligent injury. According to our dynasty's legal code, he faces a sentence of exile for 3,000 miles and 10 years of military service. If the Ministry of Justice is lenient, the term could potentially be reduced." Zhang Shutua felt a heavy weight in his heart. A sentence of exile for 3,000 miles and 10 years of military service would irrevocably alter Luo Shixin's life. With a deep sigh, he recalled another matter and quickly asked, "I heard from Qin Xiong that a guard of the Yang Qing has also claimed responsibility as the principal culprit. What is the reason behind this?" Chapter 0035, The Small Matters Become Great. What is the reason that General Qin did not inform Guard Zhang? Li Gang inquired lightly. "Does he believe it is a matter of righteousness?" Li Gang nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is so. Luo Shixin acted out of loyalty. And how could Zhang Xian allow Luo Shixin to bear the blame alone? Thus, he too must accept guilt. I suspect his intention is to share half of the responsibility with Luo Shixin. If it were a case of a son taking the blame for his father, it could be acceptable. However, in this situation, I doubt that Yuan Shu would acquiesce, nor would the King of Yin." Pausing for a moment, Li Gang continued, "Perhaps Guard Zhang is unaware, but Yuan Shu is convinced that it was Zhang Xian's doing, believing that Luo Shixin intends to take the blame for Zhang Xian." "Why?" Zhang Shutua was momentarily taken aback. Although he was not well versed in the unwritten rules of the officialdom nor in the intricacies of human relationships, he was not foolish. After a brief moment of contemplation, he began to comprehend. Could it be that General Yuan Shu harbors discontent towards the King of Yin? Zhang Shutua asked somewhat abruptly. Li Gang nodded slowly, not finding the inquiry out of place. Indeed, it was as such. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "Last night, Yuanji actively provoked the King of Yan's guards for the same reason. What will the outcome be?" "It is difficult to say." Li Gang sighed with a wry smile. "As the one overseeing this case, I will report the facts and present my judgment. Whether the Ministry of Justice will endorse it, I truly do not know. In any case, this case will only become increasingly convoluted. Ultimately, Zhang Shutua had no choice but to depart in disappointment. He finally grasped the predicament of his disciple, Luo Shixing. The governor of Hunan, Li Gang, stood firm on principle, asserting that the culprit was indeed his own disciple. While Yuan Shu insisted that Zhang Xian was the true villain, Zhang Shutua felt utterly powerless and resigned himself to fate. As dusk descended, a horse-drawn carriage swiftly approached and came to a gradual halt before the gate of the Yu residence. Waiting on the steps was Yu Shiji's stepson, Xiahou Yan, who promptly came forward to greet the arriving guest. "Greetings, Uncle Yuan Shu." The carriage door swung open, revealing the broad visage of Yuan Shu, who greeted with a genial smile. "My dear nephew, is your father still entertaining guests?" "Father has declined all visitors and is eagerly awaiting your arrival." "Thank you for your father's consideration." Several servants of the Yu family carried a sedan chair to assist Yuan Shu into it, while Xiahou Yan led the way, guiding him into the estate. At the entrance of the main hall, Yu Shiji awaited Yuan Shu with a smile. Yu Shiji had his own etiquette for receiving guests. Unless the emperor, empress, or a royal prince were to arrive, he would not step outside the door. It is customary for high-ranking officials and dignitaries to visit, and it is now the norm for his son to greet them at the door while he waits at the inner gate, which is already a considerable courtesy. Should the visitor's rank be lower, he would merely sit in the guest hall or outer study to await their arrival. Typically, for ordinary officials, he would not even meet them, allowing his son to handle the reception. If wealthy merchants sought his assistance, he might not grant them entry at all, merely instructing the steward to accept their gifts, unless the offerings were particularly generous, in which case he might deign to meet them. At this moment, Xiahou Yan led Yuan Shu gradually to the entrance of the main hall, where several lanterns flickered a short distance away. Yu Shiji greeted them warmly, suggesting that since General Yuan was unwell, he need not trouble himself to come out. He would convey his regards through Ji and personally visit instead. Given that Mao Shi is overwhelmed with duties, it would be rather presumptuous to impose upon him to make a personal visit. I, as a mere idler, shall take the liberty to make the trip. Both men were seasoned bureaucrats, well-versed in the art of propriety, and held lofty positions. Thus their discourse and actions were steeped in decorum. Yuan Shu had previously instructed his son to communicate with Xiahou Yan, relaying the general situation through him to Yu Shiji. Yu Shiji did not outright refuse, which paved the way for Yuan Shu's personal visit, thereby circumventing the potential awkwardness of an unproductive meeting. Moreover, the nuances of their titles reflected the delicate nature of their relationship, while Yu Shiji referred to Yuan Shu as General Yuan. He had his son address him as Shirbua, presenting a faade of official business while subtly indicating room for negotiation. Yuan Shu, on the other hand, directly addressed Yu Shiji by his courtesy name, a gesture of familiarity that implied a request for assistance. Such was the nature of the bureaucratic realm, where every word and action bore profound significance. In contrast to Zhang Shutua, who lacked an understanding of bureaucratic norms and social graces. Presenting a jar of pickled vegetables as a gift, only for officials to suspect some hidden meaning, only to discover its true nature and hastily return it. Asserting their integrity, Yuan Shu was acutely aware that as long as Yu Shiji was willing to meet with him, there was a possibility for discussion. With the aid of two subordinates, he slowly rose and followed Yu Shiji into the outer study. A maidservant brought in tea, and all other servants withdrew, leaving only Yu Shiji and Yuan Shu in the outer study. After sipping his tea, Yu Shiji remarked with a faint smile, "I hear your son encountered a bit of trouble last night, having a conflict with the guards of the Prince of Yan. Is that so?" "Oh, a tiger fallen among the plains is bullied by dogs. Even the lowly guards dare to disrespect my son. To think my adopted son was killed. Is there truly no justice left in the realm of the Great Sui? Is Li Gang not renowned for his fairness and integrity? Cannot he advocate for the general?" The sarcasm in Yu Shiji's tone was evident. He had long harbored disdain for Li Gang's supposed integrity. Despite his elevated status, he carefully measured his words. Yet his dissatisfaction with certain individuals shone through. Yuan Shu sighed again, caught between the Prince of Yin and the dismissed general. How could he hope for impartiality? It was clear that the guards of the Prince of Yin had slain his adopted son, yet the blame was being shifted to a low-ranking officer. How disheartening. What assistance can I offer the general? Yu Shiji inquired discreetly. I hope that my esteemed brother Mao Shi can advocate for justice, Yuan Shu replied earnestly. That may prove rather challenging. If the governor of Hunan has rendered a verdict, the Ministry of Justice must either concur or dismiss it for retrial. It is difficult to intercede, Yu Shiji cautioned. Yet, there are precedents, Yuan Shu quickly countered. When the case of the Palace Cat Demon was retried, did not the Ministry of Justice directly take the case from the Hunan Prefecture? This is due to the inspection system of the Ministry of Justice, which allows for the review of already concluded cases. However, since this particular case is still under deliberation, direct interference from the ministry might not be advisable. Perhaps the general could wait a little longer? Yet, Yuan Shu could hardly afford to wait. Should he delay further, the opportunity would vanish like a wilted flower. He had meticulously devised this scheme to leverage the situation for his own vindication, and any further postponement could jeopardize not only his case but also the life of his son. Yuan Shu was acutely aware that for Yu Shiji, this matter was relatively trivial. He was merely employing it as a bargaining chip, exaggerating the difficulty of the situation. Yuan Shu recognized Yu Shiji's desires, understanding that Yu Shiji was even more avaricious than himself. By raising the stakes, it was evident that Yu Shiji sought to extort him significantly. However, for the sake of his future, Yuan Shu felt compelled to acquiesce to his demands. I believe it should be feasible, Yuan Shu asserted. Yu Shiji chuckled softly but then deftly shifted the conversation, gesturing toward his study. What do you think of my study? Yuan Shu surveyed the room and remarked. It possesses an elegance that is somewhat lacking in vibrancy. The walls feel slightly too cold. Indeed, Yu Shiji replied. I intend to hang a few calligraphic works for my fellow townsmen, but alas, while I possess many pieces, none are for my compatriots, which is quite regrettable. Yu Shiji had subtly revealed his expectations, shrouded in riddles. Yet, Yuan Shu swiftly deciphered the enigma. The only calligraphers of note from their hometown whom Yu Shiji would admire were the father and son duo of Wang Shichong and Wang Xianji, likely referencing Wang Shichong. Internally, Yuan Shu cursed. He possessed an original work, Postscript After Rain, by Wang Shichong, a cherished treasure. It was this calligraphy that Yu Shiji sought. With a chuckle, Yuan Shu responded, as a master of calligraphy, wouldn't it be even better for me to compose a piece myself? Brother Batong, you jest. How could my humble skills dare to embarrass me? After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yuan Shu rose to take his leave. He refrained from mentioning the case again. And Yu Shiji, too, chose to remain silent. Both understood the underlying implications. The terms had been set, and it remained to be seen whether their transaction would come to fruition. The following noon, Zhang Xian was jolted awake by the sound of a door opening. He opened his eyes to see Chai Xiao entering with Feng Tsongshi. Zhang Xian immediately sat up. Si Chong, what brings you here? Chai Xiao crouched down and replied. The Prince of Yin has vouched for you. You may leave temporarily. What about Luo Shixin? Zhang Xian inquired. Feng Tsongshi shook his head. This is the command of my lord. You may guarantee your departure, remaining on standby for summons, but Luo Shixin cannot leave the Hunan Yamen until the case is resolved. Chai Xiao then leaned in to whisper a few more words to Zhang Xian, who nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall take my leave then. Zhang Xian followed Chai Xiao out of the official residence, where a carriage awaited them. Once aboard, Zhang Xian eagerly questioned, what is the situation? It appears that Yuan Shu has successfully navigated relations with Yu Shiji. This case will now be reviewed by the Ministry of Justice, which presents a precarious scenario. I have received the latest intelligence. The ministry intends to impose joint culpability, with Luo Shixin as the principal offender and you as an accomplice. There is a possibility that Luo Shixin could face execution. Will Lord Li acquiesce to the ministry's demands? Lord Li was certainly unwilling to comply. However, upon learning that the Ministry of Justice had dismissed all his testimonies and evidence, and had summoned the bodyguards of Prince Yan for further interrogation, he witnessed a complete reversal of their statements. Ultimately, it was concluded that the guards had drawn their swords first, and that Yu and Luo Shixin had jointly attacked Wang Qingfeng, ruthlessly taking his life. Now, not only Yu and Luo Shixin are culpable, but every guard present at the scene is subject to dismissal and punishment. Zhang Xian's fingers cracked sharply as he felt the weight of such stark injustice. Realizing the depths of corruption that twisted truth into falsehood within the corridors of power, his eyes blazed with righteous fury. Yet he understood the necessity of maintaining his composure in this volatile moment. He restrained his anger and, with a measured tone, inquired, what does His Highness the Prince of Yin intend to do? The Prince of Yin was equally enraged. It was a sight Zhang Xian had never witnessed before. In a fit of fury, he shattered his most cherished inkstone, vowing that he would not rest until Yuan Shu was executed. And then, I urged him to secure your release first, for you must not fall into the hands of the merciless ministry. Their cruelty is beyond your imagination. Zhang Xian nodded silently. Expressing his gratitude, "Thank you, Brother Chai?" Chai Xiao sighed softly, remarking, "We are all brothers here. There is no need for thanks. The crucial matter now is how to avert this calamity. I sense that the prince is still rather inexperienced, lacking the necessary influence at critical junctures. I intend to seek other connections to explore potential avenues." Zhang Xian pondered deeply, his thoughts diverging from Chai Xiao's. Truly, it seemed that only the Prince of Yin possessed the power to resolve this dilemma. Chapter 36. Trust and utilized. Not long after Zhang Xian departed from the Hunan Prefectural Yamen, the Deputy Minister of Justice, Gu Yi, arrived at the Hunan Prefecture with a contingent of several dozen soldiers, exuding an air of authority. Although the Minister of Justice, Wei Xian, was inclined towards Prince Yan Yang Tan, his role was largely ceremonial, with actual power vested in the hands of the Deputy Minister. Gu Yi, a trusted confidant of Yu Shiji, was determined to faithfully execute his commands. He strode directly into the main hall of the Hunan official residence. "What brings you here, Deputy Minister?" Li Gang obstructed Gu Yi's path. Raising an official document, Gu Yi declared sternly, "This is a missive from the Ministry of Justice. I have officially taken charge of the Tian Si Gu restaurant murder case. I request that Lord Li hand over all relevant files and detainees for my custody." Li Gang, having received prior intelligence from Chai Xiao regarding the ministry's involvement, felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Coldly, he retorted, "Deputy Minister, your procedure is flawed. The Hunan Prefecture is not subordinate to the Ministry of Justice. Can you simply demand the transfer of individuals with a missive? This is not merely an internal document of the ministry. It bears the seals of both the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Rights, and is to be executed by the Ministry of Justice. I implore Lord Li to cooperate in this official matter." A man of principle, Li Gang was deeply reluctant. Yet the document seals conferred a power second only to imperial edicts. With a heavy sigh, he conceded, addressing Wang Guan, the Hunan deputy chief, "Handle the formalities for them." He then turned and walked towards the inner hall. Gu Yi gestured, and a dozen soldiers rushed to the prison to retrieve the detainees. While he followed Wang Guan into the main hall, Wang Guan placed a substantial stack of documents on the table, stating, "Here are all the testimonies, records, and evidence from the scene. Please sign here, Deputy Minister." Gu Yi, uninterested in the testimonies, was primarily concerned with the individuals involved. Nevertheless, he intended to take these documents with him. Just as he was about to sign, one of his subordinates rushed in, flustered. "Deputy Minister, there is only one suspect. The other, Zhang Xian, has disappeared." Stunned, Gu Yi realized that Zhang Xian was the pivotal figure in this case. He barked furiously, "Wang Deputy Chief, where's Zhang Xian?" Wang Guan, unperturbed, replied, "Lord Li has already concluded the case. Zhang Xian is not the murderer. According to Sui law, he qualifies only as a witness. Until the case is formally adjudicated, he can be released on bail. His Highness the Prince Yin has already secured his release." Furious, Gu Yi overturned the table, scattering all the documents across the floor. He stormed out, realizing he had arrived too late. After addressing matters entrusted to him by Yuan Shu, Yu Shiji left the case in Gu Yi's hands, no longer intervening. How it was handled was Gu Yi's concern. He merely needed to be informed of the final outcome. However, an unforeseen complication arose. The key suspect, Zhang Xian, had already departed, leaving Gu Yi unable to proceed with the case. After a prolonged hesitation, he resolved to confront the Prince Yan's residence. Gu Yi waited in front of the Prince Yan's gate for a full half-hour before the chief steward, Qian Jingzhou, emerged at a leisurely pace. "Ah, it is Deputy Minister Gu. I apologize for the wait. What brings you to the Prince Yan's residence?" In the depths of his heart, Gu Yi cursed, having already informed the gatekeeper. Yet now he found himself compelled to reiterate his request. Though vexed, he resignedly stated, "I have come on official business concerning a case related to the Heavenly Temple Pavilion. It is imperative that a guard from the Yan Wang residence comes forth to testify. Might I trouble Manager Qian to summon him?" "Oh, I see." Qian Jingzhong replied with a chuckle, "But the Yan Wang residence has numerous guards. Which one do you seek?" "I am in search of guard Zhang Xian." Qian Jingzhong laughed heartily. "Sir Gu, I fear you have come to the wrong place. He should be at the Hunan office, having been detained by Lord Li. However, he is no longer there. I have heard that he was guaranteed release by the Yan Wang and is likely within the palace. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters. Could you kindly check once more, Manager Qian?" "Very well. Please wait a moment." Qian Jingzhong turned to return to the palace, but this moment of waiting yielded no further developments. Gui endured a torturous half-hour of anticipation. Finally realizing he had been deceived, Qian Jingzhong was merely toying with him. At that moment, a nearby attendant bitterly remarked, "If we cannot apprehend him, let us simply declare him guilty in absentia and issue a city-wide manhunt. He will eventually have to step out." Before the words could fully escape, Gui delivered a sharp slap, retorting, "Do you believe him to be some common rogue? Do you think a death sentence can be issued so casually? He is a man of the Yan Wang. If you wish to perish, I do not." Gui understood all too well that the higher-ups were not genuinely concerned with capturing some insignificant guard. Such a trivial matter did not warrant such mobilization. They intended to leverage this situation to coerce the Yan Wang, casting the burden of this arduous task upon him. What was he to do? Should he storm in and seize the man? Feeling increasingly distressed, Gui sighed softly and turned to lead his entourage away from the Yan Wang residence. Just as Gui departed, Qian Jingzhong hastily made his way to report to Yan Wang Yang Tan. Upon entering the inner hall, he found Yang Tan engaged in conversation with Zhang Xian, so he refrained from intruding, announcing from the doorway, "Your Highness, he has already left." "Good. Thank you for your efforts," Yang Tan acknowledged with approval, and Qian Jingzhong bowed and withdrew. At that moment, Yang Tan returned to his previous state of anxiety. Addressing Zhang Xian, "Gui is a man of Yushiji. I did not anticipate that he would embroil Yushiji in this affair. What began as a minor issue has escalated into a significant problem. What do you propose we do?" Zhang Xian understood that Yang Tan was not blaming him, but rather expressing his own uncertainty about the course of action. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian replied, "Yuan Shu must have paid a hefty price to enlist Yushiji's assistance, yet the deceased is but an inconsequential servant, and I am merely a lowly guard. Why would Yuan Shu go to such lengths for this trivial matter? Your Highness, do you believe his true target is me?" Yang Tan scoffed at most. "I might show favoritism to my subordinate, but that would not amount to any real crime on my part. I suspect he merely seeks to humiliate me, avenging the slight from my previous dismissal." Zhang Xian shook his head, remarking that if His Highness thought this way, he underestimated Yuan Shu. To avenge a single arrow, he would not hesitate to lavish bribes on Yushiji, risking total enmity with His Highness. At his advanced age, I believe he would never act merely out of a momentary pique. What do you believe his true intention is? Zhang Xian pondered briefly before responding slowly. "My guilt holds no significance for him. He is indifferent to the death of a servant. I think he merely wishes to leverage this incident to compel your Highness into a compromise." "Compromise?" Yang Tan gazed at Zhang Xian in confusion. Zhang Xian replied calmly, "His dismissal was due to your Highness's indictment against him. If your Highness were to utter a few kind words on his behalf, perhaps stating that the situation was chaotic at the time and he acted out of necessity, and if he were to sincerely repent before the Emperor, there is a strong possibility he could regain his position. Do you believe his ultimate aim is to reclaim his office?" Yang Tan finally began to grasp the situation. "But I will never compromise with him," he declared angrily. "He is a parasite of the Sui Dynasty, and I would relish the chance to end his life. I can hardly fathom why he would think I would yield." Zhang Xian contemplated for a moment. "I suspect they are wagering that your Highness will be wary of the position of the Crown Prince." "Humph. I have no desire to be the Crown Prince. I merely wish for the Sui Dynasty to emerge from this crisis, and they are the greatest impediment to such an outcome." Zhang Xian regarded Yang Tan for a moment and then said, "If your Highness is resolute in refusing to compromise, then it would be necessary to sever ties with them entirely. I fear not the prospect of confrontation. I simply do not know what course of action to take." Yang Tan replied, his gaze intense. "Can you enlighten me? But I am the one involved. Does your Highness not worry about my ulterior motives?" Yang Tan shook his head, stating, "My grandfather advised me that trust is essential. If I did not trust you, I would not be discussing this matter with you now." Zhang Xian felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. Yang Tan's magnanimity revealed to him the beauty of humanity. He silently nodded, realizing that this matter was not insurmountable. Within the Wuchuan building, Dou Qing, clad in a white Taoist robe, was listening to Chai Xiao's report. The incident at the Tianxi Pavilion had escalated from a minor affair to a significant one, naturally drawing Dou Qing's attention, more than the case itself. He was intrigued by the underlying power struggles it revealed. Dou Qing had already discerned that Yuan Shu had covertly sought assistance from Yushiji. Yet he was astonished that Yushiji had actually accepted this favor. While it was true that Yuan Shu had offered substantial wealth, it also illustrated that Yushiji's greed had clouded his judgment to the extent that he disregarded the fact that his benefactor was Prince Yang Tan. This realization made Dou Qing inwardly sigh. He understood Yu Shiji's cunningness and knew he typically would not make the error of opposing imperial authority. This could only suggest one thing. Yu Shiji had grown quite pessimistic about the future of the Sui dynasty and sought to exploit his power to amass as much as he could before the dynasty crumbled. Your Excellency, I find myself perplexed. I have been by Prince Yan's side for 3 years, while Zhang Xian has only been there for half a month. Yet the prince's trust in him far surpasses my own. What could account for this? The doubts that weighed heavily on Chai Xiao's heart could no longer be contained, prompting him to confide in Dou Qing. As Zhang Xian had just returned, Yang Tan, disregarding his status as a man awaiting judgment, immediately engaged in discussions about the next course of action, leaving Chai Xiao feeling both perplexed and somewhat dissatisfied. Was it merely because he was the son-in-law of Lord Li? Chai Xiao expressed his indignation. Dou Qing glanced at him and replied with a faint smile. Indeed, there is a slight connection to Lord Li, but it is not substantial. I believe Yang Tan's intellect surpasses his years. He possesses the ability to discern a person through the minutiae of everyday interactions. For instance, the incident involving the young princess on her shopping excursion allowed Yang Tan to perceive the kindness that resides within Zhang Xian. Furthermore, Zhang Xian's willingness to take the blame for Luo Shixin, though it may appear to complicate matters for Yang Tan, also reveals Zhang Xian's selflessness and his readiness to assist others, irrespective of personal gain. In contrast, despite your prolonged presence by his side, you have faltered in demonstrating your worth through certain finer details. Chapter 0037, The Gift of Sudden Enlightenment. What aspects, for instance? Chai Xiao inquired, somewhat unconvinced. Dou Qing chuckled softly, his tone earnest as he replied, Consider how you came to know in advance that the case had been transferred to the Ministry of Justice. As a guard, this exceeds your realm of capability. Although your timely information allowed for the swift relocation of Zhang Xian, it has inevitably sown seeds of doubt in Yang Tan's heart regarding your reliability. Of course, this apprehension is not the primary reason for Yang Tan's reluctance to employ you. Rather, it stems from your lack of ambition. Lack of ambition? Chai Xiao was taken aback. Dou Qing nodded thoughtfully. You possess undeniable capability and a meticulous approach to problem solving. Yet you are more inclined to maintain the status quo than to seek advancement. You resemble a sturdy shield, which does not align with Yang Tan's aspirations. I can empathize with his concerns for the future of the Sui dynasty. He yearns for change, for a spirit appears through the adversities besieging our realm. In this regard, Zhang Xian embodies that sharp spear. Consider how brief a time he has been by Yang Tan's side, and yet so much has transpired, even leading to the dismissal of Yuishu due to his influence. How could Yang Tan not be invigorated by such a formidable presence? How could he not choose to elevate him? And what of you? Chai Xiao fell into a contemplative silence, conceding that Dou Qing had a profound insight into human nature. Yang Tan was indeed plagued by worries for the Sui's future, lamenting his youth and impotence and altering the course of events. Zhang Xian's sudden emergence had precipitated the very downfall of Yuishu, a figure Yang Tan despised. Thus, it was only natural for Yang Tan to favor Zhang Xian. With a silent sigh, Chai Xiao reflected on the adage that times create heroes, recognizing its truth. What does the master think of Zhang Xian? He asked once more. Dou Qing appeared deep in thought, lowering his gaze for a considerable time before shaking his head. I cannot discern his thoughts. How could that be? Chai Xiao pressed. I cannot articulate it either. Let us postpone this discussion for now. You must return immediately and scrutinize every detail of the case, reporting to me at all times. Understood. Chai Xiao bowed and took his leave. Dou Qing, hands clasped behind his back, strolled slowly to the window, gazing at the distant golden dome of the Ziwei Palace, his heart brimming with uncertainty. Zhang Xian's actions in this case struck him as peculiar and perplexing. Zhang Xian was prepared to take the fall for Luo Shixin, fully aware that a guilty verdict would result in his dismissal, banishing him from the Prince of Yan's residence. Yet, he had exhausted every effort to ally himself with Yang Tan, even resorting to the assassination of Yang Qing, only to now willingly sacrifice his future for the sake of a minor officer from Shandong. Zhang Xian could have easily chosen to assist Luo Shixin in exonerating himself. With his intelligence, it was inconceivable that he had not contemplated this option. Was he merely testing Yang Tan's regard for him? That was possible. Yet Dou Qing sensed that Zhang Xian's true intentions lay deeper, shrouded in secrecy. A persistent, elusive thought lingered in Dou Qing's mind, however. He found it hard to believe that Zhang Xian could be so calculating, lacking any alternative explanation for Zhang Xian's willingness to bear the blame for Luo Shixin. Dou Qing was left astonished. I must see how you intend to navigate this intricate predicament, he muttered to himself. Zhang Shutua traversed a lengthy corridor, following an official until he arrived at a grand governmental edifice, the very seat of power within the Sui Dynasty, known as the Naxi province, which later came to be referred to as the Zhongshu province, the office of the chancellors. "Please, Commander Zhang," the official urged. Zhang Shutuan nodded and entered through a side door, proceeding straight along the central axis until he reached the first chamber on the right. He halted, for this was the audience hall of Yishurji. The official hastily entered to deliver his report. A wave of anxiety washed over Zhang Shutua earlier that day. He had received word that the case concerning his apprentice, Luo Shixin, had been transferred to the Ministry of Justice, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Though Zhang Shutua was not well versed in the intricacies of social etiquette or the nuances of bureaucratic conduct, his years of service had afforded him some connections at court. He had been advised by former colleagues to seek out Yishurji and present a generous gift, believing that perhaps this case might witness a change in fortune. Zhang Shutua did not fully comprehend the necessity of approaching Yishurji. His informants had only hinted at the importance of this course of action. Yet, he was acutely aware that Yishurji wielded considerable power, being the foremost authority in the court, and in his quest to save his apprentice's life. He was prepared to take the plunge. "Commander Zhang, please enter. The vice minister awaits you," came the call. As the official exited the chamber, he cast a glance at Zhang Shutua, noticing his somewhat worn official attire. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, "Vice Minister, you does not favor those clad in old garments. Might you not consider donning a new set of robes, Commander Zhang?" Zhang Shutua adjusted his attire with a silent sigh. It was the only official robe he possessed. Where could he possibly procure another? He refrained from further comment and stepped into Yishurji's chamber. The room was suffused with a delicate fragrance emanating from a bronze incense burner in the corner, and it was bright and meticulously arranged. The individual he sought to consult, the Naxi Vice Minister Yishurji, was seated behind an expansive desk, fervently inscribing characters, his head bent as if he were oblivious to Zhang Shutua's arrival. With a request weighing heavily upon him, Zhang Shutua set aside his pride and performed a deep bow, announcing, "I am Zhang Shutua, here to pay my respects to Vice Minister Yu." In truth, Yishurji was not the Vice Minister. That title belonged to Su Wei. Since the passing of Naxi Ling Yuan Shou, the position had remained vacant, leaving Yishurji in de facto control of the Naxi province. Those beneath him, eager to curry favor, privately referred to him as the Vice Minister, a title he accepted with pleasure. Today, in his desperate attempt to rescue his apprentice Luo Shixin, Zhang Shutua found himself compelled to insincerely address Yishurji in this manner. "Please wait a moment, Commander Zhang. I shall conclude these few lines shortly." Yishurji replied without lifting his gaze. "I am in no haste," Zhang Shutua responded. After a considerable interval, Yishurji finally paused, perused the document once more, and, satisfied, set it aside. He then scrutinized Zhang Shutua, and upon noticing his somewhat shabby attire, felt a surge of displeasure. This Zhang Shutua, seemingly oblivious to the decorum of the court, had sent him 2 jars of pickled vegetables just days prior, under the mistaken impression that they contained treasures. The reality had incensed Yishurji, prompting him to vehemently reject the gift and demand its return. Now, Zhang Shutua had the audacity to appear before him in worn robes, as if to signal his own frugality and simplicity, contrasting it with the ostentatiousness of court officials. Yishurji felt displeasure in his heart but did not show it. He asked indifferently, "What business does Zhang Tongko have with me?" Zhang Shutua had expected Yishurji to take the initiative to discuss the defeat from 2 months prior, allowing him to clarify the true circumstances. However, Yishurji did not mention the matter at all, compelling Zhang Shutua to address the main topic directly. Hesitatingly, Zhang Shutua said, I come to seek a favor from Minister Yu." "Huh. Zhang Tong's Ho is too courteous. We are all ministers of the same court. If there is something to discuss, just speak plainly. Why resort to such formalities?" Yu replied, "I am here regarding the case of Luo Shixin. Might I request Minister Yu to consider his valiant efforts in battle and numerous accomplishments, and thus to show leniency in his punishment? This is my humble request. I hope Minister Yu will graciously accept it." Zhang Shutua trembled as he placed a bribe on the table, which contained all his savings. As soon as the list was set down, his hand recoiled as if burned, his face flushed with embarrassment. This was the first time in his life he had attempted to bribe someone. Yishurji's gaze was sharp. A glance revealed the sum on the list, 80 taels of gold. Anger surged within him. Was Zhang Shutua attempting to humiliate him? What is this Zhang Tongho doing? Yu feigned surprise, pointing with disdain at the list. This is the court. How dare you present this to me? Do you think I am such a person? Take it back. Just a cup of water wine for Minister Yu. Zhang Shutua pleaded. Take it back. Yishurji's anger was genuine. He was truly incensed that Zhang Shutua had the audacity to offer only 80 taels. Zhang Shutua, mortified, retrieved the bribe and, with a red face, apologized. I was too presumptuous. Yushiji huffed heavily. I am only giving you a bit of face because of your bravery in Shandong. Otherwise, I would have thrown you out. Thank you for your leniency, Minister Yu. Yushiji's expression grew cold again. As for the case of Luo Shixin, do you think the Ministry of Personnel would concern itself with such trifles? I have never heard of such a thing. Go to the Ministry of Justice or the Supreme Court. You have come to the wrong place. Zhang Shutua, unaware that Gui was Yushiji's confidant, felt ashamed and anxious, realizing he had made a mountain out of a molehill in seeking Yushiji's help for such a minor case. What could he do about Shixin now? With no options left, he bowed and said, I was presumptuous. I take my leave. As he slowly retreated, Yushiji watched his back and sneered. With just this 80 taels of gold, Luo Shixin was destined to perish. Chapter 0038. Escalation of conflict. Not long after Zhang Shutua had departed, Gui hastily sought out Yushiji. Unable to apprehend Zhang Xin, he found himself at an impasse with the case, desperately seeking Yushiji's assistance. To his dismay, Yushiji flatly refused, coldly stating from his position by the window, This matter has no bearing on me. Do not inquire further. You should approach Yuanshu directly and ascertain his stance. Gui inwardly cursed, bemused by the notion that this affair could be unrelated to Yushiji. If it were indeed so, he would not have taken on the case in the first place. It was merely an attempt to adopt an aloof demeanor and distance himself from the situation. With no other recourse, Gui bowed and replied, I understand. I shall seek out General Yuanshu at once. As he turned to leave, Yushiji cast a parting remark, the guild of Luo Shixin is beyond doubt. Gui was left bewildered by this seemingly random statement, hesitating to inquire further, and quickly acquiesced before exiting Yushiji's official quarters. In stark contrast to Yushiji's detached attitude, Yuanshu was exceedingly anxious. The longer this matter lingered, the more unfavorable it became for him. Within his study, Yuanshu signaled to his strategist, Sui, to address the issue at hand. This situation had been orchestrated entirely by Sui, who was well aware of the necessary course of action. With a slight smile, Sui spoke to Gui, the current state of affairs falls well within my expectations. Once the offender enters the residence of the Prince of Yan, retrieving them becomes exceedingly challenging. However, Sir Gu may seize this opportunity to create momentum. Gui was puzzled. What do you mean by this? Sui stroked his goatee with a smile. Only the Emperor has the authority to exert control over the Prince of Yan. Since the Prince refuses to yield, we must leverage the Emperor's influence to compel him to surrender the offender. The Prince will undoubtedly resist, leaving him with two options, to confront imperial authority or to negotiate a settlement with us. I believe a wise individual recognizes the tides of circumstance. He would not jeopardize his position as Crown Prince for the sake of a mere attendant. Yuanshu wholeheartedly endorsed Su Yin's insight, acknowledging, although the Prince of Yin is a grandson, the Princes of Dai and you are equally favored. The fact that the Prince of Yin has not been formally enshrined as Crown Prince indicates the Emperor's indecision. With the Prince of Dai guarding Chang'an and the Prince of Yu stationed in Luoyang, there lies an implicit intention to establish them as heirs. In the contest among the three princes, any misstep could cost the Prince of Yin his position as Crown Prince. I am confident he understands his predicament and will not stand against the Emperor over such a trivial matter. He will most assuredly compromise with us. Gui concurred with Su Yin's strategy, recognizing the potential of exploiting the delicate dynamics of the three princes to compel the Prince of Yin to acquiesce. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, what should I do next? Sui replied with a nonchalant smile, isn't it quite simple? Sir Gu should proceed with official business. Summon all the attendants present at the Prince of Yan's residence that evening to assist in the investigation, including Zhang Xian. Amplify the matter until it reaches the Emperor's ears. Perhaps Sir Gu will earn a reputation for his fearless stance against authority. Gui contemplated thoughtfully, understanding the path he needed to take. He took his leave, and only then did Sui turn to Yuanshu with a grin. The Prince of Yin is brimming with youthful arrogance. I surmise he shall not yield easily. Yuanshu was taken aback. Then why did you just assert that he would certainly compromise? Sui chuckled, that was merely to bolster Sir Gu's morale. Did you not notice his wavering resolve? Yuanshu nodded slightly, finally grasping Su Yin's profound intentions. However, having invested a considerable sum, he could not afford to retreat. After a moment of contemplation, a hint of worry crept into his voice as he inquired, what if the Prince of Yin refuses to compromise? The general has yet to comprehend? Sui replied, the prince's willingness to negotiate is of little consequence. The pivotal factor lies in whether the Emperor will acquiesce. I believe His Majesty will leverage this situation to discern the general's demands. As long as he does not genuinely seek to penalize the general, there shall certainly be gains. Are you suggesting that the emperor will intervene in this matter? Su Yin's smile deepened with meaning. Why else would I advise the general to seek out Yu Shiji? Should Yu Shiji's insatiable greed lead him to become embroiled in this case, the emperor will undoubtedly intercede, and the general's opportunity will arise. Half an hour later, Gu Yi once again led over 100 subordinates and soldiers to the gates of the Prince of Yan's residence. As dusk settled, he exuded a newfound confidence compared to his earlier, dejected departure. He proclaimed with authority, "This is a matter of the Ministry of Justice." Inform the Prince of Yan at once. The guards at the entrance, sensing hostility, hurried back to relay the message. Moments later, Chief Steward Qian Jingzhong emerged, wearing a broad smile. "Ah, is this not Sir Gu? It has been a while. What brings you here today?" Gui clenched his teeth in frustration. "We met just this afternoon. Is that so? I have no recollection of it. Perhaps you mistook me for someone else. I would recognize you even in ashes." "Such language is unbecoming," Qian Jingzhong replied, his expression darkening. "It seems we have no grievances between us. Enough of your idle chatter. This concerns the bloody incident at the Temple of Justice involving 15 guards from the prince's residence. Here's the list. Please inform them to accompany me to the ministry for questioning immediately." Gu Yi handed over a document to Qian Jingzhong. "I regret to inform you that His Highness is not in attendance. None of us can make decisions in his absence. Perhaps you could return in a few days?" Gu Yi anticipated this response. He steeled himself, exhaling heavily. "I must caution Chief Steward Qian. This is a serious case. Should the prince's residents refuse to cooperate, I shall have no choice but to report to His Majesty. The responsibility for breaching the court's laws will rest with His Highness." Qian Jingzhong scoffed dismissively. "What is so alarming about this? It is merely a matter of the guards answering questions at the ministry. Why the drama? I have seen the list. I will ensure they report to the ministry tomorrow. Is that acceptable?" Gui remained unconvinced, his gaze piercing as he challenged Qian Jingzhong. "What if I insist on taking them with me today? Then I kindly ask Sir Gu to wait patiently. His Highness has gone to the palace. When he returns, you can explain it to him yourself. Of course, if you wish to force your way into the prince's residence to apprehend them, you are welcome to try." With that, Qian Jingzhong turned and entered the gates of the residence. Gui ground his teeth in frustration. He certainly dared not storm the prince's abode. But he could not leave in disgrace either. He turned and quietly instructed a ministry official, "Take 10 men and wait outside Guangzhou Gate. If the prince returns, notify me immediately." Understood. The Minister of Justice led 10 officials towards the residence of Lord Yan, while Gui commanded everyone to sit quietly on the ground before the gates of the Yan Palace. This singular act was enough to create a stir within the court. Simultaneously, as Gu Yi and his 100 subordinates remained seated at the entrance, Lord Yan Yongtan had been waiting outside the Wunshang Hall for some time. Typically, he would consult with several mentors regarding matters of importance, but today he opted to heed the counsel of Zhang Xian and take the initiative. At that moment, a eunuch emerged and respectfully announced, "Your Highness, His Majesty requests your presence." Straightening his attire, Yongtan briskly entered his grandfather's study, where Yang Guang was currently receiving reports from the Grand Inspector Pei Yun concerning the investigation into the remnants of Yang Xiangan's rebellion. Yang Guang had issued a stern decree. Anyone found colluding with Yang Xiangan would face severe punishment. Pei Yun reported that over the past months, more than 30,000 individuals had been executed or exiled across various regions, including high-ranking officials such as the Minister of Agriculture, Zhao Yuanshu. Upon reviewing the list, Yang Guang noted that some exiles attempting to escape had been captured, among them the poet Wang Zhou, a favored poet of Yang Guang, and Yu Chua, a nephew of Yu Shiji. This revelation momentarily perplexed Yang Guang. Just then, Yang Ten entered the study, knelt, and performed a formal greeting. "Grandson pays his respects to His Majesty. What matters trouble you?" Yang Guang set aside the list of fugitives. "Your Majesty, I have been wronged, and I beseech you to intervene on my behalf." "What?" Yang Guang was taken aback. And even Pei Yin was startled at the audacity of someone daring to bully the crown prince. Yang Guang's expression darkened as he inquired, "Who has wronged you?" Responding to Your Majesty, "It is Yuan Shu who, seeking revenge for his demotion, has fabricated charges in collusion with the Minister of Justice, Gui, to entrap my guards." Pei Yun's eyes narrowed slowly. The involvement of the Deputy Minister of Justice, Gui, raised questions about how much Yuan Shu had spent to curry favor with Yu Shiji. What exactly transpired? Explain the situation to me clearly. Yang Tan recounted the events surrounding the incident at the Tianxi Tavern in detail. Yang Guang's expression remained inscrutable, yet Pei Yun detected underlying currents. A mere brawl had escalated to involve the Ministry of Justice. There were indeed deeper waters here. Suddenly, Yang Guang turned to Pei Yun and asked, "Is the inspectorate aware of this matter?" Pei Yun quickly replied, "I have just returned from Daxing City and am not fully informed, but the inspectorate may possess some insights. If your majesty does not mind the trouble, I can inquire further." "Proceed," Yang Guang commanded. "Your servant obeys." Pei Yun cast a significant glance at Yang Tin before hastily exiting the study, although only the emperor and his grandson remained. Yang Guang showed no inclination to protect the crown prince. Coldly, he stated, "Your guards were involved in a brawl and caused injury. The Ministry of Justice acts impartially. Is there any wrongdoing in this? Should your guards receive leniency simply because you are the crown prince?" Yang Tin received detailed guidance from Zhang Xian, and he knew how to respond to his grandfather's inquiries. Calmly, he said, "Your Majesty, I assure you that I harbor no intention of shielding my guards. Although my guards engaged in a fierce struggle with you in Taibao, they did not inflict harm. The ones responsible for the injuries are Zhang Shutua's subordinates. This is not a significant incident, merely a trivial matter that was originally to be adjudicated by the governor of Hunan, but was forcibly taken over by the Ministry of Justice. Do you not find this somewhat suspicious, Your Majesty? What do you wish for me to do? Adjudicate this case on your behalf?" Yang Guang regarded his grandson with a smile that held an air of ambiguity. Yang Tin knelt and implored, "I only seek your majesty to uphold justice. I do not wish to protect my guards, yet I will not tolerate others to humiliate me or my guards." Yang Guang studied his eldest grandson for a moment, perceiving an unusual resoluteness and determination in Yang Tin's tone. He felt a twinge of surprise and, after a brief contemplation, replied, "Very well. I shall appoint Pei Yun to investigate this case, and I will also listen in." Chapter 0039, Direct Confrontation on the following morning. Within the Grand Hall of the Censorate, Grand Censor Pei Yun was tasked with investigating the case concerning the Tianxi Pavilion. However, Pei Yun's focus was not solely on the case itself. Rather, he was more concerned with any irregularities in the process, which fell under the jurisdiction of the Censorate, prioritizing people over matters. Pei Yun issued a summons, calling all involved parties to the Censorate, including numerous guards and officers from both sides, as well as the initial investigator Li Gang, the subsequent examiner, Deputy Minister of Justice Gui, and notable figures such as Prince Yin Yangtan, former General Yuan Shu, and Zhang Su Tua, the governor of Qi County. Originally, this case was an inconspicuous minor affair, but it gained considerable attention following Gui's assembly of over 100 individuals outside Prince Yan's residence the previous afternoon, igniting a moderate uproar. Many began to speculate on the case, particularly its peculiar investigative process that seemed to intertwine with the interests of the Crown Prince Yangtan. Pei Yun meticulously scrutinized the case, acutely aware that behind a curtain sat the current emperor. Understanding that His Majesty's motivations extended far beyond merely granting the Crown Prince an opportunity for defense, there were deeper implications at play. Yang Guang, seated behind a beaded curtain to the left, observed the assembly in the hall. He had come to a realization the previous night. The case had indeed been exaggerated. The deceased was merely a household servant of Yuan Shu, yet Yuan Shu was willing to confront Prince Yin over such a triviality, which was illogical. This could only suggest one thing. Yuan Shu aimed to exploit the case for his own ulterior motives. Yang Guang discreetly cleared his throat, signaling Pei Yun to commence. Pei Yun's gaze fell upon Li Gang, and he inquired in a resonant voice, "What is your perspective on this case, Lord Li?" Li Gang, now cognizant of the unusual presence behind the curtain, likely the emperor himself, rose and bowed. Unperturbed, he replied, "This case is quite straightforward. The innkeeper reported the incident to the county office in advance, so I arrived at the scene shortly after the fatality occurred. I possess all witness testimonies and the scene investigation drawings, thus there was no necessity to escalate this matter to the Ministry of Justice. I truly cannot comprehend it." Noticing Gui's intention to speak, Pei Yun gestured to silence him and posed another question to Li Gang. "Could you elucidate the circumstances surrounding this case?" The incident arose from a dispute over seating. Both the innkeeper and the bartender could testify that the guards of Prince Yin and several subordinates of Governor Zhang were drinking within the hall when Yuan Shu's son, arriving later, attempted to usurp a seat. He commanded his retainers to disrupt the table's food and drinks, leading to a confrontation. It was Yuan Shi who first drew his sword. Amidst the chaos, one of Governor Zhang's subordinates, Luo Shixin, inadvertently killed Wang Qingfang. The case is as simple as that. Pei Yun nodded, then questioned, "If the case is indeed so simple, why then did you refer it to the Ministry of Justice, Lord Li?" Do you seek to evade responsibility? Li Gang replied indignantly, I am not attempting to evade any responsibility. It was the Ministry of Justice that requested to take over the case. Their documentation bore the seals of both the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Appointments, compelling me to submit the case under the Chancellor's orders. How could I possibly refuse? A subtle stir rippled through the hall, as the involvement of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Appointments in what began as a mere brawl was indeed unexpected. Yang Guang sat behind the pearl curtain, his expression as inscrutable as ever, though his countenance had darkened considerably. Pei Yun's gaze flickered with a barely perceptible smirk. He had meticulously examined the case the previous night and found no evidence indicating that Yushiji had meddled in the matter. However, even the wisest can err. If Yushiji refrained from wielding his influence, how could the forthright Li Gang possibly hand the case over to the Ministry of Justice? The flaw in Yushiji's strategy lay precisely here. Pei Yun subtly guided Li Gang, who, with his characteristic candor, unveiled the crux of the case in a single utterance. In the political arena of the Sui Dynasty, power struggles among the officials were often lethal yet unseen. Yushiji wielded immense power, dominating the political landscape, naturally. He harbored adversaries, Pei Yun being one of them. Both had served in the Qin dynasty in their youth and, after its fall, entered the corridors of power in the Sui, both favored by Yang Guang. Pei Zhu and Pei Yun represented the gentry from Shandong, while Yushiji symbolized the gentry from Jiangnan. Another power player, Su Wei, represented the Guanlong gentry, and the powerful consort Xiao Yu represented the southern Shaoliang aristocracy. Their relationship was one of apparent harmony, yet fraught with covert conflict, a testament to Yang Guang's masterful governance. Pei Yun, astute and cunning, understood that the emperor had entrusted him with the case to indirectly chastise Yushiji. The issue with Yushiji arose from the Ministry of Justice's documents bearing the seals of both the Nei Shisheng and the Minxia Sheng. The seal of the Nei Shisheng was under Yushiji's control, while that of the Minxia Sheng belonged to Su Wei. Originally, the Minxia Sheng served as a counterbalance to the Nei Shisheng, preventing an overreach of its power. Yet, Su Wei's seal appearing on the documents of the Ministry of Justice indicated that Yushiji's authority had spiraled beyond control, casting a shadow over the entire affair. Naturally, Pei Yun would not delve deeper. The emperor was seated just behind him. He merely needed to hint at the truth, confident that the emperor would address Yushiji's issues at an opportune moment. Pei Yun smiled, refraining from further discussion on the Ministry of Justice documents. Instead, he inquired of Gui, might I ask why the Deputy Minister Gu has taken over this case? A sense of trepidation gripped Gui. The unfolding events had surpassed the expectations of Yuan Shu and Su Yin, drawing Pei Yun into the fray, complicating matters. Steeling himself, Gui responded, General Yuan believes that Lord Li is biased in favor of the Prince of Yin, leading to an unjust handling of the case. And thus he has lodged a complaint with the Ministry of Justice. We too have analyzed the case and indeed found issues with Lord Li's proceedings. Hence our decision to assume responsibility for this matter. Oh, what issues do you perceive in Lord Li's handling? Pei Yun probed. This. I believe it is best for General Yuan to elucidate, Gui stammered. Pei Yun's gaze shifted once more to Yuan Shu. Smiling, the Duke Su may speak freely. Yuan Shu, having surmised that the Emperor Yang Guang was behind the curtain, initially intended to leverage the case to compel the Prince of Yin to yield. Now that the prince refused to compromise, he resolved to speak boldly. Rising slowly, he declared, I, Yuan Shu, have served this way for decades, with neither accolades nor a lack of toil. Though I stand accused, I shall not suffer indignities. My son was murdered, yet the authorities shield the culprits. How can this be deemed just? Li Gang, unable to contain his anger, declared, I administer justice with integrity. And my conscience is clear. Pray tell, General Yuan, where have I acted unjustly? Yuan Shu pointed to Zhang Xian, who stood among the guards of Prince Yin, stating, He too is a murderer. Why is he allowed to roam free? Is it simply because he serves the prince? Li Gang, infuriated to the point of laughter, retorted, I possess irrefutable evidence proving Zhang Xian's innocence. Your other henchmen and servants have confessed that Wang Qifeng was not slain by Zhang Xian. They have all signed their statements. Will the general deny this? Yuan Shu cast a sidelong glance at him and slowly replied, perhaps their confessions were extracted under duress, coerced to align with the wishes of Lord Li. With a wave of his hand, his henchmen and servants opened their garments, revealing their battered chests, indicating they had indeed suffered torture. Li Gang, seething with rage, trembled as he pointed at Yuan Shu, cursing, You despicable scoundrel. To overturn your own testimony, you resort to fabricating false evidence. You shall not succeed. At that moment, Zhang Xian whispered a few words to Yang Tan, who immediately responded. Determining whether torture was employed is quite simple. Take them away for separate questioning. By examining their testimonies, we can discern who is lying. Yuan Shu's expression faltered. Although he had devised the plan of coercion to undermine Li Gang's evidence, he had overlooked many details due to the urgency of the situation. If questioned separately, contradictions would inevitably arise. He urgently signaled to Gui, hoping he would join in the defense, but Gui found himself at a loss for words. As Zhang Xian had yet to be apprehended, and the Ministry of Justice had not yet opened a case, what could he possibly say? Furthermore, Yang Tan's suggestion was astute. Separate inquiries would reveal any instances of torture, a fact Gui, as the deputy minister, was well aware of, and thus feigned ignorance of Yuan Shu's signal. At that juncture, Li Gang scoffed. I possess not only testimonies but also witnesses and material evidence. At least 3 tavern keepers and 2 patrons from the rooms can attest that the murder has no connection to Zhang Xian. If General Yuan requires it, I can present them all. Yuan Shu's complexion shifted from red to pale, feeling increasingly cornered. Just then, a heavy cough emanated from behind the beaded curtain. And as it was lifted, Yang Guang emerged. The assembly bowed respectfully, exclaiming, Your Majesty. Yang Guang waved his hand, dismissing the formalities. Pei Yin swiftly stood to invite Yang Guang to sit, yet Yang Guang disregarded him, hands clasped behind his back as he approached Prince Yin Yang Tan. His gaze scrutinizing Zhang Xian. It was evident to him that this attendant was instructing his grandson on how to respond. Are you Zhang Xian? He inquired. Reporting to Your Majesty, I am indeed he. Zhang Xian replied. Yang Guang nodded, then turned to Li Gang, saying, Allow me to review the case files. Li Gang promptly stepped forward, presenting a thick stack of documents to Yang Guang, who returned to Pei Yun's seat to examine them closely. The hall fell into hushed silence. None daring to interrupt, uncertain of the emperor's intentions. After a thorough perusal, Yang Guang closed the files and addressed Zhang Xian. I have a few questions for you. Zhang Xian stepped forward, bowing respectfully. I am at your service. Yang Guang said slowly, If you did not commit the murder, then why do you confess to it? I fail to comprehend why you would take the blame for such a heinous act upon yourself. Perhaps this is where the Duke Su's doubts lie. With a smile that was neither genuine nor false, he cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Shu, who felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears. In this critical moment, it was still His Majesty who spoke on his behalf. Chapter 40. The ambitions of Zhang Xian concern enveloped all for Zhang Xian. Even Li Gang found himself troubled. He could not fathom why Zhang Xian chose to confess. He had explained to Zhang Shutua that it was an act of righteousness. Yet Li Gang himself felt that explanation was somewhat tenuous. Now, even the emperor was inquiring about this matter. How should Zhang Xian respond? A poorly articulated answer could easily provide Yuan Shu an opportunity to counterattack. Li Gang detected a subtle inclination in the emperor's tone toward Yuan Shu. However, Zhang Xian appeared composed and replied calmly, Your Majesty, although I am not the one who caused his demise, I am willing to take the blame for Luo Shixin, granting him his freedom. This declaration rendered everyone speechless. To utter such words before the emperor was audacious. In a state of urgency, Chai Xiao thought. At such a critical moment, why speak in such a manner? Zhang Shutua, who had remained silent, gazed intently at Zhang Xian, initially engulfed by despair. A flicker of hope ignited within him. Yang Guang inquired, perplexed, Why would you bear the guilt for him? Your Majesty, Zhang Xian began fervently. Luo Shixin is a distinguished general of the Sui Dynasty, renowned for his heroic feats in quelling the bandits of Shandong. The mere mention of his name instills terror in the hearts of our enemies. Such a pillar of the Sui cannot be exiled for a momentary misstep. I am willing to sacrifice my humble self for Luo Shixin to return to the battlefield. His impassioned words moved all present deeply. Unable to contain his emotions, Zhang Shutuan knelt, pleading, Your Majesty, Zhang's words ring true. Luo Shixin is the fiercest warrior of the Flying Eagle army. Without him, the army is but a bird without a wing. I implore Your Majesty to show leniency. Alongside him, all of Zhang Shutua's subordinates, including Qin Xiong, knelt in unison, beseeching. We humbly request Your Majesty to exercise mercy. Yang Guang nodded and addressed Gui and Li Gang. This case is a minor matter. There is no need for such a grand display. It should be entrusted to the governor of Hunan for adjudication. Your servant shall comply. Yang Guang then turned to Yuan Shu, stating, I understand your grief over the unfortunate loss of your son, and while death is irreversible, I extend my condolences. I will also consider providing you some form of compensation. Your servant thanks Your Majesty for your kindness. Yang Guang glanced at Zhang Shutua and sighed. I too wish to extend clemency, yet the law is paramount. I cannot contravene the statutes I have decreed. although I will take into account Luo Shixin's contributions and appropriately mitigate his punishment. Zhang Shutua bowed deeply, expressing, I am grateful for your majesty's leniency. Yang Guang assuaged the crowd and cast a final, lingering glance at Zhang Xian before rising to depart. As a guard announced, the emperor returns to the palace. Prepare the carriage. With the emperor's exit, Pei and S objectives were fulfilled. He smiled at the assembly, declaring, since his majesty has spoken, I shall refrain from further comments. You may all return. Yu and Shu huffed audibly and, surrounded by a throng of sycophants, departed. Li Gang and Gu Yi followed suit. At this moment, Zhang Shutua approached Zhang Xian, bowing deeply. I thank you, Zhang Xian, for your righteous defense of Shixin. Regardless of the outcome, the Flying Eagle Army is eternally grateful. Zhang Dasha need not be overly courteous. Zhang Xian is also a man who respects heroes. He feels an instant kinship with Brother Qin and Shixin. Yet he laments that his humble status renders him unable to alleviate the burdens of his esteemed companions. Zhang Shuai has already exerted himself to the utmost. Today's kindness shall be etched in Zhang Shudua's heart. Zhang Shudua once again bowed to Yang Tan, then turned to depart with Qin Xiong and the others. From a distance, Qin Xiong offered a respectful salute to Zhang Xian. Observing their retreat, Zhang Xian could not help but let out a soft sigh. Does Zhang Shuai wish to accompany them? Yang Tan inquired, slowly approaching Zhang Xian with a smile. Indeed, I harbor such thoughts. I find it difficult to remain idle within the palace. Zhang Xian replied with a wry smile. Yang Tan chuckled, perhaps one day, I shall fulfill Zhang Shiwei's wish. I humbly thank your highness, Zhang Xian responded. They exchanged glances and shared a hearty laugh. At that moment, a eunuch hurriedly approached, bowing to Yang Tan. His Majesty requests your highness to enter the palace for lunch. I understand. I shall proceed immediately, Yang Tan replied, exchanging a few more words with Zhang Xian before hastily entering the palace. In contrast to his father Yang Jian's frugality and penchant for accumulating wealth, Yang Guang exhibited a far more extravagant disposition. He placed great importance on etiquette and royal demeanor, even regarding his daily lunches with meticulous care. His meals were lavish, adorned with hundreds of dishes, and the utensils used were exquisite, each a priceless treasure. Perhaps due to the passage of time, Yang Guang increasingly valued familial bonds, insisting on dining with his family every noon and evening. Within the Taoba Pavilion's imperial kitchen, Yang Guang gathered with his family for lunch as per usual. Prince Yin, Yang Tan, sat beneath his grandfather, and while they typically shared laughter and joviality, today the atmosphere felt somewhat somber. Xiahou noticed the change and poured her husband a cup of wine, remarking, His Majesty does not seem particularly cheerful today. All is well. I merely had a restless night and feel a tad fatigued today. By the way, I presided over a case this morning, Yang Guang replied, glancing at Chang Sunday. Oh, what prompted your Majesty to adjudicate a case? Xiahou inquired with a smile. It was your grandson's insistence that compelled me to intervene. It turned out to be a trivial matter, Yang Guang responded. Grandfather, it was not merely a trivial matter, Yang Tan timidly interjected. Enough, Yang Guang interrupted, visibly displeased. Did I inquire of you? Yang Tan bowed his head in silence. Suddenly, Yang Guang slammed his chopsticks down, rising to leave. Come here, he commanded Yang Tan, not bothering to look back as he walked out. Yang Tan hastily set down his chopsticks and followed his grandfather, while Xiahou observed the pair, puzzled by the unfolding drama. Upon reaching the outer pavilion, Yang Guang sat down and banged the table in anger, exclaiming, Kneel before me. Yang Tan, startled, promptly knelt. Yang Guang scolded, Have you truly grown so bold as to engage in intrigue with ministers? Quite impressive. Yang Tan bowed his head, refraining from speech. Yang Guang's fury intensified as he slammed the table again, berating, Were you not quite articulate? You were adept at separate interrogations. Why have you become mute now? Yang Tan bit his lip and quietly replied, If my father were here, why would I need to seek out troubles for myself? Yang Guang found himself momentarily speechless, struck by a single remark from Changsun. Yang Tan, seizing the moment, continued fervently, The Sui Dynasty is beset by internal strife and external threats. My grandfather toils day and night, weary and worn, and as his grandson, I witness this with urgency in my heart, yet feel utterly powerless. The learned scholars around me can only recite the verses of ancient poets, utterly ignorant of genuine governance. They are of no more utility than a mere attendant. I spend my days engrossed in their teachings, yet when shall I relieve my grandfather of his burdens? Yang Guang gazed silently at Changsun's earnest visage, genuinely moved. After a prolonged pause, he sighed, The attendant you speak of, could it be Zhang Xian? Indeed, it is he. I had much more to convey to my grandfather today. Yet he did not afford me the opportunity. Why does he not heed my counsel, which is also derived from Zhang? Yang Guang scrutinized Chang Sun for a moment before decisively commanding, quickly relay my decree. Summon Zhang Xian of the Yin Wang residence to present himself before me. I am most eager to ascertain what he has imparted to you. Before long, Zhang Xian arrived at the Tianbao pavilion, escorted by a eunuch. Upon entering the inner hall, he found the Sui Emperor Yang Guang gazing at him with a dark expression, while Yang Tan stood beside him, visibly anxious and avoiding his gaze. Zhang Xian hastily knelt on one knee, proclaiming, "Your humble servant Zhang Xian greets your majesty." "Rise," commanded Yang Guang coldly. "Thank you, your majesty." Zhang Xian stood, his heart racing with trepidation. The urgency of the emperor's summons could hardly bode well, likely concerning Yang Tan. "Lift your gaze," Yang Guang instructed once more. Zhang Xian slowly raised his head, his bright, spirited eyes meeting Yang Guang's. He was tall but not particularly robust, and although he once bore a handsome visage, it was now etched with the wear of hardship, deep wrinkles framing the corners of his eyes, his complexion pale and weary. Yang Guang, examining Zhang Xian for the second time, realized he had not scrutinized him closely enough during their previous encounter. Now, he discerned the young man's stature, tall and upright, with a fierce elegance and a countenance as sharp as a blade. Yang Guang could not help but nod inwardly. He possessed the discernment to recognize that Zhang Xian's demeanor was noble, devoid of any treachery. Pointing at Yang Tan, he declared, "My grandson claims you have imparted much to him. I am curious to know precisely what wisdom you have shared." "Your Majesty, I did not intentionally instruct His Highness. Rather, we merely exchanged thoughts during our conversations." "Detail those thoughts for me," Yang Guang demanded, relentless in his inquiry. As a grandfather, he was deeply invested in Changsuan's development, willing to engage the finest scholars to educate him. Yang Guang could not permit a mere attendant to wield such influence over his grandson. Initially inclined to punish the audacious attendant, the words of Yang Tan and the sight of Zhang Xian tempered his anger, giving way to curiosity. "I have discussed the roots of some of the current crises facing the Sui Dynasty with His Highness, the Yin Wang." Zhang Xian paused, casting a quick glance at Yang Guang, who stood with his hands clasped behind him, back turned, yet offering no objection to his continued discourse. He continued, "In my humble opinion, the ice of a frozen 3 feet does not form in a single day. The current predicament of the Sui Dynasty is the culmination of various long-standing issues that have accumulated over hundreds, even thousands of years. Since the time of the late emperor, efforts have been made to rectify these shortcomings, yet formidable resistance has arisen. The various challenges we face today are the result of a clash between the old and new systems." Yang Guang's eyes revealed an unmistakable curiosity, though he seldom allowed his subordinates to perceive his emotions. He inquired, without revealing his feelings, "What specific shortcomings do you refer to?" "I believe there are 3 primary issues. Firstly, the aristocratic system, which originated during the Han Dynasty, was solidified under the Chao Wei and flourished during the Jin dynasties. It has taken deep root in our society today. These noble families prioritize their familial interests above the welfare of the state, monopolizing local governance and preventing imperial edicts from reaching beyond the capital. They also dominate academic pursuits, obstructing the path of talented individuals from humble backgrounds and rendering upward mobility for the impoverished nearly impossible. When grievances accumulate to a certain extent, they will inevitably erupt. This is currently the most significant problem facing the Sui Dynasty." Yang Guang's expression softened considerably. Zhang Xian's words resonated deeply with him. For the sake of the imperial examination, Yang Guang had exhausted himself, seeking every means to provide opportunities for those of humble origin. However, the overwhelming power of the aristocracy forced him to compromise, resulting in the few who succeeded through the examinations often relegated to lowly positions with no hope for advancement, or compelled to ally with the noble families, thereby becoming advocates for aristocratic supremacy. This understanding was certainly not exclusive to Zhang Xian. Most high officials were aware of it. Yet, few dared to present such criticisms before the emperor as Zhang Xian did. And then, Yang Guang inquired further. "Secondly, the division between the north and south has persisted for centuries, engendering deep-seated animosities and misunderstandings that extend far beyond mere geographical boundaries. Although the Sui Dynasty has unified the regions, this unification is superficial. True unity of hearts and minds will require a prolonged period. The emperor's initiative to excavate the Grand Canal to connect the north and south, elevate Yangzhou's status, favor the southern aristocracy, and lessen taxes to benefit the people of Jiangnan are commendable measures, yet they necessitate time, at least several generations, to gradually mend the rift in sentiments between the 2 regions. Continue. Yang Guang, increasingly restless, paced the room with his hands clasped behind his back. Zhang Xian's eloquence struck at the very heart of the Sui crisis, filling Yang Guang with astonishment and admiration for the clarity of thought exhibited by such a young man. However, Yang Guang remained unaware that Zhang Xian's insights and observations were, in fact, a retrospective evaluation by future generations regarding the fall of the Sui dynasty. Zhang Xian had already ascended to a historical vantage point. My third point, however, I dare not articulate directly. Speak freely. I grant you immunity from blame. Chapter 41. The Queen's soft words. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment, choosing his words carefully as he spoke. Your Majesty, the third root of the crisis lies in the enduring strength of the ancient forces within the Sui dynasty. This is directly related to the incomplete eradication of the remnants from the northern Wei during the establishment of the Sui. Are you referring to the Guanlong aristocracy? Not solely them. It also encompasses the old nobility from the northern Qi and southern dynasties. Indeed, Zhang Xian was being rather circumspect. The Sui dynasty's foundation was a result of the abdication from the northern Zhou, lacking a blood-soaked revolution that would have thoroughly dismantled the old regime. This allowed the ancient forces, represented by the Guanlong aristocracy, to remain significantly powerful, possessing enough strength to obstruct any reforms that might jeopardize their interests. However, such remarks touched upon the essence of statehood. Any misstep could provoke the emperor's ire, thus they must be subtly hinted at, avoiding direct mention of the roots of the Guanlong aristocracy's existence. Yang Guang, the sovereign, was acutely aware of the three disadvantages Zhang Xian articulated. He understood the vast chasm between the north and south better than anyone, yearning to bridge this divide as swiftly as possible. Since his youth, he had tirelessly sought genuine unification of the north and south, even marrying a noblewoman from the Shaoliang. Yet, as Zhang Xian noted, the centuries of division could not be reconciled in mere decades. True integration would require generations. Nevertheless, Yang Guang aspired to achieve this monumental fusion within his lifetime. As for the aristocratic system and the Guanlong nobility, he felt the burden of their presence more deeply than anyone. The relocation of the capital to Luoyang was precisely to evade the firm grip of the Guanlong aristocracy over the Guangzhou region. Yet, there were still many areas where he felt powerless. At this moment, Yang Ten interjected, Your Majesty, Zhang Shuai has also informed me of matters concerning Zhang Shutua. Yang Guang was taken aback. What is this about? The reason Zhang Xian voluntarily took the blame for Luo Shixin was fundamentally to forge connections with the Shandong heroes like Qin Xiong and Luo Shixin. As for Zhang Shutua, his selfless dedication to the nation and its people is indeed admirable, and he possessed a high reputation within the Sui army. For Zhang Xian, who aspired to advance within the Sui military, establishing a favorable relationship with Zhang Shutua was undoubtedly crucial. Zhang Xian bowed respectfully and said, Your Majesty, I merely had a private conversation with Prince Yin regarding Zhang Shutua. I dared not presume to speak freely before Your Majesty. You may be cautious about speaking freely, but I wish to know how you conveyed this to my grandson. I would like to hear it. Your Majesty, initially, the rebellion in Shandong was rampant. But since Zhang Shutua quelled the unrest there, the momentum of the rebellion has gradually subsided, as is evident. However, I informed Prince Yin that while Zhang Shutua excels in warfare, he has faltered in his dealings with people, particularly offending many in the court. In what manner has he faltered? Please elaborate. Your Majesty, this time when Zhang Shutua came to the capital to explain his campaign against Zhang Qingjin's defeated forces, he brought hundreds of jars of pickled vegetables from Qijuan, claiming they were local specialties. Each jar, valued at over 100 coins, was intended as a gift for the court officials. Yang Guang replied, somewhat nonchalantly, pickled vegetables are not without merit. The specialty of Qi County was brought from afar, embodying a heartfelt sentiment. Zhang Xian sighed, lamenting that, alas, His Majesty, in the end, he did not even manage to present a jar of pickled vegetables, which has become a source of jest within the court. Beside him, Yang Ten expressed his indignation. A person of true capability would never resort to such underhanded tactics. Zhang Shutua is a pillar of the Sui dynasty. My grandfather once told me, trust those you employ, those you doubt should not be employed. Since my grandfather has chosen to utilize him, we must offer our unwavering support, lest he fall prey to the petty schemes of courtly intrigues. Youthful and unreserved, Yang Tan did not possess Zhang Xian's restraint, inadvertently striking a nerve with Yang Guang. He spoke out in frustration, pointing out that the corruption and misconduct of the ministers were indeed a result of Yang Guang's indulgence. Zhang Xian, sensing the impending danger, cast a furtive glance at Yang Tan, but it was too late. Yang Guang's expression darkened, and he rebuked Yang Tan, saying, Do I require your instruction? Focus on your studies and refrain from meddling in court affairs. Do you understand? With gritted teeth, Yang Tin bowed his head, silenced. Yang Guang then coldly addressed Zhang Xian. And you, a mere attendant, dare to speak freely on matters of state? Were it not for Tan, I would have had you executed. This time, I shall spare you, but do not allow my grandson to be led astray by your foolishness. Should this happen again, I shall not be merciful. Now, leave. Zhang Xian sighed inwardly, feeling a sense of futility wash over him as he performed a respectful bow and turned to depart. Yang Guang, fatigued, did not wish to prolong the conversation with Chang's son, dismissing him with a wave of his hand. Yang Tan, aware of his misstep, felt both regret and sorrow as he quietly asserted, "This is my opinion alone and bears no relation to Zhang the attendant. Farewell. Grandfather understands. And I see you are weary." After bowing, Yang Tan retreated slowly, while Yang Guang stood by the window, lost in contemplation, reflecting on the 3 shortcomings Zhang Xian had mentioned. At that moment, Emperor Shao emerged from behind the screen, smiling. "For this grandson, your majesty has indeed expended considerable effort." Yang Guang sighed, expressing his desire for his heir not to follow the same troubled path he had traversed, hoping for a smoother journey ahead. "Your majesty seems to harbor some disdain for this attendant, Zhang Xian. He possesses a measure of insight. Yet I do not wish for Tan to be overly influenced by him. His martial spirit is too fervent. I desire my grandson to cultivate a peaceful reign." Though Yang Guang acknowledged the validity of Zhang Xian's perspective, he maintained an air of imperial pride, scoffing, "A mere attendant dares to discourse so boldly before me. Had I not chosen to be lenient today for Tan-er's sake, he would have long since faced execution. Your majesty is indeed quite agitated." Empress Shao remarked with a slight smile, "Yet I believe Zhang Xian to be a commendable individual, one worthy of trust." Yang Guang paused in surprise. "You are acquainted with him?" "It is through our precious daughter that I came to know him." Empress Shao did not conceal the matter, recounting in detail the incident of Zhang Xian accompanying Ji on a shopping excursion. She concluded with a light-hearted remark. "Initially, I was quite vexed. How could Ji, like an ordinary child, stroll about freely? What if something were to happen?" Yet, I soon realized that this outing brought her immense joy. She chirped like a little bird, incessantly sharing delightful tales of her shopping adventures, recounting many incidents multiple times. It dawned on me that Zhang Xian had actually done a commendable deed, prompting me to bestow upon him a modest reward without authorization. Does that little girl need to go shopping to find happiness every day? Though she spoke so, Yang Guang's demeanor noticeably softened. He felt a flicker of goodwill towards Zhang Xian. Very well, he would not chastise him this time. Empress Shao gently urged, "Moreover, I would like to advise your majesty further. Tan is already 13 years old, as the crown prince of the Sui Dynasty. Have you not considered allowing him to have a circle of trusted individuals who could become his right-hand men once he ascends the throne?" Though her tone was tender, she possessed a profound understanding of her husband, recognizing where his considerations fell short. Thus she always managed to touch upon the crux of the matter. Her words struck Yang Guang like a sudden revelation. Indeed, how had he not contemplated preparing talents for his grandson? "Your majesty, thus Zhang Xian is truly quite remarkable, is he not?" Empress Shao smiled subtly. Yang Guang clasped his wife's hand. Their hearts resonated in unison. He no longer displayed the haughty demeanor of an emperor before her. Slowly nodding in acknowledgement, "I am aware of it." For an emperor, balancing diverse interests is of utmost importance. A competent ruler must first be a skilled artisan, adept at blending disparate elements, a quality Yang Guang had mastered over a decade of reign. The incident at the Tian Siga restaurant was merely a minor affair, its direct impact negligible, largely unbeknownst to the populace. However, the ramifications arising from the ensuing power struggle were significant. On that very afternoon, Yang Guang issued an edict for leniency concerning the bloodshed. According to the edict, Li Gang rendered the final judgment. Although Luo Shixin had inadvertently caused death, his contributions to restoring order warranted a lighter sentence. He recommended that the Ministry of War retract his promotion to captain and maintain his position as a military leader, demoting him to guarding righteousness commander, while no further inquiries would be pursued. Yuan Shu signed the reconciliation document, thus concluding the case. Yet, Yang Guang subsequently issued another edict, seemingly unrelated to this minor incident, but those involved understood the subtle implications. The edict contained 3 provisions. First, the restoration of Yuan Shu to the position of General of the Right Guard, with his punishment revised to a 3-year salary reduction. Second, due to Yu Chua's involvement in Yang Xuangan's rebellion, Yu Shiji was relieved of his role as inner court vice minister, retaining only the position of Minister of War, with Xiaoyu assuming the vice ministership, and third, the final provision pertained to Zhang Shutuo, as Yang Guang absolved Zhang Qingjin of responsibility for the military defeat and mandated local authorities to ensure the supply of provisions for the Flying Eagle Army. Additionally, 1 hour after Yang Guang issued his second edict, Zhang Xian received the official appointment from the Ministry of War, officially elevating him to the rank of a 7th-grade prince's cavalry officer, known as Xian Huiwei. That very afternoon, he received a small box sent by Empress Xiao, containing Yang Jie's jade hairpin, fulfilling a small wish of her daughter. What began as a minor scuffle ended in joy for all, except for Yu Shiji, who was originally unrelated to the matter. However, if he was pleased with the painting titled after the rain, his losses were not substantial. Politics is, after all, the art of compromise. As night fell, in an elegant room on the eastern floor of the Tian Sigu restaurant, Zhang Shuduo had prepared a banquet, both to comfort his apprentice Luo Shixin and to express his gratitude to Zhang Xian for his immense assistance. Luo Shixin had been released that afternoon, and concurrently, Zhang Shuduo received notification from the Ministry of War that the emperor would no longer pursue the responsibility for the defeat of the Jibei army, ordering him to return to Qijuan to continue pacifying the bandits. Furthermore, the edict required the various prefectures of Shandong to ensure the provision of supplies for the Flying Eagle Army, resolving another significant dilemma for Zhang Shuduo. He had received this information from General Li Hure, aware that it was the result of the persistent requests made by Prince Yin Yongtan. Zhang Shuduo understood that Prince Yin, residing deep within the palace, could not possibly grasp his difficulties. This was undoubtedly the result of Zhang Xian's efforts behind the scenes. Zhang Shuduo felt deeply grateful to Zhang Xian and raised his wine bowl, stating, "Due to old injuries, the military doctor has strictly forbidden me from drinking. Yet I must partake in this cup of wine to express my gratitude to young Master Zhang." With that, he lifted the bowl to drink it in one go. But Zhang Xian quickly stopped him, saying, "I appreciate the general's kind intentions, but if your health forbids it, please do not force yourself. Otherwise, I would feel guilty." Nearby, Luo Shixin, grinning, raised his wine bowl and suggested, "How about I drink on behalf of my master?" Qin Xiong playfully tapped him on the back of his head. "You rascal, you must also toast young Master Zhang. Don't think you can evade this." Luo Shixin scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Brother Qin, please don't expose me. It would be too awkward." Laughter erupted among the group, and Yu Junda offered a small cup to Zhang Shuduo. "General, why not toast with a smaller cup?" Everyone urged the general not to overexert himself, and Zhang Xian added with a smile, "If the general truly wishes to express his gratitude to me, there is no need for wine. One day, should I serve under you, a reduction in the number of beatings would suffice." Laughter filled the room, but Zhang Shuduo remained serious, saying, "If young Master Zhang were to join my Flying Eagle Army, I would certainly come to welcome you from 100 miles away. However," a smile returned to his face, "should you violate military orders, you shall be punished without exception. Since punishment is inevitable, I shall now toast you with 3 cups." He filled 3 cups to the brim and drank them all in one go. And Zhang Xian promptly returned the gesture with 3 cups of his own. Zhang Shuduo then eagerly inquired, "Young master, do you truly intend to serve in my army?" Zhang Xian sighed with a wry smile. "The prince has promised that I will soon be appointed to the Shaoguo army. While I do wish to join the Flying Eagle army, whether that will come to pass remains uncertain." Zhang Shuduo nodded earnestly and said, "It would be best if you could come. Our army truly lacks a general who possesses both wisdom and courage." Zhang Xian, feeling embarrassed, replied, "My martial skills are meager. How can I claim to embody courage? If Brother Zhang were to join the Flying Eagle army, I would take full responsibility for your martial training," said Luo Shixin, leaping up like a monkey. "I can assure you that Brother Zhang's skills will surpass those of Yasha within 3 years." Yu Jiande squinted and abruptly seized his ear. "Who are you calling Yasha?" Luo Shixin, wincing in pain, stammered, "I meant you." "Brother, that hurts. Let go." Laughter erupted among the crowd once more, and Zhang Xian felt a deep envy for their camaraderie, pondering to himself, "When will I ever have such a band of brothers?" Chapter 42. Adding flourish to the brocade. Since ancient times, there have been few who offer timely aid in times of trouble, while many are eager to embellish what is already splendid. As 10 days gradually slipped by, on a certain afternoon, Chai Xiao arrived at Wuchuan Prefecture. He bowed respectfully before the chamber of the meeting leader and announced, "Leader, your subordinate has arrived." "Come in," the leader commanded. Chai Xiao entered swiftly, finding the leader. "Dou Qing, seated at a table, smiling warmly at him. He promptly bowed again, greeting, "I pay my respects to the leader." Dou Jiande inquired with a smile. "Have you received any news from your father-in-law lately?" In response to your query, leader, Chai Shao replied, "A few days ago, my wife sent a letter mentioning my father-in-law. She noted that he has been busy with inspections and rarely has the opportunity to meet. Indeed, though his position may evoke envy, it is not without its burdens. Shichong, you should consider bringing your wife to stay with you," Dou Jiande remarked. Chai Shao's cheeks flushed slightly. His father-in-law had suggested the same. "I plan to purchase a residence in Luoyang this year and relocate my family." "That is indeed a commendable plan," Dou Jiande said, shifting the topic to more pressing matters. "How has Zhang Xian fared in recent days?" In response to the leader, Chai Shao reported, "He has been rather subdued. During the day, he practices horsemanship and archery. At night, he dedicates himself to reading and writing with great diligence. It is said that the Prince of Yan has agreed to appoint him to a military office. Is he still intent on martial training?" Dou Jiande asked with a chuckle. "Absolutely," Chai Shao affirmed without hesitation. Luo Shixin gifted him a scroll on spear techniques. And just yesterday, he lamented to me that his strength is insufficient to master Luo Shixin's formidable spear style, regretting his lack of a proper mentor. Dou Jiande ambled a few steps, then retrieved a wooden box from the table, presenting it to Chai Shao. "This is the gathering force technique of Zhang Zhongjian. It can be cultivated through diligent practice and is quite suitable for Zhang Xian. Please pass it on to him." Chai Shao was taken aback. The gathering force technique, a secret transmission of Ziyang Zhenren, had never been learned by anyone besides Zhang Zhongjian himself, who held it in higher regard than his own life. How could he possibly part with it? Dou Jiande, however, did not divulge his reasoning. He had struck a bargain with Zhang Zhongjian, agreeing to forego the extension of their contract in exchange for the technique. Chai Shao accepted the wooden box with great reverence, feeling its weight. Upon opening it, he discovered a slab of green stone. Indeed, this was the object known as the Greenstone Classic. Regrettably, he realized he could no longer practice it, and sighed inwardly. Dou Jiande continued, "This technique must not be given to him directly, nor should he be made aware that it is Zhongjian's technique. You must devise a way for him to acquire it independently. For now, I prefer that he remains unaware of Wuchuan Prefecture's interest in him." "Understood, leader," Chai Shao replied, securing the wooden box before bowing and departing in haste. At that moment, Zhang Zhongjian emerged slowly from the inner chamber, his gaze fixed intently on Dou Jiande. "Leader, you have long intended to bestow the Greenstone Classic upon him, even contemplating it since after my Hun of Yangqing gone, have you not?" Dou Jiande stroked his silver beard, smiling. "You were quite perceptive." Zhang Zhongjian then casually inquired, "Regarding my matter, can the leader be counted upon to keep his word?" Dou Jiande, however, did not respond, as if his thoughts lingered on Zhang Xian. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "Your master once mentioned to me that to practice the Greenstone Classic, one must journey north to the Turks. Is that correct?" The master spoke truly, for he required this. Zhang Zhongjian produced a small vial and handed it to Dou Jiande. Dou Jiande glanced inside and saw it contained a small amount of purple liquid. "This must be the most precious treasure in your master's collection, the purple insect chrysalis." "Indeed. It is the most critical and vital medicinal ingredient for practicing the Qing Shi Jing. Regrettably, it is not found in the Central Plains, only in the extreme northern territories. This meager amount may be insufficient, yet the guild leader can pass it on to him." As he spoke, Zhang Zhongjian's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Dou Jiande, who had yet to respond to my earlier inquiry. Dou Jiande tucked away the vial and pondered for a moment before stating, "As long as you locate the supplies from the Turks, you shall be free." "Very well. When shall I head north?" "I have received word that Yu Wenhua set off 3 days ago, and yesterday, Pei Zhu also departed north, undoubtedly for the same cargo. Time is of the essence. I hope you can set out tonight." "And what of Zhang Xian? Did the guild leader not give him the Qing Shi Jing to entice him northward? When will he embark?" Dou Jiande chuckled, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. "You need not concern yourself with that, for I have other plans in place." Zhang Zhongjian sighed inwardly. The guild leader's cunning was indeed profound. It seemed he had devised this strategy since Zhang Xian's elimination of Yang Qing on. Dou Jiande cast a glance at him, as if perceiving his thoughts, and remarked nonchalantly, "Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky, and I, Dou Jiande, am no benevolent soul. I have provided him with martial arts training, and in return, he must fulfill this task for me. It is a transaction between us. Then why not speak plainly with him?" Dou Jiande laughed knowingly, saying, "If everything were laid bare, it would lose its intrigue. I prefer to engage with the astute, From his recent actions, I am confident he will grasp my deeper intentions. As Zhang Zhongjian took his leave, Dou Qing slowly walked to the window, where the sunset's glow illuminated his snow-white beard, casting it in hues of golden red. Nearly a month had passed since Yang Xuangan's assassination, and Dou Qing had been observing the young man named Zhang Xian. His distinctiveness, decisiveness, and profound foresight had left an indelible impression on Dou Qing. It was only after the recent Tiangusi incident that he finally believed his judgment to be correct. This young man could very well become a formidable force in the Sui Dynasty. Secret news from the palace indicated that he had already been regarded by Yang Guang as a potential aide to the future heir, Yang Tan. Yet his origins remained an enigma. No one knew where he had come from or where he had resided prior to his appearance in Luoyang. He seemed to have emerged from nowhere, and this very uncertainty caused Dou Qing to hesitate. Nevertheless, he now harbored new thoughts. If he were to invest a certain amount in this young man, perhaps one day he would reap substantial rewards. Often, politicians are merchants in another sense. In the training grounds of the Prince of Yan's residence, the sound of hooves thundered amid swirling dust as Zhang Xian practiced archery on horseback alongside dozens of attendants. Mastery of equestrian archery is an essential skill for a general, and it was a hurdle Zhang Xian had yet to overcome. Since he could not make immediate breakthroughs in the practice of the Jing, he decided to devote his energies to honing his archery skills. Several years prior, he had undergone a 6-month training in Qinghai, primarily honing his equestrian skills. It was during that period that he mastered a remarkable level of horsemanship, rivaling even the most skilled riders of today. However, archery on horseback remained an uncharted territory for him. Zhang Xian had come to deeply understand that controlling the horse solely with his legs while drawing the bow and releasing the arrow in one fluid motion was an exceedingly challenging feat. Maintaining bodily balance alone was a formidable task, let alone achieving hand-eye coordination to strike the target accurately. Yet, regardless of the challenges, he resolved to confront them. Over the past 10 days, Zhang Xian had devoted himself tirelessly to practicing mounted archery, exhibiting rapid progress. Initially, he had nearly fallen from his steed several times, but gradually, he discovered the nuances of the practice and began to shoot arrows while galloping. With the first arrow came the second, and through repeated practice, he ultimately surmounted the hurdle of shooting from horseback. The next step was precision. If mounted archery lacked accuracy, it would be rendered meaningless. However, achieving precision in archery necessitated countless hours of practice. Even with exceptional talent, a process was essential. Fortunately, Zhang Xian not only possessed innate ability but was also a sharpshooter with an unerring aim. His task now was to integrate his marksmanship with archery techniques, a process that required time. "Jean Guard once more," shouted a dozen guards in unison. They were astonished. Having witnessed Zhang Xian's remarkable progress in mounted archery, from struggling to draw the bow to executing smooth shots in a mere 10 days, a feat that typically required half a year of diligent practice, he was nothing short of a prodigy. With the eagle bow in hand, Zhang Xian inhaled deeply, squeezed his legs, and urged his steed into a rapid gallop toward the target area 50 paces away. As the horse accelerated, clouds of dust swirled beneath its hoofs. He squinted, casting a sidelong glance at the scarecrow target 30 paces away. At the moment the horse entered the shooting zone, he straightened his posture, held the bow with his left hand, and drew the final wolf-tooth arrow from his quiver with his right. He knocked the arrow, slightly tilted his body, and drew the bowstring taut like a crescent moon. As he released, the wolf-tooth arrow flew straight and true, striking the left shoulder of the scarecrow with a soft thud. As the horse thundered past, the surrounding guards erupted into applause, exclaiming, "Well shot." Zhang Xian gradually slowed his steed, exhilaration coursing through him. In that fleeting moment of shooting, he felt as though he had captured a delicate sensation that seemed to guide his arrow's trajectory. He knew he needed to repeatedly seek out and solidify that feeling. A guard rushed forward, handing him another quiver of arrows, urging, "Once more." At that moment, Zhang Xian noticed Chai Xiao waving at him from a distance. Dismounting with a smile, he called out, "You go ahead. I'll join you shortly." He tossed the reins to the stable boy and swiftly approached Chai Xiao, who stood at the edge of the training ground. "Shichong, do you have something to discuss?" Chai Xiao replied with a mysterious smile, pulling Zhang Xian aside to a secluded area. In a hushed tone, he said, "I have acquired an item that may be relevant to your martial training." Zhang Xian's heart soared with excitement as he eagerly responded, "Please, do tell." Chai Xiao glanced around cautiously and urged, "Follow me." Chapter 0043, The sutra of the greenstone Chai Shao's quarters within the royal residence were notably superior to those of the average guard, boasting a private courtyard adorned with a towering locust tree. As it was the season of early spring, the tree flourished with lush foliage, elegantly sheltering the dwelling beneath its canopy. The accommodation was divided into two sections, an inner chamber serving as the sleeping quarters, and an outer room designated for study and leisure. Your residence is quite splendid, far better than mine, Zhang Xian remarked, gazing up at the venerable locust tree. Having recently moved as well, he too enjoyed the luxury of separate inner and outer rooms, yet his courtyard lay barren, lacking the presence of a grand tree. If you fancy it, we could exchange residences. You cannot fathom the troubles this tree brings. Each morning, the sparrows create a cacophony, and at times, I find myself wishing to wield an axe and fell it, Chai Shao replied with a wry smile. Perhaps not. You may keep it for your enjoyment. I merely jest. Zhang Xian chuckled. The two friends shared light-hearted banter as they entered the room. Upon closing the door, Chai Shao wore a knowing smile and retrieved a wooden box from his trunk, presenting it to Zhang Xian. This is a remarkable treasure. I exerted considerable effort to procure it. Chai Shao had not entirely adhered to Dou Qing's instructions, which advised him to deliver the Greenstone Sutra to Zhang Xian in a roundabout manner. Instead, Chai Shao sought to secure this favor for himself. What is this? Zhang Xian inquired as he took the box, feeling its substantial weight, at least 3 to 4 pounds. Upon opening it, he discovered a smooth green stone slab, intricately engraved with patterns and inscriptions. Upon closer inspection, he realized it contained a method for cultivating martial prowess. Do not inquire about its origin, suffice it to say, this technique is known as the Greenstone Sutra. It enables one to cultivate a method of force accumulation ideally suited for you. Remarkably, there have been individuals who have achieved 3 breakthroughs through this practice, Chai Shao explained. Zhang Xian gently caressed the polished stone slab, a flood of emotion surging within him. He understood the immense value of this artifact. Having been in the Yin Wang's residence for a month, he initially hoped to learn superior techniques for force accumulation from the prince. However, he gradually realized that such methods were traditionally passed down through familial lines, never imparted to outsiders, and mastering them was exceedingly arduous, requiring extensive practical experience from seasoned practitioners. His resolve to pursue martial arts had wavered. But after acquiring Luo Shixin's Tyrant Spear technique, he grasped the vital significance of force accumulation. The Tyrant Spear technique demanded not only immense strength but also unpredictable speed. The foundation of speed lay in strength, necessitating fluctuations from slow to fast and from acceleration to deceleration. Without the foundational technique of force accumulation, mastering Luo Shixin's method was unattainable. Just as he found himself at a loss, Chai Shao gifted him this crucial technique for force accumulation, filling Zhang Xian with gratitude. He recognized that such a technique was rare and invaluable, particularly one that could be cultivated after birth. Perhaps only a handful existed in the world. Brother Chai's great kindness is etched in my heart. I shall repay it in due course. Chai Shao felt a twinge of embarrassment and patted Zhang Xian's shoulder, smiling. You need not thank me so profusely. This was actually a gift intended for you. I merely acted as an intermediary. Who is the benefactor? Zhang Xian, filled with confusion, inquired who could possibly bestow upon him such a significant treasure. I cannot divulge that, but the technique is indeed authentic. You shall study it yourself. Should you encounter any difficulties or questions, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, for I shall do my utmost to aid you. Regardless, Brother Chai's kindness shall forever be etched in my heart. Since his promotion to the position of Crown Prince's chief cavalryman, Zhang Xian's status had notably elevated. His monthly stipend, along with various allowances, increased from 10 guan to 15 guan, and at year's end, he received 300 shur of grain for rations. His living arrangements also improved, transitioning from a solitary chamber to a private courtyard featuring an inner and outer suite. Yang Tan assured him that this courtyard would eternally belong to him. Even in the event of his departure from the royal residence, no one else would reside there, a matter of great significance to him. As night descended, Zhang Xian meticulously examined the disassembled handgun and the final 2 bullets. He caressed the weapon gently, repeatedly gazing at the gleaming projectiles beneath the lamp's light. He could no longer carry the handgun. To integrate into this era, he must relinquish his dependence on it. He must wield a knife, a bow, a spear, and summon his strength to redefine his dignity, one that belongs to this time. Like bidding farewell to a cherished beloved, he tenderly wrapped the handgun in soft silk, ultimately placing it within a copper box. He then concealed the box deep within a muddy hollow in the wall. sealing it with earth and restoring several blue bricks to their original positions. He must part with his handgun for the time being. Perhaps one day he would unearth it again, allowing it to shine in its final two glories, but certainly not now. Zhang Xian stood quietly, observing the corner where he had buried the handgun. Beside him, on a small table, lay the blue stone scripture gifted to him by Chai Xiao, tranquil in its repose. Zhang Xian's gaze shifted from the corner to the scripture. Thanks to the expansive grounds of the Yin Wang residence, each guard possessed their own individual quarters. Once the door was closed, the room transformed into a sanctuary, free from the concern of intrusion. Reclining on his bed, Zhang Xian delicately explored the blue stone tablet that held the potential to alter his fate. The tablet was the size of a grand tome from his era, remarkably thin, resembling a modern flat tablet, and was evidently meticulously crafted, with smoothly rounded edges. The front of the stone was inscribed with 6 illustrations. The first 4 depicted a bare-chested man wielding a heavy hammer in the snow, varying only in the size of the hammer, accompanied by copious fine print explanations. Zhang Xian deciphered the meaning of these 4 illustrations, which delineated 4 stages: a 40-pound hammer, an 80-pound hammer, a 160-pound hammer, and a 320-pound hammer. The time required varied from person to person, ranging from several months to a couple of years. However, Zhang Xian discerned that the content seemed specifically tailored for an individual. With a clear inscription at the bottom stating, "Your right arm's tendons are injured. You may achieve the 3rd illustration, but do not strain yourself with the 4th, lest you face the peril of lifelong disability. Take heed." Zhang Xian pondered in perplexity, wondering to whom this warning referred. At that moment, a realization struck him. He recalled Chai Xiao's words, recognizing that this was a gift meant for a specific individual. But who could it be? Might there be a clue inscribed upon the blue stone tablet? He closed his eyes and meticulously explored every corner of the blue stone slab. The presence of inscriptions on the slab indicated that this blue stone scripture was an original artifact, not a mere replica. Being an original, it was certain that the owner of the scripture had left some traces behind. Indeed, he soon discovered a delicate engraving in the upper right corner of the slab, consisting of 2 minuscule Chinese characters. He promptly sat up and brought the oil lamp closer to examine the characters closely. The engraving was exceedingly small and difficult to detect. Yet Zhang Xian discerned it clearly. The characters read, Zhang Jian. Zhang Xian found it hard to articulate the shock that coursed through him at that moment. It turned out that this blue stone scripture belonged to Zhang Zhongjian, but how had it come into the possession of Chai Xiao? Why would Zhang Zhongjian gift it to him? However, after a brief contemplation, Zhang Xian quickly realized that since Chai Xiao was a member of the Wuchuan Prefecture, this blue stone scripture must have been bestowed upon him by the Wuchuan Prefecture. But for what reason? Was it to win him over? Or was there a hidden agenda? Or perhaps it was a transaction of sorts. Zhang Xian's mind was a tumultuous whirlpool. He was acutely aware of the scripture's immense value. Regardless of the Wuchuan Prefecture's motives in bestowing it upon him, he had incurred a significant debt of gratitude. For the time being, he cast aside his inner doubts and focused all his energy on the blue stone scripture in his hands. Turning over the stone slab, he found the reverse side inscribed with the formula for the I Ching medicine, comprising more than 30 different herbs, each meticulously detailed with precise measurements and methods of preparation. Zhang Xian was already well-versed in the practices of the Sui Dynasty, where practitioners heavily relied on medicinal substances, hence the saying, 3 parts skill, 7 parts medicine. The formulas for these medicinal concoctions were closely guarded family secrets, never divulged to outsiders. Even Wang Bowen merely provided ready-made remedies without revealing the process of concocting the P1 pill. Zhang Xian himself was not particularly familiar with medicinal herbs, and it appeared that the names of the Sui Dynasty's medicines differed from those of later generations, leaving him perplexed by many herbs he had never heard of, such as Gui Yuzi, Wukan Tu, Qilan Jiao, and Qing Long Mai. It seemed that he would have to visit the apothecary the following day for clarification. Zhang Xian stood up, hastily approached the table, and spread out a sheet of paper to meticulously transcribe the herbal formula. The next morning, Zhang Xian took a day off and made his way to a street in Fengdu City filled with apothecaries, where there were a plethora of shops, all permeated with the rich aroma of medicinal herbs. He arrived at the largest apothecary, Bai Wei Tang. Bai Wei Tang was vast, featuring 2 long counters, with wooden platforms on either side adorned with countless rows of medicine cabinets, each cabinet filled with numerous small drawers, mirroring the traditional Chinese medicine shops of Zhang Xian's era. Dozens of pharmacists busily attended to their tasks, handing over packages of herbs through small windows to the consulting rooms on the other side. Along the walls sat several apprentices, responsible for grinding, decocting, and preparing the medicines. Please, could you assist me? Zhang Xian inquired as he handed his herbal prescription to one of the pharmacists. Do you have all the herbs listed here? The pharmacist shot him a disdainful glance and snickered. We are one of the 3 major apothecaries of the Great Sui. If we do not have it, then it is unlikely any other place does. The pharmacist quickly scanned the prescription and replied, We have all of them. Please wait a moment. He watched as Fangzi turned to leave, but after taking just a few steps, he paused, scratching his head in confusion. He called another individual forward to examine the prescription. Zhang Xian's heart sank. Could there be an issue with the recipe? After a moment, the apothecary returned, slamming the prescription down onto the table. This prescription has a problem, he exclaimed. Where? Zhang Xian leaned in closer. Look at this ingredient. The apothecary jabbed at the paper with a finger as thick as a small radish. What is this purple insect jade pupa? Go ask the one who drafted this. What is its true name? The apothecary refused to admit he lacked this ingredient. Instead, he insisted that the prescriber had misnamed it. The problem was, where could Zhang Xian find the prescriber? He pondered for a moment and inquired, aside from this ingredient, do we have everything else? Everything else is available. Zhang Xian smiled and replied, then let's set this ingredient aside for now and prepare the other medicines, ensuring they are finely ground into powder. Wait a moment. The apothecary shouted, and soon a large order arrived, preparing the medicines. Zhang Xian quickly grasped the meaning of the apothecary's large order. A package of medicinal powder weighing over 3 pounds ultimately cost him nearly 100 guans. He had brought 10 taels of gold, nearly all of which he surrendered to the apothecary, receiving in return a hefty bag of medicine. It wasn't until the afternoon that Zhang Xian returned to the residence of Prince Yan, and as he entered the gate, he encountered Chai Xiao. Where have you been? I've been looking for you all morning, Chai Xiao asked, slightly reproachful. Chapter 44. The Purple Worm and the Jade Pupa. Though Zhang Xian was already aware that Chai Xiao hailed from Wuchuan Prefecture and that he had been instructed by them to provide him with the Qing stone scriptures. Rather than doing so of his own volition, Zhang Xian still felt a profound gratitude towards him. Acquainting himself with Chai Xiao would undoubtedly spare him from many detours in the grand scheme of the Sui Dynasty, especially since Chai Xiao was the son-in-law of Li Yuan. Zhang Xian intended to leverage this connection to meet Li Yuan. Lifting the medicine in his hand, Zhang Xian smiled and remarked, I went to procure some medicine. It took me nearly a whole day. Procure medicine? Chai Xiao regarded Zhang Xian with a bemused expression, chuckling softly. Did no one inform you? What medicine could you possibly need from the marketplace? The Yan Wangfu has everything you could desire. If the other guards find out, they will surely mock you. Zhang Xian was rendered speechless, his heart aching at the thought of having squandered 100 guan, enough to indulge in 10 outings to the Tianxi Gu for drinks. Chai Xiao, chuckling, patted him on the arm and said, well, it's of little consequence. The time for using the medicine is still ample. Consider this a minor lesson learned. The reason I sought you today was to inquire about the medicine. Have you gathered everything? Not quite. I am still short one ingredient. I have visited several pharmacies, but none have heard of this particular medicine. That is indeed peculiar. Let us inquire at the royal pharmacy. The Yan Wangfu boasted 5 or 6 imperial physicians and a sprawling pharmacy covering 2 acres, overseen by an elderly pharmacist with several young apprentices assisting him. The old pharmacist, surnamed Wang, was commonly referred to as Wang the apothecary. Approaching 60, he was small and thin, yet possessed a rather irascible temperament, perpetually wearing a frosty countenance. Wang the apothecary snatched the prescription from Zhang Xian's hands. As Zhang Xian attempted to direct his attention to it, he impatiently swatted Zhang Xian's hand away, exclaiming, I know, no need for your prattling. He squinted at the prescription for a moment, smacking his lips and stating, You are referring to the purple worm jade pupa, correct? Indeed, that is the medicine I seek. I have searched countless pharmacies without success, including Baiwei Tang, where they had never even heard of it. Baiwei Tang. Wang the apothecary scoffed derisively. What good medicine could such a trifling shop possess? Let me tell you, they do not even carry half of the ingredients in your prescription, and they will attempt to deceive you with inferior substitutes. That has always been their modus operandi. Apothecary, surely they cannot be that unscrupulous. This is medicine we are discussing. Chai Xiao interjected, somewhat incredulous. Of course, for the average patient, substitutes may suffice and yield similar results. However, for practitioners like yourselves, the efficacy differs vastly. For instance, with the black silkworm head, that would likely sell you dried silkworms, am I correct? Wang the apothecary glared at Zhang Xian with his bloodshot eyes. Zhang Xian nodded. recalling that the apothecary at Baiwei Tang had indeed provided a similar explanation. Nonsense. Which silkworm? Once dried, isn't black. This is the work of unscrupulous merchants. The authentic black silkworm head must originate from the black silkworms of Luoxian and Bailing Prefecture. They are exceedingly rare, hard to rear, and must be captured in the mountains. A pair of black silkworms is worth 1 tael of gold, and your prescription would necessitate at least 20 of them. Furthermore, the Qinglong vein must be sourced from the gallbladder of an unmated male bamboo viper, yet they would substitute it with that of a common garden snake. I assure you, fulfilling your prescription would cost no less than 100 taels of gold. Zhang Xian and Chai Xiao gasped in astonishment. 100 taels of gold equates to 1,000 guan of silver. Wang Yaoshi returned the prescription to Zhang Xian, remarking, "You must be new here. Allow me to enlighten you on the rules. Prescriptions costing less than 10 guan can be filled at will, while those under 100 guan require the signature of the palace's Minister of Ceremonies. As for your prescription, it necessitates the approval of Prince Yin due to its exorbitant cost. Securing the prince's signature should not pose a problem, as Yang Qing still owes me 5,000 taels of gold. However, the crux of the matter lies in the elusive herb that cannot be procured elsewhere." Zhang Xian inquired, "Do you have the purple worm jade pupa here?" Wang Yaoshi shook his head. "I do not possess it, and I am unfamiliar with it." Unlike those unscrupulous merchants outside who dismiss a prescription simply because they have never heard of it, this may well be an exceedingly rare medicine. Having practiced for 40 years, I can honestly say I have never encountered it. Zhang Xian's heart sank. If even a seasoned apothecary of 40 years was unaware of it, what could it possibly be? Chai Xiao murmured, "Let us first gather the other ingredients. We can investigate this particular herb later." As they turned to leave, Wang Yaoshi called out to them, "I believe there may be someone who knows." Zhang Xian quickly turned back, asking, "Who is it?" "You should inquire with Zhao Wuduan. He might have the information you seek." Chai Xiao slapped his forehead in realization. How could I have forgotten him? "Brother Chai, who is this Zhao Wuduan? First, let us seek out individuals. I shall enlighten you as we proceed." Upon exiting the pharmacy, Wang Yaoshi hastily called out, "If you discover anything, do inform me, for I too am eager to know." Certainly. Chai Xiao led Zhang Xian out of the Wang residence, making their way towards the imperial city. The man known as Zhao Wuduan is, in fact, named Zhao Dan, a native of Yuzhou, serving as the chief steward of the imperial merchants. His nickname, Zhao Wuduan, stems from his fear of his wife. Having traversed the land for decades, he is remarkably well informed, possessing knowledge of nearly all matters. "What is an imperial merchant?" Zhang Xian inquired, perplexed. Chai Xiao chuckled. "The imperial merchants are a merchant fleet associated with the royal family, a blend of public and private affairs, operating under the auspices of the Honglu Temple's guest department. In essence, they are private trading caravans." Soon, they arrived at the Honglu Temple. Chai Xiao, well connected, was recognized by many, allowing him to enter the official premises without difficulty. After navigating a few turns within the temple, they arrived at a small courtyard, where they found a middle-aged man, wearing a troubled expression, sweeping the ground with a bamboo broom. Chai Xiao approached, bowed respectfully, and said, "Uncle Zhao, I hope I am not intruding." The middle-aged man was indeed Zhao Dan, the chief steward of the imperial merchants. Seemingly familiar with Chai Xiao, he did not lift his gaze but inquired, "Is it your father-in-law seeking me again?" "No, not today. I have come to inquire about something that Wang Yaoshi suggested you might know. That old monkey still owes me for the medicine." Zhao Dan retorted, "What do you wish to know?" Zhang Xian stepped forward and respectfully asked, "Might Master Zhao be aware of the purple insect jade pupa?" Zhao Dan's body tensed slightly, and he quickly raised his head to glance at Zhang Xian. Ignoring him, he dropped the broom and entered the house, only to call out after a moment, "Come in." Zhang Xian and Chai Xiao stepped into the room, which was impeccably clean and tidy, with the walls painted a pristine white and the floor spotless. Save for two somewhat new couches, Zhao Dan gestured for them to sit. A glimmer of hope blossomed in Zhang Xian's heart. Perhaps this Zhao Wuduan truly possessed knowledge of the purple insect jade pupa. Zhao Dan poured them each a cup of hot tea and sighed, "In all of Luoyang, I may well be the only one familiar with the purple insect jade pupa. 10 years ago, I nearly lost my life over it, and now, a decade later, someone seeks me out again. Could this be fate?" "Uncle Zhao, what exactly is the purple insect jade pupa?" Chai Xiao timely interrupted Zhao Dan's musings. Zhao Dan smiled faintly, explaining, as the name suggests, the purple insect jade pupa is a type of pupae. When in its pupal stage, it shimmers like jade. transforming into a purple hue upon maturing, hence the name. Locally, it is referred to as ice crumbs. Pray tell, Uncle Zhou, where might one find this purple insect? Zhang Xian asked with impatience. The purple insect jade pupa is not found in the Central Plains. It exists only in the frozen grasslands of the far north. For the Turkic people, it is considered a rare medicinal item, utilized during childbirth. Women facing difficulties in labor can consume it to ease delivery, proving remarkably effective. Does Uncle mean to say that it can be procured among the Turks? In the realm of the Turks, one might not necessarily procure such a rarity. This particular entity is exceedingly scarce and possesses an aversion to warmth. During the summer, it melts into a pulp. Consequently, it typically thrives deep within the permafrost, emerging only for a few fleeting days when the snow begins to thaw, providing the sole opportunity to capture it. Thus, it commands a high price. A single purple insect chrysalis can be exchanged for 30 sheep. Some tribes residing in the far north, such as the Tai Lu, venture forth to seek it out, trading it with the Turks for sheep. Zhao glanced at him and remarked, I am aware of what you martial practitioners desire it for. What you truly seek is the purple insect, not the chrysalis, which is nearly impossible to excavate, as it lies buried deep within the frozen earth. In my day? Chai Xiao interrupted him. Uncle Zhao, must we truly journey to the grasslands? Of course. Zhao shook his head again. Yet even in the land of the Turks, it may not be available, let alone in the Central Plains. Zhang Xian was acutely aware of why Chai Xiao interrupted Zhao twice. The last individual who accompanied Zhao to procure medicine from the Turks must have been Zhang Zhongjian. At this moment, Zhang Xian comprehended that if he wished to master the art of concentration upon the azure stone slab, he must possess this elusive purple insect chrysalis. Since Zhang Zhongjian had personally ventured to the Turks for medicine, it was evidently the most crucial ingredient. Reflecting upon the unparalleled martial prowess of Yuan Qingdu and the formidable strength of the mustachioed Zhang Zhongjian, he recognized this as his singular opportunity to embark upon the path of a martial general. It was a secret of martial arts bestowed upon him by Zhang Zhongjian. Should he fail to seize this chance, he would inevitably live with regret. However, Zhang Xian, with his meticulous nature, sensed an underlying disquiet. It seemed that Chai Xiao was persistently insinuating for Zhao Wuduan to travel to the Turks. Did this journey hold some deeper significance? I have heard that Uncle Zhao is also planning a trip to the Turks soon, correct? Chai Xiao inquired with a smile. Zhao chuckled. Your information is quite astute. In a few days, I indeed intend to visit the Turks on official business, and I shall procure some fine furs as well. He glanced at Zhang Xian. If the guard Zhang wishes to accompany me, it would be a fine opportunity for companionship. Have you decided to go to the Turks? Chai Xiao asked softly. Zhang Xian fell silent, realizing he needed further contemplation. Chapter 0045. The Guardian of Yuan Fengdu City stands as the largest marketplace in Luoyang and throughout the vast Sui Empire, boasting over 3,000 shops that offer a plethora of goods across hundreds of categories. Each day, it bustles with activity, a tapestry of people weaving through the streets. The northern gate of Fengdu City opens into a spacious square, encircled by numerous taverns, inns, brothels, and stables for renting mules and horses. Moreover, since the 6th year of the Dai era, the square has gradually transformed into a vibrant hub filled with various stalls selling an array of inexpensive commodities, drawing the admiration of the local populace until nightfall. The authorities have adopted a lenient approach, as long as no brawls erupt. They turn a blind eye to the emergence of this bustling marketplace for the common folk. As dusk descends, Zhang Xian finds himself alone in the Fengdu City Square, relishing the atmosphere that evokes the essence of a future market for small goods. He frequents this place, purchasing trinkets that transport him back to a bygone era. Come and buy. The Liu family's ancestral craftsmanship, exquisite wooden weaponry, perfect for children. Jiang Samling's delectable meat porridge, authentic and flavorful. This is jujube flower honey, dear lady. Inhale this delightful aroma. Voices rise and fall, and Zhang Xian meanders from stall to stall, some displaying their wares on mats, others utilizing wooden carts or simple counters. At that moment, he hears the tender voice of a young girl calling out, "Premium goods from the grasslands. We have furs and medicinal herbs." Turning to investigate, he spots a small mat in a corner, adorned with several sheepskins on one side and 5 or 6 clay pots on the other. Kneeling amidst the goods is a frail girl of about 8 or 9, her complexion pale and drawn. Despite the throngs of people bustling about, no one lingers before her stall as she persistently cries out, "Premium goods from the grasslands." We have furs and medicinal herbs. Zhang Xian approaches and squats down in front of her stall. The girl beams. Sir, would you buy something? He lifts the lid of a pot to examine its contents, finding only common herbal remedies from the grasslands, such as licorice and ephedra, their quality decent yet unremarkable. He does not expect to discover anything rare here, as his thoughts are consumed with matters concerning the Turks. It is her youthful voice that piques his interest. He inspects a few sheepskins, noticing their worn and coarse texture, indicative of mid-range quality. How much for a sheepskin? In the market, they sell for 100 coins each. I only ask 50. They are old sheepskins, very warm. Indeed, the price is remarkably low. Zhang Xian has observed that the cheapest inferior sheepskins fetch at least 100 coins. Curiosity prompts him to inquire, "Little sister, your prices are quite low. Why is that?" The girl's expression dims as she replies, "These were purchased by my father on the grasslands, brought back with the help of a fellow villager." "And where is your father?" "He has passed away. He died on the grasslands." Her tone, as she speaks of her father, is as flat as water, seemingly numb to the pain of loss. Yet, Zhang Xian feels a pang in his heart. Born into chaotic times, life is rendered so cheap, and death becomes an indifferent event that leaves families to endure endless suffering. He sighed deeply, casually picking up a piece of sheepskin and retrieving a couple of gold coins from his pocket, placing them upon the small stall. The little girl, startled, frantically waved her hands, exclaiming, "Young master, I cannot provide change." "No need for change," he replied. Zhang Xian rose with a smile and waved at the little girl before blending into the crowd. The girl clutched a gold coin tightly in her hand, watching Zhang Xian's retreating figure with a mixture of gratitude and trepidation. At that moment, a tall, young woman clad in a black warrior's garb, possessing a striking beauty, crouched down in front of the stall. Glancing at the now vanished silhouette of Zhang Xian, she kindly inquired of the little girl, "I am a friend of the gentleman you just met. May I ask what medicine he intended to purchase?" Zhang Xian ordered 2 servings of lamb flatbread from the stall at the market entrance, relishing the delightful hu bing of the Sui Dynasty. The crust was perfectly golden and soft, encasing a generous filling of finely chopped scallions and tender lamb, all enhanced by a layer of savory meat sauce, truly a culinary delight. Just as he took a hearty bite, the distant sound of galloping hooves suddenly pierced the air. A group of riders, numbering in the dozens, galloped furiously toward him, heedless of the pedestrians. The terrified bystanders cried out in alarm, stumbling and darting to the sides, while many nearby stalls were overturned, their goods trampled mercilessly by the thundering hooves. Realizing he was too close to the edge, Zhang Xian quickly stepped back, as the warhorses thundered past him in a blur. The riders, all imposing figures, were robust and well-armed, their raucous laughter carried by the wind as they raced toward the gates of Fengdu City. Onlookers exchanged murmurs, while the flatbread vendor erupted in furious curses. "Here come those wretched scoundrels again. Innkeeper, who are these scoundrels?" A burly man spat heavily at the backs of the group and inquired. Who else could they be but the notorious Yuan Shisan and his thugs? With the absence of the 2nd and 8th protectors, only the 10th protector remains. Zhang Xian had long recognized this group of individuals. A fierce battle at the Tianzi Tavern resulted in the demise of the 12th protector, Wang Shichong, which forged a deep enmity among them. Zhang Xian was well aware of the whereabouts of the 8th protector, yet he wondered why Yuan Qingdu was nowhere to be found. Zhang Xian casually inquired with a smile, "Where has the Grand Protector gone?" An elderly man beside him chuckled. "I have heard that Yuan Qingdu has been promoted to general under the command of Fuhrer, no longer associating with that group of rascals." Upon noticing the Yuan guards entering a tavern, Zhang Xian felt a stir in his heart. He hastily dropped a handful of coins and made his way towards the establishment. This tavern, known as Fengbei Tavern, was of moderate size, comprising a 4-story building. In the land of Fengdu, where every inch of land was precious, such a tavern was indeed a remarkable feat. It was said to be one of Yuan Shu's private properties, and the presence of the Yuan guards here confirmed this claim. Following a fierce battle a fortnight ago, the Yuan guards had been subjected to Yuan Shu's constraints, prohibiting them from frequenting the Tianzi Tavern. Thus, they had relocated to Fengbei Tavern. As Zhang Xian stepped into the tavern, a waiter promptly approached him, apologetically stating, "My dear guest, I regret to inform you that we are currently out of seats." Zhang Xian's expression darkened as he retorted, "Nonsense. A large group of people just arrived. Why did you not mention that there were no available seats? They have a designated private room on the 3rd floor, distinct from the regular guests." I made arrangements with a group of friends to gather for a drink and wish to reserve a private room. The bartender scratched his head and said, "Please hold on a moment. I'll inquire." He hurried back to the counter to consult the proprietor and soon returned with the news. "Young master, we do have private rooms available, but a deposit of 10 taels is required. Can I choose any room I prefer?" Zhang Xian inquired. "You may select freely, provided the room is unoccupied." Zhang Xian placed a deposit of 1 or 2 gold pieces and ascended to the 3rd floor with the attendant. The 3rd floor was designed in A shape, and approximately half of the private rooms were occupied. Zhang Xian soon heard the boisterous laughter of the Yuan guards, their voices resonating particularly clearly in the corridor. The raucous merriment seemed to emanate from the 2nd room on the southern side, while another adjacent room was already occupied. Zhang Xian approached the door of a different room and asked with a smile, "I prefer to sit by the side. Is this room taken?" "This spot is not particularly favorable, being at the end of the corridor and the room is small. However, if the young master desires this room, I can arrange for the guests to move elsewhere. Then I shall reserve this room. My friends will arrive a bit later. Please bring me a jug of wine in the meantime." "Certainly. Please allow me a moment." The bartender opened the door for him and then descended the stairs. The room was indeed modest, measuring only about 10 square feet, featuring a large couch and a rectangular table at its center, capable of seating 10 around it. However, Zhang Xian was not there to dine. He swiftly closed the door and made his way to the wall. The wall, constructed of thin wooden planks, offered poor sound insulation, allowing him to clearly hear the conversations from the adjacent room. Although he could not discern the individuals, he recognized that this raucous group was none other than the audacious Yuan guards. Zhang Xian was particularly concerned about the circumstances surrounding Yuan Shu, as his position at the Yanwang residence had been attained by standing on Yuan Shu's shoulders. It was inevitable that Yuan Shu had begun to take notice of Zhang Xian, and Zhang Xian was eager to learn how Yuan Shu intended to deal with him. "Old Wei, how is the old gentleman's health? Is he still fit for battle?" someone in the neighboring room asked in a deep, resonant voice. Zhang Xian's ears perked up, unwilling to miss a single word, as this was precisely the matter that weighed most heavily on his mind. Chapter 0046. The final decision. The old gentleman's leg injury was indeed severe. However, having regained the position of general, he felt compelled to journey to Liaodong, even if it meant traveling by carriage. Otherwise, his return to duty would hold no significance. The voices from the adjacent room were not loud, yet Zhang Xian could hear them distinctly. He nodded silently, realizing that Chai Xiao was correct. Yang Guang was indeed preparing to launch the 3rd campaign against Goguryeo. At that moment, he heard a hoarse voice inquire, "What transpired yesterday?" The old gentleman had audaciously declined the Ministry of Personnel's request for a face-to-face meeting with the eldest son, an opportunity that could have bolstered the eldest son's return to power. Did the old gentleman truly wish to hinder the eldest son's rise to officialdom? "Old Nine, have you lost your wits? The eldest son has gone to the Turks. How could he possibly meet with the Ministry of Personnel?" Zhang Xian's heart raced with a sudden realization. Yu Wenhua had indeed ventured to the Turks. Why? He couldn't help but connect this to his own predicament, as fate had also led him towards the Turks. Was this merely coincidence? He overheard the Chief Taibao's furious reprimand. "Old 5, cease that talk at once. Beware of ears on the other side of the wall. Old 4, go check next door." Moments later, the sound of furniture being pushed aside echoed through the air. Zhang Xian swiftly glanced around and spotted a window in the eastern wall, dashing towards it. After a brief moment, the door creaked open, and someone peeked in, quickly shutting the door afterward. Zhang Xian then slipped through the window, pressing himself against the wall to eavesdrop on the happenings next door. The intruder returned to the room, chuckling. To the left, a group of women are discussing the pains of childbirth. To the right, an empty room. No one is there. The Chief Tai Bao seemed to exhale in relief, but his tone remained displeased as he remarked, "The old gentleman has repeatedly emphasized that the whereabouts of the eldest son are classified information, to be mentioned under no circumstances. Old 5, let me caution you, should you dare to speak of this matter again, I shall not be so lenient." Silence enveloped the adjacent room for a moment before someone chuckled. "Old Shang, do not be so stern. In truth, everyone is quite intrigued by that matter. Let us set aside the eldest son. Could you perhaps divulge what that batch of items truly is?" Perhaps realizing he had been too harsh, the Chief Taibao softened his tone, lowering his voice. "What that batch consists of, I truly cannot disclose. However, I have received word that Wuchuan Prefecture has also dispatched personnel, and I suspect that Northern Qi will not remain idle either. Despite the hushed tones, Zhang Xian discerned clearly that something unusual had emerged on the steps, prompting various factions to vie for control. He felt an instinctive connection to this affair and pressed his ear closer to the wall. Just then, the door swung open abruptly, and the innkeeper entered, carrying a jug of wine. He treaded lightly, fearful of being scolded by the group next door, only to be startled by the sight of Zhang Xian with his ear pressed to the wall. "Young master, what are you doing?" he exclaimed in shock. Zhang Xian was taken aback, realizing he was in a precarious situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped towards the eastern window. He had just noticed that the window overlooked the towering city wall of the southern market, a mere 5 feet away. With a resounding crash, Zhang Xian barreled through the window, sprinting along the high wall towards the direction of the southern market. At that moment, the adjacent Yuan Taibao had already heard the barkeeper's startled cry. Like a tempest, they surged forth, led by the second Taibao, Wei Wentong. With a hand as broad as a fan, he seized the barkeeper by the throat and demanded in a harsh tone, "Is someone eavesdropping?" The barkeeper dropped his wine jar, shattering it to pieces, and, in agony, pointed towards the window. Wei Wentong discarded him and rushed to the window, where, under the silvery moonlight, he observed a shadow leap down from the city wall and dash towards the bustling South Street. Enraged, Wei Wentong commanded, "Follow me." He leapt through the window and sprinted away, with 9 others closely following, vaulting out and racing along the city wall, eventually landing on the street. Zhang Xian glanced back to see over a dozen pursuers hot on his heels. The streets of Fengdu City were eerily vacant, most shops shuttered, leaving no refuge in sight. The city was laid out in a grid pattern with 3 main streets running north to south, intersected by countless smaller alleys that divided numerous shops into distinct trade areas. Regardless of the divisions, the streets remained spacious and orderly, making it difficult to find concealment unless one ventured into a shop. At that moment, Zhang Xian noticed someone seemingly beckoning him from a nearby deep alley. Without hesitation, he turned and darted into the passage. Moments later, Wei Wentong and the other Taibao reached the alley's entrance. "This way." He pointed into the alley, leading his companions in pursuit. The alley was quite long, leading directly to the northwest gate of the market. The pursuers could no longer hear Zhang Xian's footsteps and continued hastily towards the northwest gate. At the entrance of the alley, a pitch-black door concealed Zhang Xian, who leaned against it, listening as the sounds of pursuit gradually faded away. He let out a long sigh of relief. He quickly bowed to the figure in black who had saved him, expressing his gratitude for the timely rescue. "Zhang Xian, do you not recognize me?" came a cold voice, revealing itself to be that of a young woman. In his hurried escape, Zhang Xian had failed to discern the features of his savior, but upon hearing her words, he scrutinized the black-clad figure. The woman stood tall and slender, her skin radiant as white jade under the moonlight. Slowly, she removed the black veil from her face, and Zhang Xian instantly recognized her. "It's you," he exclaimed, realizing she was the same young woman who had scolded him for trespassing in the restricted area when he first entered Wuchuan Prefecture, and the leader of the Fire Phoenix who had slain Yang Qi in the Yang Family Martial Arts Hall. They had encountered one another thrice before, and this marked their 4th meeting, though there had been another encounter of which Zhang Xian was unaware. Who would have thought? Zhang Chuchu scoffed. "What a twist of fate that we meet again." Zhang Xian, on high alert, gripped the hilt of his sword, scrutinizing her delicate features. "I see it not as a twist of fate, but rather as you stalking me." "Humph. Who would have imagined that a fool like you has shown some progress?" Zhang Chuchu's expression turned icy as she drew a slender willow leaf sword, its cold gleam flashing as it reached Zhang Xian's throat. "I saved you only to kill you myself. Prepare to meet your end." Caught off guard by her swift betrayal and ruthless demeanor, Zhang Xian felt a surge of panic. In a moment of desperation, he sidestepped and rolled away, simultaneously drawing his long knife to block the assault of the willow leaf sword. However, Zhang Chuching's willow leaf sword moved with the swiftness of lightning, its trajectory enigmatic and unpredictable, piercing through an unimaginable angle to breach Zhang Xian's defenses. Zhang Xian felt a sharp, searing pain in his leg as the blade sliced through his muscle, a trickle of blood cascading down his calf. Leaning against the courtyard wall, he endured the stabbing pain in his leg and inquired, "I bear no grudge against you. Why unleash such venomous intent? Is this truly venomous intent?" Zhang Chuching scoffed. "If I were to truly unleash venomous intent, would you still be standing there conversing with me? Your meager skills are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Yet you dare to oppose me?" Zhang Xian quickly assessed his condition. Indeed, the blade had merely grazed his muscle, leaving his tendons and bones unharmed. The precision with which his opponent struck left him astounded. "What do you intend to accomplish?" Zhang Xian demanded in anger. Zhang Chucheng dismissed him with a wave. "People praise your capabilities, your astuteness, and your rarity as a talent, as if nothing could be accomplished without you. I refuse to accept such arrogance. I wish to test just how remarkable you truly are. Thus far, it appears you are nothing extraordinary. In a flash, she vanished like a dark cloud soaring over the wall. Zhang Xian sighed in relief, bending down to examine his wound. Fortunately, it was merely a half-foot-long gash. Yet, he was perplexed by the black-clad phoenix's relentless pursuit of him. What had he done to offend her, prompting her repeated provocations? In the study of the Yin Wang mansion, Yang Qing signed his name on Zhang Xian's prescription with a quill. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Have you made your decision?" Zhang Xian nodded silently. He had pondered throughout the night. The inadequacy of his skills had deeply unsettled him. Despite his extensive combat experience, it proved futile when confronted by true masters, reducing him to mere prey on the chopping block. The fact that he had nearly been killed by a woman, escaping only by chance, was a bitter pill to swallow. In the chaotic era at the end of the Sui Dynasty, strength was the ultimate truth. This lesson was etched in his heart. Moreover, with the gathering of stormy winds in the north, whether by his own volition or guided by Qi Shijing northward, he resolved to journey to the north. He sensed an uncanny feeling, as if this northern trip was a fateful arrangement beyond his control. "I have made my decision," Zhang Xian declared, his voice low yet resolute. Yang Qing handed him the prescription with a smile. 2 months is far too brief. You shan't have enough time. I shall grant you a 6-month leave to fulfill your aspirations. Thank you, Your Highness, for your generosity. Zhang Xian accepted the signed prescription, deeply moved by Yang Qing's kindness. Yang Qing sighed softly. "I too wish to learn martial arts, yet my grandfather forbids it." "Why is that?" "He claims that riding is sufficient for physical fitness, and martial arts are the pursuits of hounds. I should learn to master the hawk instead." Though Yang Wang's words were harsh, they bore truth. Zhang Xian replied, "Your Highness, your grandfather speaks wisely. As a royal descendant, you may one day ascend to the throne, making martial skills unnecessary." "And you?" Yang Qing gazed at him with a smile and asked, "Why not study strategy and become a master of the hawk?" Zhang Xian paused for a moment before solemnly stating, "Strategy determines fate, yet martial prowess dictates life. It is imperative for me to seize my own destiny and firmly grasp my life in my own hands." "Indeed, you speak the truth. Martial skills govern existence." Yang Qing sighed, his brow furrowed with anxiety. The realm is currently unstable, with bandits rising and treacherous nobles like Yang Xiangan plotting in the shadows. If chaos were to erupt within the palace, possessing even a modicum of martial ability would at least afford me some measure of self-preservation. Zhang Xian chuckled softly. "Allow me to first practice the Qing Shi Jing. If it proves effective, I shall teach your highness the art of combat." Yang Tan's heart leapt with joy. "Shall we then consider it a pact?" "A pact indeed." At that moment, Yang Tan hastily commanded, "Bring it in." Several eunuchs entered, carrying a bundle and a sword. Yang Tan unwrapped the bundle, revealing 10 gleaming ingots of gold, leaving Zhang Xian momentarily speechless. Yang Tan beamed. "I promised you that I would ensure the official reward for eliminating Yang Xiangan would reach you. This is but a portion of your bounty, to serve as your travel expenses. As for your promotion, we shall discuss that upon your return from the grasslands. I am grateful for your highness's thoughtful consideration." Zhang Xian replied. Yang Tan smiled again, picking up the sword and presenting it to Zhang Xian. "This is one of my father's prized possessions. He amassed a collection of blades, and since I have no use for it, I thought to give you one to try. See if it suits you." Zhang Xian's weapon had been lost when Zhang Zhongjian struck it into the river during the confrontation with Yang Xingan. For some time, he had been without a suitable weapon, intending to acquire a new one but had yet to find one that satisfied him, resorting temporarily to a rather ordinary broadsword. After taking the sword, Zhang Xian stepped back. Feeling the heft of the 10-pound blade, its scabbard fashioned from black sharkskin, unassuming yet elegant. However, when he drew the blade, he was taken aback by its chilling sharpness, far exceeding the quality of the sword he had previously purchased for 50 coins. No wonder it was cherished by the crown prince. It was indeed a rare and exquisite weapon, and Zhang Xian found himself enamored with it. Noticing Zhang Xian's admiration for the sword, Yang Tan felt a surge of delight and remarked, "I shall gift you a fine steed as well, a good horse and a good blade. May they aid you in your endeavors." Zhang Xian was deeply touched, understanding that Yang Tan's gesture stemmed not from a desire to curry favor, but from genuine camaraderie, a bond of youthful friendship. After a moment's contemplation, he drew a military dagger from his boot and placed it upon the table. "This is a token left to me by my master, unique in all the world, and I bestow it upon your highness as a means of self-defense." Yang Tan picked up the dagger, unfamiliar with weaponry, yet captivated by its exquisite design. Unlike anything he had ever encountered, He smiled brightly, and I shall gladly accept it. Within the Wuchuan building, Chai Xiao waited outside the main chamber for a brief moment, faint sounds of Zhang Chuchuan's indignant protests emanating from within. Why am I not allowed to go? I have tested his martial abilities, and he pales in comparison to me. Why does my adoptive father favor him, an outsider? I refuse to accept this. There is no rationale. Whether you accept it or not, this is my decision. I warn you now, do not trouble him again, or I shall impose severe punishment. Have you understood? The door suddenly swung open, and Zhang Chuchun burst forth, her eyes brimming with tears. She paid no heed to Chai Xiao. Her expression filled with indignation as she hurried away. Chai Xiao shook his head. She was far too strong-willed. At that moment, the voice of Dou Qing resonated from within the room, urging, "Come in." Chai Xiao entered the room, bowed deeply, and respectfully greeted the host of the assembly. Dou Qing, realizing that Chai Xiao had just overheard his dispute with his adopted daughter, let out a wry smile and remarked, "My adopted daughter harbors a profound bias against Zhang Xian, consistently measuring a person by their martial prowess. She is bound to suffer significant losses in the future." Chai Xiao chuckled and replied, "After all, she is still young. With time, she will gradually come to understand. Let us not dwell on her any longer. Let us discuss Zhang Xian instead." Has he made a decision? Chai Xiao nodded. Having reached a firm decision, indeed, he resolved to venture into the realm of the Turks. Zhang Xian's decision was anticipated by Dou Qing, who stroked his silver beard and smiled meaningfully. However, Chai Xiao failed to discern the significance behind the leader's enigmatic smile. He sighed and remarked, "Indeed, his resolve is unwavering. He would rather forego his role as a guard than remain idle, seemingly with the approval of the Yin Wang, who has granted him an extended leave." Dou Qing paced the room with his hands clasped behind his back. Although Zhang Xian was willing to head north to the Turks, the challenge lay in aligning his ambitions with the current operation in Wuchuan Prefecture. Zhang Zhengjian had already departed north several days prior, and Dou Qing harbored concerns that Zhang Zhengjian alone might be insufficiently powerful if Zhang Xian could be persuaded to lend his support. Motivated by the matter concerning Qing Shijing, their combined efforts would significantly enhance the chances of success in this endeavor. Dou Qing had meticulously planned every detail, yet he understood that Zhang Xian was not easily manipulated. His intellect rendered him uncontrollable. The only viable strategy was to leverage Zhang Xian's desire to seek the opportunity related to the missing purple insect jade pupa, necessitating a clever approach to guide him to the site of the vanished supplies. In this intricate game, the key was to identify an intermediary to unite Zhang Xian and Zhang Zhengjian on a shared path. And Dou Qing had already identified the most suitable candidate for this role. Although this intermediary was not Chai Xiao, Dou Qing still wished for Chai Xiao to accompany them. Contemplating this, Dou Qing smiled at Chai Xiao and said, "You shall accompany Zhang Xian northward. Before your departure, I will provide you with additional details. In any case, you must closely follow him." This development was within Chai Xiao's expectations. Their leader indeed intended to join Zhang Xian on the journey north. Resigned, he steeled himself and replied, "I shall obey your orders." Dou Qing discerned the helplessness in his tone and smiled as he patted him on the shoulder. "Rest assured, all your contributions to the Wuchuan Prefecture will be duly noted. In the future, the Wuchuan Prefecture will never treat you unfairly." "I would not dare." Dou Qing retrieved a small crystal vial from the jade box on the table, gazing at the purple liquid within for a moment before passing it to Chai Xiao. "If Zhang Xian is unable to procure what he desires from the Turks, give him this." "What is this?" Chai Xiao took the bottle and gazed at the liquid within, inquiring, "Is this the essence of the purple insect jade pupa?" Chapter 0047, Encounter with Bandits 3 days later. Zhang Xian and Chai Xiao accompanied the caravan led by Zhao Dan, setting off grandly towards the east. After 2 days, they gradually arrived at Xingyang. The imperial merchant convoy consisted of over 50 individuals, including the chief steward Zhao Dan, a deputy steward surnamed Sun, and the remaining members being various assistants and guards. They possessed more than 300 sturdy mules and over 50 camels, laden with an array of precious goods worth thousands of gold pieces. In Zhao Dan's words, this journey northward would yield at least 5,000 taels of gold in profit. "Uncle Zhao, which route shall we take to the grasslands?" Zhang Xian inquired, riding alongside Zhao Dan with evident enthusiasm. "Naturally, we shall take the Bingzhou route. We will first cross the Yellow River at Guandu, enter Shandong County through the Taihang Mountains, proceed to Taiyuan Prefecture, and finally enter the grasslands from Mai County. This is your first venture north, isn't it, young Master Zhang?" Zhang Xian nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed his inaugural journey north. Zhao Dan cast him a sidelong glance and remarked, "Since it is a rare opportunity to visit the grasslands, wouldn't you want to bring back some goods and earn a bit of extra coin?" Zhang Xian felt somewhat tempted. He was not averse to commerce. However, his primary purpose for traveling to the northern regions was different, and he had not considered trading goods. Zhou Dan's suggestion reminded him that perhaps he could inquire about the purple worm jade pupas through the trading opportunities with the Turks. With this thought in mind, he smiled and asked, "But now that we have left Luoyang, is it still feasible to purchase goods?" "That is quite possible. We will pass through Taiyuan, where I intend to procure a batch of goods myself. I can assist you in finding some quality items at a good price. I have my connections." "Then I am most grateful, Uncle Zhou." "Haha. No need for formalities. In fact, young Master Chai has even better connections in Taiyuan. I had hoped to enlist his help as well." Zhang Xian suddenly recalled that Li Yuan was currently stationed in Taiyuan. Turning to look at Chai Xiao, he noticed a pensive expression on his face. Slowing his horse, he waited for Chai Xiao to catch up and smiled, asking, "Sikang, since we are passing through Taiyuan, do you plan to return home?" "Return home? Oh, of course, I would like to pay a visit. Do you seem troubled, Sikang?" Zhang Xian observed him closely. "Not exactly. Just a bit. Never mind, it's silly to speak of it." Chai Xiao dismissed the thought and pointed with his riding whip towards the distant city walls. Chuckling, "Brother Zhang, that is Hulao Pass. Haven't you always wanted to see it? That is the very place." Having crossed the Yellow River at Guandu and traversed the Taihang Mountains, they entered the territory of Chongping County in Bingzhou, which corresponds to present-day Shaanxi. The majestic lying mountains divide Bingzhou into two halves. To the north of Chongping County, the western landscape is adorned with towering mountains stretching for thousands of miles. While to the east, the terrain gradually flattens, characterized by rolling hills interspersed with valleys and plains, where numerous villages nestle among the hills and fields. The caravan continued along the official road northward. Although banditry was rampant in the central plains, the region of Bingzhou remained relatively secure. The industrious farmers in the fields and the leisurely shepherds with their cattle were indicative of a peaceful environment, free from the threat of marauders. The group journeyed northward along the Dan River, and that evening, they found themselves 30 miles south of Gaoping County, where the astute Zhou Dan encountered a minor setback. The inn he intended to stay at had been consumed by a devastating fire 2 days prior, causing them to miss their lodging for the night. "I apologize, everyone. We must proceed to Gaoping County for accommodations. We still have 30 miles to cover, so let us hasten our pace to reach the county before darkness falls," he urged. Zhang Xian leaned westward, observing the sun's final crimson rays clinging to the mountain peaks, reluctant to descend. The sky was adorned with a tapestry of purple twilight, while a delicate blue mist began to waft through the trees flanking the official road, rendering the path ahead even more constricted and foreboding. He shook his head. 30 miles seemed an insurmountable distance to traverse before nightfall. Turning back, he noted the desolate road behind them, devoid of travelers. Realizing they were likely the only ones to have missed their lodging, with no other choice, they quickened their pace northward, perhaps due to his miscalculations. Zhou Dan felt a pang of guilt as he led the way, while Zhang Xian and Chai Xiao lingered at the rear, enveloped by vast stretches of shadowy woodland. The encroaching night ushered forth unknown creatures stirring within, accompanied by the unsettling sound of branches snapping underfoot, sending chills down their spines. "Be mindful of the cargo. Do not let the thieves make off with it." Zhou Dan's warning had scarcely left his lips when chaos erupted. A chilling scream escaped him, as a dark figure soared into the night. The group was thrown into disarray, with attendants and guards hastily drawing their blades. Old Zhou, cried the startled deputy manager. Sun and Zhang Xian and Chai Xiao rushed forward, only to find Zhou Dan's horse still tethered, but he was nowhere to be seen. The others gazed in terror at the forest, but it remained ominously silent. "Manager Sun, what has happened to Zhou?" Zhang Xian inquired urgently. "There's a ghost." Sun trembled, pointing toward the dark and eerie woods. A spectral figure descended from above and snatched away old Zhou. Zhang Xian looked up to see a colossal tree arching overhead, its gnarled branches and ancient vines twisting like a grand gateway spanning the road. "Si Chang, look here." Zhang Xian pointed to 2 swaying vines dangling from the tree, exclaiming, "It is evident someone concealed themselves atop the trunk, seizing this vine to leap down and abduct Zhou." Chai Xiao nodded in agreement, clearly convinced of Zhang Xian's assessment. "They likely ambushed us, and it was not a ghostly apparition. The inn was most probably set ablaze to compel us to travel at night. Let us investigate." Zhang Xian urged his steed towards the woods. Chai Xiao, alarmed, shouted that it was too late for Zhang Xian to turn back, and he too steeled himself to follow, perhaps due to the recent incessant rains. The forest felt damp and chilling. Zhang Xian led his horse through the underbrush, examining the chaotic footprints scattered across the ground. At that moment, Chai Xiao caught up and asked, "Have you discovered anything?" Dismounting, Zhang Xian picked up a tattered, muddy straw sandal with a recently snapped strap. It appears we are dealing with a band of impoverished thieves, he remarked with a hint of amusement. He tossed the reins of the warhorse to Chai Xiao, instructing him not to follow, but rather to lead the horse away while he ventured to investigate, promising to return shortly. Be cautious, my dear brother. As Chai Xiao's words faded, Zhang Xian leaped over a fallen tree trunk and dashed into the depths of the forest. Observing Zhang Xian's remarkable agility, Chai Xiao deemed his own presence a potential hindrance, and thus shook his head, leading the horse out of the woods. What is the situation inside? Have you seen the chief steward? Upon exiting the forest, Chai Xiao was immediately surrounded by a group of people, all clamoring for information. Everyone, please remain calm. Young Master Zhang has entered to investigate. It's merely a band of petty thieves, not any specters of the night. For now, let us safeguard our goods. Despite these reassurances, the crowd remained anxious yet hesitant to charge into the woods, retreating instead to their belongings, weapons in hand, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Zhang Xian sprinted through the thicket, covering less than 200 paces before faintly hearing voices, accompanied by flickering lights. Spotting a vast stone forest ahead, he sheathed his sword and seized a sharp rock, exerting himself to scale the highest point. Before reaching the summit, it became evident to Zhang Xian that he was dealing with a disorganized rabble. They had failed to establish a lookout, allowing him to effortlessly seize the vantage point. Crouching behind a large stone, he peered down to find a clearing encircled by boulders, at the center of which burned a small fire, surrounded by a dozen ragged thieves, their faces grimy and attire tattered, resembling a congregation of beggars. Sitting at the edge was a burly man in his 20s, with dark skin, a broad face, and a thick beard. His wide mouth and a nose resembling a bulbous red potato were incongruously complemented by a pair of cunning little eyes, rendering his otherwise formidable appearance somewhat ludicrous. Beside him lay a heavy axe, weighing 50 to 60 pounds, as he rolled up his sleeves to reveal his robust, hairy arms and seized Zhao Dan by the collar. Bellowing, I've already been exceedingly lenient. The ransom of 3,000 coins has been reduced to 300. If you dare to haggle further, I shall roast you and consume you. Zhao Dan, however, remained unfazed and replied leisurely, I have not attempted to negotiate. You offered the reduced ransom of your own accord. My good sir, you do not appear to be mere brigands. Why not consider hiring yourselves out to travel north and earn some coin for your return home? I have no intention of journeying north. I seek to find Brother Dan at Wagang. Now, tell me, will you pay or not? I can lower it to 500 coins, but not a penny less. But wasn't it agreed that we would return to Banjiao Town? Why the detour to Wagang? A few of his subordinates gasped in astonishment. You can return to Banjiao Town. I shall go to Wagang alone. Inform my mother, and when I strike it rich, I will return to provide for her. Zhang Xian couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity, unlike other bandits who would take hostages to extort money from merchant caravans. This one was bartering with a hostage, and even revealing his negotiating limits, clearly lacking professionalism. Rising to his feet, Zhang Xian declared, Shall I join you in this negotiation? A commotion erupted among the thieves below as they hastily grasped their makeshift weapons and retreated, casting astonished glances at the figure above them. The burly man picked up his axe and pressed it against Zhao Dan's throat, shouting defiantly, If you dare to make any sudden moves, I will cleave him in two. Zhang Xian, unfazed by his threats, leaped down from the large rock, approached them with a smile, and said, I will not act recklessly. He is merely the steward of the merchant caravan, without authority. I am the owner of this caravan. Release him, and we can discuss matters. The burly man with a dark face eyed him with suspicion, assessing Zhang Xian's tall and imposing figure, contrasting sharply with the old, frail man beside him. Gradually, he began to believe Zhang Xian's words and replied, First, put down your knife. Zhang Xian unfastened his battle knife and placed it on the nearby rock, brushing off his clothes, indicating he bore no other weapons. The dark-faced man signaled his subordinate, who cautiously stepped forward, seized the knife, and retreated swiftly. The burly man then shoved Zhao Shan aside, growling, Scram. Zhao Shan hurriedly moved behind Zhang Xian, who smiled and reassured him, Uncle Zhao, this brave man is honorable. There is no need for a forceful assault. We can resolve this through negotiation. Zhang Xian had discerned that the reason these individuals hesitated to forcibly seize their goods was due to their numerical inferiority and palpable anxiety. They were not true brigands. Be careful, young Master Zhang. Zhao Shan exclaimed as he dashed away, while the band of ruffians surrounded Zhang Xian. Yet, he remained calm, sitting beside the burly man and proposing, Let us wager. If I win, you will accompany me to the Turks, and I will pay you 200 coins. The burly man squinted, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes, and asked nonchalantly, And if you lose? Zhang Xian produced a gold ingot, proclaiming, "This is 50 taels of gold. If I win, it is yours." The burly man laughed heartily. "Why would I gamble with you? I could simply kill you and take the 50 taels and leave. The issue is, you cannot escape. You have only 14 men, half of whom wield wooden sticks, and most lack proper footwear. We, however, number 50, all clad in leather armor, mounted on war horses, equipped with bows, spears, and battle knives. If you kill me, you will not survive either." Zhang Xian's words struck a chord with the dark-faced man. It was precisely due to their limited numbers that they refrained from brazenly robbing Zhang Xian's caravan. If a confrontation ensued, they would certainly suffer great losses. Reluctantly, he replied, "Very well. What shall we wager? I will reveal your name, origin, and the reason for your current predicament. That is our bet." The burly man, clearly skeptical, thought it impossible for a mere passerby to know his name, given his efforts to remain incognito. Yet, the stakes were such that neither party stood to lose significantly. At worst, he would merely visit the Turks, and if necessary, he could escape midway. Why not accept the wager? The burly man, fond of gambling, felt an irresistible urge and chuckled, "I accept your bet." "Excellent. Let all present bear witness." Zhang Xian glanced at the imposing axe and declared, "Your surname is Cheng. Your given name is Jijia, courtesy name is Yao Jin. You hail from Banjiao town in Donghe County, and you came to Lucy's Urshian village seeking Shan Xiongxin, only to discover he had joined the Wagang bandits. Consequently, with no options left, you resorted to banditry. Perhaps we are your first haul." The burly man blinked in astonishment, suddenly turning to bellow, "Which of you scoundrels has betrayed me?" Chapter 0048. The garrison of Taiyuan. The imposing figure with a dark complexion was none other than Cheng Yaojin, a renowned rogue from Dongyi County in Jibei. He was notorious for his penchant for trouble and his disregard for any legitimate occupation. Over 2 months prior, he whimsically rallied over 100 ruffians to join the Jibei militia, aiming to assist Zhang Shutua in quelling the bandit Zhang Qingjing. However, before Zhang Shutua's forces could arrive, the ambitious governors of the 4 counties, eager for glory, initiated an attack prematurely. This ill-fated maneuver led to a devastating defeat for the militia, resulting in heavy casualties among Cheng Yaojin's men, leaving him ashamed to return to his hometown. Upon hearing of the gallant and righteous Shan Xiongxin in Luxian, who was known to associate with heroes from all over, Cheng Yaojin set off with a dozen followers on a long journey to seek him out. To his dismay, he discovered that Shan Xiongxin had already joined the ranks at Wagang, and the Erxian's Wang had been set ablaze by the authorities. With nowhere to turn, and even securing a meal becoming a challenge, Cheng Yaojin reluctantly resorted to robbing travelers on the official roads. On the first night of their new venture, they encountered Zhang Xian, who effortlessly exposed Cheng Yaojin's true nature with a single remark. Although Cheng Yaojin had an insatiable appetite for gambling, his luck was notoriously poor, and it was common for him to default on his debts. As he realized he had lost yet again, his expression darkened. How could he simply concede defeat? He had the upper hand, and the opponent was supposed to be his hostage. Yet, without a single soldier raised, he found himself cornered. What sort of gambling house operated under such rules? Just as he contemplated retaliating, one of his subordinates discreetly tugged at his sleeve, pointing outside. It was then that Cheng Yaojin noticed they were surrounded by armed men, each brandishing swords and spears, their cold gazes fixed upon them. A wave of dread washed over him as he recognized the gravity of their predicament. The adversary was formidable, and he felt as if he were but a wild chicken in a high-stakes game. This round was likely lost. With a quick turn of thought, Cheng Yaojin resolved that a wise man does not court immediate disaster. He would navigate this predicament first. He thumped his chest and declared, "I, Cheng, am a man of honor. I accept the wager and the loss. Let us agree that I shall accompany you to the Turks, after which we shall part ways." Zhang Xian extended his hand and commanded Cheng Yaojin's subordinate, "Hand me your weapon." His commanding presence intimidated the ragtag remnants of Cheng Yaojin's crew, compelling them to timidly approach and relinquish their swords. Zhang Xian placed 50 taels of gold upon a large stone, and with a sweeping motion of his blade, he cleaved the gold in half. He tossed one half to the man who had surrendered his weapon, stating, "This is 25 taels of gold, worth 250 strings of cash. It is your brother's remuneration for this venture to the Turks. Take it and go home. That is my money." Cheng Yaojin exclaimed in desperation, "How can you, as a brother, be so callous?" Shaking his head, Zhang Xian addressed the remaining 13. "You shall divide 200 strings of cash among yourselves, while another 50 strings are to be given to your brother's mother for sustenance. Do you understand?" The group hesitated, casting anxious glances toward Cheng Yaojin. He, too, was concerned for his mother's well-being. Since the adversary had considered her needs, he chose not to oppose further. He admonished his men, "Remember to give 50 strings to my mother. If any of you dare to keep it for yourselves, I shall deal with you harshly upon my return." With hearts heavy with homesickness, the group bowed to Cheng Yaojin, hastily gathered their belongings, and departed. At that moment, Cheng Yaojin cast a glance at Zhang Xian and inquired, "Young man, how should I address you?" Zhang Xian smiled gently, "My surname is Zhang. You may refer to me as Master Zhang, for you are now my hired assistant." He inquired of Zhao Dan about borrowing a steed for Cheng Yaojin to utilize as a means of transport. The group continued their journey northward. Although Cheng Yaojin begrudgingly accepted his defeat in the wager, he remained sullen, ignoring everyone around him. He expected meals to be served and a place to rest. Refusing to lend a hand, all in the hope that Zhang Xian would voluntarily dissolve their bet, allowing him to return south to join the Wagang band. Despite Cheng Yaojin's poor gambling habits, his fondness for wine and betting, his tendency to evade debts, and his avarice and lust, he possessed one commendable trait: an unwavering filial piety towards his mother. The wager he had with Zhang Xian amounted to 200 guan, which he had already given to his subordinates for their journey home. He could easily renege on the debt, yet Zhang Xian had generously provided his mother with 50 guan for sustenance, a kindness that he felt compelled to repay. Thus, he had no intention of slipping away quietly. Unless Zhang Xian were to cancel the wager, he had no choice but to accompany him northward. However, Zhang Xian remained unfazed, his demeanor cheerful, showing no signs of anger or intent to nullify the bet, which left everyone puzzled. What was the purpose of having an idle assistant who neither worked nor contributed? On that morning, a group finally arrived in the city of Taiyuan, situated in the north of Bingzhou, which connects to the grasslands, bordered by Hebei to the east, linked to the Three Qin to the west, and reaching the Central Plains to the south. It has historically been one of the most significant strategic locations for the dynasties of the Central Plains. As the capital of Bingzhou, Taiyuan is the largest and most prosperous city north of the Yellow River, serving as the northern stronghold for the Sui Dynasty against the Turkic invasions. Given its strategic importance, the military and political head was meticulously chosen by Yang Guang from among the court officials. After careful consideration, Yang Guang selected Li Yuan to serve as the governor of Taiyuan. On one hand, their mothers were sisters, and both Yang Guang and Li Yuan were also cousins, establishing a familial trust. On the other hand, although Li Yuan belonged to the Guanlong aristocracy, he was not a central figure and, to some extent, was marginalized by the Guanlong nobility, a fact that pleased Yang Guang. However, the most critical factor was Li Yuan's commendable performance during Yang Xuangan's rebellion. He resolutely severed ties with Yang Xingan, demonstrating a clear stance. At that time, Li Yuan held the position of governor of Honghua and concurrently managed military affairs in the Guan region. As a military official with authority over the forces in Longyu, he remained steadfast, refraining from any actions that could indicate disloyalty despite the diminished military presence in Guangzhou. More importantly, appointing Li Yuan as the governor of Taiyuan could incite internal strife among the Guangzhou aristocracy, as long as Li Yuan was not given command over the military. It would be advantageous for Yang Guang. After the suppression of Yang Xuangan's rebellion, Yang Guang appointed Li Yuan as the governor of Taiyuan, tasked with safeguarding this pivotal northern stronghold. Upon entering Taiyuan, Zhang Xian and his companions were immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of bustling prosperity. Taiyuan is an imposing city, teeming with inhabitants, its walls stretching over 50 li in circumference. Unlike the grid-like layout of Luoyang and Chang'an, its design is orderly and coherent, a harmonious blend of diversity without chaos. The central thoroughfare is lined with an array of shops, inns, taverns, brothels, gambling houses, and official residences, offering a veritable cornucopia of commerce. As they curiously observed the local customs and culture of Taiyuan, a sudden cacophony of wailing pierced the air, accompanied by a booming voice proclaiming, "Listen well. Your shops have caught the eye of the steward. Whether you wish to sell or not, you must comply." A figure clad in black emerged from a shop, accompanied by a throng of soldiers. The shopkeeper, alongside the store manager, rushed out, exclaiming in distress, "This is my ancestral property. I cannot sell it." The black-clad overseer turned, seizing the shopkeeper by his collar with a menacing glare, declaring, "Zhang Egu, heed my warning. Do not provoke my ire by spurning my offer. Ensure that all belongings are removed by this afternoon. I shall return tomorrow to reclaim the shop. Should you still be here, do not blame me for my ruthless actions." With that, he forcefully shoved the shopkeeper aside and strode away, leaving behind the heart-rending cries of the shopkeeper and his wife. Onlookers murmured among themselves, and Zhang Xian could not restrain his curiosity, inquiring, "Who is this individual? So brazen in his conduct? Alas, he is the steward of Li Yuan, the governor of Taiyuan. He has set his sights on this establishment, a venerable shop that has been in operation for a century, and he shows no intention of sparing it." Another bystander lamented, "I once thought Li Yuan to be a man of integrity. However, it appears he is not what he seems. After merely 2 months in power, he resorts to violent usurpation. Just days ago, he forcibly claimed several hundred acres of farmland from the Yang family outside the eastern city limits. And today he has turned his attention to this shop. When will this madness cease?" Zhang Xian was taken aback. Li Yuan's character was far from what he had anticipated. Confounded, he glanced at Chai Xiao, who wore a similarly flushed expression, unable to articulate his thoughts. "Let us find lodgings," Zhao Dan interjected, pointing to a nearby inn. "That inn looks quite pleasant. I always stay there." The group proceeded to the Xuanfeng Inn, where Zhao Dan went to procure supplies. Meanwhile, Qing Eugene, feeling idle, asked Zhang Xian for some money and ventured out to explore the streets and enjoy a drink. Chai Xiao escorted Zhang Xian to the governor's residence to introduce him to his father-in-law. Although Zhang Xian harbored disappointment towards Li Yuan, he resolved to meet him nonetheless. Upon arriving at the governor's residence, they found a dozen middle-aged men clad in silk robes seated on the steps, many of them portly and sweating profusely. Nearby, a line of attendants stood, burdened with heavy, lacquered chests upon their shoulders. At that moment, a steward emerged from within the gates, addressing the crowd with a smile. "Thank you for your patience." The wealthy merchants surged forward, eagerly thrusting their list of gifts into the steward's hands. "This is my offering for the governor, 500 taels of gold. I implore you to consider my son for the position in the military bureau," another exclaimed. The steward, accepting each gift list with a grin, replied, "Please ensure all requests are clearly noted. Rest assured, the governor will fulfill your wishes. Now, follow me to the back entrance with your offerings." The steward led the throng towards the rear of the residence. Chai Xiao was increasingly astonished, bewildered by his father-in-law's apparent disregard for his reputation, while Zhang Xian remained silent, as if he had begun to grasp the underlying truths of the situation. Chapter 0049, The Discovery of Secrets. Zhang Xian waited momentarily in the outer chamber while Chai Xiao first conversed with his father-in-law about some private matters. Having arranged for Zhang Xian, he briskly proceeded toward his father-in-law's study. Li Yuan, the military governor of Taiyuan, was approximately 50 years old this year. Yet he appeared remarkably well-preserved, looking no more than in his early 40s. His demeanor was gentle, exuding an approachable aura. Indeed, he was famously known as a kind-hearted individual within the court, well-liked by both superiors and subordinates alike. During his tenure as the governor of Mai County, even the local farmers spoke highly of him, giving him a thumbs-up and declaring, "Li Gong is a man of integrity." However, his reputation in Taiyuan had somewhat tarnished. In the study, Chai Xiao paid his respects to his father-in-law and briefed Li Yuan on the recent developments in the Luoyang Wuchuan prefecture, a matter of great concern to Li Yuan. The rebellion led by Yang Xiangan had cast a significant shadow, resulting in discord within the Wuchuan prefecture. The Yuan, ancient families believed that Wuchuan should not have obstructed Yang Xuangan's entry into Guangzhou. They lamented that the prefect had squandered an excellent opportunity, even pressuring him to resign alongside several minor families. Even the head of the Dugu family expressed dissatisfaction with the prefect. It was evident that the prefect was under immense strain lately. Li Yuan's wife, the daughter of Dou Qing, was closely allied with the Dou family. In the wake of Yang Xuangan's rebellion, he stood firmly alongside the Dou family, resolutely opposing any opportunity for Yang. Li Yuan was acutely aware that the Yuan family's opposition to Dou Qing stemmed largely from his role in the demise of Yuan Hongxi. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "You have a close relationship with Yuan Jun. Has he mentioned me?" Chai Xiao nodded gently, revealing that Yuan Jun had conveyed dissatisfaction from several elders in his family, primarily due to the death of Yuan Hongxi. Li Yuan let out a heavy snort, reflecting on how Yuan Hongxi had received clandestine support from the Yuan family, audaciously attempting to incite rebellion in Honghua County, which he had swiftly quelled. Rather than reflecting on their actions that disrupted the overall stability, the Yuan family harbored resentment towards him. Li Yuan felt a surge of frustration. Once, they had sworn an oath to advance and retreat together, uniting to establish the Wuchuan prefecture. Yet, in less than a decade, fissures had begun to appear, driven by selfish motives. The Yuan family, considering themselves heirs to the Northern Wei, sought to seize power within Wuchuan and usurp the supremacy of the Sui Dynasty, displaying excessive arrogance. However, this matter could not be resolved hastily. It would require prolonged internal strife to gradually reconcile differences. Most critically, it necessitated the ambiguous Dugu family to take a stand, yet this was the most challenging endeavor. His uncle, Dou Jiande, placed great importance on the purity of the Guanlong aristocratic lineage and acted conservatively, unwilling to express his stance until the very last moment. Li Yuan chose to set aside this troubling issue and asked, "Sikang, you have been with Zhang Xian for some time now. What exactly is his background?" Over the past month, Chai Xiao had written to his father-in-law twice, reporting on the Yang Qing hunting case and the Tiange Temple incident, which had piqued Li Yuan's interest in Zhang Xian. Chai Xiao sighed with a wry smile and admitted, to be honest, Zhang Xian's origins remain obscure. He is certainly not the Henan monkey claims to be. Yet, his background has yet to be clarified. Nevertheless, the Prince of Yin seems unbothered by this uncertainty and holds him in high regard. As for the prefect, he has consistently viewed Zhang Xian as a rare talent, investing significantly in him. Every time Chai Xiao thinks of the Qingstone classic, a sense of discomfort washes over him. How could the Master Zhou invest so heavily in Zhang Xian yet never afford him such consideration? Why must Master Dou insist on your company to the north? Li Yuan pondered before inquiring further. Chai Xiao sighed. Is it not for the supplies from the Turks? Zhang Zhongjian has already journeyed north, and it is rumored that Yuanji is also absent from Woyang, likely having departed as well. I believe the master intends to leverage Zhang Xian to assist Zhang Zhongjian, which is why I am to accompany him north. Upon mentioning the supplies from the Turks, Li Yuan's eyes gradually brightened. He had also received word that the 300,000 pieces of armor presented by Goguryeo to the Turks had mysteriously vanished on the plains. If he could reclaim that armor, or at least secure a share, Li Yuan took a few steps with his hands clasped behind his back. Then turned to Chai Xiao. I intend to send Uncle Shenong with you to the north. Chai Xiao was taken aback. He understood his father-in-law's intent. Involving himself in the matter of the armor at this juncture seemed somewhat tardy, yet he dared not refuse and simply nodded in agreement. Is there any news of Jiancheng? He asked. Li Yuan nodded. Only a scant bit of news. Zhai Rang has treated him with great respect, granting him the second highest position in the Wagang army. But beyond that, there has been no word. Li Yuan was troubled about his eldest son. Jianqing's impersonation of Li Mi at Wagang was not an absolute secret. Figures like Zhai Rang, Wei Zheng, and Wang Bowen were all aware of it. Should they leverage this knowledge against him, it would pose a significant problem. Though nothing had transpired yet, the potential for future complications loomed ominously. Even if he dismissed concerns about Wagang, the internal affairs of Wuchuanfu presented a grave risk. To date, only his father-in-law and uncle were privy to the situation. He trusted that his father-in-law, Dou Qing, would maintain discretion, yet he feared that his uncle, Dou Jiande, might inadvertently divulge the information, exposing them to the Yuan family, with catastrophic consequences. Li Yuan began to regret acquiescing to his father-in-law's request. He should never have allowed Jianqing to take such a risk. However, it was too late for regrets. He could only navigate each day with trepidation, fervently hoping that the matter would remain concealed. Chai Xiao wished to inquire further, but sensed his father-in-law's reluctance to discuss it, so he shifted the topic. Upon entering the city, I seemed to hear some unfavorable rumors regarding your reputation. Li Yuan understood the underlying implication of his words. After a moment of silence, he sighed deeply. I am left with no choice. If I were not to tarnish my own name, how could he ever trust me? Are you referring to the current emperor? Indeed. Li Yuan replied with a bitter smile. On the surface, Yang Guang appears to place great trust in me, assigning me to oversee the strategic stronghold of Taiyuan, yet in reality, I am acutely aware that he does not trust me at all. He has dispatched the formidable generals Wang Wei and Gao Junia to command the military and monitor my every move. But why does he act thus? He was merely aiming to create a rift among the Guanlong nobility by sending me to execute Yuan Hongzi, subsequently promoting me to the coveted position of Taiyuan's governor, which engendered deep-seated animosity from the Yuan family towards me. This disdain extended to the Yu and Zhao families, who also expressed their discontent. This was the brilliance of Yang Guang's strategy, as he successfully incited conflict between the Yuan and Dou factions within the Guanlong aristocracy. Chai Xiao fell silent, comprehending his father-in-law's predicament. In Luoyang and Chang'an, a popular nursery rhyme proclaimed that the one to supplant the Yang Sui would undoubtedly be of the Li lineage, which rendered Yang Guang exceedingly suspicious of the major Li families. His father-in-law had no choice but to tarnish his own reputation to gain Yang Guang's trust. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated long ago. Li Yuan cast a knowing glance at him, and, with heartfelt gravity, cautioned, be vigilant in Luoyang as well. Yang Guang possesses a profound cunning. He would not genuinely allow the Wuchuan prefecture to operate freely. Currently, he is merely casting a long line to catch a big fish. Once the time is ripe, he will ensnare the Guanlong nobility all at once. If I am not mistaken, there must be Yang Guang's spies within the Wuchuan prefecture. Chai Shao nodded silently. At that moment, Li Yuan recalled something and smiled, saying, I forgot to mention that Sanlang returned yesterday, and he is utterly transformed compared to before. Sanlang referred to the third son, Li Xuanba, who, as a frail child, had been sent by Li Yuan to study martial arts on Zhongnan Mountain for 7 years. Chai Shao had never laid eyes on him, and he was overjoyed, hurriedly inquiring, is he in the residence now? It seems that the brothers have gone out shopping. We shall see him tonight. Zhang Xian sat patiently in the guest hall on the eastern side of the official residence, awaiting an audience with Li Yuan. He was aware that Chai Shao had some confidential matters to discuss with Li Yuan, and thus he refrained from intruding. He remained unhurried, sipping tea in the outer hall as he waited. At that moment, a few children rushed into the courtyard, brandishing wooden swords and spears, with one young voice exuberantly shouting, Where does the enemy general flee? Zhang Xian felt that the child's voice was strikingly familiar. He slowly approached the hall's front, only to witness 3 children surrounding one among them. The leader, around 7 or 8 years of age, was stout and robust, and Zhang Xian immediately recognized him. This child was none other than Wang Bodong's son. What was he doing here? The children, upon noticing an adult, scampered towards the rear courtyard in fear. Zhang Xian called out, Little Wulong. He vaguely remembered that name. Wang Bodong's son halted, turning back with a look of surprise. You are Uncle Zhang. He too recognized Zhang Xian, and, filled with excitement, dashed back, asking, Uncle Zhang, how come you are here? I am merely passing through Taiyuan. Aren't you with your mother in Chang'an? Wang Ziyuan scratched his head, explaining, I was in Chang'an, but last month. Grandpa Li brought my mother and me here. It was my father who instructed him in a letter. I heard my mother mention that my father is with Uncle Li. The child's speech was somewhat unclear, with references to Grandpa and Uncle, yet Zhang Xian began to piece it together. Grandpa Li must refer to Li Yuan, which meant Uncle Li was likely Li Yuan's eldest son. Li Jianqing. Hurry up, little Wulong, echoed a voice from afar. Wang Ziyuan, feeling pressed, noticed Zhang Xian lost in thought and, disregarding it, took off running, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Zhang Xian was still engulfed in immense astonishment and skepticism. He was aware that Wang Bodong had been dispatched to Wagang, yet he remained oblivious to who had supplanted Li Mi. However, the innocent remarks of Xiao Wulong inadvertently revealed a monumental secret. Could it be that Li Jianqing had taken Li Mi's place at Wagang? This theory certainly held merit, for Li Mi was merely a pawn of the Guanzhong aristocracy. When this piece was removed from the board, another would inevitably take its place. If it were indeed Li Jianqing, it would be entirely plausible. Yet, did Li Yuan not fear Yang Guang discovering this? Or could it be that Li Jianqing was merely an impostor, a usurper of Li Mi's identity? Zhang Xian felt clarity beginning to dawn upon him as he recalled the false head of Li Mi he had seen upon his arrival in Luoyang. If Li Jianqing was masquerading as Li Mi, it would all make sense. The deceased was a mere counterfeit, while the true Li Mi had not perished but had instead gone to Wagang. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps interrupted Zhang Xian's thoughts. He turned to see Chai Shao hastening toward him, accompanied by a middle-aged man. This could only be Li Yuan. Zhang Xian promptly stepped forward to pay his respects, and Chai Shao, smiling, introduced him, saying, This is young Master Zhang, highly esteemed by the Prince of Yin. Too much praise, Sir Chai, Zhang Xian replied. Bowing to Li Yuan, I am Zhang Xian, humbly greeting you, Lord Li. Li Yuan scrutinized Zhang Xian, stroking his beard as he assessed him. Observing Zhang Xian's tall and imposing stature, he could not help but nod in silent approval. Appearance is often the first barrier in social interaction, and possessing a gallant and dignified visage frequently leaves a favorable first impression, a significant advantage that Zhang Xian possessed. Li Yuan had already heard from Chai Shao about Zhang Xian's feat of bringing down Yang Xingan. He recalled Zhang Xian's performance in the Tiange Temple incident and thought to himself, this young man is exceedingly bold and capable. If his background proves satisfactory, he could be of great use to me, perhaps aiding in the accomplishment of significant endeavors in the future, with intentions of fostering an alliance. Li Yuan stroked his beard and inquired with a smile, May I ask how young Master Zhang is addressed in terms of courtesy name? This posed a conundrum, for typically, upon reaching maturity, a man would acquire a courtesy name for others to use, much like Chai Shao, whose courtesy name was Sikang, and Li Yuan, whose courtesy name was Should. Zhang Xian had contemplated this matter during his time at the Prince of Yan's residence. He remembered that his grandfather had originally named him Zhang Ding, but due to his generation being associated with the character Jin, he had later adopted the name Zhang Xian. Deciding to incorporate Ding into his courtesy name, Zhang Xian promptly replied, in response to Lord Li, "My courtesy name is Yuan Ding. Zhang Yuan Ding, that is a fine name." Li Yuan remarked. Although he harbored intentions of drawing Zhang Xian closer, his lack of knowledge regarding Zhang Xian's origins made him hesitant to act impulsively. Moreover, he could not overtly compete with the Wuchuan prefecture for talents without revealing his ambitions. Thus, he resolved to bide his time and patiently reel in this potential ally. Li Yuan nodded and said with a smile, "I have heard from Sikhang that he plans to accompany young Master Zhang on a northern expedition to the Turks. Coincidentally, my brother Shintong is currently idle at home, wishing to embark on a journey. Would you be amenable to having my brother accompany you?" Zhang Xian was taken aback. Why did Li Yuan wish for Li Shintong to head north? Did he also intend to set his sights on that particular cargo? Chapter 50. The misfortune of Cheng Yaojin today. Cheng Yaojin's luck was extraordinarily poor. Zhang Xian had given him 2 guan of silver, instructing him to take a leisurely stroll and enjoy a cup of wine. However, as he wandered the streets, he inadvertently slipped into a brothel. While indulging in flirtations with a group of charming yet superficial women, the purse tied at his waist was stealthily snatched by a group of mischievous children. Enraged, Cheng Yaojin pursued them fervently, but alas, he was unfamiliar with the area and soon found himself cornered in a dead-end alley, with both the purse and the children vanished without a trace. At this moment, Cheng Yaojin sat alone in a tavern, stewing in his frustration. Having just arrived in Taiyuan, he found himself in such a regrettable predicament. Not only had he failed in his pursuit of pleasure, but he had also lost a considerable sum. 2 guan, equivalent to 2,001, could have secured him a delightful companion, yet it had all disappeared without a sound. Cursed little thieves. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, and he slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "Damn those thieving scoundrels." His outburst startled the tavern keeper, who hurriedly approached with a forced smile, asking, "Is there anything I can assist you with, honored guest?" Cheng Yaojin waved his hand dismissively. "No matter, but bring me 2 jars of the finest wine and a roasted chicken." The tavern keeper hesitated, recalling that the proprietor had instructed him to keep an eye on this particular patron. Typically, patrons paid up front with their purse. Yet this man appeared devoid of any means to settle the bill. Clad in a simple garment, he did not resemble a wealthy gentleman capable of paying in gold. Moreover, with a foreign accent, he was alone and had ordered an extravagant amount of food and drink. How would he manage to pay? The tavern keeper pointed at the array of dishes on the table and cautiously suggested, "Perhaps, sir, you might settle the bill for these dishes first, and then I can fetch your wine." Cheng Yaojin, incensed, slammed the table again and retorted, "Do you think I am unable to pay?" His forceful gesture startled the surrounding patrons, drawing their attention. A few young men nearby exchanged glances, and one, the youngest among them, whispered, "Brother, I sense that this gentleman intends to skip out on his bill." The comment, though softly spoken, reached Cheng Yaojin's ears clearly. He glared fiercely, demanding, "What are you all talking about?" A young man, striking in appearance, quickly pulled his companion aside, cautioning him against further provocation. The group fell silent, and Cheng Yaojin seized the tavern keeper by his collar, growling, "What do you mean by this?" "And no, I assure you, I meant no offense," the tavern keeper stammered, desperately waving his hands. "I had no such intention. Then bring me my food and drink." Cheng Yaojin's tone was menacing, and the tavern keeper, trembling with fear, rushed to fulfill his order. Though he had temporarily intimidated the tavern keeper, Cheng Yaojin faced a dilemma. He possessed not a single coin. How would he manage to pay later? Yet, such trivial matters were no match for Cheng Yaojin. He had often dined without paying in Dongyi County and had devised his own strategies for such situations. While sipping his drink, he had been keenly observing the tavern's surroundings. The establishment he had chosen was a grand 3-story tavern named Sanjin Tavern, bustling with patrons and thriving in business. His seat was located on the 2nd floor. Regrettably, he did not secure a window-side spot, as the nearest one had already been claimed by a group of youths. Cheng Yaojin's strategy for dining and dashing was simple yet effective. He would first dismiss the bartender, then instigate a disturbance to create chaos, and in the ensuing confusion, make his escape, preferably from a window, facilitating a quick getaway. Upon settling down, he quickly identified his targets for provocation, these 4 young men beside him. Typically, youths possess frail physiques and are easily intimidated. They are also impulsive and quick to anger, often engaging recklessly in fights. observing their seemingly affluent attire. He surmised that they could certainly afford to compensate for any damages incurred by the establishment, having already indulged in a hearty meal and preparing to flee. Cheng Yaojin recalled how close the youths had come to exposing him, igniting a surge of irritation within him. With a furtive glance, he noticed the bartender descending the stairs with a troubled expression, and without hesitation, he hurled a plate of leftover fish forcefully at the group of youths. Smack! The dish struck the brocade-clad youth who had just spoken, instantly staining his pristine white robe with a large blot of grease. The four youths were taken aback by this sudden attack, momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Yaojin raised the plate again, unleashing a barrage of strikes while cursing, "You little rascals, I shall teach you a lesson for daring to slander me." Enraged, the youths charged at him, fist raised. Cheng Yaojin swiftly retreated 2 steps, kicking over a table in the process, and as his fist swung, 2 screen partitions toppled, inciting chaos among the patrons. "There's been a murder! Everyone, flee!" Cheng Yaojin shouted, fanning the flames of panic, causing further disorder on the second floor. Guests jostled against one another, interspersed with the shrieks of a few women, tables overturned, and dishes shattered, as the crowd surged towards the staircase. Cheng Yaojin felt a surge of triumph. His next move was to incapacitate the youths, after which he could leisurely escape through the window. This was his tried-and-true tactic for dining and dashing. However, today he encountered an unexpected complication. The youths were adept in martial arts and quite formidable. Cheng Yaojin, engaging 3 at once, quickly found himself at a disadvantage, and within moments, he had absorbed numerous blows to his body and head. Forget escaping through the window. He was hardly able to descend the stairs. The 3 youths, akin to a revolving lantern, surrounded Cheng Yaojin, delivering sharp punches and kicks. These youths were, in fact, the Li brothers, Li Shimin, Li Yuanji, and Li Shaogong, who were there to welcome their younger brother, Li Xuanba, returning from Zhongnan Mountain, only to encounter Cheng Yaojin, who was intent on dining and dashing. Caught off guard, Li Shimin was struck by a plate of leftover soup, staining his white brocade robe with unsightly drips. Although he was typically composed, being merely 15 years old, he found it impossible to swallow this affront, and his anger flared immediately. At that moment, the innkeeper, having received a report from the bartender, led a dozen staff members up to the second floor, loudly demanding, "Where is the scoundrel attempting to dine and dash?" Cheng Yaojin internally lamented his predicament. There was no time left to escape. While fending off the brothers' punches, he scanned for an opportunity and spotted a sturdy young lad nearby, who, despite his robust physique, appeared rather dim-witted, grinning foolishly. Cheng Yaojin pondered silently. Perhaps this young dark-skinned lad possessed no martial skills, hence he merely observed from the sidelines. Very well, I shall seize him as a hostage. With a swift kick, Cheng Yaojin sent Li Yuanji sprawling, exposing a gap in the encirclement. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed forward, 2 strides bringing him before the dark-skinned youth, reaching out to grasp his neck. "Little charcoal, let us engage in some fun, shall we?" The young charcoal was taken aback. His master had forbidden him from engaging in combat, so he had no choice but to spectate. This fellow, however, dared to challenge him. A grin spread across his face. "Old charcoal, you have brought this upon yourself." Suddenly, Cheng Yaojin felt an unexpected lightness in his body. His legs lifted off the ground as if defying gravity, his mind spinning as though the world had turned upside down. As he began to regain his senses, he realized he was suspended in midair, his lower back being held aloft by the young dark-skinned lad. He struggled to turn his head, only to discover that it was indeed the young boy who had lifted him into the air. Cheng Yaojin inwardly lamented. He had initially believed this lad to be the weakest of the group, only to find that he was the strongest. The weight of 160 to 70 pounds felt as light as a chick in the boy's grasp. "Little charcoal, kindly lower me down," he implored. "Old charcoal, how do you wish to play? Behave, release me, and I shall give you money for candy." "Heh, you don't even have money for meals. How could you afford candy?" Cheng Yaojin, incensed, gritted his teeth. "Release me at once, or you shall see how I will deal with you." "Very well. I am scared of you, so I shall let you go." With that, the young lad tossed Cheng Yaojin into the air. As he soared, terror filled Cheng Yaojin's voice. "Grandpa Charcoal, Ancestor Charcoal, do not throw me." The boy caught him gently once more, chuckling. "Do you wish to come down, or not? I misjudged you. I beg you, young charcoal hero, spare me." Cheng Yaojin pleaded once more. "Then allow me to stretch your muscles a bit. My master loves it when I give him a good knead." The young lad, filled with mischief, grabbed Cheng Yaojin's arm and squeezed lightly, prompting a howl of pain from Cheng Yaojin akin to that of a slaughtered pig. He then seized Cheng Yaojin by the neck, lifting him effortlessly into the air, laughing. You only thought I looked honest and wanted to play with me, didn't you? Chang Eugene, writhing in pain yet unable to vocalize his distress, found tears streaming down his face, fully aware of the calamity he had encountered. What kind of being was this dark-skinned lad? Li Shimin urgently commanded, Xuanba, enough. Put him down. Zhang Xian returned to the inn, just in time to witness a flurry of deliveries, the courtyard overflowing with crates, bags, and a dozen newly purchased camels, while the attendants busily accounted for the goods. Master Zhang, over here. Upon turning, Zhang Xian saw Zhao Shan beckoning him. Zhu. You have returned so early? I managed to acquire everything I desired. Today has been remarkably smooth, perhaps due to the success of his errands. Zhao Shan appeared in high spirits, a broad smile gracing his face as he patted a tall camel. These 15 camels are splendid. I specifically bought them for you, master. The goods beside them comprise 500 bolts of fine silk. I truly appreciate your assistance, Zhao Dongsu. It is but a trifling matter. No need for formality. Zhao Dan glanced around before quietly suggesting, I advise you to let that Qing Yaojin go. I have seen much in my time. This man is far from virtuous, and he may bring you unwarranted misfortune on the road. Zhang Xian responded with a smile. Thank you for your counsel, Zhao Dongzhu. But I am aware of how to handle him. Just as he finished speaking, a commotion erupted outside the distant gate, and a servant rushed in, exclaiming, Young Master Zhang. Cheng Jijia has been brought back by someone. It seems to be quite dire. Brought back? Zhang Xian furrowed his brow and hastened toward the gate. He beheld a carriage halted at the entrance, from which Cheng Yaojin emerged, his face battered and bruised, hands bound behind his back, head hung low in dejection, followed by 4 youths, one of whom, a tall lad, held the rope. Zhang Xian's expression darkened instantly, and he bellowed, Who are you? And why do you treat my associate with such cruelty? Li Shimin stepped forward and bowed. Young master, we did not mistreat him. This is the result of a scuffle. He has also dealt us a fair amount of blows. Moreover, we returned by carriage, sparing his dignity, noticing the bruises on their faces and their torn garments. Zhang Xian saw a large stain of dark purple on one of the youth's shoulders, leaving him perplexed about what had transpired. Untie the ropes first. I shall address this matter, he commanded. Li Shimin exchanged glances with Li Xiaogong, who drew a dagger and severed Qing Yaojin's bindings. Despite Qing Yaojin's thick skin, he could not help but feel a wave of shame before Zhang Xian, retreating without a word into the courtyard and directly into a room. Zhang Xian was somewhat taken aback. The youth who had cut the ropes appeared to be at least 18 or 19. Yet he seemed to defer to the brocaded young man. He glanced at Qing Yaojin's retreating figure and inquired, What transpired? Your associate dined and dashed at the tavern, provoking us and causing chaos, but we subdued him. The tavern keeper sought to punish him, yet we intervened. I have compensated for the tavern's losses and do not wish to hold your associate accountable, but I hope you can provide an explanation, Li Shimin articulated succinctly. Zhang Xian immediately grasped the situation, and before he could respond, Zhao Dan interjected with gritted teeth. I told you he was a troublemaker. How dare he dine and dash? He has brought shame upon us. Zhang Xian silently cursed under his breath, recognizing that this was typical of Cheng Yaojin. Yet he was puzzled by the intentions of the youth before him. Zhang Xian coldly inquired, What explanation do you seek? Chapter 51. The reckless youths. As the 3 young men prepared to speak, Li Shimin raised a hand, instantly silencing them. With an unhurried demeanor, he addressed them. We share responsibility for the losses incurred by the tavern, hence we shall not discuss compensation. However, your associate has unjustly assaulted us, and I merely request an apology. But you have punished him as well, have you not? He continued, skepticism lacing his tone. I cannot believe that his bruised visage is solely the result of a brawl. Zhang Xian regarded Li Shimin with an impassive gaze. Keenly perceptive, he understood that Cheng Yaojin was particularly protective of his reputation. Even in a fight, he would guard his face. The only plausible explanation for his battered appearance was that his hands had been restrained. There could be other reasons too. But Zhang Xian spoke earnestly, albeit with a hint of probing. Being young, Li Shimin was no match for Zhang Xian's cunning. A faint blush crept onto his cheeks as his eyes involuntarily darted toward Li Yuanji, who had indeed been the one to deliver a severe beating to Cheng Yaojin. Zhang Xian, with his astute awareness, caught the fleeting glance and noted the presence of Li Yuanji, a sturdy lad of approximately 13 or 14 years. Though not unattractive, his countenance bore a menacing quality, particularly his distinctive eyes, whites prominent, with small pupils, commonly referred to as snake eyes, exuding a chilling malice. Zhang Xian suddenly found himself intrigued by these 4 youths, and was about to inquire further when, at that moment, Chai Xiao returned to the inn on horseback. Recognizing the brothers from afar, he called out, "Shimin, Yuanji, are you here looking for me?" This proclamation left everyone momentarily stunned. Zhang Xian felt a surge of astonishment. So they were indeed the brothers of Li Shimin. The youth before him was Li Shimin, while the sinister-looking boy beside him was Li Yuanji, and the robust figure, unmistakably, was the renowned Li Xuanba. Zhang Xian stole another glance at Li Xuanba, finding it hard to reconcile his unassuming appearance with the legendary martial prowess he was said to possess. He was merely taller and sturdier than the average person, entirely unremarkable. It was Li Shimin's composed and dignified demeanor that left a profound impression on him. But who was the other youth? Zhang Xian turned his gaze toward Li Shaogong, recognizing that he was not Li Jiansheng, who was currently at Wagang's eye. The Li brothers were equally surprised to discover that their brother-in-law resided there as well. Li Shimin promptly approached Chai Xiao to pay his respects, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Xian and whispering, "Does my brother-in-law know this person?" "Of course. We journeyed from Luoyang together. How could we not be acquainted? Just moments ago, your father was engaged in jovial conversation with this young gentleman," Chai Xiao replied. Alarm bells rang in Li Shimin's mind. This was indeed a grave predicament, having struck a friend of his brother-in-law. He stepped forward and bowed deeply to Zhang Xian, stating earnestly, "I was unaware that you were a friend of my brother-in-law, and I sincerely apologize for my earlier disrespectful words." Zhang Xian smiled slightly, considering this encounter a fortuitous misunderstanding. "I am Zhang Xian, serving as a guard at the residence of the Prince of Yin alongside Xichong." Li Shimin, relieved by Zhang Xian's graciousness, eagerly introduced his brothers, and it was then that Zhang Xian realized that the tall, slender young man was indeed Li Shaogong. "Now that we are acquainted, let us go inside and sit," Chai Xiao said with a smile, inviting them in. Although Li Shimin was eager to meet Zhang Xian, he thought of Cheng Yaojin and realized that personally apologizing to that individual was out of the question. Given Yuanji's temperament, a confrontation might ensue. So he decided it best to avoid any awkwardness and postpone the meeting. With this in mind, Li Shimin expressed his regret, stating, "Xuanba has just returned, and we must accompany our mother to offer incense and pray. We must return at once. I shall visit again. Or perhaps invite Brother Zhang to a tavern for a drink." Zhang Xian, understanding Li Shimin's sentiments, smiled and replied, "Then let it be settled. Once we return from the grasslands, we shall indulge in a hearty drink together." In truth, Chai Xiao was also returning to retrieve his belongings as his wife awaited him, and he could not afford further delays. Since neither party desired an extensive discussion, it was agreed to defer such matters for another time. "You all may return. I shall follow shortly," he said. Li Shimin and his companions bowed to Zhang Xian before embarking on their carriage, which soon vanished into the distance. Observing the retreating vehicle, Chai Xiao chuckled, "What do you think of my younger brothers? Each possesses unique qualities. The second, Shimin, exhibits notable leadership qualities and is destined for greatness." Zhang Xian was well aware of the historical stature of Li Shimin, who would come to dominate the world, though he was still in his youth. Yet, inexplicably, just days prior, Zhang Xian had been consumed with thoughts on how to approach the father and son duo of Li Yuan, but now, with opportunity at hand, he found himself devoid of ideas. Those acquainted with Shimin unanimously acknowledged his extraordinary nature, stating, "You are yet to fathom the deeds he shall accomplish. I will slowly enlighten you in due course." The two exchanged laughter as they entered the courtyard of the inn. The following morning, the group set forth once more. After a day and night in Taiyuan, their ranks had swelled significantly. Zhao procured a new batch of goods, acquiring 50 camels. And even Zhang Xian established his own modest trading caravan, comprising 15 camels and 500 bolts of exquisite silk, an in-demand commodity on the grasslands, obtainable only through connections. And with a stroke of luck, capable of fetching triple the price. Of course, his only companion remained Cheng Yaojin, who had suffered humiliation the previous day after a failed attempt to dine without payment, resulting in a thorough beating and a loss of face. Nevertheless, Zhang Xian chose not to mention the incident, behaving as if nothing had transpired, while others had already disregarded him and continued to do so even more resolutely. Fortunately, Cheng Yaojin possessed a thick skin. After an awkward silence lasting less than half a day, he reverted to his old self, laughing and behaving frivolously. However, changes were indeed afoot. Cheng Yaojin began to embrace the role of an assistant. Perhaps it was gratitude towards Zhang Xian for preserving his dignity. Or perhaps the humiliation he faced at the Taiyuan tavern had wounded his pride, motivating him to abandon his days of dining without payment. Cheng Yaojin gradually shed his previous laziness, commencing to engage in loading and unloading goods, albeit with a lackadaisical demeanor, requiring Zhang Xian to call upon him several times before he would reluctantly begin to work. Nonetheless, he was willing to contribute. And even Zhao Dan recognized that he could remain within the group. On that day, the caravan arrived at a small town named Jinyang as evening descended. Zhao Dan secured an entire inn, and everyone began unloading the goods, transporting them into their rooms. Although the daily rigmarole of loading and unloading was cumbersome, it was a necessary endeavor. Failure to do so could result in misfortune at the hands of night thieves, leading to deep regret. As Cheng Yojin lay down, he was unexpectedly kicked in the rear by Zhang Xian, who commanded, "Unload the goods. Let me rest a moment longer." Cheng Yojin protested, supporting his lower back with both hands, feigning agony. "I feel as though I have aged. After months without a woman, my back aches terribly." Ignoring his lamentations, Zhang Xian kicked him again forcefully, insisting, "Enough nonsense, get to work." "Such an ungrateful master," Cheng Yojin lamented, howling inwardly in reluctance, yet sluggishly trudging to the courtyard to labor. Possessing great strength, Cheng Yaojin worked with remarkable efficiency, unloading and transferring all the goods into the house in a mere quarter of an hour, before leading the camels to water and feed. Noticing his diligent effort, Zhang Xian smiled and said, "From now on, you shall be in charge of these camels and goods. Perform your duties well, and once we make a profit, I shall grant you a share of 10%. Cheng Yaojin's eyes brightened at this news. "Is this truly the case, my lord? I would not deceive you." Cheng Yaojin was overjoyed, his mind racing with possibilities. Zhao Wuduan had informed him that the total cost of the goods and camels amounted to 400 taels of gold. Thus, his share would be 40 taels. Zhao Wuduan also mentioned that a single trip to the Turks could yield at least 3 times the profit, transforming his share into 120 taels of gold, equivalent to 1,200 guans, coupled with the previously agreed 250 guans. This endeavor would earn him a staggering 1,450 guans. "By heavens, I am on the verge of great fortune." Cheng Yaojin was ecstatic. Having suffered enough from the pangs of poverty, the exhilarating taste of wealth washed over him like a refreshing draught. He hastily caught up with Zhang Xian, mustering the audacity to propose, "Now that I am a minor master, might we hire 2 additional hands to manage the camels and transport the goods?" Zhang Xian, taken aback by his audacity, glared at him. "If you wish to employ more workers, their wages will be deducted from your share." With that, he turned and strode away, leaving Cheng Yaojin scratching his head. If the wages were to come from his share, perhaps it would be best to forego the idea. Since acquiring a stake in the venture, Cheng Yaojin seemed transformed, shedding his previous laziness and instead laboring with fervor. He managed the 15 camels with surprising diligence, unloading and loading without complaint, all while riding one of the camels, commanding the scene with great authority. In addition to the increase in goods, the most notable change was the presence of a contingent led by Li Shimin, the younger cousin of Li Yuan, consisting of 12 tall and skilled warriors. Although Li Shimin himself was slightly less proficient in martial arts, these 12 served as his protectors. They operated independently of the merchant caravan yet traveled north alongside Zhang Xian with Chai Xiao. Li Shimin, approximately 40 years of age, was of average height but robust in build, not resembling a frail scholar. This was in part due to the martial culture prevalent among the Guanlong nobility, who emphasized a balanced development of both literary and martial skills. Thus Li Shimin had trained in archery and swordsmanship to a certain extent. However, Li Shimin possesses a commendable character, being modest and affable, devoid of any airs associated with the offspring of officials. He merely instructed his subordinates with a single statement, to follow Master Zhang's lead. The group departed from Taiyuan City, embarking on a grand journey towards the north. Chapter 0052. The cons concerns the Turks, originally the vassals of the Xianbei, were masters of the steppes, renowned for their exceptional skills in metallurgy, particularly in crafting iron implements. As the Xianbei power gradually advanced southward, they began to assimilate with Han culture, leading to a decline in their dominance over the grasslands. The Ruan forces emerged in this vacuum, yet their supremacy was fleeting, as they were swiftly vanquished by the well-equipped Turks. By the time Emperor Yang of the Sui Dynasty unified the realm, the Turks had risen to become the lords of the steppes. With the burgeoning strength of the Sui Empire, inevitable clashes arose with the equally formidable Turkic Empire. Several conflicts ensued, each culminating in devastating defeats for the Turks. The Sui Dynasty then altered its strategy, ultimately dismantling the Turkic unity through the cunning machinations of Yang Jian, resulting in a bifurcation into eastern and western factions. Upon the ascension of Khan Shimin, who was supported by the Sui Dynasty, he submitted to the Sui, harboring an enduring sense of gratitude towards them. This period marked the closest relationship between the Sui and the Turks. However, following the demise of Khan Shimin, his son Ashina Tuoji ascended the throne as Shibi Khan, and the rapport between the two powers began to cool. As internal strife within the Sui dynasty intensified, their defenses against the Turks weakened, giving rise to ambitions among the powerful Turks, who boasted a formidable army of 1 million armored warriors, now beginning to covet the southern territories. Yet, the balance between the two nations remained unbroken. Shibi Khan, bound by his father's legacy, refrained from openly antagonizing the Sui, leaving their relationship in a state of delicate flux. Though no major disputes erupted, various subtle maneuvers persisted. The Turkic court was situated in the golden expanse of the northern steppes, bordered to the west by the Ujijin mountain range and to the east by the Kent mountain range, with the vast shimmering expanse of the northern sea, known in later times as Lake Baikal, to the north. Nestled between these two mountain ranges lay thousands of miles of verdant grasslands, nourished by several significant waterways, rendering this region a veritable paradise for nomadic peoples over millennia. Whether it be the Xiongnu, Xianbei, Rouran, Turks, Uyghurs, or the later Mongols, whoever claimed dominion over the steppes would inevitably establish their court here, a place now known as Ulaanbaatar. The Turkic court itself was located by the banks of the Irgun River, where nearly half of the Turkic populace resided within a radius of 300 miles. Amidst tens of thousands of grand Turkic yurts stood a colossal golden-domed yurt, the Khan's tent, surrounded by myriad valiant warriors serving as guardians. At this moment, within the Khan's tent, a towering commander knelt, his head bowed deeply, his visage etched with fear. The youthful Shibi Khan paced back and forth, his hands clasped behind him, a clear expression of fury upon his countenance. Though he did not erupt in rage, the attendants and guards surrounding him trembled in trepidation, aware that the Khan's true menace lay not in his wrath, but in his chilling silence. Shibi Khan, though not tall, possessed broad shoulders that bore a massive head, characterized by a wide forehead, a purplish complexion, a flat nose, and eyes that usually sparkled with cunning. However, at this moment, those eyes were devoid of mischief and instead glinted with a chilling malevolence, reminiscent of a serpent poised to strike. "Please, Khan, grant me another chance," the commander implored, his voice quaking as he knelt on the ground. His name was Emperor Zhou, a member of the Turkic royal Ashina clan, and one of the 8 great commanders under Khagan Shibi, overseeing a contingent of 10,000 imperial guards. Last year, when Emperor Yang Qing of the Sui Dynasty once again led a massive army to assault Goguryeo, the beleaguered Goguryeo court was gripped by fear, beseeching the Turks for military assistance, offering all remnants of Sui supplies in return. The initial cargo comprised 300,000 pieces of armor, including 100,000 swords, 100,000 spears, and 100,000 suits of armor, relics from the First Goguryeo War. Khagan Shibi dispatched Emperor Zhou to procure these weapons. Yet upon their arrival on the steppes, the entire consignment mysteriously vanished, along with hundreds of transport carts and 500 Goguryeo soldiers. This was Emperor Zhou's responsibility. It was his army tasked with escorting the convoy, yet he failed in his duty. Khagan Shibi granted him 2 opportunities to recover the armor, but Emperor Zhou returned empty-handed each time. Shibi shook his head, stating that even if he bestowed upon Emperor Zhou 10 chances, he would still find nothing, for he did not genuinely care about the matter. He stepped closer, gazing at Emperor Zhou with a sinister intensity, inquiring, "Do you know how I deal with subordinates who disappoint me?" Emperor Zhou trembled in fear, his teeth chattering, pleading, "Give me one more chance." With a wave of his hand, Khagan Shibi ordered him to be stripped of his skin and made into a drum. A dozen soldiers, resembling ravenous wolves, surged forward, overpowering Emperor Zhou and dragging him away. In desperation, he screamed, "Zhuji, do you intend to devour my tribe? I shall haunt you even in death." "Humph, you speak truly. Drag him away," Shibi commanded. As Emperor Zhou was taken away, his curses echoed in the air, while Khagan Shibi, momentarily appeased, relished the moment. For Emperor Zhou's tribe boasted tens of thousands, providing a semblance of compensation for him. At this juncture, a favored strategist, Shuhu, chuckled, "Congratulations, Khagan, on incorporating yet another large tribe." Shibi narrowed his eyes and smiled. "This is your merit. Had it not been for your counsel, I would not have found an excuse to eliminate him." Yet, recalling the inexplicably missing armor, Shibi's brow furrowed anew, his recently quelled anger reigniting. He paced a few steps and inquired of Shuhu, What shall we do about the 30,000 pieces of armor? Shi Shuhu replied with a grin, my Kagan. I surmise the disappearance of the armor is undoubtedly linked to the Baega tribe. In truth, the armor is of little consequence. The crux lies in finding a justification to eradicate the treacherous Baegu. If we uncover evidence of their concealed armor, we can initiate a war against them, leaving other Tiela tribes with no grounds for objection. This is of paramount importance. Kagan Shibi nodded, you speak wisely. The Baegu tribe's clandestine dealings with the Sui are a source of my deep-seated resentment. If we do not eradicate them, it will hinder my Turkic expansion towards Julu Lake and impede our assimilation of the Sui populace. Speaking of the assimilation of the Sui, I have 2 additional suggestions. Pray, share them. Shi Shuhu spoke slowly. The first suggestion is to blockade the western trade route, compelling the merchants of the Sui Dynasty to take the eastern route. In this manner, a significant number of refugees from Hebei can accompany the merchants into Turkic territory. Once the Khan annihilates the Baega tribe, he can resettle the fleeing Han people around the region of Kulun Lake. That sounds promising. What follows? Then we shall adopt a dual approach. I will continue to investigate the whereabouts of the weapons and gather evidence against the Baega tribe. On the other hand, the Khan can utilize the power of the Golden Mountain Palace to enforce the blockade of the trade route. Of course, he can also enlist their assistance in locating the weapons, and I am confident they would be quite willing. Khan Shibi pondered for a moment before issuing a command. Quickly summon the high priest to see me. The Turks adhered to shamanism, and the high shaman ranked second only to Khan Shibi himself. Before long, a tall elder was escorted into the royal tent. His name was Emperor Yang Qing. He was not of Turkic descent, but hailed from the distant west, his appearance starkly contrasting the broad-faced, narrow-eyed Turks. He possessed deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and light blue irises. Emperor Yang Qing was originally the state master of the Ruren, having preached on the steppes for over 40 years. He held significant prestige among the various ethnic groups across the grasslands, and it was his support that enabled Khan Shimin to ultimately unify the diverse Turkic tribes of the East. Upon entering the tent, Emperor Yang Qing clasped his hands in greeting. Esteemed Khan, how may I be of service to you? Khan Shibi dared not adopt an air of superiority in his presence, promptly inviting him to sit and personally serving him cheese and mare's milk. With a sigh, he said, it concerns the matter from last year. Has that cache of weapons still not been located? Khan Shibi shook his head, burdened with anxiety. That cache of weapons is crucial for me. With it, I could launch an offensive against the Sui Dynasty within a year, yet what pretext could the Khan use for an invasion to the south? The pretext is easily fabricated, or I could even conjure one myself. The key issue lies in insufficient strength. Ever since Yang Guang ascended the throne, he has restricted the import of pig iron to the Turks, causing our equipment to lag behind. Although we possess a considerable force, our armament pales in comparison to that of the Sui army, which has delayed my resolve to march southward. Emperor Yang Qing nodded, smiling, thus. That cache of weapons is paramount for the Khan. Indeed, Khan Shibi exclaimed, striking the table with his fist, his teeth clenched in frustration. Who is responsible for intercepting that cache of weapons? If I uncover their identity, I shall ensure they meet a grisly end. Emperor Yang Qing reflected briefly. This news is already spread. Some merchant caravans from the south are aware of it and may well covet the cache of weapons. The Khan must take necessary precautions. Khan Shibi had awaited this statement. Knowing that Emperor Yang Qing had long sought to blockade the Han merchants' western route and redirect trading opportunities to the Sogdian merchants from the west. Now that he had proposed it himself, Khan Shibi could effortlessly secure this favor. Khan Shibi respectfully bowed and said, the high priest speaks with great wisdom. I am concerned that other Turkic tribes may covet the weapons we have discovered. Therefore, I intend to announce their retrieval. As for the blockade of the western trade routes, I do not oppose the high priest's wishes. However, I would kindly request your assistance in locating these weapons. Emperor Yang Qing smiled slightly, responding with the Khan's decree. How could I possibly refuse? I shall assign this task to the Golden Mountain Palace, and I am confident they will yield results. Overjoyed, Khan Shibi exclaimed. I leave this matter in your capable hands, High Priest. Emperor Yang Qing, while publicly serving as the Turkic High Priest overseeing religious duties, secretly wielded his own power. Although priests were forbidden from forming formal armies, he commanded a formidable armed force of several thousand and established an organization to oversee this faction, known as the Hanerdujin, which translates to Golden Mountain Palace in Chinese. This palace stood as one of the 4 great powers of the realm: North Golden Mountain, West Wuchuan, East Bohai, and South Jiangzhou, representing the remnants of the 4 ruling powers from the late Jin and Northern and Southern dynasties: Ruren, Northern Zhou, northern Qi, and southern Qin. Situated at the easternmost edge of the Golden Mountain Range, the Golden Mountain Palace lay nestled among towering peaks, functioning as a palace within a valley. Surprisingly, its leader was a Han individual, whose origins and name remained a mystery, known only as Mr. Beijing. In his 30s, Mr. Beijing was tall and slender, always adorned in a flowing white robe, exuding an air of elegance and grace. He spoke with refinement and had never been seen in anger. Yet his subordinates feared him deeply. The palace's warriors numbered over 3,800, comprised of a diverse array of individuals: Turks, Tiela tribesmen, Han, Khitan, Shui, and even Western Sogdian and Persian warriors. Mr. Beijing organized his followers into 8 divisions, each led by a commander, further divided into teams of 50. Each commanded by a centurion, creating a tightly knit structure. Deep within the Golden Mountain Palace, in a chamber adorned with white jade, Mr. Beijing sat cross-legged by the window. His black hair cascading over his shoulders, hands forming a circle resting on his lower abdomen, eyes closed in deep contemplation. At that moment, a tall, robust Han man entered the chamber swiftly, clad in leather armor, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, his strong arms and piercing gaze reminiscent of a leopard, radiating an aura of explosive power. He knelt on one knee and spoke in a deep voice. "Commander Liang Shidu of the 3rd Division pays respects to you, sir. I have a task for you." Mr. Beijing's voice was low yet impossible to resist. "Please, command me. Seal off all northern trade routes. Anyone attempting to travel north shall be executed. I will obey your orders." Liang Shidu bowed respectfully and swiftly exited the chamber. At this moment, Mr. Beijing slowly opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of anticipation within their clarity. His voice echoed in the room. "Wuchuan Prefecture, will you come?" Chapter 53. The predicament of Mai County stands as the northernmost strategic thoroughfare of the Sui Dynasty, and it is also the most populous among the northern border counties. With its administrative center situated in Shanong County, a renowned hub of commerce. Although the county town is modest in size, it boasts nearly 1,000 shops and hundreds of inns. Throughout the year, with the exception of winter, a multitude of caravans converge daily in Shanong, bringing with them substantial purchasing power that sustains the livelihoods of hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians in the region. On this particular morning, a caravan arrived in Shanong after an arduous journey of over 1,000 miles, their appearances worn and lean from the travel, yet their spirits remained high, filled with laughter and chatter. The leader, Zhou Dan, gestured towards the distant county town with his whip and remarked cheerfully, "Once we enter the town, we can enjoy a well-deserved rest for a few days. We have opened an inn in Mai County, and its conditions are quite satisfactory." "What do you mean by satisfactory?" Lao Yao inquired Qing Yao Jin, who had been calling Zhou Dan Zhao the Coward throughout the journey, much to Zhou Dan's vexation. Upon entering Mai County, Qing Yao Jin began to address him as Lao Zhao, which slightly eased Zhou Dan's temper. Casting a sidelong glance at Qing Yao Jin, Zhou Dan retorted disdainfully, "Do you think it will be that splendid? There are no women or wine. At best you will find hot water and clean bedding. If you dislike it, you can choose another inn." Qing Yao Jin grinned broadly and replied, "Honestly, I only care about whether it costs money. If it's free, then that's satisfactory enough." Zhou Dan shot him a fierce glare, contemplating whether to charge him double, but restrained himself, recognizing Qing Yao Jin as Zhang Xian's companion. "Money will still be collected. Do not expect any freebies," he declared. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian was engaged in a discussion with Li Shimin regarding his journey northward. Zhang Xian spoke with a light-hearted tone, as though it were a casual conversation. However, merely days prior, he had inadvertently overheard a conversation between Li Shimin and Chai Xiao, where Chai Xiao had inadvertently revealed some secrets, hinting at the whereabouts of a certain shipment. Despite Li Shimin's prompt intervention to stop Chai Xiao from divulging more, Zhang Xian remained convinced of his suspicions. Li Shimin's expedition north was undoubtedly connected to that shipment. Nonetheless, Li Shimin's intentions were of no concern to him. He had his own priorities, with acquiring that crucial medicine in the Turkic lands taking precedence above all else. "Uncle Li, this is your first journey to the Turks, is it not?" Zhang Xian inquired with a smile. Li Shimin, mounted on his horse, replied with a chuckle, "A few years ago, my elder brother served as the governor of Mai County and visited the grasslands several times, but he never ventured beyond Mai County. He turned back near Baidang Mountain. I hope this time we can travel a bit further." At that moment, a troop of cavalry burst forth from the city, galloping swiftly along the main road. As they approached, the leading officer suddenly reined in his horse and shouted, "Lao Zhao, is that you?" Zhou Dan recognized the man and laughed heartily. "General Liu. It has been too long. The officer urged his horse closer, warmly delivering a playful punch to Zhao Dan's shoulder. You coward! Didn't you say last year was your final venture? What brings you back again? Alas, I am not destined for a life of leisure. The higher-ups won't allow me to return home to retire, so here I am once more. Zhao Dan introduced the officer to the crowd, stating that General Liu, a renowned local hero from Shanong County, was currently serving as a lieutenant in the Yingyang prefecture of Mai Road. He and Liu were old friends. The genial Lieutenant Liu, with a broad smile and clasped fists, greeted everyone, saying, I am Liu Wuzhou. I kindly ask for your support. Zhang Xian observed the imposing figure of this man, who possessed a robust lion-like nose, a rugged and bold appearance, and a resonant voice that exuded the spirit of a man from the northern frontiers. Yet, despite his stature, he maintained an air of propriety, distinguishing himself from the common rank of lieutenants. Upon hearing his name, Zhang Xian realized that he was indeed Liu Wuzhou, one of the prominent figures at the end of the Sui Dynasty. It seemed that even the modest Mai County harbored hidden talents. As everyone paid their respects, Liu Wuzhou turned to Hao Dan and remarked, It is unfortunate that you have arrived at such a time. The situation with the Turks is quite dire. So far, 24 merchant caravans have been ruthlessly slaughtered. It is indeed a stroke of luck to escape with one's life. Zhao Dan was taken aback, inquiring about the circumstances. Liu Wuzhou sighed, expressing that it appeared the notorious Black Horse bandits had resurfaced after a decade, causing a frenzy among the merchant caravans in Shanong County, leaving everyone in a state of fear and preventing anyone from venturing northward. Black Horse bandits. Zhao Dan was momentarily stunned. 10 years prior, he had almost met his demise at the hands of these marauding horse thieves while traveling north to the Turks. The harrowing experience lingered vividly in his memory. Uncle Zhao, is the situation really that dire? The crowd inquired anxiously. Zhao Dan forced a smile and replied, Indeed, it is exceedingly grim. However, since we are here now, let us find a place to stay first. The inn where they lodged was named Longhu Inn, a joint investment between Zhao Dan and the Liu family of Mai, and it stood as one of the 3 most famous inns in Shanong County. Despite all accommodations being fully booked, the Longhu Inn managed to secure 2 courtyards for their guests upon learning of the arrival of the esteemed patron. Young master, I believe there is no pressing need to venture to the Turks for medicine. Perhaps we can find what we need right here in Mai County. Why not go out and search for it? Cheng Yaojin, having heard of the Black Horse bandits' activities, felt his enthusiasm for profit wane and began to reconsider his plans. Did old Zhao not mention that it was highly unlikely to find any sellers here? You cannot take Zhao Wudao's words too seriously. Has he not misjudged the circumstances several times along our journey? Zhang Xian pondered. Although Cheng Yaojin's reluctance was evident, he did present a fair point. Zhao Dan's insights were based on previous years, and perhaps this year would indeed yield different results. Very well. Let us split up the search. If you manage to find the purple worm jade pupa, I shall increase your share by 10%. Cheng Yaojin was overjoyed at the prospect of receiving a 20% share, an unexpected windfall indeed. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, he said, Well, young master, gathering information may require some funds, and I currently have not a single coin to my name. What do you suggest? Zhang Xian tossed him a handful of coins, stating, You may indulge in wine and visit the brothels, but we must accomplish our task. Do you understand? Of course, young master. With a 20% share, I, Cheng, would never be foolish enough to squander it. Rest assured, I shall return with news. With the money tucked away, Cheng Yaojin hurriedly set out, leaving Zhang Xian alone in the inn, feeling rather bored, prompting him to also step outside. At this moment, it is the late spring season, however. Far in the northern border of Mai County, the essence of spring is most vibrant. The air is still infused with the lingering fragrance of mid-spring, with blossoms in full bloom and willows dancing in the breeze. The verdant trees provide ample shade, and the weather is pleasantly mild, with the spring wind invigorating the spirit. Zhang Xian strolls alone along the bustling street. Although he has been in this dynasty for nearly half a year, he feels that he is yet to fully integrate into it. He endeavors to adopt the language of this era and diligently learns the nuances of social interaction. Yet his thoughts seem somewhat at odds with the prevailing mindset. For instance, in the realm of commerce, while Li Shimin and Chai Xiao disdain trading, Zhang Xian perceives no shame in it. After all, if there is profit to be made, why not pursue it? It is no wonder, for in his months within the Sui Dynasty, nearly all his energy and focus have been devoted to martial training, leaving little attention for other matters. Consequently, he often feels out of place during conversations between Li Shimin and Chai Xiao, as their topics appear distant and irrelevant to him. Suddenly, shouts of "We demand the governor to come out!" echo from afar, drawing Zhang Xian's attention. He meanders closer and turns a corner, revealing a square before him. With the county office across the way, there, a throng of over 1,000 merchants congregates at the foot of the steps, their faces etched with anxiety and their eyes betraying a palpable anger. Zhang Xian is aware of the situation. The disruption of the Turkic trade route has caused the prices of various goods in Mai County to plummet. The cost of silk has fallen below the production price, even lower than that in Taiyuan, and with the prospect of incurring losses on this northern journey, it is understandable that the merchants are in a state of distress. As he observes from a distance, a group emerges from the county office, led by a man in his 50s, tall yet corpulent. His face swollen and darkened as if stung by bees. Wang Taisho has arrived. Someone exclaims, and the merchants fall silent. This portly middle-aged man is Wang Shichong, the governor of Mai County. The merchants have gathered in protest for the third consecutive day, and Wang Shichong, feeling overwhelmed, knows he must devise a solution. In a hoarse voice, he addresses the crowd. I understand your difficulties, and I will do my utmost to resolve this issue. A few days ago, I reported the situation to the court with all due haste. Once approved by the Ministry of War, the army will escort you northward. However, you may need to bear some of the expenses incurred by the military's journey. The crowd responds fervently. We have no problem with covering the costs. The crucial matter is when the army will be able to escort us north. Can the governor provide us with a definitive timeline? It should be in the next couple of days. Please hold on a little longer. As Zhang Xian turns to leave, he suddenly spots Chai Xiao hurrying toward a narrow alley beside the office. Intrigued, Zhang Xian promptly follows him. The alley is devoid of any residences. A dead end with only a side door to the office. Yet Chai Xiao's figure is nowhere to be seen. He has evidently entered through the side entrance. As Zhang Xian was about to step forward, he heard the creaking of the side door opening. He quickly retreated and concealed himself behind the wall, observing a government official of around 30 years of age accompanying Chai Xiao out. Their conversation was hushed, yet Zhang Xian could hear them distinctly from a distance. Zhong Jian has headed west without leaving any correspondence. However, I surmise that the authorities on that side should be aware of his whereabouts. In a couple of days, orders will arrive from Luoyang, and I will promptly relay them to you, my esteemed brother. Thank you for your assistance. I reside at the Longhu Inn, and I can be reached at any time. Should I be absent, Brother Yao Shixing may deliver the orders to Shintong. Rest assured, I am well aware. Chai Xiao clasped his hands in farewell to the official and hurried towards the alley's entrance. Zhang Xian swiftly ducked behind a large tree, and Chai Xiao hurriedly passed by, oblivious to Zhang Xian's presence. As Zhang Xian watched Chai Xiao disappear into the distance, he cautiously peeked into the alley. The side door was tightly shut, and no one was in sight. The official had already returned to the government office. Zhang Xian pondered silently. This must be a clandestine arrangement involving the Wuchuan prefecture. But it seems Zhang Zhongjian has also ventured westward into Turkic lands. Could he be the vanguard dispatched by Wuchuan prefecture? Moreover, who was this official? Chai Xiao referred to him as Yao Shi, a name that seemed somewhat familiar, yet Zhang Xian could not recall its significance at that moment. Just as the merchants were ardently insisting on heading north, a mysterious guest arrived at Lu Wuzhou's residence, who was led into a secret chamber. The visitor was a Turkic man disguised in Han attire, presenting a letter to Lu Wuzhou. The Lu family, a prominent force in Mai County, typically maintained intricate ties with foreign tribes, and the Lu family was no exception. Their close relationship with the Turks had been pivotal for the Lu family to thrive in Mai County, amassing considerable wealth through the covert support of the Turks. This connection prompted Lu Wuzhou to lean towards the interests of the Turks when faced with choices. After reading the letter, Lu Wuzhou inquired, "When did Shi Shuhu arrive at Chifubo?" Reporting to the general, "My master arrived at Chifubo yesterday. Recently, he has been facing financial constraints and hopes to receive support from General Lu." Lu Wuzhou elongated his response, "I understand. I will consider his request. Please ask him to be patient for another 2 days." Chapter 0054. Forcibly heading north in recent days, I have scoured every corner of the county town. Yet no one has heard of the medicine you mentioned. By heaven, I even encountered a swindler. Cheng Yojin handed a small wooden box to Zhang Xian, urging him to open it. Upon doing so, Zhang Xian was taken aback to find a plump purple worm wriggling within. "What is this?" he exclaimed. Cheng Yujin grumbled. "A Sadian sold it to me, claiming it to be the purple worm jade pupa. He charged me 5 guan. And only later did I discover it was merely a dyed cabbage caterpillar. The scoundrel dared to deceive me, Cheng the Great. I shall crush him." Zhang Xian couldn't help but chuckle at Qing Yaojin's plight. This man, so desperate to gain a profit, had been outsmarted in the end. It was indeed a rare occurrence. Well, consider it a lesson learned, Zhang Xian consoled him with a smile. Qing Yaojin, feeling agitated, scratched his head, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. At that moment, through the window, Zhang Xian spotted Zhao Dan hastily entering the courtyard. He quickly approached him, asking, "Uncle Zhao, are you looking for me?" "Indeed, I have something to discuss with you," Zhao Dan replied, pulling Zhang Xian aside to speak in hushed tones. "Just now, Lu Wuzhou came to see me, mentioning that the court has agreed to dispatch troops to escort the merchant caravans northward. Currently, about 19 caravans have signed up. I find myself somewhat tempted. What do you think? What is Sicha and Uncle Li's stance on this matter?" Zhang Xian inquired further. "Young Master Chai hasn't expressed his opinion. But Li Shimin said he would follow you. If you go, he will go too." Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before asking, "Can the Sui army enter Turkic territory?" No. There is no need to enter Turkic lands. At the northernmost point of Mai County, there is a marketplace at Chifupa. As long as we reach there, many Turkic traders will come to engage in commerce. It is approximately a 3 to 4 day journey." He chuckled softly. "There will be many unique Turkic goods, including medicinal herbs. I suspect there may be items of interest to you." Zhang Xian thought of the purple worm jade pupa, feeling a surge of enthusiasm, and nodded in agreement. "Since we need not venture into Turkic territory, we might as well sign up." "Very well. I shall inform the others to prepare their belongings." As Zhao Dan turned to leave, Zhang Xian halted him once more. "Uncle Zhao, where exactly did you accompany Zhang Zhongjian to procure the purple worm jade pupa 10 years ago?" Zhao Dan's expression shifted, and after a long pause, he managed a wry smile. "Young Master Zhang, you have inquired about this several times on the road. Since you are determined to know, I shall tell you the truth. I do not know anyone named Zhang Zhongjian." "Then how could you know?" Zhao Dan sighed deeply. 10 years ago, we encountered the Black Horse bandits at the foot of Golden Mountain. All the merchants traveling with me were slaughtered, and I thought my end was near. At that moment, a burly man with a fierce beard appeared, single-handedly vanquishing over 100 Black Horse bandits. I miraculously escaped with my life. He found several vials of purple worm jade pupa juice on the bandit leader's body. Everything I know about this medicine was relayed to me by him. After he escorted me back to Mai County, I never saw him again, and the Black Horse bandits subsequently vanished into obscurity." Zhang Xian listened with a sense of serene yearning, contemplating the audacity of a lone warrior who had vanquished over 100 bandits. When might he have the opportunity to meet this legendary figure again? Despite the court's approval for the army of Mai County to escort merchants heading north, the number permitted was limited to no more than 100. Due to the scarcity of troops, many merchants hesitated to be among the first to depart. Thus, only 20 caravans set forth, predominantly comprising small to medium-sized traders with limited resources, unable to endure the perilous journey for long. Nevertheless, they chose to venture northward. Zhao Dan's Imperial Merchant Group was also among the first to embark, boasting over 300 sturdy mules and 50 camels, along with more than 70 personnel, making it the largest caravan. Their presence instilled confidence in several smaller merchant groups. Early the next day, Lu Wuzhou led 100 cavalrymen escorting a caravan of 500 to 600 individuals, marching resolutely northward towards Chifubo. The terrain of Mai County was narrow and elongated, stretching nearly 1,000 miles from north to south. The southern region was primarily mountainous, characterized by towering peaks and numerous ravines. However, upon crossing Wuzhou Mountain and the Zai River, they entered the expansive grassland region. "There lies Wuzhou Mountain," Lu Wuzhou exclaimed, pointing to the distant range that extended for hundreds of miles. "My name is derived from that very mountain, which historically marked the boundary between the Central Plains dynasties and the Xiongnu. The White Dang Mountain, where Emperor Gaozu was besieged by Xiongnu forces, is located at the easternmost edge of Wuzhou Mountain." "General Lu, has the Great Wall been completed?" someone inquired. Lu Wuzhou gestured with his whip towards the horizon. "The new section of the Great Wall was just finished last year, constructed along the Zai River. We shall see it shortly." As the caravan advanced for several more miles, the landscape gradually leveled, transforming from wooded terrain to vast grasslands dotted with gently rolling hills, resembling a verdant ocean in undulating waves. The spirits and perspectives of the travelers expanded, and suddenly someone pointed ahead and shouted, "Look, a river." A broad river flowed before them, glistening like a radiant jade ribbon intertwined through the rolling grasslands, known as the renowned Zai River within Mai County. A cheer erupted from the crowd, and the livestock and camels became invigorated, hastening toward the riverbank. The southern bank of the Zai was soon crowded with thirsty men and animals, the crystalline waters refreshing them and alleviating the fatigue of their arduous journey. At that moment, Zhang Xian stood erect, shielding his eyes to peer northward. A prominent hillside obstructed his view, yet he discerned the faint outline of a brick wall rising above the landscape. General Liu, is that the Great Wall ahead? Lu Wuzhou stepped forward with a smile and nodded. It lies just 300 paces ahead, although obscured by the hillside. Once we cross it, it will be visible. Is it true that beyond the Great Wall lies danger? Lu Wuzhou affirmed with a nod. Indeed. Beyond the wall, we risk being ambushed by bandits, and our rest will be far from secure. His words rang true, as the atmosphere among the caravan grew tense once they passed the Great Wall. The previously orderly formation of the caravan morphed from a long line into a crab-like cluster, with goods secured within and merchants and their assistants forming a protective perimeter as they continued their journey northward. The journey northward reveals a vast expanse of grassland, where one may occasionally glimpse herds of cattle and sheep leisurely grazing. Scattered throughout the plains are the yurts of the Turkic tribes, who, despite being subjects of the Sui Dynasty, are still required to pay tribute in the form of sheep to the Turkic court for their protection. The emergence of merchant caravans excites the Turkic inhabitants along the route, prompting many to exchange sheepskins and medicinal herbs for essential goods such as cloth, honey, and salt. Chai Xiao, having visited the Turks several times, is quite familiar with the situation here. He smiles and remarks to Zhang Xian. The demands of the Turkic people along the way are modest. They are not interested in expensive goods, and one can expect no more than 30% profit. However, it is relatively safe. Do you see? Some smaller caravans are willing to trade with them. Zhang Xian notices that 2 small caravans have cleared their goods, exchanging them for sheepskins and herbs before turning southward, opting not to continue north with the larger convoy. Although their profits may be meager, at least they incur no losses. How far is it to Chifubo? Zhang Xian inquires again. Chai Xiao points to a distant cluster of redstone pillars, smiling. Do you see those red columns? That is the renowned Xin Sha Ling, a sacred site for the Turks. For us, it serves as an excellent landmark. Upon sighting Xin Sha Ling, we know we are approximately 200 miles from Chifubo, just 2 more days of travel. Zhang Xian feels a surge of anticipation, hoping to procure what he seeks at Chifubo. Yet, Chai Xiao's expression darkens. This journey may be fraught with peril. Why do you say that? Chai Xiao glances around to ensure no one is within earshot, then whispers to Zhang Xian, Brother, have you not noticed? Lu Wuzhou poses a problem. Zhang Xian turns his gaze to Lu Wuzhou at the front of the convoy, engaged in jovial conversation, and asks in confusion, what issue could he possibly have? Chai Xiao continues, his family has deep ties with the Turks. It is through their connections that he amassed his wealth. It is indeed puzzling that he has volunteered for this escort duty. Zhang Xian ponders, perhaps the Turks do not wish for the trade route to be obstructed. Chai Xiao scoffs, the Black Horse Bandits are the faction of the Turkic High Priest Imo Yaluan, one of the 8 divisions of Jinshan Palace. Without the consent of the Turkic Khan, the Black Horse Bandits would not dare to interfere with the trade route. Thus, any disruption to the caravans surely reflects the Khan's wishes. The Turks merely wish to avoid provoking inquiries from the court, hence they use Imo Yaluan as a facade. Zhang Xian contemplates asking about Jinshan Palace, but Chai Xiao's words incite worry within him. He quietly remarks, so. Si Chang believes Lu Wuzhou's eagerness to lead the escort harbors ulterior motives. If he aims to uphold his family's relationship with the Turks, he should staunchly oppose sending troops to guard the caravans. Even if he cannot voice his opposition, he ought to maintain silence. His active participation in leading the troops north raises suspicions about his true intentions. Has Si Chang shared these concerns with old Zhao? Chai Xiao lowers his voice further. The Longhuan where we are staying is a partnership between Zhao Dan and the Lu family. Not only at Longhuan, but Zhao Dan has also invested significantly in the Lu family's trading business. Zhao Dan's insistence on being the first to head north actually reflects Lu Wuzhou's wishes. Have you not noticed that there are no substantial merchant caravans present? At that moment, a cavalryman galloped past them, prompting Chai Xiao to pause his discourse. Once the rider had ventured far, Chai Xiao resumed, stating, Zhao Dan is not oblivious to the peril. However, his entanglement with Lu Wuzhou's interests is too profound, compelling him to acquiesce to Lu's arrangements. Yet, we must remain vigilant. Chai Xiao's remarks sent a shiver through Zhang Xian, who had not anticipated such intricate schemes lurking beneath the surface. If Chai Xiao's assertions held truth, then their northern expedition would indeed be fraught with danger. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian resolved that regardless of whether Chai Xiao spoke with intent or sincerity, they could not afford to be complacent or overly passive. With this thought in mind, he declared, given that Sick Hang has voiced these concerns, we cannot remain idle. We must take action. Perhaps we should summon Uncle Li for a discussion. They slowed their horses, awaiting Li Shintong's arrival, during which Chai Shao recounted his earlier words. Li Shintong was equally taken aback and urged, if this northern journey is a trap, it is likely set around Chifubo. We should send someone to investigate the situation there. Let Qing Yaojin take 2 of Uncle's attendants with him. Chai Shao's brow furrowed. He regarded Qing Yaojin as somewhat careless and self-serving. Can he really be trusted? Zhang Xian replied with a reassuring smile, rest assured. His apparent carelessness is merely a fade. He is more astute than anyone else. Have you ever seen him suffer a loss? Chai Shao chuckled ruefully, acknowledging. That is indeed true. He has always come out ahead. Li Shintong concurred with Zhang Xian's plan, noting that his departure would raise no suspicions, making it the most suitable course of action. Zhang Xian urged his horse forward to catch up with Chang Yaojin, entrusting him with the task at hand. After a moment's hesitation, Chang Yaojin stammered, are you suggesting that I need not seek out the purple worms anymore? Once this matter is accomplished, I shall receive an additional share, correct? Chapter 55. Unmasking the trap as twilight descended quietly, the last vestiges of the sunset faded, revealing a myriad of stars twinkling in the velvety indigo sky. A grand caravan had set up camp beside an unnamed brook, each contingent equipped with tents, with hundreds of large pavilions clustered on the western bank, resembling a magnificent blooming peony. The cargo had been unloaded and stored within the grand tents, while sturdy mules and camels rested outside, exhausted after a day's journey. The merchants, too, were worn out, collapsing into a deep slumber. The soldiers had their own encampments as well, most resting within their tents. Lu Wuzhou had stationed over 20 soldiers to keep watch around the perimeter, guarding against potential nocturnal raids by the Black Horse bandits. Thus far, Lu Wuzhou had demonstrated remarkable diligence, dispatching 30 cavalry each day to scout the route, searching for any traces of the bandits. Each night, at least 20 sentinels were assigned to patrol within a 3-mile radius of the caravan, ensuring safety through the night. In truth, they would reach Chifubo by the following day, having traveled without incident, whether due to the military protection or sheer luck. The Black Horse bandits had yet to make an appearance. Many merchants breathed a sigh of relief, secretly grateful for their wise choices. Although the initial venture bore the greatest risk, the potential profits were also the highest. As subsequent caravans would carry more goods, prices were certain to decline. Time passed slowly, and at the 4th watch, Zhang Xian was roused by a guard of Li Shintong, who announced, Young Master, Cheng Jijia has returned. Zhang Xian sat up abruptly, inquiring urgently, where is he? He had been discovered by the patrolling soldiers and taken to Lu Wuzhou, where he should now be within the general's tent, having slept fully clothed. Zhang Xian grasped his battle knife and swiftly made his way toward Lu Wuzhou's grand pavilion. Chang Yaojin had departed with 2 of Li Shintong's guards but returned alone. However, Cheng Yaojin was cunning. He had taken a wide detour, returning from the south. Just 2 miles from the camp, he was surrounded by 7 or 8 cavalrymen, who escorted him back to Lu Wuzhou. Lu Wuzhou had also just been awakened by his soldiers. Upon hearing that Zhang Xian's subordinate had deserted the camp in the dead of night, he was genuinely astonished and feared that Zhang Xian might discover his secret. He hurried to the grand tent to inquire. I advise you to speak honestly. Where exactly did you venture away from the group? Do not make me suspect you of collusion with the Black Horse bandits. Despite Lu Wuzhou's stern tone, Chang Yaojin retorted impatiently, I told you before. I had no intention of staying. I wanted to slip away midway. However, I miscalculated the accounts. It appears that young Master Zhang shortchanged me by 50 guan, which is why I returned. You dare to think I am in league with the Black Horse bandits? You must be out of your mind. This is my first visit to Mai County. Lu Wuzhou, enraged, drew his sword and charged at Cheng Yaojin. Just then, Zhang Xian's voice rang out from the entrance. General Lu, please show mercy. Lu Wuzhou halted, glaring at Cheng Yaojin. For your master's sake, I shall spare your life for now. But if you dare to speak insolently again, you shall witness how I will make you suffer. Zhang Xian had just arrived at Lu Wuzhou's tent. Arriving in the nick of time, he called out to Lu Wuzhou and approached the entrance, clasping his hands with a smile. General Lu, this companion of mine has had little formal education since childhood and lacks guidance. He often gets into trouble. May I take him under my wing? I assure you I will impose strict discipline to prevent him from causing further inconvenience to you. Although Lu Wuzhou harbored doubts about Cheng Yaojin's intentions of leaving the ranks, he had no evidence to confront Zhang Xian, who was not merely a businessman but a retainer of the Prince of Yan, holding the title of Taizi Qianyou. He discreetly inquired of a nearby sentinel, Where was he apprehended? From the south. Lu Wuzhou mused silently, contemplating that if he had come from the south, perhaps he truly hadn't uncovered anything significant. With this thought, he turned to Zhang Xian and smiled. Since he is your companion, I shall not make things difficult for him. Please take him back, but ensure he is kept in line and does not leave the ranks easily, lest he encounter danger. Thank you, General Lu. Zhang Xian signaled to Cheng Yaojin, who snorted in response and strode out of the tent without acknowledging Lu Wuzhou. Lu Wuzhou's expression darkened as he watched Cheng Yaojin depart. Had it not been for Zhang Xian's influence, he would have certainly broken this rogue's leg. What do you think? Zhang Xian asked in a hushed tone once they left the tent. Cheng Yaojin let out a cold laugh. You were indeed correct. There are no Turkish merchants near Chifubo, but I did see quite a number of Turkish soldiers, at least 2,000 to 3,000, already laying a trap for us to stumble into. Turkish soldiers? Zhang Xian pondered, recalling what Chai Shao had said, that the Black Horse Bandits were subordinates of the High Priest, not affiliated with the Turkish military. With the emergence of Turkish forces, it now appeared that 2 Turkish factions were involved in the disruption of trade routes. Suddenly, Zhang Xian understood. Lu Wuzhou was not colluding with the Black Horse Bandits, but was secretly allied with the Turkish army. While the Turkish forces could not invade the Sui territory as freely as the Black Horse Bandits, they shared the same insatiable greed for seizing the wealth of merchant caravans. Thus, they had set a trap at Chifubo, waiting for these merchant convoys to unwittingly fall into their snare. However, the Turkish army also wished to avoid direct conflict with the Sui escorts, which explained Lu Wuzhou's eagerness to lead the escort himself. On one hand, he aimed to deliver Zhao Dan, a substantial prize, to the Turkish forces. On the other hand, he intended to lead the Sui cavalry away from the battlefield at a critical moment. As long as the army sustained no losses, the Sui dynasty would not concern itself with the fates of a few merchants. Cheng Yaojin continued quietly. The other 2 brothers accompanying me are waiting for us in the south. I have identified a flaw in Lu Wuzhou's guard, and with Chai Gur and Lao Shidong, we can leave immediately. As for the other merchants, let them fend for themselves. Zhang Xian glared at him, anger flashing in his eyes. We must all depart together. Each of these hundreds of people has parents and families. Can you bear to abandon them to perish on the plains? Cheng Yaojin turned his face away, disdain flickering across his lips. This fellow was once again trying to play the virtuous hero. Ignoring him, Zhang Xian hastened toward Zhao Dan's tent, determined that the merchants must follow their lead southward, with Zhao Dan taking the initiative. On a grassy hill a few miles from the merchant caravan's encampment stood several horsemen clad in black, with their leader being Liang Shidu, the chief of the Black Horse Bandits. In truth, the Black Horse Bandits had disbanded a decade ago after suffering a devastating blow. This time, Liang Shidu merely borrowed their name, donning their attire, under the orders of Mr. Beijing to bloodily pillage the merchants heading north. Among the 8 divisions of the Golden Mountain Palace, Liang Shidu commanded the 3rd division, comprised of Han people, with several hundred of his subordinates being desperate fugitives who had fled from the Central Plains to the borderlands, ultimately accepted into the Golden Mountain Palace and becoming Liang's followers, totaling 470 men. This time, he led 200 knights disguised as the Black Horse Bandits to slaughter the Han merchant convoy. At this moment, the 200 well-ordered black-clad knights stood behind Liang Shidu, armed with battle blades and long spears, ready to pounce upon the distant caravan at a mere command from their leader, like a pack of wolves. Each individual was consumed by eagerness, yearning for wealth and the thrill of killing. Even their steeds were influenced by their master's murderous intent, snorting lowly and stamping their hooves against the ground incessantly. Liang Shidu coldly gazed at the merchant camp several miles away. His restraint in attacking was not due to the presence of the Sui army escorting the convoy, but rather because he knew that this caravan had already been claimed by the Turkic forces of Chifubo. That army belonged to Shubi Khan's favored minister, Shi Shuhu, and he dared not provoke them, lest he incur the wrath of Shubi Khan, a fate that even the high priest could not avert. However, Liang Shidu was unwilling to resign himself to this fate. Like a wolf pack, he lingered on the periphery, seeking an opportunity to strike. At that moment, a centurion murmured, "Since we cannot feast upon this group of merchants, why not head south and devour those smaller caravans? They have traded for ample furs and herbs, and they may not be able to flee swiftly. We should be able to catch up." Liang Shidu shot a glance at his subordinate and coldly replied, "Can those few morsels satiate us?" The centurion quickly lowered his head, speaking in a hushed tone, "But they are expected to reach Chifubo tomorrow. I fear we may lose our chance." With a disdainful chuckle, Liang Shidu responded, "Within that group lies a royal merchant caravan, and that is the true prize. The leader, surnamed Zhou, is quite cunning. The moment he senses danger, he will flee. We shall wait on the outskirts. If we can devour this royal caravan, our journey will not be in vain. Liang Shidu's heart brimmed with anticipation for this sumptuous bounty. Chapter 0056. The crisis approaches within the grand tent. Zhou stood in stunned silence, absorbing Zhang Xian's ominous warning as though ensnared by a spell, immobilized and with a vacant gaze. At that moment, Chai Xiao and Li Shimin hurriedly arrived, and Zhang Xian relayed the perilous situation regarding Chifu Bo to them. What shall we do now? Li Shimin inquired. Anxiety etched upon his face as he looked towards Zhang Xian. Casting a glance at the ominously dark sky outside, Zhang Xian decisively proclaimed, "We must retreat immediately. There may still be a glimmer of hope. Let us depart." Zhou Dan, as if liberated from his trance, suddenly sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "We must leave at once." Without delay, once his clarity of thought returned, he exhibited the astute instincts of a seasoned fox, fully aware of the necessary course of action. "I will send word to the merchant caravans to pack their belongings at once. If they refuse to leave, I shall not persuade them further." With that, Zhou Dan dashed out of the grand tent like a gust of wind. Zhang Xian, Chai Xiao, and Li Shimin exchanged glances and nodded in agreement before hastening back to their respective tents. News of the Turkic forces approaching Chifu Bo spread rapidly throughout the encampment. The merchants, gripped by fear, hastily began to gather their wares, neglecting even their tents, loading box after box onto the backs of their livestock. The area before the grand tents became a flurry of activity. Without the need for Zhang Xian's commands, Cheng Yaojin had already loaded all the goods onto the camels. Motivated by his 2 shares in the venture, demonstrating unparalleled diligence, Zhang Xian busied himself with his battle blade and steed, while Chai Xiao and Li Shimin gathered 10 riders to accompany them. At that moment, Lu Wuzhou strode towards them in a fit of fury, followed by an exasperated Zhou Dan, who had just been summoned by Lu Wuzhou for a stern reprimand. "Young Master Zhang, what exactly do you mean by this?" Lu Wuzhou glared at Zhang Xian. "Why did you retreat without my consent?" Zhang Xian calmly replied, "General Lu, all the merchant caravans believe that Chifu Bo poses a danger, and they unanimously agree to depart. I see no necessity to await your approval." His gaze was piercing, as if he could see through Lu Wuzhou's thoughts. Lu Wuzhou, wary of revealing too much, could only snort heavily and reply coldly, "I certainly have no authority to prevent your departure. However, since you choose to disregard my arrangements, I shall not be responsible for your safety. Consider your choices wisely." With a fierce glare at Zhang Xian, Lu Wuzhou turned and strode away. Zhou Dan, filled with unease, asked, "Young Master Zhang, what should we do?" Zhang Xian, watching Lu Wuzhou's retreating figure, instructed Zhou Dan, "Please inform all the merchant caravans to decide for themselves. If they wish to accompany us, we shall depart immediately. If they prefer to remain, they may stay with the troops." With a resigned sigh, Zhou Dan replied, "Very well. I shall speak with everyone. Zhou Wudao, time is of the essence. I cannot wait for you." Cheng Yaojin shouted from behind. "I know." Zhou Dan had no time for anger. He swiftly turned and raced towards a distant tent. After a stick of incense had burned down, Zhang Xian led the group away from the campsite, swiftly fleeing southward. 18 merchant caravans had initially gathered for the northward journey, of which 5 chose to remain with Lu Wuzhou, while the remaining 13 followed Zhang Xian in their retreat. Lu Wuzhou stood before the main camp, his gaze filled with fury as he watched the caravans recede into the distance. He ground his teeth in anger, his fist clenched tightly, yet he felt utterly powerless. Meanwhile, several miles away, a silent group of black-clad cavalry, reminiscent of a pack of wolves, stealthily trailed Zhang Xian's entourage, having finally awaited their opportunity to strike. As time passed into the following midday, exhaustion enveloped the travelers. After a night of frantic flight and a harrowing morning, they were astonished to find the Xian Sha tomb not far ahead, having unwittingly covered over 100 miles in sheer terror. Many merchants, utterly drained, collapsed from their horses, lying motionless on the grass. Despite their years of arduous journeys, the intensity of this escape proved overwhelming, leaving them utterly fatigued. Zhang Xian shielded his eyes from the blinding sunlight and focused intently on the western horizon of the grassland. His years of experience as a special forces operative endowed him with a heightened sense of awareness and vigilance far beyond that of ordinary men, particularly in the face of impending danger. Last night, he had sensed multiple presences shadowing them, silhouettes flickering just beyond their sight. He suspected it to be the Black Horse Bandits. These wolves of the grassland could not possibly overlook their existence. Their hesitation to attack stemmed from their fear of the Chifu Bo's Turkic army. Yet, once the caravan slipped beyond their control, Would these famished wolves not pounce upon their prey? At that moment, Zhang Xian suddenly spotted a dark shape emerging from a nearby hill, followed by another, then a third, until a mass of shadows coalesced. Alarmed, he shouted, "Run! The Black Horse bandits are coming!" The merchants, stricken with terror, leapt to their feet, disregarding everything to mount their horses and flee. Zhang Xian, seeing their reluctance to abandon their goods, urged them again, "Leave the cargo behind. Prioritize your lives." The merchants cried out in protest, "These goods are our lifeblood. Without them, life would be worse than death." Chai Xiao added, "The Black Horse bandits are ruthless. Even if we discard the cargo, they will not spare the merchants, ensuring total annihilation." Zhang Xian recognized that fleeing with the cargo was futile. Desperately, he pointed toward the Xiansha tomb and commanded, "Seek refuge within the tomb." The group turned back, making their way toward the Xiansha tomb, laden with sturdy mules and camels carrying their cargo. The so-called Xiansha tomb was a Danxia landform, a sandstone mountain eroded by wind over countless years. Such formations are common in deserts, but rare on the grasslands. It was here that the Turkic leader, Rungun, once performed rituals to the heavens and gods, reclaiming his title as Shimin Khan. After his death, he bequeathed that his ashes be interred here, leading the Turkic people to rename the site from its original name, Shin Turkic, to Xiansha Tomb, revering it as a sacred place. Once, a military garrison was stationed here, but as the Turkic forces shifted northward, the remains of Khan Shimin were also relocated back to the north for reinterment, leading to the gradual abandonment of this sacred mausoleum by the Turks. The Xiansha mausoleum spans approximately 200 acres, comprised of thousands of peculiar sandstone columns. The crowd quickly sought refuge amidst the pillars, venturing deeper into the site. At the heart of the Xiansha mausoleum lies the tomb of Khan Shimin, a roughly 20-acre irregularly shaped clearing surrounded by towering stone columns. At its center stands a 2-zhang-high square stone platform, known as the Mausoleum Platform, flanked by a dozen massive sandstone statues. However, due to a lack of oversight, this place often falls prey to grave robbers, resulting in significant damage to the statues, many of which have been shattered into 2 pieces. The entrance to the tomb has been excavated, and Khan Shimin's coffin has been returned to the Turkic court for reburial, leaving behind only a dark gaping hole, with the stone walls bearing extensive scorch marks. At this moment, everyone was in a state of confusion, placing all their hopes on Zhang Xian, who was the first to detect the presence of the Black Horse bandits. His decisiveness and leadership during the crisis had effectively made him the leader of the group. Without time for modesty, Zhang Xian urgently instructed 2 of Li Shintong's guards, "You 2 must ride double mounts to the Great Wall and summon the stationed troops to our aid." With over 1,000 Sui soldiers stationed at the Purple River Great Wall, they became Zhang Xian's sole hope. The 2 guards turned back to look at Li Shintong, who immediately nodded, complying with young Master Zhang's command. He then addressed the remaining 10 guards. "From this moment on, everyone must obey young Master Zhang's orders. His commands are my commands." The guards collectively bowed in agreement, acknowledging the order. The 2 messengers mounted their horses, taking 4 steeds with them, and galloped southward from the Xiansha mausoleum. At this juncture, Zhao urgently inquired of Zhang Xian, "Young Master Zhang, what shall we do now?" Zhang Xian gestured for silence, swiftly glancing at the approaching Black Horse bandits, who were now less than 2 miles away from the mausoleum. He called out to everyone, "Block the entrance with the cargo boxes to prevent the bandits from charging in." In the face of imminent peril, each individual exerted their utmost effort, following Zhang Xian's orders to barricade the various entrances of the stone forest with heavy boxes. They even toppled several statues to obstruct the main pathways. The Turkic altar aided their cause, fearing wildlife might intrude and cause destruction. The Turks had constructed the altar in a semi-enclosed manner, permitting only 4 access points. If they could secure these 4 pathways, the Black Horse bandits would find it impossible to invade. Naturally, if the bandits abandoned their horses, they could still scale the barriers, posing a significant threat. Meanwhile, 200 Black Horse bandits had already surged to the outskirts of the Xiansha mausoleum. Liang Shida hesitated to issue an immediate charge. As the terrain of the mausoleum was highly disadvantageous for cavalry, a full gallop was unfeasible, and ambushes were likely. Liang Shida ordered 3 bandits to enter and scout the situation before determining their course of action for killing and plundering. The cautious demeanor of the Black Horse bandits granted Zhang Xian a precious moment of respite. Observing that all exits had been effectively blocked, he commanded, "Everyone, arm yourselves with all available weapons and heed my orders." The merchant caravan, comprising over 300 individuals and accompanied by thousands of sturdy mules and hundreds of camels, was huddled together in a clearing of several acres in the northeastern corner, surrounded by towering stone walls that rendered it nearly impregnable, a relatively secure position. The camels, as if sensing impending peril, lay quietly on the ground, while over 2,000 mules clustered together, encircled by their cargo, which formed a wall-like barrier. The merchants were armed. Despite the imperial decree prohibiting the private ownership of long weapons and military crossbows, many still concealed a considerable number of spears. A multitude of individuals brandished various weapons, spears, swords, and bows, while numerous others donned fine-scaled armor. Though they were numerous, they were primarily merchants, untrained in the arts of warfare. Zhang Xin addressed the group. In this critical juncture of life and death, obedience to orders is paramount. Should chaos ensue among us, none shall survive. If we can endure until tomorrow night, perhaps we might glimpse a sliver of hope, and we can safeguard our wares. The crowd nodded in solemn agreement. Dodin added, engaging the Black Horse Bandits in a desperate struggle will undoubtedly lead to casualties. I assure you, regardless of who may fall, their goods will be returned to their families and shall not be lost. Even if I perish, this vow shall remain in effect. Let us all swear together. The merchant coalition, comprised of numerous small traders, had united out of necessity. Their cargo represented their entire wealth and the survival of their families, thus holding more significance than their very lives. They would rather perish than abandon their goods. Zhao Dan's pledge resonated deeply, and the crowd collectively vowed to never covet another's possessions. Once the oaths were taken, Zhang Xin continued, I will divide everyone into 10 squads, each led by a captain. You must all follow commands. Should anyone dare to act recklessly and jeopardize our safety, I shall be the first to execute them. His authoritative presence instilled a sense of urgency among the crowd. Zhang Xin appointed 10 of Li Shintong's guards as captains, each commanding 30 men, with every 2 squads tasked with securing an entrance. 2 additional squads would remain mobile, ready to support critical areas under the command of Qing Yaojin. Chai Xiao and Li Shintong served as deputy commanders, each responsible for 2 entrances, while Zhang Xin oversaw the entire operation. Within a mere half-hour, the disorganized assembly of over 300 merchants had been swiftly organized by Zhang Xin, effectively securing all exits. Moreover, he assigned 10 attendants specifically to pacify the livestock, clearly stating that should any animal become startled, it must be slaughtered immediately. As afternoon descended, 200 Black Horse Bandits stealthily infiltrated the Xian Sha Mausoleum in 3 separate groups. Chapter 57, The Fierce Battle of Xian Sha. Seizing the final moments, Zhang Xian made meticulous adjustments. For instance, he exchanged some archers from one team with swordsmen and spearmen from another to balance their numbers. Additionally, he instructed the spearmen to concentrate, forming a dense phalanx, while the swordsmen were tasked with using their saddles as makeshift shields. Such detailed refinements were crucial for maximizing combat effectiveness. In truth, Zhang Xian harbored no confidence. These merchants were unlike the trained youths from Yang Village, who had received some military instruction. The merchants, lacking any training, would falter when confronted with the brutality of battle. Meanwhile, Chai Xiao and Li Shintong were engaged in a hushed discussion. Li Shintong extolled Zhang Xian's commanding abilities, marveling at how he could transform a disorganized band of merchants into a structured unit within a mere half-hour. Even the renowned generals of antiquity might not achieve such a feat. It was no wonder the Lord wished to recruit him into the Wuchuan prefecture. He was indeed a rare talent. Li Shintong expressed his admiration, noting Zhang Xian's courage, determination, and leadership skills. If we can survive this calamity, I shall earnestly recommend him to my elder brother. It would be a grave loss to overlook such a talent. Chai Xiao chuckled wryly. Uncle, perhaps it would be wise to reserve your praises for later. We've merely constructed a framework. Its effectiveness remains to be seen. That is not entirely fair. Even in failure, he bears no blame. These are merchants, after all. Pitting them against horse bandits is akin to sending sheep to battle wolves. The fact that Zhang Xian has managed to organize this timid group is impressive in itself. As Li Shintong's words faded, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. A lookout stationed high above had failed to conceal himself and was struck in the head by an arrow, tumbling down from the large rock. This cry served as a harbinger of war, prompting shouts from all directions. They are coming. They are here. A horde of black-clad horse bandits appeared mere paces away, advancing from 3 directions towards the center. The merchants, gripped by terror, screamed in panic. A dozen archers, without even sighting a target, loosed their arrows wildly, inadvertently revealing their positions. A succession of anguished cries erupted as 5 or 6 archers fell, struck by arrows, igniting chaos in their ranks. Do not panic. Zhang Xian bellowed from the entrance of the tomb, his elevated position affording him a clear view of the unfolding scene. The horse bandits, disciplined and unhurried, approach the central tomb with methodical steps. Steady yourselves. Do not lose your composure. They are not mounted and cannot charge us. His voice resonated in every ear, gradually instilling calm. The archers ceased their indiscriminate firing, and needless casualties were swiftly averted. At that moment, a cold arrow whizzed towards Zhang Xian's hiding place. He deftly sidestepped as the arrow grazed his face, striking the blue stone with a resounding clang before ricocheting to the ground at his feet. Infuriated, Zhang Xian set aside his spear, grasped his longbow, and swiftly drew an arrow from his quiver. With precise aim, he targeted the bandit who had just loosed the arrow, releasing the bowstring with a swift motion as the arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning. Though his archery skills were not yet refined, his prowess with the longbow was beyond reproach. With remarkable force, he struck true, the arrow piercing the chest of a marauder, shattering through his leather armor. The bandit let out a harrowing scream as he plummeted from a large stone. Yang Shidu, consumed by fury, struck the stone pillar with his fist and commanded, "Advance." The drums of war echoed, signaling the assault of the Black Horse bandits. 200 marauders surged forth from their hiding places, shouting as they charged towards the entrance a mere dozen paces away. Zhang Xian bellowed, "Pike bearers, hold the line. Archers, fire from the rear." The merchants joined the fray, many shutting their eyes in terror, thrusting their spears wildly at the oncoming foes. In an instant, a brutal melee erupted. It was evident that the marauders were a well-trained elite force, fearlessly advancing with strategic precision. A front line of heavily shielded bandits wielded long spears, followed by unshielded pikemen, while archers took cover behind the massive stones, raining deadly arrows upon the exposed merchants. Within moments, more than 20 merchants fell, either pierced or shot, as the air thickened with the scent of blood and the cries of the dying resounded through the stone forest. Yet, the makeshift fortifications erected by the merchants provided a critical defense, thwarting the marauders' attempts to penetrate their ranks. Zhang Xian discerned the bandits' tactics. They attacked from 3 directions, with the western and northern fronts serving as feints, while over 100 pressed through the southern entrance, their true point of incursion. Observing the heavy casualties accumulating at the southern entrance, he shouted, "Old Qing, hurry to support the south." However, his call went unheeded. When he turned, he saw Cheng Yaojin furiously wielding his axe at the northern entrance, lost in a frenzy, deaf to commands. Cursing under his breath, Zhang Xian gestured to 2 mobile units, exclaiming, "Follow me." He led 60 fresh troops towards the southern entrance, which spanned a width of approximately 10 feet, littered with shattered crates filled with porcelain. The wooden boxes had been cleaved apart, porcelain cascading onto the ground and shattering underfoot, rendering the barricade ineffective. The 2 forces collided fiercely at this narrow threshold. Nearly half of the original 60 merchants had been slain, bodies piling up and blood flowing like a river. At that critical juncture, a merchant was cleaved in 2, his brain matter splattering, sending those nearby into a frantic retreat as the defensive line threatened to collapse. In this moment of desperation, Zhang Xian cried out and charged into the fray, his spear imbued with tremendous force, piercing the chest of a marauder. The bandit let out a wretched cry, falling backward. Yet the spear remained lodged within him, unable to be retrieved. Zhang Xian, undeterred, discarded the spear and drew his battle knife, sweeping it with the ferocity of a thunderclap. With a sharp crack, several spear shafts splintered. He spun like a whirlwind, delivering another blow that sent 3 heads tumbling, blood gushing forth in a crimson spray that drenched him. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his back. A blade had struck him, slicing through 2 layers of leather armor. Zhang Xian roared in agony, turning to deliver a crushing kick that shattered the assailant's skull. He then lunged into the fray, trapping several spears under his arm and wildly slashing with his knife, determined to fight back against the encroaching horde. Under the leadership of Zhang Xian, the merchants, emboldened by newfound courage, charged forward to confront the marauders, gradually turning the tide of impending collapse. The battle devolved into a chaotic melee with heavy casualties on both sides. At that moment, Liang Shidu began to feel a pang of regret. His loyal subordinates, hard to train and invaluable, were far too precious to be sacrificed for these lowly merchants. As his men forsook the advantage of cavalry to engage in close combat, the losses they incurred far exceeded their capacity to endure. Realizing that night was approaching, Liang clenched his teeth and commanded, "Retreat." The sound of drums signaling withdrawal echoed, prompting the marauders to retreat swiftly from Xiansha tomb. The bloody battle finally came to a close, leaving the merchants in dire straits. Over 70 lay dead, with nearly 100 wounded, while the marauders suffered the loss of over 30. The ground was littered with dismembered corpses, and the air was thick with the pungent stench of blood. Fortunately, the marauders could not breach their ranks, and the livestock remained undisturbed amidst the chaos. The area was filled with lamentations, mourning fallen comrades and lamenting their own fates. Zhang Xian, seated upon a large stone, removed his leather armor to reveal a wound on his back, while Chang Yaojin carefully tended to his injury. Despite his wounds, Zhang had fought valiantly against the enemy, reassuring him that he had only sustained superficial injuries, which brought him a modicum of relief. However, another type of agony silently tormented him. It was the consequence of his reckless practice of Zhang Zhongjian's martial arts. Although he had not yet prepared the necessary medicinal concoction, he had succumbed to the urge to train after leaving the capital, engaging in breath control and strength training. Until today, he had not experienced any unusual symptoms. But following the fierce battle, an indescribable discomfort surged within him, as if a powerful energy sought to break free yet was forcibly suppressed, causing a sensation of suffocation and nausea, accompanied by bouts of dizziness. He recognized that this must be the backlash from improper practice of Zhang Zhongjian's techniques. He needed to combine medication with his training, yet the absence of a crucial ingredient rendered him hesitant to consume the pills in his possession. Chang Yaojin, however, remained oblivious to Zhang Xian's subtle changes as he applied medicine to the wound, incessantly chattering away. These merchants truly surprised me. I thought they were merely fat sheep. Yet when it came to battle, they fought fiercely, each one a valiant man. I shall no longer mock them, he remarked, unable to contain himself. Zhang Xian stood up and managed a faint smile, saying, "You performed admirably. Although you strayed from your post, I do not intend to punish you. You held the northern entrance. I shall reward you with a share." Chang Yaojin, surprisingly, did not respond with elation but rather with a wry smile, saying, "Let us just focus on preserving our lives for now." Zhang Xian patted his shoulder and quickly walked towards a secluded area, suddenly bending over and violently retching. After an indeterminate time, he felt slightly better, his complexion pale as though he had just recovered from a serious illness. Steadying his mind, he slowly made his way toward the southern entrance. The southern entrance of the tomb stands as the most harrowing locale of this bloody conflict, where nearly 70 lives were lost, including the majority of the 30-odd Black Horse bandits who perished here. At this moment, Li Shimin was attending to the wounded, diligently bandaging their injuries. Upon noticing Zhang Xian's approach, he hurriedly met him, and upon seeing Zhang Xian's pallid complexion, he expressed his concern. "Young master, you do not appear well. Is your injury severe?" "It is merely a superficial wound. Nothing to fret over," Zhang Xian replied, stifling the dizziness that threatened to overwhelm him. "I've just lost a bit of blood. A moment's rest will suffice." Li Shimin assisted Zhang Xian in taking a seat, speaking earnestly. "We all hope for your well-being. Only if you are unharmed do we have hope for survival." "Rest assured, I am fine," Zhang Xian reassured him. Li Shimin then turned his gaze towards the distance, his brow furrowed with worry as he inquired, "Do you believe the Black Horse bandits will launch another attack?" Zhang Xian nodded subtly. "That is inevitable. Having suffered such heavy losses, they will not rest until we are utterly eradicated. They will certainly return, albeit in a different manner." Gazing into the dimming twilight, he reflected, "If I am not mistaken, they will resort to a night raid." Li Shimin's eyes widened in alarm. "If they choose to attack under the cover of darkness, how shall we respond?" Yet, Zhang Xian smiled. "In truth, I would prefer they employ such tactics. While we may falter in a test of strength, we are unlikely to be outwitted. Do you already have a plan, young master?" In the enveloping night, Zhang Xian fixed his gaze upon a tall stone pillar beside the southern entrance, a faint smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Utilizing the cover of darkness to counter a stealthy adversary is precisely within my expertise." Chapter 0058, A Battle of Wits and Valor. Since Liang Shidu ascended to the leadership of the 3 divisions in the Golden Mountain Palace 6 years ago, he had never suffered such a tremendous setback, losing 34 subordinates and sustaining over 20 injuries. The indignation was nearly driving him to madness. He had plundered countless merchant caravans heading north. Whenever they appeared, the merchants would kneel submissively, docile as sheep, awaiting their fate. Yet today, this group of merchants dared to rise in defiance, inflicting grievous harm upon his men, an occurrence that was utterly unfathomable. Liang Shidu immediately realized that among these merchants there must be a significant figure. He squinted into the night, gazing at the Xiansha stone forest, and recalled the young man wielding a blade, ruthless and swift as a leopard, who had led the merchants in repelling his attack. With at least a dozen of his men falling to his hand, who could this individual be? "Commander, what shall we do next?" A trusted aide whispered. What to do? Liang Shidu ground his teeth in frustration. If we do not annihilate them all, how can I quell the fury within my heart? Although Liang Shidu vowed to eradicate every last merchant, he was acutely aware of the heavy toll he had already endured. With dozens dead or injured, it would be exceedingly difficult to report to Master Beijing. Should the casualties increase further, Master Beijing would undoubtedly exact a severe punishment upon him. The thought of Master Beijing's merciless methods sent a shiver down Liang Shidu's spine. He paced thoughtfully for a moment, realizing that the best course of action would be to exploit the cover of darkness to launch a surprise attack on the merchants. If his men could slay a dozen or so, coordinating both internally and externally, they would be able to breach the merchants' defenses and slaughter them all. Crouching down, Liang Shidu sketched a topographical map in the sand with a stick. He noted that the southern entrance was relatively flat, allowing cavalry to charge directly inside. Securing the southern entrance was crucial. It would ensure their victory. After a prolonged contemplation, he beckoned a few subordinates over and whispered his instructions. They clasped their fists in acknowledgement and swiftly raced towards the stone forest. To know oneself and one's enemy is to triumph in every battle. And Liang Shidu was determined to ascertain the situation before recklessly charging in. Half an hour later, the scouts returned with reports from the tomb, leaving Liang Shidu astonished. There was, astonishingly, no defense at the southern entrance. How could this be? He immediately mounted his horse and commanded, "Follow me," leading 50 cavalrymen. He advanced slowly into the stone forest. Soon, they arrived at a point roughly 70 paces from the southern entrance. With a gesture, he halted everyone. Liang Shidu focused intently on the southern entrance. Under the bright moonlight, the entrance, a full 10 feet wide, was devoid of any obstacles. The tomb lay in eerie silence. With not a single guard in sight, Liang Shidu mused inwardly. Could it be that they were employing a ruse of an empty city? A slow, cold smile crept across his face. He was determined to test what means the opposition possessed to thwart his cavalry's charge. He turned to his riders and commanded, "Charge in." With a fierce urging, several cavalrymen spurred their steeds forward, galloping through the narrow stone forest. Initially, their speed was moderate. But as they neared the entrance and the path widened, their pace quickened, resembling the swift gust of wind, the sound of hooves resonating like a thunderous drumbeat. However, just as the leading cavalry burst through the southern entrance, the ground suddenly erupted with a taut tripwire, causing a valiant steed to let out a wretched whinny as it stumbled forward and fell, tumbling heavily alongside its rider. Two more horses, unable to halt in time, were similarly ensnared, and from the shadows emerged several figures who mercilessly pierced the fallen cavalrymen with their spears. Liang Shidu observed the scene clearly and let out a heavy grunt. Mere tripwires could not thwart his charge. With a thunderous shout, he urged his men forward, cautioning them to watch for the tripwires. Dozens of cavalry surged forward like a long serpent. For seasoned warriors find tripwires to be a trifling threat. Provided they can spot them in advance, they can easily evade them. Had they been aware of the tripwires at the entrance, they would not have fallen prey to such a ruse. The lead cavalryman galloped faster and reached the entrance in an instant. The tripwire snapped again, yet the horses leapt high, nimbly dodging the trap and charging into the open expanse of the tomb. The second and third steeds followed suit, successfully entering the crypt. Behind them, Liang Shidu could hardly contain his excitement, clapping his hands together in triumph. If all 50 cavalrymen could breach the tomb, they would exact a bloody vengeance upon the merchants tonight. The tripwires had failed, and the cavalry continued to pour into the tomb's clearing, the atmosphere suddenly thick with tension. From his elevated position, Zhang Xian coldly observed the cavalry's advance and shouted out, "Attack!" At that moment, several long ropes were pulled taut from above the entrance, causing a strategically hollowed stone pillar on the right to sway ominously before slowly tilting. A few cavalrymen below, stricken with terror, turned to flee, but their escape was blocked by comrades behind them. The stone pillar came crashing down with a thunderous roar, accompanied by piercing screams. The pillar shattered into several pieces, sending dust spiraling into the air, and 3 cavalrymen, unable to evade the disaster, were crushed beneath it. Chaos erupted at the southern entrance as merchants, hidden in the shadows, surged forward under Cheng Yaojin's command. "Strike true!" Cheng Yaojin bellowed, his axe cleaving through the air and severing the head of one cavalryman. The remaining 3, who had entered the tomb's clearing, found themselves surrounded, as spears were thrust mercilessly, resulting in their demise. From atop the walls, dozens of concealed archers revealed themselves, drawing their bows and unleashing a hail of arrows upon the chaotic mass of marauding cavalry. The air filled with anguished cries as horses and riders alike fell, struck by arrows. Desperation gripped Liang Shidu as he shouted, "Fall back!" Retreat. The marauding cavalry, forced to abandon their wounded or slain comrades, retreated in disarray from the stone forest. Chai Shao led a contingent of 20 or so men forward, their blades flashing as they ruthlessly eliminated the injured cavalrymen, stripping their leather armor and collecting their weapons. This brilliant counterattack had cost the marauders 20 men, while the merchants had suffered no casualties, greatly boosting their morale. All hopes were now pinned on Zhang Xian. Yet, Zhang Xian had no time to revel in the merchants' adulation. He commanded them to block all entrances with massive stones and selected 50 robust individuals from among the merchants and their aides, outfitting them in the captured leather armor and arming them with long spears, arranging them into a phalanx under Cheng Yaojin's training. Zhang Xian was acutely aware of the dire situation. Should the surprise attack fail, the marauders would likely launch a fierce assault akin to their daytime onslaught, infiltrating from all directions. The number of combat-ready merchants was dwindling, with scarcely over 180 remaining. Should a one-on-one confrontation arise, they would find themselves in peril. The only glimmer of hope for survival lay in swiftly training into formation. Zhang Xian gathered the remaining individuals, standing atop a platform. He proclaimed loudly, "We have already slain over 50 marauders. They are not to be feared. What is truly frightening is our own cowardice. As long as we muster the courage to fight to the death, we can survive. For the sake of our wives, children, and parents, we must endure." Under Zhang Xian's stirring encouragement, the fervor of each individual ignited. They envisioned their families, having ventured into commerce amidst chaos to ensure their loved ones' survival. What fate would befall their wives and children should they perish at the hands of the marauders? "We must survive," a merchant shouted, raising his arm. And soon all were swept up in a wave of excitement, brandishing their weapons and shouting, "To fight to the death, we shall live." Zhang Xian gestured for silence, addressing the crowd once more. In life and death struggles, victory often comes to those who are the fiercest. However, our individual strength pales in comparison to that of our foes. To triumph, we must unite. I urge you to form partnerships, whether in pairs, trios, or quartets. When the enemy breaches our defenses, charge forth and vanquish them without hesitation. The merchants began to seek out companions for their teams. At that moment, Chai Shao approached Zhang Xian and quietly inquired, "Do you believe this will be effective?" Zhang Xian shook his head. "I do not know, but we must do our utmost. Our survival is in fate's hands." He patted Chai Shao's shoulder, advising, "Stay close to Uncle Li and protect him as best you can." Chai Shao turned to see that only 5 of Li Shintong's men remained. They could not abandon their leader and were unable to offer further assistance to Zhang Xian. Nodding, Chai Shao quickly departed. Zhang Xian felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, but suppressed it, hastening towards the 50 spear wielders who were in training. The nocturnal ambush had dealt another severe blow to the Black Marauders, leading Liang Shidu to experience a humiliation unprecedented in his career, leaving him with no choice but to press forward at any cost to eradicate the opposition. The enemy had sealed several entry points with massive boulders, rendering his cavalry unable to charge in. Their only recourse was to infiltrate and engage in a fight to the death. Liang Shidu left over 20 men to guard the horses while the remaining 120 marauders mobilized, encircling the tomb area from 3 directions. Liang Shidu had contemplated an alternative strategy to target the merchants' livestock, causing chaos among them. Yet, the opposition had evidently prepared extensively, herding their animals to the northeast, where the terrain was elevated and rocky cliffs prevented external access. Additionally, all the livestock had been blindfolded, surrounded by various goods, rendering them unable to flee and forcing them to remain docile in the corners. Regardless of the scheme, Master Liang could not possibly attempt each option individually. He had to resort to the simplest and most effective method, compelling everyone to engage in the slaughter. Although losses were inevitable, Liang had little concern for that. Grasping a formidable iron spear, he personally led his subordinates step by step towards the heart of the Xian Sha mausoleum. As the hour approached 4, within the expanse of the tomb, all remained seated upon the steps, silently awaiting their fate. They were neither weary nor despondent. Zhang Xian had instilled in them a glimmer of hope. Each individual believed that if they fought with all their might, survival was within their grasp. Suddenly, someone shouted, "They are coming." Instantly, everyone sprang to their feet, tightly gripping their weapons.